Amongst the connections I made in my neighborhood, of which I will not enter into a detail, I must mention that with Colonel Puri, who had a house upon the mountain, where he came to pass the summer. I was not anxious to become acquainted with him, because I knew he was upon bad terms at court, and with the Lord Marshal, whom he did not visit. Yet, as he came to see me, and showed me much attention, I was under the necessity of returning his visit. This was repeated, and we sometimes dined with each other. At his house I became acquainted with M. Duperreux, and afterwards too intimately connected with him to pass his name over in silence. M. Duperreux was an American, son to a commandant of Suriname, whose successor, M. Le Chambrier, of Neuchâtel, married his widow. Left a widow a second time, she came with her son to live in the country of her second husband. Duperreux, an only son, very rich, and tenderly beloved by his mother, had been carefully brought up, and his education was not lost upon him. He had acquired much knowledge, a taste for the arts, and piqued himself upon his having cultivated his rational faculty. His Dutch appearance, yellow complexion, and silent and close disposition, favored this opinion. Although young, he was already deaf and gouty. This rendered his motions deliberate and very grave, and although he was fond of disputing, he in general spoke but little because his hearing was bad. I was struck with his exterior, and said to myself, this is a thinker, a man of wisdom, such a one as anybody would be happy to have for a friend. He frequently addressed himself to me without paying the least compliment, and this strengthened the favorable opinion I had already formed of him. He said but little to me of myself or my books, and still less of himself. He was not destitute of ideas, and what he said was just. This justness and equality attracted my regard. He had neither the elevation of mind, nor the discrimination of the Lord Marshal, but he had all his simplicity. This was still representing him in something. I did not become infatuated with him, but he acquired my attachment from esteem, and by degrees this esteem led to friendship, and I totally forgot the objection I made to the Baron Holbach, that he was too rich. For a long time I saw but little of Duperreux, because I did not go to Neuchâtel, and he came but once a year to the mountain of Colonel Puri. Why did I not go to Neuchâtel? This proceeded from a childishness upon which I must not be silent. Although protected by the King of Prussia and the Lord Marshal, while I avoided persecution in my asylum, I did not avoid the murmurs of the public, of municipal magistrates and ministers. After what had happened in France it became fashionable to insult me. These people would have been afraid to seem to disapprove of what my persecutors had done by not imitating them. The class of Neuchâtel, that is, the ministers of that city, gave the impulse, by endeavoring to move the Council of State against me. This attempt not having succeeded, the ministers addressed themselves to the municipal magistrate, who immediately prohibited my book, treating me on all occasions with but little civility, and saying, that had I wished to reside in the city I should not have been suffered to do it. They filled their mercury with absurdities and the most stupid hypocrisy, which, although it makes every man of sense laugh, animated the people against me. This, however, did not prevent them from setting forth that I ought to be very grateful for their permitting me to live at Modiers, where they had no authority. They would willingly have measured me the air by the pint, provided I had paid for it a dear price. They would have it that I was obliged to them for the protection the king granted me in spite of the efforts they incessantly made to deprive me of it. Finally, failing of success, after having done me all the injury they could, and defamed me to the utmost of their power, they made a merit of their impotence, by boasting of their goodness in suffering me to stay in their country. I ought to have laughed at their vain efforts, but I was foolish enough to be vexed at them, and had the weakness to be unwilling to go to Neuchâtel, to which I yielded for almost 2 years, as if it was not doing too much honor to such wretches, to pay attention to their proceedings, which, good or bad, could not be imputed to them, because they never act but from a foreign impulse. Besides, minds without sense or knowledge, whose objects of esteem are influence, power, and money, and far from imagining even that some respect is due to talents, and that it is dishonorable to injure and insult them. A certain mayor of a village, who from sundry malversations had been deprived of his office, said to the lieutenant of Val de Travers, the husband of Isabella, I am told this Rousseau has great wit, bring him to me that I may see whether he has or not. The disapprobation of such a man ought certainly to have no effect upon those on whom it falls. After the treatment I had received at Paris, Geneva, Bern, and even at Neuchâtel, I expected no favor from the pastor of this place. I had, however, been recommended to him by Madame Boy de la Tour, and he had given me a good reception, but in that country where every newcomer is indiscriminately flattered, civilities signify but little. Yet, after my solemn union with the Reformed Church, and living in a Protestant country, I could not, without failing in my engagements, as well as in the duty of a citizen, neglect the public profession of the religion into which I had entered. I therefore attended divine service. On the other hand, had I gone to the Holy Table, I was afraid of exposing myself to a refusal, and it was by no means probable, that after the tumult excited at Geneva by the Council, and at Neuchâtel by the class, he would, without difficulty, administer to me the sacrament in his church. The time of communion approaching, I wrote to M. de Montmollon, the minister, to prove to him my desire of communicating, and declaring myself heartily united to the Protestant Church. I also told him, in order to avoid disputing upon articles of faith, that I would not hearken to any particular explanation of the point of doctrine. After taking these steps I made myself easy, not doubting but M. de Montmollon would refuse to admit me without the preliminary discussion to which I refused to consent, and that in this manner everything would be at an end without any fault of mine. I was deceived. When I least expected anything of the kind, M. de Montmollon came to declare to me not only that he admitted me to the communion under the condition which I had proposed, but that he and the elders thought themselves much honored by my being one of their flock. I never in my whole life felt greater surprise or received from it more consolation. Living always alone and unconnected appeared to me a melancholy destiny, especially in adversity. In the midst of so many proscriptions and persecutions, I found it extremely agreeable to be able to say to myself, I am at least amongst my brethren, and I went to the communion with an emotion of heart, and my eyes suffused with tears of tenderness, which perhaps were the most agreeable preparation to him to whose table I was drawing near. Some time afterwards his lordship sent me a letter from Madame de Boufflers, which he had received, at least I presumed so, by means of D'Alembert, who was acquainted with the Maréchal. In this letter, the first this lady had written to me after my departure from Montmorency, she rebuked me severely for having written to M. de Montmollon, and especially for having communicated. I the less understood what she meant by her reproof, as after my journey to Geneva, I had constantly declared myself a Protestant, and had gone publicly to the Hôtel de Hollande without incurring the least censure from anybody. It appeared to me diverting enough, that Madame de Boufflers should wish to direct my conscience in matters of religion. However, as I had no doubt of the purity of her intention, I was not offended by this singular sally, and I answered her without anger, stating to her my reasons. Calumnies in print were still industriously circulated, and their benign authors reproached the different powers with treating me too mildly. For my part, I let them say and write what they pleased, without giving myself the least concern about the matter. I was told there was a censure from the Sorbonne, but this I could not believe. What could the Sorbonne have to do in the matter? Did the doctors wish to know to a certainty that I was not a Catholic? Everybody already knew I was not one. Were they desirous of proving I was not a good Calvinist? Of what consequence was this to them? It was taking upon themselves a singular care, and becoming the substitutes of our ministers. Before I saw this publication I thought it was distributed in the name of the Sorbonne, by way of mockery, and when I had read it I was convinced this was the case. But when at length there was not a doubt of its authenticity, all I could bring myself to believe was, that the learned doctors would have been better placed in a madhouse than they were in the college. I was more affected by another publication, because it came from a man for whom I always had an esteem, and whose constancy I admired, though I pitied his blindness. I mean the mandatory letter against me by the Archbishop of Paris. I thought to return an answer to it was a duty I owed myself. This I felt I could do without derogating from my dignity. The case was something similar to that of the King of Poland. I had always detested brutal disputes, after the manner of Voltaire. I never combat but with dignity, and before I deign to defend myself I must be certain that he by whom I am attacked will not dishonor my retort. I had no doubt but this letter was fabricated by the Jesuits, and although they were at that time in distress, I discovered in it their old principle of crushing the wretched. I was therefore at liberty to follow my ancient maxim, by honoring the titulary author, and refuting the work which I think I did completely. I found my residence at Motiers very agreeable, and nothing was wanting to determine me to end my days there, but a certainty of the means of subsistence. Living is dear in that neighborhood, and all my old projects had been overturned by the dissolution of my household arrangements at Montmorency, the establishment of others, the sale or squandering of my furniture, and the expenses incurred since my departure. The little capital which remained to me daily diminished. 2 or 3 years were sufficient to consume the remainder without my having the means of renewing it, except by again engaging in literary pursuits, a pernicious profession which I had already abandoned. Persuaded that everything which concerned me would change, and that the public, recovered from its frenzy, would make my persecutors blush, all my endeavors tended to prolong my resources until this happy revolution should take place, after which I should more at my ease choose a resource from amongst those which might offer themselves. To this effect I took up my dictionary of music, which 10 years' labor had so far advanced as to leave nothing wanting to it but the last corrections. My books which I had lately received, enabled me to finish this work. My papers sent me by the same conveyance, furnished me with the means of beginning my memoirs to which I was determined to give my whole attention. I began by transcribing the letters into a book, by which my memory might be guided in the order of fact and time. I had already selected those I intended to keep for this purpose, and for 10 years the series was not interrupted. However, in preparing them for copying I found an interruption at which I was surprised. This was for almost 6 months, from October, 1756, to March following. I recollected having put into my selection a number of letters from Diderot, Dallaire, Madame d'Épinay, Madame de Chenonceau, etc., which filled up the void and were missing. What was become of them? Had any person laid their hands upon my papers whilst they remained in the Hôtel de Luxembourg? This was not conceivable, and I had seen M. de Luxembourg take the key of the chamber in which I had deposited them. Many letters from different ladies, and all those from Diderot, were without date, on which account I had been under the necessity of dating them from memory before they could be put in order, and thinking I might have committed errors, I again looked them over for the purpose of seeing whether or not I could find those which ought to fill up the void. This experiment did not succeed. I perceived the vacancy to be real, and that the letters had certainly been taken away. By whom and for what purpose? This was what I could not comprehend. These letters, written prior to my great quarrels, and at the time of my first enthusiasm in the composition of Eloisa, could not be interesting to any person. They contained nothing more than cavillings by Diderot, jeerings from Dallaire, assurances of friendship from M. de Chenonceau, and even Madame d'Épinay, with whom I was then upon the best of terms. To whom were these letters of consequence? To what use were they to be put? It was not until 7 years afterwards that I suspected the nature of the theft. The deficiency being no longer doubtful, I looked over my rough drafts to see whether or not it was the only one. I found several, which on account of the badness of my memory, made me suppose others in the multitude of my papers. Those I remarked were that of the Morale Sensitive, and the extract of the adventures of Lord Edward. The last, I confess, made me suspect Madame de Luxembourg. Laroche, her valet de chambre, had sent me the papers, and I could think of nobody but herself to whom this fragment could be of consequence, but what concern could the other give her, any more than the rest of the letters missing, with which, even with evil intentions, nothing to my prejudice could be done, unless they were falsified. As for the Marichal, with whose friendship for me, and invariable integrity, I was perfectly acquainted, I never could suspect him for a moment. The most reasonable supposition, after long tormenting my mind in endeavoring to discover the author of the theft, was that which imputed it to D'Alembert, who, having thrust himself into the company of Madame de Luxembourg, might have found means to turn over these papers, and take from amongst them such manuscripts and letters as he might have thought proper, either for the purpose of endeavoring to embroil me with the writer of them, or to appropriate those he should find useful to his own private purposes. I imagined that, deceived by the title of Morale Sensitive, he might have supposed it to be the plan of a real treatise upon materialism, with which he would have armed himself against me in a manner easy to be imagined. Certain that he would soon be undeceived by reading the sketch and determined to quit all literary pursuits, these larcenies gave me but little concern. They besides were not the first the same hand had committed upon me without having complained of these pilferings. In a very little time I thought no more of the trick that had been played me than if nothing had happened, and began to collect the materials I had left for the purpose of undertaking my projected confessions. I had long thought the company of ministers, or at least the citizens and burgesses of Geneva, would remonstrate against the infraction of the edict in the decree made against me. Everything remained quiet, at least to all exterior appearance, for discontent was general, and ready, on the first opportunity, openly to manifest itself. My friends, or persons calling themselves such, wrote letter after letter exhorting me to come and put myself at their head, assuring me of public separation from the council. The fear of the disturbance and troubles which might be caused by my presence, prevented me from acquiescing with their desires, and, faithful to the oath I had formerly made, never to take the least part in any civil dissension in my country, I chose rather to let the offence remain as it was, and banish myself forever from the country, than to return to it by means which were violent and dangerous. It is true, I expected the burgesses would make legal remonstrances against an infraction in which their interests were deeply concerned, but no such steps were taken. They who conducted the body of citizens sought less the real redress of grievances than an opportunity to render themselves necessary. They caballed but were silent, and suffered me to be bespattered by the gossips and hypocrites set on to render me odious in the eyes of the populace, and pass off their misdemeanors as religious zeal. After having, during a whole year, vainly expected that some one would remonstrate against an illegal proceeding, and seeing myself abandoned by my fellow citizens, I determined to renounce my ungrateful country in which I never had lived, from which I had not received either inheritance or services, and by which, in return for the honor I had endeavored to do it, I saw myself so unworthily treated by unanimous consent, since they, who should have spoken, had remained silent. I therefore wrote to the first syndic for that year, to M. Favre, if I remember right, a letter in which I solemnly gave up my freedom of the city of Geneva, carefully observing in it, however, that decency and moderation, from which I have never departed in the acts of haughtiness which, in my misfortunes, the cruelty of my enemies have frequently forced upon me. This step opened the eyes of the citizens, who feeling they had neglected their own interests by abandoning my defense, took my part when it was too late. They had wrongs of their own which they joined to mine, and made these the subject of several well-reasoned representations, which they strengthened and extended, as the refusal of the council, supported by the ministry of France, made them more clearly perceive the project formed to impose on them a yoke. These altercations produced several pamphlets which were undecisive, until that appeared entitled Lettres écrites de la Campagne, a work written in favor of the council, with infinite art, and by which the remonstrating party, reduced to silence, was crushed for a time. This production, a lasting monument of the rare talents of its author, came from the Attorney General Tronchin, a man of wit and an enlightened understanding, well versed in the laws and government of the Republic. Salutera. The remonstrators, recovered from their first overthrow, undertook to give an answer, and in time produced one which brought them off tolerably well. But they all looked to me, as the only person capable of combating a like adversary with hope of success. I confess I was of their opinion, and excited by my former fellow citizens, who thought it was my duty to aid them with my pen, as I had been the cause of their embarrassment. I undertook to refute the Lettres écrites de la campagne, and parroted the title of them by that of Lettres écrites de la montagne, which I gave to mine. I wrote this answer so secretly, that at a meeting I had at Thonon, with the chiefs of the malcontents to talk of their affairs, and where they showed me a sketch of their answer, I said not a word of mine, which was quite ready, fearing obstacles might arise relative to the impression of it, should the magistrate or my enemies hear of what I had done. This work was, however, known in France before the publication, but government chose rather to let it appear, than to suffer me to guess at the means by which my secret had been discovered. Concerning this I will state what I know, which is but trifling. What I have conjectured shall remain with myself. I received, at Motiers, almost as many visits as at the Hermitage and Montmorency, but these, for the most part, were a different kind. They who had formerly come to see me were people who, having taste, talents, and principles, something similar to mine, alleged them as the causes of their visits, and introduced subjects on which I could converse. At Motiers the case was different, especially with the visitors who came from France. They were officers or other persons who had no taste for literature, nor had many of them read my works, although, according to their own accounts, they had travelled 30, 40, 60, and even 100 leagues to come and see me, and admire the illustrious man, the very celebrated, the great man, etc. For from the time of my settling at Motiers, I received the most impudent flattery, from which the esteem of those with whom I associated had formerly sheltered me. As but few of my new visitors deigned to tell me who or what they were, and as they had neither read nor cast their eye over my works, nor had their researches and mine been directed to the same objects, I knew not what to speak to them upon. I waited for what they had to say, because it was for them to know and tell me the purpose of their visit. It will naturally be imagined this did not produce conversations very interesting to me, although they, perhaps, were so to my visitors, according to the information they might wish to acquire, for as I was without suspicion, I answered without reserve, to every question they thought proper to ask me, and they commonly went away as well informed as myself of the particulars of my situation. I was, for example, visited in this manner by M. Dauphins, equerry to the Queen, and captain of cavalry, who had the patience to pass several days at Motiers, and to follow me on foot even to La Ferrière, leading his horse by the bridle, without having with me any point of union, except our acquaintance with Mademoiselle Fell, and that we both played at bilboquet. Before this I had received another visit much more extraordinary. Two men arrived on foot, each leading a mule loaded with his little baggage, lodging at the inn, taking care of their mules and asking to see me. By the equipage of these muleteers they were taken for smugglers, and the news that smugglers were come to see me was instantly spread. Their manner of addressing me sufficiently showed they were persons of another description, but without being smugglers they might be adventurers, and this doubt kept me for some time on my guard. They soon removed my apprehensions. One was M. de Montauban, who had the title of Comte de la Tour du Pin, gentleman to the Dauphin; the other, M. d'Astier de Carpentras, an old officer who had his cross of St. Louis in his pocket, because he could not display it. These gentlemen, both very amiable, were men of sense, and their manner of travelling, so much to my own taste, and but little like that of French gentlemen, in some measure gained them my attachment, which an intercourse with them served to improve. Our acquaintance did not end with the visit, it is still kept up, and they have since been several times to see me, not on foot. That was very well for the first time, but the more I have seen of these gentlemen the less similarity have I found between their taste and mine. I have not discovered their maxims to be such as I have ever observed, that my writings are familiar to them, or that there is any real sympathy between them and myself. What, therefore, did they want with me? Why came they to see me with such an equipage? Why repeat their visit? Why were they so desirous of having me for their host? I did not at that time propose to myself these questions, but they have sometimes occurred to me since. Won by their advances, my heart abandoned itself without reserve, especially to M. d'Astier, with whose open countenance I was more particularly pleased. I even corresponded with him, and when I determined to print the letters from the mountains, I thought of addressing myself to him, to deceive those by whom my packet was waited for upon the road to Holland. He had spoken to me a good deal, and perhaps purposely, upon the liberty of the press at Avignon. He offered me his services should I have anything to print there. I took advantage of the offer and sent him successively by the post my first sheets. After having kept these for some time, he sent them back to me, because, said he, no bookseller dared to sell them, and I was obliged to have recourse to Ray, taking care to send my papers, one after the other, and not to part with those which succeeded until I had advice of the reception of those already sent. Before the work was published, I found it had been seen in the office of the ministers, and d'Achery, of Neuchâtel, spoke to me of the book, entitled De l'Homme de la Montagne, which de Holbach had told him was by me. I assured him, and it was true, that I never had written a book which bore that title. When the letters appeared he became furious, and accused me of falsehood, although I had told him truth. By this means I was certain my manuscript had been read, as I could not doubt the fidelity of Ray. The most rational conjecture seemed to be, that my packets had been opened at the post-house. Another acquaintance I made much about the same time, but which was begun by letters, was that with M. Lalande of Nîmes, who wrote to me from Paris, begging I would send him my profile. He said he was in want of it for my bust in marble, which Lemoyne was making for him to be placed in his library. If this was a pretence invented to deceive me, it fully succeeded. I imagined that a man who wished to have my bust in marble in his library had his head full of my works, consequently of my principles, and that he loved me because his mind was in unison with mine. It was natural this idea should seduce me. I have since seen M. Lalande. I found him very ready to render me many trifling services, and to concern himself in my little affairs, but I have my doubts of his having, in the few books he ever read, fallen upon any one of those I have written. I do not know that he has a library, or that such a thing is of any use to him, and for the bust he has a bad figure in plaster, by Lemoyne, from which has been engraved a hideous portrait that bears my name, as if it bore to me some resemblance. The only Frenchman who seemed to come to see me, on account of my sentiments, and his taste for my works, was a young officer of the regiment of Limousin, named Séguier de Saint-Brisson. He made a figure in Paris, where he still perhaps distinguishes himself by his pleasing talents and wit. He came once to Montmorency, the winter which preceded my catastrophe. I was pleased with his vivacity. He afterwards wrote to me at Moutiers, and whether he wished to flatter me, or that his head was turned with Émilius, he informed me he was about to quit the service to live independently, and had begun to learn the trade of a carpenter. He had an elder brother, a captain in the same regiment, the favorite of the mother, who, a devotee to excess, and directed by I know not what hypocrite, did not treat the youngest son well, accusing him of irreligion, and what was still worse, of the unpardonable crime of being connected with me. These were the grievances, on account of which he was determined to break with his mother, and adopt the manner of life of which I have just spoken, all to play the part of the young Émilius. Alarmed at his petulance, I immediately wrote to him, endeavoring to make him change his resolution, and my exhortations were as strong as I could make them. They had their effect. He returned to his duty, to his mother, and took back the resignation he had given the colonel, who had been prudent enough to make no use of it, that the young man might have time to reflect upon what he had done. Saint-Brisson, cured of these follies, was guilty of another less alarming, but, to me, not less disagreeable than the rest. He became an author. He successively published 2 or 3 pamphlets which announced a man not devoid of talents, but I have not to reproach myself with having encouraged him by my praises to continue to write. Some time afterwards he came to see me, and we made together a pilgrimage to the island of Saint Pierre. During this journey I found him different from what I saw of him at Montmorency. He had, in his manner, something affected, which at first did not much disgust me, although I have since thought of it to his disadvantage. He once visited me at the Hotel de Saint-Simon, as I passed through Paris on my way to England. I learned there what he had not told me, that he lived in the great world, and often visited Madame de Luxembourg. Whilst I was at Tree, I never heard from him, nor did he so much as make inquiry after me, by means of his relation Mademoiselle Seguier, my neighbor. This lady never seemed favorably disposed towards me. In a word, the infatuation of M. de Saint-Brisson ended suddenly, like the connection of M. de Fiennes, but this man owed me nothing, and the former was under obligations to me, unless the follies I prevented him from committing were nothing more than affectation, which might very possibly be the case. I had visits from Geneva also. The Delucs, father and son, successively chose me for their attendant in sickness. The father was taken ill on the road, the son was already sick when he left Geneva, they both came to my house. Ministers, relations, hypocrites, and persons of every description came from Geneva and Switzerland, not like those from France, to laugh at and admire me, but to rebuke and catechise me. The only person amongst them who gave me pleasure, was Multu, who passed with me 3 or 4 days, and whom I wished to remain much longer, the most persevering of all, the most obstinate, and who conquered me by importunity, was A. M. d'Ivernois, a merchant at Geneva, a French refugee, and related to the Attorney General of Neuchâtel. This man came from Geneva to Moutiers twice a year, on purpose to see me, remained with me several days together from morning to night, accompanied me in my walks, brought me 1,000 little presents, insinuated himself in spite of me into my confidence, and intermeddled in all my affairs, notwithstanding there was not between him and myself the least similarity of ideas, inclination, sentiment, or knowledge. I do not believe he ever read a book of any kind throughout, or that he knows upon what subject mine are written. When I began to herbalize, he followed me in my botanical rambles, without taste for that amusement, or having anything to say to me or I to him. He had the patience to pass with me 3 days in a public house at Gumoines, whence, by wearying him and making him feel how much he wearied me, I was in hopes of driving him away. I could not, however, shake his incredible perseverance, nor by any means discover the motive of it. Amongst these connections, made and continued by force, I must not omit the only one that was agreeable to me, and in which my heart was really interested. This was that I had with a young Hungarian who came to live at Neuchâtel, and from that place to Moutiers, a few months after I had taken up my residence there. He was called by the people of the country the Baron de Sauterne, by which name he had been recommended from Zurich. He was tall, well made, had an agreeable countenance, and mild and social qualities. He told everybody, and gave me also to understand that he came to Neuchâtel for no other purpose, than that of forming his youth to virtue, by his intercourse with me. His physiognomy, manner, and behavior, seemed well suited to his conversation, and I should have thought I failed in one of the greatest duties had I turned my back upon a young man in whom I perceived nothing but what was amiable, and who sought my acquaintance from so respectable a motive. My heart knows not how to connect itself by halves. He soon acquired my friendship, and all my confidence, and we were presently inseparable. He accompanied me in all my walks, and became fond of them. I took him to the Marechal, who received him with the utmost kindness. As he was yet unable to explain himself in French, he spoke and wrote to me in Latin, I answered in French, and this mingling of the two languages did not make our conversations either less smooth or lively. He spoke of his family, his affairs, his adventures, and of the court of Vienna, with the domestic details of which he seemed well acquainted. In fine, during 2 years which we passed in the greatest intimacy, I found in him a mildness of character proof against everything, manners not only polite but elegant, great neatness of person, and extreme decency in his conversation, in a word, all the marks of a man born and educated a gentleman, and which rendered him in my eyes too estimable not to make him dear to me. At the time we were upon the most intimate and friendly terms. D'Ivernois wrote to me from Geneva, putting me upon my guard against the young Hungarian who had taken up his residence in my neighborhood, telling me he was a spy whom the Minister of France had appointed to watch my proceedings. This information was of a nature to alarm me the more, as everybody advised me to guard against the machinations of persons who were employed to keep an eye upon my actions, and to entice me into France for the purpose of betraying me. To shut the mouths, once for all, of these foolish advisers, I proposed to Sauternes, without giving him the least intimation of the information I had received, a journey on foot to Pontarlier, to which he consented. As soon as we arrived there I put the letter from D'Ivernois into his hands, and after giving him an ardent embrace, I said, Sauternes has no need of a proof of my confidence in him, but it is necessary I should prove to the public that I know in whom to place it. This embrace was accompanied with a pleasure which persecutors can neither feel themselves, nor take away from the oppressed. I will never believe Sauternes was a spy, nor that he betrayed me, but I was deceived by him. When I opened to him my heart without reserve, he constantly kept his own shut, and abused me by lies. He invented I know not what kind of story, to prove to me his presence was necessary in his own country. I exhorted him to return to it as soon as possible. He set off, and when I thought he was in Hungary, I learned he was at Strasbourg. This was not the first time he had been there. He had caused some disorder in a family in that city, and the husband, knowing I received him in my house, wrote to me. I used every effort to bring the young woman back to the paths of virtue, and Sauternes to his duty. When I thought they were perfectly detached from each other, they renewed their acquaintance, and the husband had the complaisance to receive the young man at his house. From that moment I had nothing more to say. I found the pretended baron had imposed upon me by a great number of lies. His name was not Sauternes, but Sautersheim. With respect to the title of baron, given him in Switzerland, I could not reproach him with the impropriety, because he had never taken it, but I have not a doubt of his being a gentleman, and the marshal, who knew mankind, and had been in Hungary, always considered and treated him as such. He had no sooner left my neighborhood, than the girl at the inn where he ate, at Motiers, declared herself with child by him. She was so dirty a creature, and Sauternes, generally esteemed in the country for his conduct and purity of morals, piqued himself so much upon cleanliness, that everybody was shocked at this impudent pretension. The most amiable women of the country, who had vainly displayed to him their charms, were furious. I myself was almost choked with indignation. I used every effort to get the tongue of this impudent woman stopped, offering to pay all expenses, and to give security for Sautersheim. I wrote to him in the fullest persuasion, not only that this pregnancy could not relate to him, but that it was feigned, and the whole a machination of his enemies and mine. I wished him to return and confound the strumpet, and those by whom she was dictated to. The pusillanimity of his answer surprised me. He wrote to the master of the parish to which the creature belonged, and endeavored to stifle the matter. Perceiving this, I concerned myself no more about it, but I was astonished that a man who could stoop so low should have been sufficiently master of himself to deceive me by his reserve in the closest familiarity. From Strasbourg, Sautersheim went to seek his fortune in Paris, and found there nothing but misery. He wrote to me acknowledging his error. My compassion was excited by the recollection of our former friendship, and I sent him a sum of money. The year following, as I passed through Paris, I saw him much in the same situation, but he was the intimate friend of M. de Lalande, and I could not learn by what means he had formed this acquaintance, or whether it was recent or of long standing. 2 years afterwards Sautersheim returned to Strasbourg, whence he wrote to me and where he died. This, in a few words, is the history of our connection, and what I know of his adventures, but while I mourn the fate of the unhappy young man, I still, and ever shall, believe he was the son of people of distinction, and the impropriety of his conduct was the effect of the situations to which he was reduced. Such were the connections and acquaintance I acquired at Motiers. How many of these would have been necessary to compensate the cruel losses I suffered at the same time? The first of these was that of M. de Luxembourg, who, after having been long tormented by the physicians, at length became their victim, by being treated for the gout which they would not acknowledge him to have, as for a disorder they thought they could cure. According to what Laroche, the confidential servant of Madame de Luxembourg, wrote to me relative to what had happened, it is by this cruel and memorable example that the miseries of greatness are to be deplored. The loss of this good nobleman afflicted me the more, as he was the only real friend I had in France, and the mildness of his character was such as to make me quite forget his rank, and attach myself to him as his equal. Our connection was not broken off on account of my having quitted the kingdom. He continued to write to me as usual. I nevertheless thought I perceived that absence, or my misfortune, had cooled his affection for me. It is difficult to a courtier to preserve the same attachment to a person whom he knows to be in disgrace with courts. I moreover suspected the great ascendancy Madame de Luxembourg had over his mind had been unfavorable to me, and that she had taken advantage of our separation to injure me in his esteem. For her part, notwithstanding a few affected marks of regard, which daily became less frequent, she less concealed the change in her friendship. She wrote to me 4 or 5 times into Switzerland, after which she never wrote to me again, and nothing but my prejudice, confidence, and blindness, could have prevented my discovering in her something more than a coolness towards me. Guy the bookseller, partner with Duchesne, who, after I had left Montmorency, frequently went to the Hotel de Luxembourg, wrote to me that my name was in the will of the Marechal. There was nothing in this either incredible or extraordinary, on which account I had no doubt of the truth of the information. I deliberated within myself whether or not I should receive the legacy. Everything well considered, I determined to accept it, whatever it might be, and to do that honor to the memory of an honest man, who, in a rank in which friendship is seldom found, had had a real one for me. I had not this duty to fulfill. I heard no more of the legacy, whether it were true or false, and in truth I should have felt some pain in offending against one of the great maxims of my system of morality, in profiting by anything at the death of a person whom I had once held dear. During the last illness of our friend Massard, Lenepes proposed to me to take advantage of the grateful sense he expressed for our cares, to insinuate to him dispositions in our favor. "Ah, my dear Lenepes," said I, "let us not pollute by interested ideas the sad but sacred duties we discharge towards our dying friend. I hope my name will never be found in the testament of any person, at least not in that of a friend." It was about this time that my Lord Marshal spoke to me of what he intended to do in it for me, and that I made him the answer of which I have spoken in the first part of my memoirs. My second loss, still more afflicting and irreparable, was that of the best of women and mothers, who, already weighed down with years, and overburthened with infirmities and misery, quitted this vale of tears for the abode of the blessed, where the amiable remembrance of the good we have done here below is the eternal reward of our benevolence. Go, gentle and beneficent shade, to those of Fenelon, Bernex, Cadenet, and others, who in a more humble state have, like them, opened their hearts to pure charity. Go and taste of the fruit of your own benevolence, and prepare for your son the place he hopes to fill by your side. Happy in your misfortunes that heaven, in putting to them a period, has spared you the cruel spectacle of his. Fearing, lest I should fill her heart with sorrow by the recital of my first disasters, I had not written to her since my arrival in Switzerland, but I wrote to M. de Conzi, to inquire after her situation, and it was from him I learned she had ceased to alleviate the sufferings of the afflicted, and that her own were at an end. I myself shall not suffer long, but if I thought I should not see her again in the life to come, my feeble imagination would less delight in the idea of the perfect happiness I there hope to enjoy. My third and last loss, for since that time I have not had a friend to lose, was that of the Lord Marshal. He did not die but tired of serving the ungrateful, he left Neuchâtel, and I have never seen him since. He still lives, and will, I hope, survive me. He is alive, and thanks to him all my attachments on earth are not destroyed. there is one man still worthy of my friendship, for the real value of this consists more in what we feel than in that which we inspire, but I have lost the pleasure I enjoyed in his, and can rank him in the number of those only whom I love, but with whom I am no longer connected. He went to England to receive the pardon of the king, and acquired the possession of the property which formerly had been confiscated. We did not separate without an intention of again being united, the idea of which seemed to give him as much pleasure as I received from it. He determined to reside at Keith Hall, near Aberdeen, and I was to join him as soon as he was settled there, but this project was too flattering to my hopes to give me any of its success. He did not remain in Scotland. The affectionate solicitations of the King of Prussia induced him to return to Berlin, and the reason of my not going to him there will presently appear. Before this departure, foreseeing the storm which my enemies began to raise against me, he of his own accord sent me letters of naturalization, which seemed to be a certain means of preventing me from being driven from the country. The community of the convent of Val de Traverse followed the example of the governor, and gave me letters of communion, gratis, as they were the first. Thus, in every respect, become a citizen, I was sheltered from legal expulsion, even by the prince, but it has never been by legitimate means, that the man who, of all others, has shown the greatest respect for the laws, has been persecuted. I do not think I ought to enumerate, amongst the number of my losses at this time, that of the Abbé Malby. Having lived some time at the house of his mother, I have been acquainted with the Abbé, but not very intimately, and I have reason to believe the nature of his sentiments with respect to me changed after I acquired a greater celebrity than he already had. But the first time I discovered his insincerity was immediately after the publication of the letters from the mountain. A letter attributed to him, addressed to Madame Saladin, was handed about in Geneva, in which he spoke of this work as the seditious clamors of a furious demagogue. The esteem I had for the Abbé Malby, and my great opinion of his understanding, did not permit me to believe this extravagant letter was written by him. I acted in this business with my usual candor. I sent him a copy of the letter, informing him he was said to be the author of it. He returned me no answer. This silence astonished me, but what was my surprise when by a letter I received from Madame de Chenonceau, I learned the Abbé was really the author of that which was attributed to him, and found himself greatly embarrassed by mine. For even supposing for a moment that what he stated was true, how could he justify so public an attack, wantonly made, without obligation or necessity, for the sole purpose of overwhelming in the midst of his greatest misfortunes, a man to whom he had shown himself a well-wisher, and who had not done anything that could excite his enmity? In a short time afterwards the dialogues of Phocion, in which I perceived nothing but a compilation, without shame or restraint, from my writings, made their appearance. In reading this book I perceived the author had not the least regard for me, and that in future I must number him among my most bitter enemies. I do not believe he has ever pardoned me for the social contract, far superior to his abilities, or the perpetual peace, and I am, besides, of opinion that the desire he expressed that I should make an extract from the Abbé de Saint-Pierre, proceeded from a supposition in him that I should not acquit myself of it so well. The further I advance in my narrative, the less order I feel myself capable of observing. The agitation of the rest of my life has deranged in my ideas the succession of events. These are too numerous, confused, and disagreeable to be recited in due order. The only strong impression they have left upon my mind is that of the horrid mystery by which the cause of them is concealed, and of the deplorable state to which they have reduced me. My narrative will in future be irregular, and according to the events which, without order, may occur to my recollection. I remember about the time to which I refer, full of the idea of my confessions, I very imprudently spoke of them to everybody, never imagining it could be the wish or interest, much less within the power of any person whatsoever, to throw an obstacle in the way of this undertaking, and had I suspected it, even this would not have rendered me more discreet, as from the nature of my disposition it is totally impossible for me to conceal either my thoughts or feelings. The knowledge of this enterprise was, as far as I can judge, the cause of the storm that was raised to drive me from Switzerland, and deliver me into the hands of those by whom I might be prevented from executing it. I had another project in contemplation which was not looked upon with a more favorable eye by those who were afraid of the first. This was a general edition of my works. I thought this edition of them necessary to ascertain what books, amongst those to which my name was affixed, were really written by me, and to furnish the public with the means of distinguishing them from the writings falsely attributed to me by my enemies, to bring me to dishonor and contempt. This was besides a simple and an honorable means of ensuring to myself a livelihood, and the only one that remained to me. As I had renounced the profession of an author, my memoirs not being of a nature to appear during my lifetime, as I no longer gained a farthing in any manner whatsoever, and constantly lived at a certain expense, I saw the end of my resources in that of the produce of the last things I had written. This reason had induced me to hasten the finishing of my Dictionary of Music, which still was incomplete. I had received for it 100 louis and a life annuity of 300 livres, but 100 louis could not last long in the hands of a man who annually expended upwards of 60, and 300 livres a year was but a trifling sum to one upon whom parasites and beggarly visitors lighted like a swarm of flies. A company of merchants from Neuchâtel came to undertake the general edition, and a printer or bookseller of the name of Reguillet, from Lyons, thrust himself, I know not by what means, amongst them to direct it. The agreement was made upon reasonable terms, and sufficient to accomplish my object. I had in print and manuscript, matter for 6 volumes in quarto. I moreover agreed to give my assistance in bringing out the edition. The merchants were, on their part, to pay me 1,000 crowns down, and to assign me an annuity of 1,600 livres for life. The agreement was concluded but not signed, when the letters from the mountain appeared. The terrible explosion caused by this infernal work, and its abominable author, terrified the company, and the undertaking was at an end. I would compare the effect of this last production to that of the letter on French music, had not that letter, while it brought upon me hatred, and exposed me to danger, acquired me respect and esteem. But after the appearance of the last work, it was a matter of astonishment at Geneva and Versailles that such a monster as the author of it should be suffered to exist. The little council, excited by the French resident, and directed by the Attorney General, made a declaration against my work, by which, in the most severe terms, it was declared to be unworthy of being burned by the hands of the hangman, adding, with an address which bordered upon the burlesque, there was no possibility of speaking of or answering it without dishonor. I would here transcribe the curious piece of composition, but unfortunately I have it not by me. I ardently wish some of my readers, animated by the zeal of truth and equity, would read over the letters from the mountain. They will, I dare hope, feel the stoical moderation which reigns throughout the whole, after all the cruel outrages with which the author was loaded. But unable to answer the abuse, because no part of it could be called by that name, nor to the reasons because these were unanswerable, my enemies pretended to appear too much enraged to reply, and it is true, if they took the invincible arguments it contains for abuse, they must have felt themselves roughly treated. The remonstrating party, far from complaining of the odious declaration, acted according to the spirit of it, and instead of making a trophy of the letters from the mountain, which they veiled to make them serve as a shield, were pusillanimous enough not to do justice or honor to that work, written to defend them, and at their own solicitation. They did not either quote or mention the letters, although they tacitly drew from them all their arguments, and by exactly following the advice with which they conclude, made them the sole cause of their safety and triumph. They had imposed on me this duty, I had fulfilled it, and unto the end had served their cause and the country. I begged of them to abandon me, and in their quarrels to think of nobody but themselves. They took me at my word, and I concerned myself no more about their affairs, further than constantly to exhort them to peace, not doubting, should they continue to be obstinate, of their being crushed by France. This however did not happen. I know the reason why it did not, but this is not the place to explain what I mean. The effect produced at Neuchâtel by the letters from the mountain was at first very mild. I sent a copy of them to M. de Montmollin, who received it favorably, and read it without making any objection. He was ill as well as myself. As soon as he recovered he came in a friendly manner to see me, and conversed on general subjects. A rumor was however begun, the book was burned I know not where. From Geneva, Bern, and perhaps from Versailles, the effervescence quickly passed to Neuchâtel, and especially to Val de Travers, where, before even the ministers had taken any apparent steps, an attempt was secretly made to stir up the people. I ought, I dare assert, to have been beloved by the people of that country in which I have lived, giving alms in abundance, not leaving about me an indigent person without assistance, never refusing to do any service in my power, and which was consistent with justice, making myself perhaps too familiar with everybody, and avoiding, as far as it was possible for me to do it, all distinction which might excite the least jealousy. This, however, did not prevent the populace, secretly stirred up against me, by I know not whom, from being by degrees irritated against me, even to fury, nor from publicly insulting me, not only in the country and upon the road, but in the street. Those to whom I had rendered the greatest services became most irritated against me, and even people who still continued to receive my benefactions, not daring to appear, excited others, and seemed to wish thus to be revenged of me for their humiliation, by the obligations they were under for the favors I had conferred upon them. Montmollin seemed to pay no attention to what was passing, and did not yet come forward. But as the time of communion approached, he came to advise me not to present myself at the holy table, assuring me, however, he was not my enemy, and that he would leave me undisturbed. I found this compliment whimsical enough. It brought to my recollection the letter from Madame de Beaufillers, and I could not conceive to whom it could be a matter of such importance whether I communicated or not. Considering this condescension on my part as an act of cowardice, and moreover, being unwilling to give to the people a new pretext under which they might charge me with impiety, I refused the request of the minister, and he went away dissatisfied, giving me to understand I should repent of my obstinacy. He could not of his own authority forbid me the communion, that of the consistory, by which I had been admitted to it, was necessary, and as long as there was no objection from that body I might present myself without the fear of being refused. Montmollin procured from the class a commission to summon me to the consistory, there to give an account of the articles of my faith, and to excommunicate me should I refuse to comply. This excommunication could not be pronounced without the aid of the consistory also, and a majority of the voices. But the peasants, who under the appellation of elders, composed this assembly, presided over and governed by their minister, might naturally be expected to adopt his opinion, especially in matters of the clergy, which they still less understood than he did. I was therefore summoned, and I resolved to appear. What a happy circumstance and triumph would this have been to me could I have spoken, and had I, if I may so speak, had my pen in my mouth. With what superiority, with what facility even, should I have overthrown this poor minister in the midst of his 6 peasants. The thirst after power having made the Protestant clergy forget all the principles of the Reformation, all I had to do to recall these to their recollection and to reduce them to silence, was to make comments upon my first letters from the mountain, upon which they had the folly to animadvert. My text was ready, and I had only to enlarge on it, and my adversary was confounded. I should not have been weak enough to remain on the defensive. It was easy to me to become an assailant without his even perceiving it, or being able to shelter himself from my attack. The contemptible priests of the class, equally careless and ignorant, had of themselves placed me in the most favorable situation I could desire to crush them at pleasure. But what of this? It was necessary I should speak without hesitation, and find ideas, turn of expression, and words at will, preserving a presence of mind, and keeping myself collected, without once suffering even a momentary confusion. For what could I hope, feeling as I did, my want of aptitude to express myself with ease? I had been reduced to the most mortifying silence at Geneva, before an assembly which was favorable to me, and previously resolved to approve of everything I should say. Here, on the contrary, I had to do with a cavalier who, substituting cunning to knowledge, would spread for me 100 snares before I could perceive one of them, and was resolutely determined to catch me in an error, let the consequence be what it would. The more I examined the situation in which I stood, the greater danger I perceived myself exposed to, and feeling the impossibility of successfully withdrawing from it, I thought of another expedient. I meditated a discourse which I intended to pronounce before the consistory, to exempt myself from the necessity of answering. The thing was easy. I wrote the discourse and began to learn it by memory, with an inconceivable ardor. Teresa laughed at hearing me mutter and incessantly repeat the same phrases, while endeavoring to cram them into my head. I hoped, at length, to remember what I had written. I knew the chatelaine, as an officer attached to the service of the prince, would be present at the consistory, and that notwithstanding the manoeuvres and bottles of Montmalon, most of the elders were well disposed towards me. I had, moreover, in my favor, reason, truth, and justice, with the protection of the king, the authority of the Council of State, and the good wishes of every real patriot, to whom the establishment of this Inquisition was threatening. In fine, everything contributed to encourage me. On the eve of the day appointed, I had my discourse by rote, and recited it without missing a word. I had it in my head all night. In the morning I had forgotten it. I hesitated at every word, thought myself before the assembly, became confused, stammered, and lost my presence of mind. In fine, when the time to make my appearance was almost at hand, my courage totally failed me. I remained at home and wrote to the consistory, hastily stating my reasons, and pleaded my disorder, which really, in the state to which apprehension had reduced me, would scarcely have permitted me to stay out the whole sitting. The minister, embarrassed by my letter, adjourned the consistory. In the interval, he of himself, and by his creatures, made 1,000 efforts to seduce the elders, who, following the dictates of their consciences, rather than those they received from him, did not vote according to his wishes, or those of the class. Whatever power his arguments drawn from his cellar might have over this kind of people, he could not gain one of them, more than the 2 or 3 who were already devoted to his will, and who were called his aims damnees. The officer of the prince, and the Colonel Puri, who, in this affair, acted with great zeal, kept the rest to their duty, and when Montmalon wished to proceed to excommunication, his consistory, by a majority of voices, flatly refused to authorize him to do it. Thus reduced to the last expedient, that of stirring up the people against me, he, his colleagues, and other persons, set about it openly, and were so successful, that notwithstanding the strong and frequent rescripts of the king, and the orders of the Council of State, I was at length obliged to quit the country, that I might not expose the officer of the king to be himself assassinated while he protected me. The recollection of the whole of this affair is so confused, that it is impossible for me to reduce to or connect the circumstances of it. I remember a kind of negotiation had been entered into with the class, in which Montmalon was the mediator. He feigned to believe it was feared I should, by my writings, disturb the peace of the country, in which case, the liberty I had of writing would be blamed. He had given me to understand that if I consented to lay down my pen, what was past would be forgotten. I had already entered into this engagement with myself, and did not hesitate in doing it with the class, but conditionally and solely in matters of religion. He found means to have a duplicate of the agreement upon some change necessary to be made in it. The condition having been rejected by the class, I demanded back the writing, which was returned to me, but he kept the duplicate, pretending it was lost. After this, the people, openly excited by the ministers, laughed at the rescripts of the king, and the orders of the Council of State, and shook off all restraint. I was declaimed against from the pulpit, called Antichrist, and pursued in the country like a mad wolf. My Armenian dress discovered me to the populace, of this I felt the cruel inconvenience, but to quit it in such circumstances, appeared to me an act of cowardice. I could not prevail upon myself to do it, and I quietly walked through the country with my caftan and fur bonnet in the midst of the hootings of the dregs of the people, and sometimes through a shower of stones. Several times as I passed before houses, I heard those by whom they were inhabited call out, "Bring me my gun that I may fire at him." As I did not on this account hasten my pace, my calmness increased their fury, but they never went further than threats, at least with respect to firearms. During the fermentation I received from two circumstances the most sensible pleasure. The first was my having it in my power to prove my gratitude by means of the Lord Marshal. The honest part of the inhabitants of Neuchâtel, full of indignation at the treatment I received, and the manoeuvres of which I was the victim, held the ministers in execration, clearly perceiving they were obedient to a foreign impulse, and the vile agents of people, who, in making them act, kept themselves concealed. They were moreover afraid my case would have dangerous consequences, and be made a precedent for the purpose of establishing a real inquisition. The magistrates, and especially M. Muran, who had succeeded M. d'Ivernois in the office of Attorney General, made every effort to defend me. Colonel Pury, although a private individual, did more and succeeded better. It was the colonel who found means to make Montmollin submit in his consistory, by keeping the elders to their duty. He had credit, and employed it to stop the sedition, but he had nothing more than the authority of the laws, and the aid of justice and reason, to oppose to that of money and wine. The combat was unequal, and in this point Montmollin was triumphant. However, thankful for his zeal and cares, I wished to have it in my power to make him a return of good offices, and in some measure discharge a part of the obligations I was under to him. I knew he was very desirous of being named a councillor of state, but having displeased the court by his conduct in the affair of the minister Petitpierre, he was in disgrace with the prince and governor. I however undertook, at all risks, to write to the Lord Marshal in his favour. I went so far as even to mention the employment of which he was desirous, and my application was so well received that, contrary to the expectations of his most ardent well-wishers, it was almost instantly conferred upon him by the king. In this manner fate, which has constantly raised me to too great an elevation, or plunged me into an abyss of adversity, continued to toss me from one extreme to another, and whilst the populace covered me with mud I was able to make a councillor of state. The other pleasing circumstance was a visit I received from Madame de Vert-Ellen with her daughter, with whom she had been at the baths of Bourbon, whence they came to Motiers and stayed with me 2 or 3 days. By her attention and cares, she at length conquered my long repugnancy, and my heart, won by her endearing manner, made her a return of all the friendship of which she had long given me proofs. This journey made me extremely sensible of her kindness. My situation rendered the consolations of friendship highly necessary to support me under my sufferings. I was afraid she would be too much affected by the insults I received from the populace, and could have wished to conceal them from her that her feelings might not be hurt, but this was impossible, and although her presence was some check upon the insolent populace in our walks, she saw enough of their brutality to enable her to judge of what passed when I was alone. During the short residence she made at Motiers, I was still attacked in my habitation. One morning her chambermaid found my window blocked up with stones, which had been thrown at it during the night. A very heavy bench placed in the street by the side of the house, and strongly fastened down, was taken up and reared against the door in such a manner as, had it not been perceived from the window, to have knocked down the first person who should have opened the door to go out. Madame de Vert-Ellen was acquainted with everything that passed, for, besides what she herself was witness to, her confidential servant went into many houses in the village, spoke to everybody, and was seen in conversation with Montmollin. She did not, however, seem to pay the least attention to that which happened to me, nor never mentioned Montmollin nor any other person, and answered in a few words to what I said to her of him. Persuaded that a residence in England would be more agreeable to me than any other, she frequently spoke of Mr. Hume, who was then at Paris, of his friendship for me, and the desire he had of being of service to me in his own country. It is time I should say something of Hume. He had acquired a great reputation in France amongst the encyclopedists by his essays on commerce and politics, and in the last place by his history of the House of Stuart, the only one of his writings of which I had read a part, in the translation of the Abbé Prévost. For want of being acquainted with his other works, I was persuaded, according to what I heard of him, that Mr. Hume joined a very republican mind to the English paradoxes in favor of luxury. In this opinion I considered his whole apology of Charles I as a prodigy of impartiality, and I had as great an idea of his virtue as of his genius. The desire of being acquainted with this great man, and of obtaining his friendship, had greatly strengthened the inclination I felt to go to England, induced by the solicitations of Madame de Boufflers, the intimate friend of Hume. After my arrival in Switzerland, I received from him, by means of this lady, a letter extremely flattering, in which, to the highest encomiums on my genius, he subjoined a pressing invitation to induce me to go to England, and the offer of all his interest, and that of his friends, to make my residence there agreeable. I found in the country to which I had retired, the Lord Marshal, the countryman and friend of Hume, who confirmed my good opinion of him, and from whom I learned a literary anecdote, which did him great honor in the opinion of his lordship and had the same effect in mine. Wallace, who had written against Hume upon the subject of the population of the ancients, was absent whilst his work was in the press. Hume took upon himself to examine the proofs, and to do the needful to the edition. This manner of acting was according to my way of thinking. I had sold at 6 sous apiece, the copies of a song written against myself. I was, therefore, strongly prejudiced in favor of Hume, when Madame de Vert-Ellen came and mentioned the lively friendship he expressed for me, and his anxiety to do me the honors of England, such was her expression. She pressed me a good deal to take advantage of this zeal and to write to him. As I had not naturally an inclination to England, and did not intend to go there until the last extremity, I refused to write or make any promise, but I left her at liberty to do whatever she should think necessary to keep Mr. Hume favorably disposed towards me. When she went from Motiers, she left me in the persuasion, by everything she had said to me of that illustrious man, that he was my friend, and she herself still more his. After her departure, Montmollon carried on his manoeuvres with more vigor, and the populace threw off all restraint. Yet I still continued to walk quietly amidst the hootings of the vulgar, and a taste for botany, which I had begun to contract with Dr. d'Ivernois, making my rambling more amusing, I went through the country herbalising, without being affected by the clamours of the scum of the earth, whose fury was still augmented by my calmness. What affected me most was, seeing families of my friends, or of persons who gave themselves that name, openly join the league of my persecutors, such as the d'Ivernois, without excepting the father and brother of my Isabelle Le Boy de la Tour, a relation to the friend in whose house I lodged, and Madame Girardier, her sister-in-law. This Peter boy was such a brute, so stupid, and behaved so uncouthly, that, to prevent my mind from being disturbed, I took the liberty to ridicule him, and after the manner of the Petit Prophet, I wrote a pamphlet of a few pages, entitled, La Vision de Pierre de la Montagne dit le Voyant, in which I found means to be diverting enough on the miracles which then served as the great pretext for my persecution. Du Perrot had this scrap printed at Geneva, but its success in the country was but moderate, the Neuchâtelois with all their wit, taste but weakly add exalt or pleasantry when these are a little refined. In the midst of decrees and persecutions, the Genevese had distinguished themselves by setting up a hue and cry with all their might, and my friend Vernes amongst others, with an heroical generosity, chose that moment precisely to publish against me letters in which he pretended to prove I was not a Christian. These letters, written with an air of self-sufficiency, were not the better for it, although it was positively said the celebrated Bonnet had given them some correction, for this man, although a materialist, has an intolerant orthodoxy the moment I am in question. There certainly was nothing in this work which could tempt me to answer it, but having an opportunity of saying a few words upon it in my letters from the mountain, I inserted in them a short note sufficiently expressive of disdain to render Vernes furious. He filled Geneva with his furious exclamations, and d'Ivernois wrote me word he had quite lost his senses. Some time afterwards appeared an anonymous sheet, which instead of ink seemed to be written with water of phlegethon. In this letter I was accused of having exposed my children in the streets, of taking about with me a soldier's trull, of being worn out with debaucheries, and other fine things of a like nature. It was not difficult for me to discover the author. My first idea on reading this libel, was to reduce to its real value everything the world calls fame and reputation amongst men, seeing thus a man who was never in a brothel in his life, and whose greatest defect was in being as timid and shy as a virgin, treated as a frequenter of places of that description, and in finding myself charged with being, I, who not only never had the least taint of such disorder, but, according to the faculty, was so constructed as to make it almost impossible for me to contract it. Everything well considered, I thought I could not better refute this libel than by having it printed in the city in which I longest resided, and with this intention I sent it to Duchesne to print it as it was, with an advertisement in which I named M. Vernes and a few short notes by way of éclaircissement. Not satisfied with printing it only, I sent copies to several persons, and amongst others one copy to the Prince Louis of Württemberg, who had made me polite advances and with whom I was in correspondence. The Prince, Du Perrot, and others, seemed to have their doubts about the author of the libel, and blamed me for having named Vernes upon so slight a foundation. Their remarks produced in me some scruples, and I wrote to Duchesne to suppress the paper. Guy wrote to me he had suppressed it. This may or may not be the case. I have been deceived on so many occasions that there would be nothing extraordinary in my being so on this, and from the time of which I speak, was so enveloped in profound darkness that it was impossible for me to come at any kind of truth. M. Vernes bore the imputation with a moderation more than astonishing in a man who was supposed not to have deserved it, and after the fury with which he was seized on former occasions. He wrote me 2 or 3 letters in very guarded terms, with a view, as it appeared to me, to endeavor by my answers to discover how far I was certain of his being the author of the paper, and whether or not I had any proofs against him. I wrote him 2 short answers, severe in the sense, but politely expressed, and with which he was not displeased. To his third letter, perceiving he wished to form with me a kind of correspondence, I returned no answer, and he got d'Ivernois to speak to me. Madame Kramer wrote to Du Perrot, telling him she was certain the libel was not by Vernes. This, however, did not make me change my opinion. But as it was possible I might be deceived, and as it is certain that if I were, I owed Vernes an explicit reparation, I sent him word by d'Ivernois that I would make him such a one as he should think proper, provided he would name to me the real author of the libel, or at least prove that he himself was not so. I went further, feeling that, after all, were he not culpable, I had no right to call upon him for proofs of any kind. I stated in a memoir of considerable length, the reasons whence I had inferred my conclusion, and determined to submit them to the judgment of an arbitrator, against whom Vernes could not accept. But few people would guess the arbitrator of whom I made choice. I declared at the end of the memoir, that if, after having examined it, and made such inquiries as should seem necessary, the council pronounced M. Vernes not to be the author of the libel, from that moment I should be fully persuaded he was not, and would immediately go and throw myself at his feet, and ask his pardon until I had obtained it. I can say with the greatest truth that my ardent zeal for equity, the uprightness and generosity of my heart, and my confidence in the love of justice innate in every mind never appeared more fully and perceptible than in this wise and interesting memoir, in which I took, without hesitation, my most implacable enemies for arbitrators between a calumniator and myself. I read to Du Perrot what I had written. He advised me to suppress it, and I did so. He wished me to wait for the proofs Vernes promised, and I am still waiting for them. He thought it best that I should in the meantime be silent, and I held my tongue, and shall do so the rest of my life, censured as I am for having brought against Vernes a heavy imputation, false and unsupportable by proof, although I am still fully persuaded, nay, as convinced as I am of my existence, that he is the author of the libel. My memoir is in the hands of Duperreau. Should it ever be published, my reasons will be found in it, and the heart of Jean-Jacques, with which my contemporaries would not be acquainted, will I hope be known. I have now to proceed to my catastrophe at Motiers, and to my departure from Val de Traverse, after a residence of 2 years and a half, and an 8-month suffering with unshaken constancy of the most unworthy treatment. It is impossible for me clearly to recollect the circumstances of this disagreeable period, but a detail of them will be found in a publication to that effect by Duperreau, of which I shall hereafter have occasion to speak. After the departure of Madame de Vert-Ellen the fermentation increased, and, notwithstanding the reiterated rescripts of the king, the frequent orders of the Council of State, and the cares of the chatelaine and magistrates of the place, the people, seriously considering me as Antichrist, and perceiving all their clamours to be of no effect, seemed at length determined to proceed to violence. Stones were already thrown after me in the roads, but I was however in general at too great a distance to receive any harm from them. At last, in the night of the fair of Motiers, which is in the beginning of September, I was attacked in my habitation in such a manner as to endanger the lives of everybody in the house. At midnight I heard a great noise in the gallery which ran along the back part of the house. A shower of stones thrown against the window and the door which opened to the gallery fell into it with so much noise and violence, that my dog, which usually slept there, and had begun to bark, ceased from fright, and ran into a corner gnawing and scratching the planks to endeavour to make his escape. I immediately rose, and was preparing to go from my chamber into the kitchen, when a stone thrown by a vigorous arm crossed the ladder, after having broken the window, forced open the door of my chamber, and fell at my feet, so that had I been a moment sooner upon the floor I should have had the stone against my stomach. I judged the noise had been made to bring me to the door, and the stone thrown to receive me as I went out. I ran into the kitchen, where I found Teresa, who also had risen, and was tremblingly making her way to me as fast as she could. We placed ourselves against the wall out of the direction of the window to avoid the stones, and deliberate upon what was best to be done, for going out to call assistance was the certain means of getting ourselves knocked on the head. Fortunately the maidservant of an old man who lodged under me was waked by the noise, and got up and ran to call the chatelaine, whose house was next to mine. He jumped from his bed, put on his robe de chamber, and instantly came to me with the guard, which, on account of the fair, went the round that night, and was just at hand. The chatelaine was so alarmed at the sight of the effects of what had happened that he turned pale, and on seeing the stones in the gallery, exclaimed, "Good God! Here is a quarry." On examining below stairs, a door of a little court was found to have been forced, and there was an appearance of an attempt having been made to get into the house by the gallery. On inquiring the reason why the guard had neither prevented nor perceived the disturbance, it came out that the guards of Motiers had insisted upon doing duty that night, although it was the turn of those of another village. The next day the chatelaine sent his report to the Council of State, which 2 days afterwards sent an order to inquire into the affair, to promise a reward and secrecy to those who should impeach such as were guilty, and in the meantime to place, at the expense of the king, guards about my house, and that of the chatelaine, which joined to it. The day after the disturbance, Colonel Pury, the Attorney General Muran, the chatelaine Martinet, the receiver Guyonet, the treasurer d'Ivernois and his father, in a word, every person of consequence in the country, came to see me, and united their solicitations to persuade me to yield to the storm and leave, at least for a time, a place in which I could no longer live in safety nor with honor. I perceived that even the chatelaine was frightened at the fury of the people, and apprehending it might extend to himself, would be glad to see me depart as soon as possible, that he might no longer have the trouble of protecting me there, and be able to quit the parish, which he did after my departure. I therefore yielded to their solicitations, and this with but little pain, for the hatred of the people so afflicted my heart that I was no longer able to support it. I had a choice of places to retire to. After Madame de Vert-Ellen returned to Paris, she had, in several letters, mentioned a Mr. Walpole, whom she called my lord, who, having a strong desire to serve me, proposed to me an asylum at one of his country houses, of the situation of which she gave me the most agreeable description, entering, relative to lodging and subsistence, into a detail which proved she and Lord Walpole had held particular consultations upon the project. My Lord Marshal had always advised me to go to England or Scotland, and in case of my determining upon the latter, offered me there an asylum. But he offered me another at Potsdam, near to his person, and which tempted me more than all the rest. He had just communicated to me what the king had said to him about my going there, which was a kind of invitation to me from that monarch, and the Duchess of Saxe-Gotha depended so much upon my taking the journey that she wrote to me desiring I should go to see her in my way to the court of Prussia, and stay some time before I proceeded farther, but I was so attached to Switzerland that I could not resolve to quit it so long as it was possible for me to live there, and I seized this opportunity to execute a project of which I had for several months conceived the idea, and of which I have deferred speaking, that I might not interrupt my narrative. This project consisted in going to reside in the island of St. Peter, an estate belonging to the hospital of Bern, in the middle of the Lake of Bienne. In a pedestrian pilgrimage I had made the preceding year with Du Perrot we had visited this isle, with which I was so much delighted that I had since that time incessantly thought of the means of making it my place of residence. The greatest obstacle to my wishes arose from the property of the island being vested in the people of Bern, who 3 years before had driven me from amongst them, and besides the mortification of returning to live with people who had given me so unfavourable a reception, I had reason to fear they would leave me no more at peace in the island than they had done at Yverdon. I had consulted the Lord Marshal upon the subject, who thinking as I did, that the people of Bern would be glad to see me banished to the island, and to keep me there as a hostage for the works I might be tempted to write, and sounded their dispositions by means of M. Stirler, his old neighbor at Colombier. M. Stirler addressed himself to the chiefs of the state, and, according to their answer assured the Marshal the Bernois, sorry for their past behavior, wished to see me settled in the island of St. Peter, and to leave me there at peace. As an additional precaution, before I determined to reside there, I desired the Colonel Caliot to make new inquiries. He confirmed what I had already heard, and the receiver of the island having obtained from his superiors permission to lodge me in it, I thought I might without danger go to the house, with the tacit consent of the sovereign and the proprietors, for I could not expect the people of Bern would openly acknowledge the injustice they had done me, and thus act contrary to the most inviolable maxim of all sovereigns. The island of St. Peter, called at Neuchâtel the island of La Motte, in the middle of the Lake of Bienne, is half a league in circumference, but in this little space all the chief productions necessary to subsistence are found. The island has fields, meadows, orchards, woods, and vineyards, and all these, favored by variegated and mountainous situations, form a distribution of the more agreeable, as the parts, not being discovered all at once, are seen successively to advantage, and make the island appear greater than it really is. A very elevated terrace forms the western part of it, and commands Galres and Neuverville. This terrace is planted with trees which form a long alley, interrupted in the middle by a great saloon, in which, during the vintage, the people from the neighboring shores assemble and divert themselves. There is but one house in the whole island, but that is very spacious and convenient, inhabited by the receiver, and situated in a hollow by which it is sheltered from the winds. 500 or 600 paces to the south of the island of St. Peter is another island, considerably less than the former, wild and uncultivated, which appears to have been detached from the greater island by storms. Its gravelly soil produces nothing but willows and persicaria, but there is in it a high hill well covered with greensward and very pleasant. The form of the lake is an almost regular oval. The banks, less rich than those of the Lake of Geneva and Neuchâtel, form a beautiful decoration, especially towards the western part, which is well peopled, and edged with vineyards at the foot of a chain of mountains, something like those of Côte-Rôtie, but which produce not such excellent wine. The bailiwick of St. John, Neuville, Bern, and Bienne, lie in a line from the south to the north, to the extremity of the lake, the whole interspersed with very agreeable villages. Such was the asylum I had prepared for myself, and to which I was determined to retire after quitting Val de Traverse. This choice was so agreeable to my peaceful inclinations, and my solitary and indolent disposition, that I consider it as one of the pleasing reveries of which I became the most passionately fond. I thought I should in that island be more separated from men, more sheltered from their outrages, and sooner forgotten by mankind, in a word, more abandoned to the delightful pleasures of the inaction of a contemplative life. I could have wished to have been confined in it in such a manner as to have had no intercourse with mortals, and I certainly took every measure I could imagine to relieve me from the necessity of troubling my head about them. The great question was that of subsistence, and by the dearness of provisions, and the difficulty of carriage, this is expensive in the island, the inhabitants are besides at the mercy of the receiver. This difficulty was removed by an arrangement which Duperrot made with me in becoming a substitute to the company which had undertaken and abandoned my general edition. I gave him all the materials necessary, and made the proper arrangement and distribution. To the engagement between us I added that of giving him the memoirs of my life, and made him the general depositary of all my papers, under the express condition of making no use of them until after my death, having it at heart quietly to end my days without doing anything which should again bring me back to the recollection of the public. The life annuity he undertook to pay me was sufficient to my subsistence. My Lord Marshal, having recovered all his property, had offered me 1200 livres a year, half of which I accepted. He wished to send me the principal, and this I refused on account of the difficulty of placing it. He then sent the amount to Duperrot, in whose hands it remained, and who pays me the annuity according to the terms agreed upon with his lordship. Adding therefore to the result of my agreement with Duperrot, the annuity of the Marshal, 2/3 of which were reversible to Teresa after my death, and the annuity of 300 livres from Duchesne, I was assured of a genteel subsistence for myself, and after me for Teresa, to whom I left 700 livres a year, from the annuities paid me by Ray and the Lord Marshal. I had therefore no longer to fear a want of bread. But it was ordained that honor should oblige me to reject all these resources which fortune and my labors placed within my reach, and that I should die as poor as I had lived. It will be seen whether or not, without reducing myself to the last degree of infamy, I could abide by the engagements which care has always taken to render ignominious, by depriving me of every other resource to force me to consent to my own dishonor. How was it possible anybody could doubt of the choice I should make in such an alternative? Others have judged of my heart by their own. My mind at ease relative to subsistence was without care upon every other subject. Although I left in the world the field open to my enemies, there remained in the noble enthusiasm by which my writings were dictated, and in the constant uniformity of my principles, an evidence of the uprightness of my heart which answered to that deducible from my conduct in favor of my natural disposition. I had no need of any other defense against my calumniators. They might under my name describe another man, but it was impossible they should deceive such as were unwilling to be imposed upon. I could have given them my whole life to animadvert upon, with a certainty, notwithstanding all my faults and weaknesses, and my want of aptitude to support the lightest yoke, of their finding me in every situation a just and good man, without bitterness, hatred, or jealousy, ready to acknowledge my errors, and still more prompt to forget the injuries I received from others, seeking all my happiness in love, friendship, and affection, and in everything carrying my sincerity even to imprudence, and the most incredible disinterestedness. I therefore in some measure took leave of the age in which I lived and my contemporaries, and bade adieu to the world, with an intention to confine myself for the rest of my days to that island. Such was my resolution, and it was there I hoped to execute the great project of the indolent life to which I had until then consecrated the little activity with which Heaven had endowed me. The island was to become to me that of Papimony, that happy country where the inhabitants sleep on ny fate plus, on ny fate null chose. This no more was everything for me, for I never much regretted sleep. Indolence is sufficient to my happiness, and provided I do nothing, I had rather dream waking than asleep. Being past the age of romantic projects, and having been more stunned than flattered by the trumpet of fame, my only hope was that of living at ease, and constantly at leisure. This is the life of the blessed in the world to come, and for the rest of mine here below I made it my supreme happiness. They who reproach me with so many contradictions, will not fail here to add another to the number. I have observed the indolence of great companies made them unsupportable to me, and I am now seeking solitude for the sole purpose of abandoning myself to inaction. This however is my disposition. If there be in it a contradiction, it proceeds from nature and not from me, but there is so little that it is precisely on that account that I am always consistent. The indolence of company is burdensome because it is forced. That of solitude is charming because it is free, and depends upon the will. In company I suffer cruelly by inaction, because this is of necessity. I must there remain nailed to my chair, or stand upright like a picket, without stirring hand or foot, not daring to run, jump, sing, exclaim, nor gesticulate when I please, not allowed even to dream, suffering at the same time the fatigue of inaction and all the torment of constraint, obliged to pay attention to every foolish thing uttered, and to all the idle compliments paid, and constantly to keep my mind upon the rack that I may not fail to introduce in my turn my jest or my lie. And this is called idleness. It is the labor of a galley slave. The indolence I love is not that of a lazy fellow who sits with his arms across in total inaction, and thinks no more than he acts, but that of a child which is incessantly in motion doing nothing, and that of a dotard who wanders from his subject. I love to amuse myself with trifles, by beginning 100 things and never finishing one of them, by going or coming as I take either into my head, by changing my project at every instant, by following a fly through all its windings, in wishing to overturn a rock to see what is under it, by undertaking with ardor the work of 10 years, and abandoning it without regret at the end of 10 minutes, finally, in musing from morning until night without order or coherence, and in following in everything the caprice of a moment. Botany, such as I have always considered it, and of which after my own manner I began to become passionately fond, was precisely an idle study, proper to fill up the void of my leisure, without leaving room for the delirium of imagination or the weariness of total inaction. Carelessly wandering in the woods and the country, mechanically gathering here a flower and there a branch, eating my morsel almost by chance, observing 1,000 times the same things, and always with the same interest, because I always forgot them, were to me the means of passing an eternity without a weary moment. However elegant, admirable, and variegated the structure of plants may be, it does not strike an ignorant eye sufficiently to fix the attention. The constant analogy, with, at the same time, the prodigious variety which reigns in their conformation, gives pleasure to those only who have already some idea of the vegetable system. Others at the sight of these treasures of nature feel nothing more than a stupid and monotonous admiration. They see nothing in detail because they know not for what to look, nor do they perceive the whole, having no idea of the chain of connection and combinations which overwhelms with its wonders the mind of the observer. I was arrived at that happy point of knowledge, and my want of memory was such as constantly to keep me there, that I knew little enough to make the whole new to me, and yet everything that was necessary to make me sensible to the beauties of all the parts. The different soils into which the island, although little, was divided, offered a sufficient variety of plants, for the study and amusement of my whole life. I was determined not to leave a blade of grass without analyzing it, and I began already to take measures for making, with an immense collection of observations, the Flora Petrinsularis. I sent for Teresa, who brought with her my books and effects. We boarded with the receiver of the island. His wife had sisters at Nida, who by turns came to see her, and were company for Teresa. I here made the experiment of the agreeable life which I could have wished to continue to the end of my days, and the pleasure I found in it only served to make me feel to a greater degree the bitterness of that by which it was shortly to be succeeded. I have ever been passionately fond of water, and the sight of it throws me into a delightful reverie, although frequently without a determinate object. Immediately after I rose from my bed I never failed, if the weather was fine, to run to the terrace to respire the fresh and salubrious air of the morning, and glide my eye over the horizon of the lake, bounded by banks and mountains, delightful to the view. I know no homage more worthy of the divinity than the silent admiration excited by the contemplation of his works, and which is not externally expressed. I can easily comprehend the reason why the inhabitants of great cities, who see nothing but walls, and streets, have but little faith, but not whence it happens that people in the country, and especially such as live in solitude, can possibly be without it. How comes it to pass that these do not 100 times a day elevate their minds in ecstasy to the author of the wonders which strike their senses? For my part, it is especially at rising, wearied by a want of sleep, that long habit inclines me to this elevation which imposes not the fatigue of thinking. But to this effect my eyes must be struck with the ravishing beauties of nature. In my chamber I pray less frequently, and not so fervently, but at the view of a fine landscape I feel myself moved, but by what I am unable to tell. I have somewhere read of a wise bishop who in a visit to his diocese found an old woman whose only prayer consisted in the single interjection, "Oh, good mother," said he to her, "continue to pray in this manner, your prayer is better than ours. This better prayer is mine also." After breakfast, I hastened, with a frown on my brow, to write a few pitiful letters, longing ardently for the moment after which I should have no more to write. I busied myself for a few minutes about my books and papers, to unpack and arrange them, rather than to read what they contained, and this arrangement, which to me became the work of Penelope, gave me the pleasure of musing for a while. I then grew weary, and quitted my books to spend the 3 or 4 hours which remained to me of the morning in the study of botany, and especially of the system of Linnaeus, of which I became so passionately fond, that, after having felt how useless my attachment to it was, I yet could not entirely shake it off. This great observer is, in my opinion, the only one who, with Ludwig, has hitherto considered botany as a naturalist, and a philosopher, but he has too much studied it in herbals and gardens, and not sufficiently in nature herself. For my part, whose garden was always the whole island, the moment I wanted to make or verify an observation, I ran into the woods or meadows with my book under my arm, and there laid myself upon the ground near the plant in question, to examine it at my ease as it stood. This method was of great service to me in gaining a knowledge of vegetables in their natural state, before they had been cultivated and changed in their nature by the hands of men. Fagan, first physician to Louis XIV, and who named and perfectly knew all the plants in the royal garden, is said to have been so ignorant in the country as not to know how to distinguish the same plants. I am precisely the contrary. I know something of the work of nature, but nothing of that of the gardener. I gave every afternoon totally up to my indolent and careless disposition, and to following without regularity the impulse of the moment. When the weather was calm, I frequently went immediately after I rose from dinner, and alone got into the boat. The receiver had taught me to row with one oar. I rowed out into the middle of the lake. The moment I withdrew from the bank, I felt a secret joy which almost made me leap, and of which it is impossible for me to tell or even comprehend the cause, if it were not a secret congratulation on my being out of the reach of the wicked. I afterwards rowed about the lake, sometimes approaching the opposite bank, but never touching at it. I often let my boat float at the mercy of the wind and water, abandoning myself to reveries without object, and which were not the less agreeable for their stupidity. I sometimes exclaimed, "O nature! O my mother! I am here under thy guardianship alone, here is no deceitful and cunning mortal to interfere between thee and me." In this manner I withdrew half a league from land. I could have wished the lake had been the ocean. However, to please my poor dog, who was not so fond as I was of such a long stay on the water, I commonly followed one constant course. This was going to land at the little island where I walked an hour or two, or laid myself down on the grass on the summit of the hill, there to satiate myself with the pleasure of admiring the lake and its environs, to examine and dissect all the herbs within my reach, and, like another Robinson Crusoe, build myself an imaginary place of residence in the island. I became very much attached to this eminence. When I brought Teresa, with the wife of the receiver and her sisters, to walk there. How proud was I to be their pilot and guide. We took their rabbits to stock it. This was another source of pleasure to Jean-Jacques. These animals rendered the island still more interesting to me. I afterwards went to it more frequently, and with greater pleasure to observe the progress of the new inhabitants. To these amusements I added one which recalled to my recollection the delightful life I led at the Charmettes, and to which the season particularly invited me. This was assisting in the rustic labors of gathering of roots and fruits, of which Teresa and I made it a pleasure to partake with the wife of the receiver and his family. I remember a Bernois, one M. Kirkberger, coming to see me, found me perched upon a tree with a sack fastened to my waist, and already so full of apples that I could not stir from the branch on which I stood. I was not sorry to be caught in this and similar situations. I hope the people of Bern, witnesses to the employment of my leisure, would no longer think of disturbing my tranquillity but leave me at peace in my solitude. I should have preferred being confined there by their desire. This would have rendered the continuation of my repose more certain. This is another declaration upon which I am previously certain of the incredulity of many of my readers, who obstinately continue to judge me by themselves, although they cannot but have seen, in the course of my life, 1,000 internal affections which bore no resemblance to any of theirs. But what is still more extraordinary is, that they refuse me every sentiment, good or indifferent, which they have not, and are constantly ready to attribute to me such bad ones as cannot enter into the heart of man. In this case they find it easy to set me in opposition to nature, and to make of me such a monster as cannot in reality exist. Nothing absurd appears to them incredible, the moment it has a tendency to blacken me, and nothing in the least extraordinary seems to them possible, if it tends to do me honor. But, notwithstanding what they may think or say, I will still continue faithfully to state what J. Rousseau was, did, and thought, without explaining, or justifying, the singularity of his sentiments and ideas, or endeavoring to discover whether or not others have thought as he did. I became so delighted with the island of St. Peter, and my residence there was so agreeable to me that, by concentrating all my desires within it, I formed the wish that I might stay there to the end of my life. The visits I had to return in the neighborhood, the journeys I should be under the necessity of making to Neuchâtel, Bayonne, Yverdon, and Nida, already fatigued my imagination. A day passed out of the island, seemed to me a loss of so much happiness, and to go beyond the bounds of the lake was to go out of my element. Past experience had besides rendered me apprehensive. The very satisfaction that I received from anything whatever was sufficient to make me fear the loss of it, and the ardent desire I had to end my days in that island, was inseparable from the apprehension of being obliged to leave it. I had contracted a habit of going in the evening to sit upon the sandy shore, especially when the lake was agitated. I felt a singular pleasure in seeing the waves break at my feet. I formed of them in my imagination the image of the tumult of the world contrasted with the peace of my habitation, and this pleasing idea sometimes softened me even to tears. The repose I enjoyed with ecstasy was disturbed by nothing but the fear of being deprived of it, and this inquietude was accompanied with some bitterness. I felt my situation so precarious as not to dare to depend upon its continuance. Ah! How willingly, said I to myself, would I renounce the liberty of quitting this place, for which I have no desire, for the assurance of always remaining in it. Instead of being permitted to stay here by favor, why am I not detained by force? They who suffer me to remain may in a moment drive me away, and can I hope my persecutors, seeing me happy, will leave me here to continue to be so? Permitting me to live in the island is but a trifling favor. I could wish to be condemned to do it, and constrained to remain here that I may not be obliged to go elsewhere. I cast an envious eye upon Micheli Ducret, who, quiet in the castle of Arberg, had only to determine to be happy to become so. In fine, by abandoning myself to these reflections, and the alarming apprehensions of new storms always ready to break over my head, I wished for them with an incredible ardor, and that instead of suffering me to reside in the island, the Bernois would give it me for a perpetual prison, and I can assert that had it depended upon me to get myself condemned to this, I would most joyfully have done it, preferring 1,000 times the necessity of passing my life there to the danger of being driven to another place. This fear did not long remain on my mind. When I least expected what was to happen, I received a letter from the bailiff of Nida, within whose jurisdiction the island of St. Peter was. By his letter he announced to me from their excellencies an order to quit the island and their states. I thought myself in a dream. Nothing could be less natural, reasonable, or foreseen than such an order, for I considered my apprehensions as the result of inquietude in a man whose imagination was disturbed by his misfortunes, and not to proceed from a foresight which could have the least foundation. The measures I had taken to ensure myself the tacit consent of the sovereign, the tranquillity with which I had been left to make my establishment, the visits of several people from Bern, and that of the bailiff himself, who had shown me such friendship and attention, and the rigor of the season in which it was barbarous to expel a man who was sickly and infirm, all these circumstances made me and many people believe that there was some mistake in the order and that ill-disposed people had purposely chosen the time of the vintage and the vacation of the Senate suddenly to do me an injury. Had I yielded to the first impulse of my indignation, I should immediately have departed. But to what place was I to go? What was to become of me at the beginning of the winter, without object, preparation, guide, or carriage? Not to leave my papers and effects at the mercy of the first comer, time was necessary to make proper arrangements, and it was not stated in the order whether or not this would be granted me. The continuance of misfortune began to weigh down my courage. For the first time in my life I felt my natural haughtiness stoop to the yoke of necessity, and, notwithstanding the murmurs of my heart, I was obliged to demean myself by asking for a delay. I applied to M. de Graffenried, who had sent me the order, for an explanation of it. His letter, conceived in the strongest terms of disapprobation of the step that had been taken, assured me it was with the greatest regret he communicated to me the nature of it, and the expressions of grief and esteem it contained seemed so many gentle invitations to open to him my heart. I did so. I had no doubt but my letter would open the eyes of my persecutors, and that if so cruel an order was not revoked, at least a reasonable delay, perhaps the whole winter, to make the necessary preparations for my retreat, and to choose a place of abode, would be granted me. Whilst I waited for an answer, I reflected upon my situation, and deliberated upon the steps I had to take. I perceived so many difficulties on all sides, the vexation I had suffered had so strongly affected me, and my health was then in such a bad state, that I was quite overcome, and the effect of my discouragement was to deprive me of the little resource which remained in my mind, by which I might, as well as it was possible to do it, have withdrawn myself from my melancholy situation. In whatever asylum I should take refuge, it appeared impossible to avoid either of the two means made use of to expel me. One of which was to stir up against me the populace by secret maneuvers, and the other to drive me away by open force, without giving a reason for so doing. I could not, therefore, depend upon a safe retreat, unless I went in search of it farther than my strength and the season seemed likely to permit. These circumstances again bringing to my recollection the ideas which had lately occurred to me, I wished my persecutors to condemn me to perpetual imprisonment rather than oblige me incessantly to wander upon the earth, by successively expelling me from the asylums of which I should make choice, and to this effect I made them a proposal. 2 days after my first letter to M. de Graffenried, I wrote him a second, desiring he would state what I had proposed to their excellencies. The answer from Bern to both was an order, conceived in the most formal and severe terms, to go out of the island, and leave every territory, mediate and immediate of the Republic, within the space of 24 hours, and never to enter them again under the most grievous penalties. This was a terrible moment. I have since that time felt greater anguish, but never have I been more embarrassed. What afflicted me most was being forced to abandon the project which had made me desirous to pass the winter in the island. It is now time I should relate the fatal anecdote which completed my disasters, and involved in my ruin an unfortunate people, whose rising virtues already promised to equal those of Rome and Sparta, I had spoken of the Corsicans in the social contract as a new people, the only nation in Europe not too worn out for legislation, and had expressed the great hope there was of such a people, if it were fortunate enough to have a wise legislator. My work was read by some of the Corsicans, who were sensible of the honorable manner in which I had spoken of them, and the necessity under which they found themselves of endeavoring to establish their republic, made their chiefs think of asking me for my ideas upon the subject. M. Buttafuoco, of one of the first families in the country, and captain in France, in the Royal Italians, wrote to me to that effect, and sent me several papers for which I had asked to make myself acquainted with the history of the nation and the state of the country. M. Pauli, also, wrote to me several times, and although I felt such an undertaking to be superior to my abilities, I thought I could not refuse to give my assistance to so great and noble a work, the moment I should have acquired all the necessary information. It was to this effect I answered both these gentlemen, and the correspondence lasted until my departure. Precisely at the same time, I heard that France was sending troops to Corsica, and that she had entered into a treaty with the Genoese. This treaty and sending of troops gave me uneasiness, and, without imagining I had any further relation with the business, I thought it impossible and the attempt ridiculous, to labor at an undertaking which required such undisturbed tranquillity as the political institution of a people in the moment when perhaps they were upon the point of being subjugated. I did not conceal my fears from M. Buttafuoco, who rather relieved me from them by the assurance that, were there in the treaty things contrary to the liberty of his country, a good citizen like himself would not remain as he did in the service of France. In fact, his zeal for the legislation of the Corsicans, and his connections with M. Pauli, could not leave a doubt on my mind respecting him, and when I heard he made frequent journeys to Versailles and Fontainebleau, and had conversations with M. de Choiseul, all I concluded from the whole was, that with respect to the real intentions of France he had assurances which he gave me to understand, but concerning which he did not choose openly to explain himself by letter. This removed a part of my apprehensions. Yet, as I could not comprehend the meaning of the transportation of troops from France, nor reasonably suppose they were sent to Corsica to protect the liberty of the inhabitants, which they of themselves were very well able to defend against the Genoese, I could neither make myself perfectly easy, nor seriously undertake the plan of the proposed legislation, until I had solid proofs that the whole was serious, and that the parties meant not to trifle with me. I much wished for an interview with M. Buttafuoco, as that was certainly the best means of coming at the explanation I wished. Of this he gave me hopes, and I waited for it with the greatest impatience. I know not whether he really intended me any interview or not, but had this even been the case, my misfortunes would have prevented me from profiting by it. The more I considered the proposed undertaking, and the further I advanced in the examination of the papers I had in my hands, the greater I found the necessity of studying, in the country, the people for whom institutions were to be made, the soil they inhabited, and all the relative circumstances by which it was necessary to appropriate to them that institution. I daily perceived more clearly the impossibility of acquiring at a distance all the information necessary to guide me. This I wrote to M. Buttafuoco, and he felt as I did. Although I did not form the precise resolution of going to Corsica, I considered a good deal of the means necessary to make that voyage. I mentioned it to M. d'Astier, who having formerly served in the island under M. de Maillebois, was necessarily acquainted with it. He used every effort to dissuade me from this intention, and I confess the frightful description he gave me of the Corsicans and their country, considerably abetted the desire I had of going to live amongst them. But when the persecutions of Motiers made me think of quitting Switzerland, this desire was again strengthened by the hope of at length finding amongst these islanders the repose refused me in every other place. One thing only alarmed me, which was my unfitness for the active life to which I was going to be condemned, and the aversion I had always had to it. My disposition, proper for meditating at leisure and in solitude, was not so for speaking and acting, and treating of affairs with men. Nature, which had endowed me with the first talent, had refused me the last. Yet I felt that, even without taking a direct and active part in public affairs, I should as soon as I was in Corsica, be under the necessity of yielding to the desires of the people, and of frequently conferring with the chiefs. The object even of the voyage required that, instead of seeking retirement, I should in the heart of the country endeavor to gain the information of which I stood in need. It was certain that I should no longer be master of my own time, and that, in spite of myself, precipitated into the vortex in which I was not born to move, I should there lead a life contrary to my inclination, and never appear but to disadvantage. I foresaw that ill supporting by my presence the opinion my books might have given the Corsicans of my capacity, I should lose my reputation amongst them, and, as much to their prejudice as my own, be deprived of the confidence they had in me, without which, however, I could not successfully produce the work they expected from my pen. I am certain that, by thus going out of my sphere, I should become useless to the inhabitants, and render myself unhappy. Tormented, beaten by storms from every quarter, and, for several years past, fatigued by journeys and persecution, I strongly felt a want of the repose of which my barbarous enemies wantonly deprived me. I sighed more than ever after that delicious indolence, that soft tranquility of body and mind, which I had so much desired, and to which, now that I had recovered from the chimeras of love and friendship, my heart limited its supreme felicity. I viewed with terror the work I was about to undertake. The tumultuous life into which I was to enter made me tremble, and if the grandeur, beauty, and utility of the object animated my courage, the impossibility of conquering so many difficulties entirely deprived me of it. 20 years of profound meditation in solitude would have been less painful to me than an active life of 6 months in the midst of men and public affairs, with the certainty of not succeeding in my undertaking. I thought of an expedient which seemed proper to obviate every difficulty. Pursued by the underhand dealings of my secret persecutors to every place in which I took refuge, and seeing no other except Corsica where I could in my old days hope for the repose I had until then been everywhere deprived of, I resolved to go there with the directions of M. Buttafuoco as soon as this was possible, but to live there in tranquillity, renouncing, in appearance, everything relative to legislation, and, in some measure, to make my hosts a return for their hospitality, to confine myself to writing in the country the history of the Corsicans, with a reserve in my own mind of the intention of secretly acquiring the necessary information to become more useful to them should I see a probability of success. In this manner, by not entering into an engagement, I hope to be enabled better to meditate in secret and more at my ease, a plan which might be useful to their purpose, and this without much breaking in upon my dearly beloved solitude, or submitting to a kind of life which I had ever found insupportable. But the journey was not, in my situation, a thing so easy to get over. According to what M. Dastier had told me of Corsica, I could not expect to find there the most simple conveniences of life, except such as I should take with me. Linen, clothes, plate, kitchen furniture, and books, all were to be conveyed thither. To get there myself with my governante, I had the Alps to cross, and in a journey of 200 leagues to drag after me all my baggage. I had also to pass through the states of several sovereigns, and according to the example set to all Europe, I had, after what had befallen me, naturally to expect to find obstacles in every quarter, and that each sovereign would think he did himself honor by overwhelming me with some new insult, and violating in my person all the rights of persons and humanity. The immense expense, fatigue, and risk of such a journey made a previous consideration of them, and weighing every difficulty, the first step necessary. The idea of being alone, and, at my age, without resource, far removed from all my acquaintance, and at the mercy of these semi-barbarous and ferocious people, such as M. Dastier had described them to me, was sufficient to make me deliberate before I resolved to expose myself to such dangers. I ardently wished for the interview for which M. Buttafuoco had given me reason to hope, and I waited the result of it to guide me in my determination. Whilst I thus hesitated came on the persecutions of Motiers, which obliged me to retire. I was not prepared for a long journey, especially to Corsica. I expected to hear from Buttafuoco, I took refuge in the island of St. Peter, whence I was driven at the beginning of winter, as I have already stated. The Alps, covered with snow, then rendered my emigration impracticable, especially with the promptitude required from me. It is true, the extravagant severity of a like order rendered the execution of it almost impossible, for, in the midst of that concentrated solitude, surrounded by water, and having but 24 hours after receiving the order to prepare for my departure, and find a boat and carriages to get out of the island and the territory, had I had wings, I should scarcely have been able to pay obedience to it. This I wrote to the bailiff of Nida, in answer to his letter, and hastened to take my departure from a country of iniquity. In this manner was I obliged to abandon my favorite project, for which reason, not having in my oppression been able to prevail upon my persecutors to dispose of me otherwise, I determined, in consequence of the invitation of my Lord Marshal, upon a journey to Berlin, leaving Teresa to pass the winter in the island of St. Peter, with my books and effects, and depositing my papers in the hands of M. du Perrot. I used so much diligence that the next morning I left the island and arrived at Bayonne before noon. An accident, which I cannot pass over in silence, had here well nigh put an end to my journey. As soon as the news of my having received an order to quit my asylum was circulated, I received a great number of visits from the neighborhood, and especially from the Bernois, who came with the most detestable falsehood to flatter and soothe me, protesting that my persecutors had seized the moment of the vacation of the Senate to obtain and send me the order, which, said they, had excited the indignation of the 200. Some of these comforters came from the city of Bayonne, a little free state within that of Bern, and amongst others a young man of the name of Wildremit whose family was of the first rank, and had the greatest credit in that city. Wildremit strongly solicited me in the name of his fellow citizens to choose my retreat amongst them, assuring me that they were anxiously desirous of it, and that they would think it an honor and their duty to make me forget the persecutions I had suffered, that with them I had nothing to fear from the influence of the Bernois, that Bayonne was a free city, governed by its own laws, and that the citizens were unanimously resolved not to hearken to any solicitation which should be unfavorable to me. Wildremit, perceiving all he could say to be ineffectual, brought to his aid several other persons, as well from Bayonne and the environs as from Bern, even, and amongst others, the same Kirchberger, of whom I have spoken, who, after my retreat to Switzerland had endeavored to obtain my esteem, and by his talents and principles had interested me in his favor. But I received much less expected and more weighty solicitations from M. Barths, secretary to the embassy from France, who came with Wildremit to see me, exhorted me to accept his invitation, and surprised me by the lively and tender concern he seemed to feel for my situation. I did not know M. Barths, however I perceived in what he said the warmth and zeal of friendship, and that he had it at heart to persuade me to fix my residence at Bayonne. He made the most pompous eulogium of the city and its inhabitants, with whom he showed himself so intimately connected as to call them several times in my presence his patrons and fathers. This from Barths bewildered me in my conjectures. I had always suspected M. de Choiseul to be the secret author of all the persecutions I suffered in Switzerland. The conduct of the resident of Geneva, and that of the ambassador at Soleure but too much confirmed my suspicion. I perceived the secret influence of France in everything that happened to me at Bern, Geneva, and Neuchâtel, and I did not think I had any powerful enemy in that kingdom, except the Duc de Choiseul. What therefore could I think of the visit of Barths and the tender concern he showed for my welfare? My misfortunes had not yet destroyed the confidence natural to my heart, and I had still to learn from experience to discern snares under the appearance of friendship. I sought with surprise the reason of the benevolence of M. Barths. I was not weak enough to believe he had acted from himself. There was in his manner something ostentatious, an affectation even which declared a concealed intention, and I was far from having found in any of these little subaltern agents, that generous intrepidity which, when I was in a similar employment, had often caused a fermentation in my heart. I had formerly known something of the Chevalier Bouteville. At the castle of Montmorency, he had shown me marks of esteem, Since his appointment to the embassy he had given me proofs of his not having entirely forgotten me, accompanied with an invitation to go and see him at Soleure. Though I did not accept this invitation, I was extremely sensible of his civility, not having been accustomed to be treated with such kindness by people in place. I presume M. de Bouteville, obliged to follow his instructions in what related to the affairs of Geneva, yet pitying me under my misfortunes, had by his private cares prepared for me the asylum of Bayonne, that I might live there in peace under his auspices. I was properly sensible of his attention, but without wishing to profit by it and quite determined upon the journey to Berlin, I sighed after the moment in which I was to see my Lord Marshal, persuaded I should in future find real repose and lasting happiness nowhere but near his person. On my departure from the island, Kirkberger accompanied me to Bayonne. I found Wildremet and other Bayonnois, who, by the waterside, waited my getting out of the boat. We all dined together at the inn, and on my arrival there my first care was to provide a chaise, being determined to set off the next morning. Whilst we were at dinner these gentlemen repeated their solicitations to prevail upon me to stay with them, and this with such warmth and obliging protestations, that notwithstanding all my resolutions, my heart, which has never been able to resist friendly attentions, received an impression from theirs. The moment they perceived I was shaken, they redoubled their efforts with so much effect that I was at length overcome, and consented to remain at Bayonne, at least until the spring. Wildremet immediately set about providing me with a lodging, and boasted, as of a fortunate discovery, of a dirty little chamber in the back of the house, on the third story, looking into a courtyard, where I had for a view the display of the stinking skins of a dresser of chamois leather. My host was a man of a mean appearance, and a good deal of a rascal. The next day after I went to his house I heard that he was a debauchee, a gamester, and in bad credit in the neighborhood. He had neither wife, children, nor servants, and shut up in my solitary chamber, I was in the midst of one of the most agreeable countries in Europe, lodged in a manner to make me die of melancholy in the course of a few days. What affected me most was, that, notwithstanding what I had heard of the anxious wish of the inhabitants to receive me amongst them, I had not perceived, as I passed through the streets, anything polite towards me in their manners, or obliging in their looks. I was, however, determined to remain there, but I learned, saw and felt, the day after, that there was in the city a terrible fermentation, of which I was the cause. Several persons hastened obligingly to inform me that on the next day I was to receive an order conceived in the most severe terms, immediately to quit the state, that is the city. I had nobody in whom I could confide, they who had detained me were dispersed. Wildremet had disappeared, I heard no more of Barths, and it did not appear that his recommendation had brought me into great favour with those whom he had styled his patrons and fathers. One M. de Ventreverse, a Bernois, who had an agreeable house not far from the city, offered it to me for my asylum, hoping, as he said, that I might there avoid being stoned. The advantage this offer held out was not sufficiently flattering to tempt me to prolong my abode with these hospitable people. Yet, having lost 3 days by the delay, I had greatly exceeded the 24 hours the Bernois had given me to quit their states, and knowing their severity, I was not without apprehensions as to the manner in which they would suffer me to cross them, when the bailiff of Nida came opportunely and relieved me from my embarrassment. As he had highly disapproved of the violent proceedings of their excellencies, he thought, in his generosity, he owed me some public proof of his taking no part in them, and had courage to leave his bailiwick to come and pay me a visit at Bayonne. He did me this favor the evening before my departure, and far from being incognito he affected ceremony, coming in Fiocchi in his coach with his secretary, and brought me a passport in his own name that I might cross the state of Bern at my ease, and without fear of molestation. I was more flattered by the visit than by the passport, and should have been as sensible of the merit of it, had it had for object any other person whatsoever. Nothing makes a greater impression on my heart than a well-timed act of courage in favor of the weak unjustly oppressed. At length, after having with difficulty procured a chaise, I next morning left this barbarous country, before the arrival of the deputation with which I was to be honoured, and even before I had seen Teresa, to whom I had written to come to me, when I thought I should remain at Bayonne, and whom I had scarcely time to countermand by a short letter, informing her of my new disaster. In the third part of my memoirs, if ever I be able to write them, I shall state in what manner, thinking to set off for Berlin, I really took my departure for England, and the means by which the two ladies who wished to dispose of my person, after having by their manoeuvres driven me from Switzerland, where I was not sufficiently in their power, at last delivered me into the hands of their friend. I added what follows on reading my memoirs to M. and Madame, the Countess of Egmont, the Prince Pignatelli, the Marchioness of Mesme, and the Marquis of Jouigny. I have written the truth. If any person has heard of things contrary to those I have just stated, were they 1,000 times proved, he has heard calumny and falsehood, and if he refuses thoroughly to examine and compare them with me whilst I am alive, he is not a friend either to justice or truth. For my part, I openly, and without the least fear declare, that whoever, even without having read my works, shall have examined with his own eyes my disposition, character, manners, inclinations, pleasures, and habits, and pronounce me a dishonest man, is himself one who deserves a gibbet. Thus I concluded, and every person was silent. Madame d'Egmont was the only person who seemed affected. She visibly trembled, but soon recovered herself, and was silent like the rest of the company. Such were the fruits of my reading and declaration. The Criticism. Rousseau by William Cleaver Wilkinson. From French Classics. Rousseau, 1712–1778, Saint-Pierre, 1737–1814. There are two Rousseaus in French literature. At least there was a first, until the second effaced him, and became the only. We speak, of course, in comparison, and hyperbolically. J.B. Rousseau is still named as a lyric poet of the time of Louis XIV. But when Rousseau, without initials, is spoken of, it is always Jean-Jacques Rousseau that is meant. Jean-Jacques Rousseau is perhaps the most squalid, as it certainly is one of the most splendid, among French literary names. The squalor belongs chiefly to the man, but the splendor is wholly the writer's. There is hardly another example in the world's literature of a union so striking of these opposites. Rousseau's life he has himself told, in the best, the worst, and the most imperishable of his books, the Confessions. This book is one to which the adjective charming attaches, in a peculiarly literal sense of the word. The spell, however, is repellent as well as attractive. But the attraction of the style asserts and pronounces itself only the more, in triumph over the much there is in the matter to disgust and revolt. It is quite the most offensive, and it is well nigh the most fascinating, book that we know. The Confessions begin as follows. I purpose an undertaking that never had an example, and whose execution never will have an imitator. I would exhibit to my fellows a man, in all the truth of nature, and that man myself. Myself alone. I know my own heart, and I am acquainted with men. I am made unlike any one I have ever seen, I dare believe unlike any living being. If no better than, I am at least different from, others. Whether nature did well or ill in breaking the mold wherein I was cast, can be determined only after having read me. Let the last trumpet sound when it will, I will come, with this book in my hand, and present myself before the sovereign judge. I will boldly proclaim, thus have I acted, thus have I thought, such was I. With equal frankness have I disclosed the good and the evil. I have omitted nothing bad, added nothing good, and if I have happened to make use of some unimportant ornament, it has, in every case, been simply for the purpose of filling up a void occasioned by my lack of memory. I may have taken for granted as true what I knew to be possible, never what I knew to be false. Such as I was, I have exhibited myself despicable and vile, when so, virtuous, generous, sublime, when so. I have unveiled my interior being, such as thou, eternal existence, hast beheld it. Assemble around me the numberless throng of my fellow mortals, let them listen to my confessions, let them blush at my depravities, let them shrink appalled at my miseries. Let each of them, in his turn, with equal sincerity, lay bare his heart at the foot of thy throne, and then let a single one tell thee, if he dare, I was better than that man. Notwithstanding our autobiographer's disavowal of debt to example for the idea of his confessions, it seems clear that Montaigne here was at least inspiration, if not pattern, to Rousseau. But Rousseau resolved to do what Montaigne had done, more ingenuously and more courageously than Montaigne had done it. This writer will make himself his subject, and then treat his subject with greater frankness than any man before him ever used about himself, or than any man after him would ever use. He undoubtedly succeeded in his attempt. His frankness, in fact, is so forward and eager that it is probably even inventive of things disgraceful to himself. Montaigne makes great pretense of telling his own faults, but you observe that he generally chooses rather amiable faults of his own to tell. Rousseau's morbid vulgarity leads him to disclose traits in himself of character or of behavior, that, despite whatever contrary wishes on your part, compel your contempt of the man. And it is for the man who confesses, almost more than for the man who is guilty, that you feel the contempt. The confessions proceed. I was born at Geneva, in 1712, of Isaac Rousseau and Susanna Bernard, citizens. I came into the world weak and sickly. I cost my mother her life, and my birth was the first of my misfortunes. I never learned how my father supported his loss, but I know that he remained ever after inconsolable. When he used to say to me, Jean-Jacques, let us speak of your mother, my usual reply was, well, father, we'll cry then, a reply which would instantly bring the tears to his eyes. Ah! He would exclaim with agitation, give me her back, console me for her loss, fill up the void she has left in my soul. Could I love thee thus wert thou but my son? 40 years after having lost her he expired in the arms of a second wife, but with the name of the first on his lips, and her image engraven on his heart. Such were the authors of my being. Of all the gifts heaven had allotted them, a feeling heart was the only one I had inherited. While, however, this had been the source of their happiness, it became the spring of all my misfortunes. A feeling heart. That expression tells the literary secret of Rousseau. It is hardly too much to say that Rousseau was the first French writer to write with his heart, but heart's blood was the ink in which almost every word of Rousseau's was written. This was the spring of his marvelous power. Rousseau. My mother had left a number of romances. These father and I betook us to reading during the evenings. At first the sole object was, by means of entertaining books, to improve me in reading, but, ere long, the charm became so potent, that we read turnabout without intermission, and passed whole nights in this employment. Never could we break up till the end of the volume. At times my father, hearing the swallows of a morning, would exclaim, quite ashamed of himself, come, let's to bed, I'm more of a child than you are. The elder Rousseau was right respecting himself. And such a father would almost necessarily have such a child. Jean-Jacques Rousseau is to be judged tenderly for his faults. What birth and what breeding were his? The confessions go on. I soon acquired, by this dangerous course, not only an extreme facility in reading and understanding, but, for my age, a quite unprecedented acquaintance with the passions. I had not the slightest conception of things themselves at a time when the whole round of sentiments was already perfectly familiar to me. I had apprehended nothing, I had felt all. Some hint now of other books read by the boy. Plutarch especially became my favorite reading. The pleasure which I found in incessantly reperusing him cured me in some measure of the romance madness, and I soon came to prefer Agesilaus, Brutus, and Aristides to Orondates, Artamenes, and Juba. From these interesting studies, joined to the conversations to which they gave rise with my father, resulted that free, republican spirit, that haughty and untamable character, fretful of restraint or subjection, which has tormented me my life long, and that in situations the least suitable for giving it play. incessantly occupied with Rome and Athens, living, so to speak, with their great men, born myself the citizen of a republic, the son of a father with whom patriotism was the ruling passion. I caught the flame from him. I imagined myself a Greek or a Roman, and became the personage whose life I was reading. On such food of reading and of reverie, young Rousseau's imagination and sentiment battened, while his reason and his practical sense starved and died within him. Unconsciously thus in part were formed the dreamer of the Émile and of the social contract. Another glimpse of the home life, if home life such experience can be called, of this half-orphan, homeless Genevan boy. I had a brother, my elder by 7 years. He fell into the ways of debauchery, even before he was old enough to be really a libertine. I remember once when my father was chastising him severely and in anger, that I impetuously threw myself between them, clasping him tightly. I thus covered him with my body, receiving the blows that were aimed at him, and I held out so persistently in this position, that whether softened by my cries and tears, or fearing that I should get the worst of it, my father was forced to forgive him. In the end my brother turned out so bad that he ran away and disappeared altogether. It is pathetic, Rousseau's attempted contrast following, between the paternal neglect of his older brother and the paternal indulgence of himself. If this poor lad was carelessly brought up, it was quite otherwise with his brother. My desires were so little excited, and so little crossed, that it never came into my head to have any. I can solemnly aver, that till the time when I was bound to a master I never knew what it was to have a whim. Poor lad! Never knew what it was to have a whim. It well might be, however, his boy's life all one whim, uncrossed, unchecked, no contrast of saving restraint, to make him know that he was living by whim alone. Young Jean-Jacques was at length apprenticed to an engraver. He describes the contrast of his new situation and the effect of the contrast upon his own character and career. I learned to covet in silence, to dissemble, to dissimulate, to lie, and at last to steal, a propensity for which I had never hitherto had the slightest inclination, and of which I have never since been able quite to cure myself. My first theft was the result of complaisance, but it opened the door to others which had not so laudable a motive. My master had a journeyman named Embarat. Took it into his head to rob his mother of some of her early asparagus and sell it, converting the proceeds into some extra good breakfasts. As he did not wish to expose himself, and not being very nimble, he selected me for this expedition. Long did I stickle, but he persisted. I never could resist kindness, so I consented. I went every morning to the garden, gathered the best of the asparagus, and took it to the mollard, where some good creature, perceiving that I had just been stealing it, would insinuate that little fact, so as to get it the cheaper. In my terror I took whatever she chose to give me and carried it to Embarat. This little domestic arrangement continued for several days before it came into my head to rob the robber, and tithe Embarat for the proceeds of the asparagus. I thus learned that to steal was, after all, not so very terrible a thing as I had conceived, and ere long I turned this discovery to so good an account, that nothing I had an inclination for could safely be left within my reach. And now, before giving myself over to the fatality of my destiny, let me, for a moment, contemplate what would naturally have been my lot had I fallen into the hands of a better master. Nothing was more agreeable to my tastes, nor better calculated to render me happy, than the calm and obscure condition of a good artisan, more especially in certain lines, such as that of an engraver at Geneva. In my native country, in the bosom of my religion, of my family, and my friends, I should have led a life gentle and unchanged Eckerd as became my character, in the uniformity of a pleasing occupation and among connections dear to my heart. I should have been a good Christian, a good citizen, a good father, a good friend, a good artisan, and a good man in every respect. I should have loved my station, it may be I should have been an honor to it, and after having passed an obscure and simple, though even and happy, life, I should peacefully have departed in the bosom of my kindred. Soon, it may be, forgotten, I should at least have been regretted as long as the remembrance of me survived. Instead of this, what a picture am I about to draw? Thus ends the first book of the Confessions. The picture Rousseau is about to draw has in it a certain Madame de Warens for a principal figure. This lady, a Roman Catholic convert from Protestantism, had forsaken a husband, not loved, and was living on a bounty from King Victor Amadeus of Sardinia. For Annecy, the home of Madame de Warens, our young Jean-Jacques, sent thither by a Roman Catholic curate, sets out on foot. The distance was but 1 day's walk, which 1 day's walk, however, the humor of the wanderer stretched into a saunter of 3 days. The man of 54, become the biographer of his own youth, finds no loathness of self-respect to prevent his detailing the absurd adventures with which he diverted himself on the way. For example, not a country seat could I see, either to the right or left, without going after the adventure which I was certain awaited me. I could not muster courage to enter the mansion, nor even to knock, for I was excessively timid, but I sang beneath the most inviting window, very much astonished to find, after wasting my breath, that neither Lady nor Miss made her appearance, attracted by the beauty of my voice, or the spice of my song, seeing that I knew some capital ones that my comrades had taught me, and which I sang in the most admirable manner. Rousseau describes the emotions he experienced in his first meeting with Madame de Warens. I had pictured to myself a grim old devotee. M. de Pontvarré's worthy lady could, in my opinion, be none other. But lo, a countenance beaming with charms, beautiful, mild blue eyes, a complexion of dazzling fairness, the outline of an enchanting neck. Nothing escaped the rapid glance of the young proselyte, for that instant I was hers, sure that a religion preached by such missionaries could not fail to lead to paradise. This abnormally susceptible youth had remarkable experiences, all within his own soul, during his sojourn, of a few days only, on the present occasion, under Madame de Warens's hospitable roof. These experiences, the autobiographer, old enough to call himself Old Dotard, has, nevertheless, not grown wise enough to be ashamed to be very detailed and psychological in recounting. It was a case of precocious love at first sight. One could afford to laugh at it as ridiculous, but that it had a sequel full of sin and of sorrow. Jean-Jacques was now forwarded to Turin, to become inmate of a sort of charity school for the instruction of catechumens. The very day after he started on foot, his father, with a friend of his, reached Annecy on horseback, in pursuit of the truant boy. They might easily have overtaken him, but they let him go his way. Rousseau explains the case on behalf of his father as follows. My father was not only an honorable man, but a person of the most reliable probity, and endowed with one of those powerful minds that perform deeds of loftiest heroism. I may add, he was a good father, especially to me. Tenderly did he love me, but he loved his pleasures also, and, since our living apart, other ties had, in a measure, weakened his paternal affection. He had married again, at Nyon, and though his wife was no longer of an age to present me with brothers, yet she had connections, another family circle was thus formed, other objects engrossed his attention, and the new domestic relations no longer so frequently brought back the remembrance of me. My father was growing old, and had nothing on which to rely for the support of his declining years. My brother and I had something coming to us from my mother's fortune, the interest of this my father was to receive during our absence. This consideration did not present itself to him directly, nor did it stand in the way of his doing his duty. It had, however, a silent, and to himself imperceptible, influence, and at times slackened his zeal, which, unacted upon by this, would have been carried much farther. This, I think, was the reason, that, having traced me as far as Annecy, he did not follow me to Chambéry, where he was morally certain of overtaking me. This will also explain why, in visiting him many times after my flight, I received from him on every occasion a father's kindness, though unaccompanied by any very pressing efforts to retain me. Rousseau's filial regard for his father was peculiar. It did not lead him to hide, it only led him to account for, his father's sordidness. The son generalized and inferred a moral maxim for the conduct of life from this behavior of the fathers, a maxim, which, as he thought, had done him great good. He says, "This conduct on the part of a father of whose affection and virtue I have had so many proofs, has given rise within me to reflections on my own character which have not a little contributed to maintain my heart uncorrupted. I have derived therefrom this great maxim of morality, perhaps the only one of any use in practice, namely, to avoid such situations as put our duty in antagonism with our interest, or disclose our own advantage in the misfortunes of another, certain that in such circumstances, however sincere the love of virtue we bring with us, it will sooner or later, and whether we perceive it or not, become weakened, and we shall come to be unjust and culpable in our acts without having ceased to be upright and blameless in our intentions." The fruitful maxim thus deduced by Rousseau, he thinks he tried faithfully to put in practice. With apparent perfect assurance concerning himself, he says, "I have sincerely desired to do what was right. I have, with all the energy of my character, shunned situations which set my interest in opposition to the interest of another, thus inspiring me with a secret though involuntary desire prejudicial to that man." Jean-Jacques at Turin made speed to convert himself, by the abjurations required, into a pretty good Catholic. He was hereon free to seek his fortune in the Sardinian capital. This he did by getting successively various situations in service. In one of these he stole, so he tells us, a piece of ribbon, which was soon found in his possession. He said a maidservant, naming her, gave it to him. The two were confronted with each other. In spite of the poor girl's solemn appeal, Jean-Jacques persisted in his lie against her. Both servants were discharged. The autobiographer protests that he has suffered much remorse for this lie of his to the harm of the innocent maid. He expresses confident hope that his suffering sorrow, already experienced on his behalf, will stand him instead of punishment that might be his due in a future state. Remorse is a note in Rousseau that distinguishes him from Montaigne. Montaigne reviews his own life to live over his sins, not to repent of them. The end of several vicissitudes is, that young Rousseau gets back to Madame de Warens. She welcomes him kindly. He says, "From the first day, the most affectionate familiarity sprang up between us, and that to the same degree in which it continued during all the rest of her life. Petit child was my name, Maman Mama hers, and Petit and Maman we remained, even when the course of time had all but effaced the difference of our ages. These two names seem to me marvelously well to express our tone toward each other, the simplicity of our manners, and, more than all, the relation of our hearts. She was to me the tenderest of mothers, never seeking her own pleasure, but ever my welfare, and if the senses had anything to do with my attachment for her, it was not to change its nature, but only to render it more exquisite, and intoxicate me with the charm of having a young and pretty mamma whom it was delightful for me to caress. I say quite literally, to caress, for it never entered into her head to deny me the tenderest maternal kisses and endearments, nor into my heart to abuse them. Some may say that, in the end, quite other relations subsisted between us. I grant it, but have patience, I cannot tell everything at once. With Madame de Warens, Rousseau's relations, as is intimated above, became licentious. This continued until, after an interval of years, in a fit of jealousy he forsook her. Rousseau's whole life was a series of self-indulgences, groveling, sometimes, beyond what is conceivable to anyone not learning of it all in detail from the man's own pen. The reader is fain at last to seek the only relief possible from the sickening story, by flying to the conclusion that Jean-Jacques Rousseau, with all his genius, was wanting in that mental sanity which is a condition of complete moral responsibility. We shall, of course, not follow the Confessions through their disgusting recitals of sin and shame. We should do wrong, however, to the literary, and even to the moral, character of the work, were we not to point out that there are frequent oases of sweetness and beauty set in the wastes of incredible foulness which overspread so widely the pages of Rousseau's Confessions. Here, for example, is an idyll of vagabondage that might almost make one willing to play tramp oneself, if one by so doing might have such an experience. I remember, particularly, having passed a delicious night without the city on a road that skirted the Rhône or the Saône, for I cannot remember which. On the other side were terraced gardens. It had been a very warm day, the evening was charming, the dew moistened the faded grass, a calm night, without a breeze, the air was cool without being cold, the sun in setting had left crimson vapors in the sky, which tinged the water with its roseate hue, while the trees along the terrace were filled with nightingales gushing out melodious answers to each other's song. I walked along in a species of ecstasy, giving up heart and senses to the enjoyment of the scene, only slightly sighing with regret at enjoying it alone. Absorbed in my sweet reverie, I prolonged my walk far into the night, without perceiving that I was wearied out. At length I discovered it. I lay voluptuously down on the tablet of a sort of niche or false door sunk in the terrace wall. The canopy of my couch was formed by the overarching boughs of the trees, a nightingale sat exactly above me, its song lulled me to sleep, my slumber was sweet, and my awaking still more so. It was broad day, my eyes, on opening, fell on the water, the verdure, and the admirable landscape spread out before me. I arose and shook off dull sleep, and, growing hungry, I gaily directed my steps toward the city, bent on transforming 2 pieces de 6 blancs, that I had left, into a good breakfast. I was so cheerful that I went singing along the whole way. This happy-go-lucky, vagabond, grown-up child, this sentimentalist of genius, had now and then different experiences to which the reflection of the man grown old attributes important influence on the formation of his most controlling beliefs. One day, among others, having purposely turned aside to get a closer view of a spot that appeared worthy of all admiration, I grew so delighted with it, and wandered round it so often, that I at length lost myself completely. After several hours of useless walking, weary and faint with hunger and thirst, I entered a peasant's hut which did not present a very promising appearance, but it was the only one I saw around. I conceived it to be here as at Geneva and throughout Switzerland, where all the inhabitants in easy circumstances are in the situation to exercise hospitality. I entreated the man to get me some dinner, offering to pay for it. He presented me with some skimmed milk and coarse barley bread, observing that that was all he had. I drank the milk with delight, and ate the bread, chaff, and all, but this was not very restorative to a man exhausted with fatigue. The peasant, who was watching me narrowly, judged of the truth of my story by the sincerity of my appetite. All of a sudden, after having said that he saw perfectly well that I was a good and true young fellow that did not come to betray him, he opened a little trapdoor by the side of his kitchen, went down and returned a moment afterward with a good brown loaf of pure wheat, the remains of a toothsome ham, and a bottle of wine, the sight of which rejoiced my heart more than all the rest. To these he added a good thick omelette, and I made such a dinner as none but a walker ever enjoyed. When it came to pay, lo! His disquietude and fears again seized him, he would none of my money, and rejected it with extraordinary manifestations of disquiet. The funniest part of the matter was, that I could not conceive what he was afraid of. At length, with fear and trembling, he pronounced those terrible words, commissioners and cellar rats. He gave me to understand that he concealed his wine because of the excise, and his bread on account of the tax, and that he was a lost man if they got the slightest inkling that he was not dying of hunger. Everything he said to me touching this matter, whereof, indeed, I had not the slightest idea, produced an impression on me that can never be effaced. It became the germ of that inextinguishable hatred that afterwards sprang up in my heart against the vexations to which these poor people are subject, and against their oppressors. This man, though in easy circumstances, dared not eat the bread he had gained by the sweat of his brow, and could escape ruin only by presenting the appearance of the same misery that reigned around him. A hideously false world, that world of French society was, in Rousseau's time. The falseness was full ripe to be laid bare by someone, and Rousseau's experience of life, as well as his temperament and his genius, fitted him to do the work of exposure that he did. What one emphatically calls character was sadly wanting in Rousseau. How sadly, witness such an acted piece of mad folly as the following. I, without knowing aught of the matter, gave myself out for a composer. Nor was this all, having been presented to M. de Freytorens, law professor, who loved music, and gave concerts at his house, nothing would do but I must give him a sample of my talent, so I set about composing a piece for his concert quite as boldly as though I had really been an adept in the science. I had the constancy to work for 15 days on this fine affair, to copy it fair, write out the different parts, and distribute them with as much assurance as though it had been a masterpiece of harmony. Then, what will scarcely be believed, but which yet is gospel truth, worthily to crown this sublime production I tacked to the end thereof a pretty minuet which was then having a run on the streets. I gave it as my own just as resolutely as though I had been speaking to inhabitants of the moon. They assembled to perform my piece. I explained to each the nature of the movement, the style of execution, and the relations of the parts. I was very full of business. For 5 or 6 minutes they were tuning, to me each minute seemed an age. At length, all being ready, I rap with a handsome paper baton on the leader's desk the 5 or 6 beats of the make ready. Silence is made. I gravely set to beating time. They commence. No, never since French operas began, was there such a chivalry heard. Whatever they might have thought of my pretended talent, the effect was worse than they could possibly have imagined. The musicians choked with laughter, the auditors opened their eyes and would fain have closed their ears. But that was an impossibility. My tormenting set of symphonists, who seemed rather to enjoy the fun, scraped away with a din sufficient to crack the tympanum of one born deaf. I had the firmness to go right ahead, however, sweating, it is true, at every pore, but held back by shame, not daring to retreat, and glued to the spot. For my consolation I heard the company whispering to each other, quite loud enough for it to reach my ear, "It is not bearable," said one. "What music gone mad?" cried another. "What a devilish din," added a third. Poor Jean-Jacques, little dreamedst thou, in that cruel moment, that one day before the King of France and all the court, thy sounds would excite murmurs of surprise and applause, and that in all the boxes around thee the loveliest ladies would burst forth with, "What charming sounds! What enchanting music! Every strain reaches the heart." But what restored everyone to good humor was the minuet. Scarcely had they played a few measures than I heard bursts of laughter break out on all hands. Everyone congratulated me on my fine musical taste, they assured me that this minuet would make me spoken about, and that I merited the loud praises. I need not attempt depicting my agony, nor own that I well deserved it. Readers have now had an opportunity to judge for themselves, by specimen, of the style, both of the writer and of the man Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The writer's style they must have felt even through the medium of imperfect anonymous translation, to be a charming one. If they have felt the style of the man to be contrasted, as squalor is contrasted with splendor, that they must not suppose to be a contrast of which Jean-Jacques himself, the confessor, was in the least displicently conscious. Far from it. In the latter part of his Confessions, a part that deals with the author as one already now acknowledged a power in the world of letters, though with all his chief works still to write, Rousseau speaks thus of himself. "I felt that writing for bread would soon have extinguished my genius, and destroyed my talents, which were less in my pen than in my heart, and solely proceeded from an elevated and noble manner of thinking. It is too difficult to think nobly when we think for a livelihood." Is not that finely said? And one need not doubt that it was said with perfect sincerity. For our own part, paradoxical though it be to declare it, we are wholly willing to insist that Rousseau did think on a lofty plane. The trouble with him was, not that he thus thought with his heart, rather than with his head, which, however, he did, but that he thought with his heart alone, and not at all with his conscience and his will. In a word, his thought was sentiment rather than thought. He was a sentimentalist instead of a thinker. One illustration of the divorce that he decreed for himself, or rather for we have used too positive a form of expression that he allowed to subsist, between sentiment and conduct, will suffice. It was presently to be his fortune, as author of a tract on education, to change the habit of a nation in the matter of the nurture for babes. French mothers of the higher social class in Rousseau's time almost universally gave up their infants to be nursed at alien bosoms. Rousseau so eloquently denounced the unnaturalness of this, that from his time it became the fashion for French mothers to suckle their children themselves. Meantime, the preacher himself of this beautiful humanity, living in unwed union with a woman, sent his illegitimate children, against the mother's remonstrance, one after another, to the number of 5, to be brought up unknown at the hospital for foundlings. He tells the story himself in his Confessions. This course on his own part he subsequently laments with many tears and many self-upbraidings. But these, alas, he intermingles with self-justifications, nearly as many so that at last it is hard to say whether the balance of his judgment inclines for or against himself in the matter. A paradox of inconsistencies and self-contradictions, this man a problem in human character, of which the supposition of partial insanity in him, long working subtly in the blood, seems the only solution. The occupation finally adopted by Rousseau for obtaining subsistence was the copying of music. It extorts from one a measure of involuntary respect for Rousseau, to see patiently toiling at this slavish work, to earn its owner bread, the same pen which had lately set all Europe in ferment with the Émile and the social contract. From Rousseau's Confessions, we have not room to purvey further. It is a melancholy book written under monomaniac suspicion on the part of the author that he was the object of a widespread conspiracy against his reputation, his peace of mind, and even his life. The poor, shattered, self-consumed sensualist and sentimentalist paid dear in the agonies of his closing years for the indulgences of an unregulated life. The tender-hearted, really affectionate and loyal friend came at length to live in a world of his own imagination, full of treachery to himself. David Hume, the Scotchman, tried to befriend him, but the monomaniac was incapable of being befriended. Nothing could be more pitiful than were the decline and the extinction that occurred of so much brilliant genius, and so much lovable character. It is even doubtful whether Rousseau did not at last take his own life. The voice of accusation is silenced in the presence of an earthly retribution so dreadful. One may not indeed approve, but one may at least be free to pity, more than he blames, in judging Rousseau. Accompanying, and in some sort complementing the Confessions, are often published several detached pieces called Reveries, or Walks. These are very peculiar compositions, and very characteristic of the author. They are dreamy meditations or reveries, sad, even somber, in spirit, but beautiful exceedingly, in form of expression. Such works as the Renée of Chateaubriand, works but too abundant since in French literature, must all trace their pedigree to Rousseau's Walks. This author's books in general are now little read. They worked their work and ceased. But there are in some of them passages that continue to live. Of these, perhaps quite the most famous is the Savoyard curate's Confession of Faith, a document of some length, incorporated into the Émile. This, taken as a whole, is the most seductively eloquent argument against Christianity that perhaps ever was written. It contains, however, concessions to the sublime elevation of Scripture and to the unique virtue and majesty of Jesus, which are often quoted, and which will bear quoting here. The Savoyard curate is represented speaking to a young friend as follows. I will confess to you further, that the majesty of the Scriptures strikes me with admiration, as the purity of the Gospel hath its influence on my heart. Peruse the works of our philosophers with all their pomp of diction, how mean, how contemptible, are they, compared with the Scripture? Is it possible that a book at once so simple and sublime should be merely the work of man? Is it possible that the sacred personage, whose history it contains, should be himself a mere man? Do we find that he assumed the tone of an enthusiast or ambitious sectary? What sweetness, what purity, in his manners! What an affecting gracefulness in his delivery! What sublimity in his maxims! What profound wisdom in his discourses! What presence of mind, what subtlety, what truth, in his replies! How great the command over his passions! Where is the man, where the philosopher, who could so live and die, without weakness and without ostentation? When Plato described his imaginary good man loaded with all the shame of guilt, yet meriting the highest reward of virtue, he described exactly the character of Jesus Christ. The resemblance was so striking that all the fathers perceived it. What prepossession, what blindness, must it be to compare the son of Sophroniscus to the son of Mary? What an infinite disproportion there is between them! Socrates, dying without pain or ignominy, easily supported his character to the last, and if his death, however easy, had not crowned his life, it might have been doubted whether Socrates, with all his wisdom, was anything more than a vain sophist. He invented, it is said, the theory of morals. Others, however, had before put them in practice. He had only to say what they had done, and reduce their examples to precepts. Aristides had been just before Socrates defined justice. Leonidas gave up his life for his country before Socrates declared patriotism to be a duty. The Spartans were a sober people before Socrates recommended sobriety. Before he had even defined virtue, Greece abounded in virtuous men. But where could Jesus learn, among his compatriots, that pure and sublime morality of which he only has given us both precept and example? The greatest wisdom was made known amidst the most bigoted fanaticism, and the simplicity of the most heroic virtues did honor to the vilest people on the earth. The death of Socrates, peaceably philosophizing with his friends, appears the most agreeable that could be wished for. That of Jesus, expiring in the midst of agonizing pains, abused, insulted, cursed by a whole nation, is the most horrible that could be feared. Socrates, in receiving the cup of poison, blessed indeed the weeping executioner who administered it, but Jesus, in the midst of excruciating tortures, prayed for his merciless tormentors. Yes, if the life and death of Socrates are those of a sage, the life and death of Jesus are those of a god. Shall we suppose the evangelic history a mere fiction? Indeed, my friend, it bears not the marks of fiction. On the contrary, the history of Socrates, which nobody presumes to doubt, is not so well attested as that of Jesus Christ. Such a supposition, in fact, only shifts the difficulty without removing it. It is more inconceivable that a number of persons should agree to write such a history, than that one only should furnish the subject of it. The Jewish authors were incapable of the diction, and strangers to the morality contained in the Gospel, the marks of whose truth are so striking and inimitable that the inventor would be a more astonishing character than the hero. So far in eloquent ascription of incomparable excellence to the Bible and to the founder of Christianity. But then immediately Rousseau's curate proceeds. And yet, with all this, the same gospel abounds with incredible relations, with circumstances repugnant to reason, and which it is impossible for a man of sense either to conceive or admit. The compliment to Christianity almost convinces you until suddenly you are apprised that the author of the compliment was not convinced himself. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, in the preface to his Confessions, appealed from the judgment of men to the judgment of God. This judgment it was his habit, to the end of his days, thanks to the effect of his early Genevan education, always to think of as certainly impending. Let us adjourn our final sentence upon him until we hear that omniscient award. In pendant to what we have said and have shown of Rousseau, some notice may here properly be given of another celebrated writer, or writer perhaps we should say of a celebrated book, who stands to Rousseau in the relation of sequel and echo. We mean Saint Pierre, the author of Paul and Virginia. This is a very famous little classic. It is a kind of prose idyll, a pastoral of lowly and simple life, a life lived by the subjects of it in the spirit of return to the conditions of nature, such as Jean-Jacques Rousseau idealized the conditions of nature to be. The author's own personal experience furnished him the hint, the ground, and the material, of his bucolic romance. It had happened to Saint Pierre, in the course of a somewhat fruitless and vagabond life, to be sent in an official capacity to Mauritius, or the Isle of France. In this remote island, as in a kind of utopia, the scene of the story of Paul and Virginia is laid. Saint Pierre was already 31 years old when he took his distant voyage. He stayed 3 years in Mauritius, and then he waited 16 years, becoming therefore 50 years old, before he made use of what he had experienced in publishing his romance of Paul and Virginia. He had meantime seen a great deal of Rousseau during the latter's declining years, and from him had learned that art of writing by virtue of which he was destined to constitute the second of succession in a literary line to be continued after him in Chateaubriand and Lamartine, in Madame de Staël and George Sand. It is the historical importance thus attaching to Saint Pierre's name, even more perhaps than it is the merit and the fame of his books, or of his book, for of his books other than Paul and Virginia, we need not trouble our readers with even the titles that warrants us in listing him, as we do, among the select immortals of French literature. Saint Pierre's distinguishing note was the supposed return to nature and to natural unsophisticated sentiment accomplished in his writings. But the return, with him, was by no means completely satisfactory. There was always something unreal in Saint Pierre's passion for nature, and the feeling with which he wrote seems, to us of today, to have been neither very deep nor very sincere. Still, all was accepted and was highly effective in its time. Europe was flooded with tears in reading Paul and Virginia, much as afterward it was flooded with tears in reading an equally notable, but far less wholesome book, that prose masterpiece of the youthful Goethe, The Sorrows of Werther. The Corinne of Madame de Staël afterward, later the Jocelyn of Lamartine, later again the passionate earlier novels of George Sand, served to their respective fresh generations of readers a somewhat similar office, that of stimulating and of expressing the vague longing and aspiration of youth. The plot of Paul and Virginia is simplicity itself. Two young French widows we may euphemistically call the women both, though the mother of Paul had never been married, meet, strangers to each other, in Mauritius, and their children, Paul and Virginia respectively, grow up from babyhood together, as if brother and sister, in a state of nature such as never was anywhere in the world outside of a romance, until at last, Virginia, undertaking a vain voyage to France to bring round a rich alienated aunt of her mother's, perishes by shipwreck on her return, in prompt sequel of which calamity, all the remaining personages of the tale, down to the very dog, naturally and sentimentally, one after another, die. The story is represented as told to a traveler in the Isle of France by a sympathetic old man who had been an eyewitness of all. Two extracts, one from the beginning, and one from the end, of the romance, will sufficiently indicate its quality. Paul and Virginia being now about 12 years of age, Virginia goes, accompanied by Paul, to restore to the master a runaway female slave to whom he had been cruel, and to intercede with him on the sufferer's behalf. She has accomplished her purpose, and the two have set out to return. They lose their way. This is the state of the case at the point at which our first extract begins, as follows. God will have pity on us, replied Virginia. He listens to the voice of the little birds which ask him for food. She had scarcely uttered these words when they heard the noise of water falling from a neighboring rock. They hastened to it, and, after having quenched their thirst at this spring clearer than crystal, they gathered and ate a few cresses which grew on its banks. As they were looking around them to find some more substantial nourishment, Virginia descried a young palm tree among the trees of the wood. The cabbage which is found at the top of this tree, enclosed within its leaves, is an excellent food, but although its stalk is not thicker than a man's leg, it was more than 60 feet high. The wood of this tree is indeed composed only of a collection of filaments, but its internal bark is so hard that it blunts the sharpest hatchets, and Paul had not even a knife. He thought of setting fire to this palm tree at its foot. Another difficulty, he had no steel to strike fire with, and besides, in this island so covered with rocks, I do not believe it would be possible to find a single flint. Necessity inspires industry, and often the most useful inventions have come from men reduced to extremity. Paul resolved to light a fire after the manner of the Negroes. With the sharp end of a stone he made a small hole in the branch of a tree that was very dry, which he placed under his feet. he then with the edge of the stone made a point to another branch equally dry, but of a different kind of wood. He next placed the piece of pointed wood in the small hole of the branch which was under his feet, and turning it rapidly round in his hands, as one turns a mill to froth chocolate, he in a few moments perceived smoke and sparks arise from the point of contact. He collected together dry herbs and other branches of trees, and set fire to the foot of the palm tree, which soon afterward fell with a violent noise. The fire served him also in stripping the cabbage of the long woody and prickly leaves which enclosed it. Virginia and he ate a part of this cabbage raw, and the rest cooked in the ashes, and they found them equally agreeable to the taste. After their meal, an hour of walking brought them to the banks of a large river, which barred their way. The noise of its waters terrified Virginia, she dared not try to ford it. Paul accordingly took Virginia on his back, and passed thus laden over the slippery rocks of the river, regardless of the turbulence of the waters. "Fear not," said he to her, "I feel myself very strong with you." When Paul had passed over, and was on the bank, he wished to continue his journey laden with his sister, flattering himself that he could ascend in that manner the mountain of the 3 peaks, which he saw before him at the distance of half a league, but his strength soon began to fail, and he was obliged to set her on the ground and to throw himself down beside her. Virginia plucked from an old tree, which hung over the banks of the river, some long leaves of hart's tongue which hung down from its trunk. She made of these a kind of buskins with which she bound her feet, which the stones of the way had caused to bleed, for in her hurry to do good she had forgotten to put on her shoes. Feeling herself relieved by the freshness of the leaves, she broke off a branch of bamboo and began to walk, leaning with one hand on the cane and with the other on her brother. In this manner they walked on slowly through the woods, but the height of the trees and the thickness of their foliage made them soon lose sight of the mountain of the 3 peaks, by which they had directed themselves, and even of the sun, which was already setting. After some time they quitted, without perceiving it, the beaten path which they had till then followed, and found themselves in a labyrinth of trees, shrubs, and rocks, which had no farther outlet. Paul made Virginia sit down, and ran almost distracted in search of a path out of this thick wood, but he wearied himself in vain. He climbed to the top of a lofty tree, to discover at least the mountain of the 3 peaks, but he could perceive nothing around him but tops of trees, some of which were illuminated by the last rays of the setting sun. Already the shadow of the mountains covered the forests in the valleys, the wind was going down, as is usual at sunset, a profound silence reigned in these solitudes, and no noise was heard but the cry of the stags who came to seek repose in these unfrequented recesses. Paul, in the hope that some hunter might hear him, cried out as loud as he could, "Come! Come! And help Virginia!" But only the echoes of the forest answered to his voice and repeated several times successively, "Virginia! Virginia!" Paul now descended from the tree, overcome with fatigue and disappointment, he began to weep. Virginia said to him, "Do not weep, my dear, unless you wish to overwhelm me with grief. Oh! I have been very imprudent." And she began to shed tears. "Nevertheless," she said to Paul, "let us pray to God, my brother, and he will have pity on us." Scarcely had they finished their prayer when they heard the barking of a dog. "I believe," said Virginia, "it is Fidel, our house dog." Of course all turned out happily. A rescue party had come in search of the estray, and they were soon brought with rejoicing home. Such as the foregoing passage will have served to show is the charm of unfallen simplicity and innocence represented by Saint Pierre to have been cast, forming as if an Eden in the wilderness, about these happy children of nature on whom society had had no chance to exercise its baneful power. True, they suffered, though in Eden. True, others sinned, as well as suffered, about them, for there was slavery and there was cruelty, but that was in the wilderness outside. In Eden they did not sin. It was all Rousseauism in experiment and reduced to absurdity. By Rousseauism we indicate the doctrinal dream of that dreamer, by no means the actual waking practice of the man that dreamed. It may seem a strange marring of the idea of a sufficiency in nature, let nature but be unhindered by society, to renew the world in the purity of paradise, that the end of the idyll of Paul and Virginia should have come about through an effort on the part of Virginia's mother, made quite in the spirit of the present artificial order of things, to secure a bequest from an aunt of hers in France, whom the niece had offended by marrying as she did, but so it was. Virginia undertakes the necessary voyage, and, as we have already said, perishes by shipwreck on the coast of Mauritius in returning. The heart-rending agony of the final catastrophe we have no space to exhibit. The author seems to hint that Virginia might have been saved, could she have brought herself to assent to the desire of an ant-eating honest stalwart seaman that she should disembarrass her person of her clothes. It is almost the step taken from the sublime to the ridiculous for the author to make his heroine perish thus as a martyr to her own invincible modesty. The bereaved mother has visions of her departed daughter's accomplished felicity in the world unseen. These she describes to the neighbor, who, a venerable old man, tells the traveler the tale. Now for the final extract from the text of the book. "O my worthy neighbor," said she to me, "I thought last night I beheld Virginia clothed in white, in the midst of groves and delicious gardens. She said to me, I enjoy the most desirable happiness. Then she approached Paul with a smiling air and bore him away with her. As I endeavored to retain my son, I felt that I myself was quitting the earth, and that I was following him with inexpressible pleasure. I then wished to bid my friend farewell, when I perceived her following us with Mary and Domingo. But what seems still more strange is, that Madame de la Tour had the same night a dream attended with similar circumstances. I replied to her, my friend, I believe that nothing happens in the world without the permission of God. Dreams do sometimes foretell the truth. Madame de la Tour related to me that the same night she had also had a dream entirely similar. I had never observed in these two ladies the least propensity to superstition. I was therefore struck with the resemblance of their dreams, and I had no doubt but that they would be soon realized. This opinion, that truth sometimes presents itself to us during our sleep, is generally spread among all the nations of the earth. The most illustrious men of antiquity have entertained it, amongst others, Alexander, Caesar, the Scipios, the two Catos, and Brutus, who were by no means inclined to superstition. The Old and the New Testament supply us with a variety of examples of dreams that have been realized. But whether this opinion concerning dreams be true or not, those of my unfortunate friends were speedily realized. Paul died 2 months after the death of his dear Virginia, whose name he incessantly pronounced. Margaret beheld her end approach a week after that of her son with a joy which virtue only can feel. She bade Madame de la Tour the most tender farewell, in the hope, she said, of a sweet and eternal reunion. Death is the greatest of all blessings, added she, we ought to desire it. If life be a punishment, we ought to wish for its end; if it be a trial, we should wish it short. The governor took care of Domingo and Mary, who were no longer able to labor, and who did not long survive their mistresses. As for poor Fidel, he pined away about the same time as he lost his master. I conducted Madame de la Tour to my house. She bore up under these heavy afflictions with an incredible fortitude of mind. She had comforted Paul and Margaret up to their last moments, as if she had only their misfortune to support. When she no longer beheld them, she spoke of them every day as of beloved friends who were in the neighborhood. She survived them, however, but a month. The body of Paul was placed by the side of Virginia, at the foot of the same bamboos, and near the same spot the remains of their tender mothers and their faithful servants were laid. No marble was raised over their humble turf, no inscription engraved to celebrate their virtues, but their memory remains indelible in the hearts of those whom they have assisted. If we have treated somewhat lightly this romance of sentimentalism and of naturalism, it is because of the taint of ungenuineness, that is, of unreality more or less conscious on the author's part, that we seem to ourselves to discover in its pages. But the masterpiece of Bernardine de Saint-Pierre is after all a serious literary fact. For instance, if Paul and Virginia had never been written, it is doubtful if we should ever have had that series of romantico-realistic little pieces of fiction from the pen of George Sand, out of one of which we shall presently exemplify this woman of genius to our readers. A production in literature is to be judged not only by its own inherent quality, but also, perhaps not less, by its entail of influence. Paul and Virginia, in becoming a school book for the learning of French, may be said to have bought increase of celebrity at the price of some diminution in fame. In our own opinion, however, which, after all that we have said, hardly needs to be thus expressly stated, the book still remains quite as famous as its intrinsic merits entitle it to be. Its chief security of renown in the future lies, and will continue more and more to lie, in the striking fact of its renown in the past. We formally part with Rousseau and with his first literary foster child. But we shall trace their features still, again and again, persisting in authors to follow who could not escape a telltale impress, open to all to see, stamped from that singularly fecund, and singularly potent, literary paternity. Rousseau and Romanticism by Irving Babbitt. Contents. Introduction. Chapter I. The terms classic and romantic. Chapter 2. Romantic genius. Chapter 3. Romantic imagination. Chapter 4. Romantic morality, the ideal. Chapter V. Romantic morality, the real. Chapter 6. Romantic love. Chapter 7. Romantic irony. Chapter 8. Romanticism and nature. Chapter 9. Romantic melancholy. Chapter X. The present outlook. Appendix. Chinese primitivism. Bibliography. English field. French field. German field. Endnotes. Introduction. Many readers will no doubt be tempted to exclaim on seeing my title, Rousseau and no end. The outpour of books on Rousseau had indeed in the period immediately preceding the war become somewhat portentous. 1. This preoccupation with Rousseau is after all easy to explain. It is his somewhat formidable privilege to represent more fully than any other one person a great international movement. To attack Rousseau or to defend him is most often only a way of attacking or defending this movement. It is from this point of view at all events that the present work is conceived. I have not undertaken a systematic study of Rousseau's life and doctrines. The appearance of his name in my title is justified, if at all, simply because he comes at a fairly early stage in the international movement, the rise and growth of which I am tracing, and has on the whole supplied me with the most significant illustrations of it. I have already put forth certain views regarding this movement in 3 previous volumes. 2. Though each one of these volumes attempts to do justice to a particular topic, it is at the same time intended to be a link in a continuous argument. I hope that I may be allowed to speak here with some frankness of the main trend of this argument, both on its negative and on its positive, or constructive, side. Perhaps the best key to both sides of my argument is found in the lines of Emerson I have taken as epigraph for literature and the American college. There are 2 laws discrete, not reconciled. Law for man, and law for thing. The last builds town and fleet. But it runs wild. And doth the man unking. On its negative side my argument is directed against this undue emphasis on the law for thing, against the attempt to erect on naturalistic foundations a complete philosophy of life. I define 2 main forms of naturalism: on the one hand, utilitarian and scientific, and, on the other, emotional naturalism. The type of romanticism I am studying is inseparably bound up with emotional naturalism. This type of romanticism encouraged by the naturalistic movement is only one of 3 main types I distinguish, and I am dealing for the most part with only one aspect of it. But even when thus circumscribed, the subject can scarcely be said to lack importance, for if I am right in my conviction as to the unsoundness of a Rousseauistic philosophy of life, it follows that the total tendency of the Occident at present is away from rather than towards civilization. On the positive side, my argument aims to reassert the law for man, and its special discipline against the various forms of naturalistic excess. At the very mention of the word discipline I shall be set down in certain quarters as reactionary. but does it necessarily follow from a plea for the human law that one is a reactionary or in general a traditionalist? An American writer of distinction was once heard to remark that he saw in the world today but two classes of persons, the mossbacks and the mountebanks, and that for his part he preferred to be a mossback. One should think twice before thus consenting to seem a mere relic of the past. The ineffable smartness of our young radicals is due to the conviction that, whatever else they may be, they are the very pink of modernity. Before sharing their conviction, it might be well to do a little preliminary defining of such terms as modern and the modern spirit. It may then turn out that the true difficulty with our young radicals is not that they are too modern but that they are not modern enough. For, though the word modern is often and no doubt inevitably used to describe the more recent or the most recent thing, this is not its sole use. It is not in this sense alone that the word is used by writers like Goethe and Sainte-Beuve and Renan and Arnold. What all these writers mean by the modern spirit is the positive and critical spirit, the spirit that refuses to take things on authority. This is what Renan means, for example, when he calls Petrarch the founder of the modern spirit in literature, or Arnold when he explains why the Greeks of the Great Period seem more modern to us than the men of the Middle Ages. 3. Now what I have myself tried to do is to be thoroughly modern in this sense. I hold that one should not only welcome the efforts of the man of science at his best to put the natural law on a positive and critical basis, but that one should strive to emulate him in one's dealings with the human law, and so become a complete positivist. My main objection to the movement I am studying is that it has failed to produce complete positivists. Instead of facing honestly the emergency created by its break with the past, the leaders of this movement have inclined to deny the duality of human nature, and then sought to dissimulate this mutilation of man under a mass of intellectual and emotional sophistry. The proper procedure in refuting these incomplete positivists is not to appeal to some dogma or outer authority but rather to turn against them their own principles. Thus Diderot, a notable example of the incomplete positivist and a chief source of naturalistic tendency, says that everything is experimental in man. Now the word experimental has somewhat narrowed in meaning since the time of Diderot. If one takes the saying to mean that everything in man is a matter of experience, one should accept it unreservedly and then plant oneself firmly on the facts of experience that Diderot and other incomplete positivists have refused to recognize. The man who plants himself, not on outer authority but on experience, is an individualist. To be modern in the sense I have defined is not only to be positive and critical, but also, and this from the time of Petrarch, to be individualistic. The establishment of a sound type of individualism is indeed the specifically modern problem. It is right here that the failure of the incomplete positivist, the man who is positive only according to the natural law, is most conspicuous. What prevails in the region of the natural law is endless change and relativity. Therefore the naturalistic positivist attacks all the traditional creeds and dogmas for the very reason that they aspire to fixity. Now all the ethical values of civilization have been associated with these fixed beliefs, and so it has come to pass that with their undermining by naturalism the ethical values themselves are in danger of being swept away in the everlasting flux. Because the individual who views life positively must give up unvarying creeds and dogmas anterior, exterior, and superior to himself, it has been assumed that he must also give up standards. For standards imply an element of oneness somewhere, with reference to which it is possible to measure the mere manifoldness and change. The naturalistic individualist, however, refuses to recognize any such element of oneness. His own private and personal self is to be the measure of all things, and this measure itself, he adds, is constantly changing. But to stop at this stage is to be satisfied with the most dangerous of half-truths. Thus Bergson's assertion that life is a perpetual gushing forth of novelties is in itself only a dangerous half-truth of this kind. The constant element in life is, no less than the element of novelty and change, a matter of observation and experience. As the French have it, the more life changes the more it is the same thing. If, then, one is to be a sound individualist, an individualist with human standards, and in an age like this that has cut loose from its traditional moorings, The very survival of civilization would seem to hinge on its power to produce such a type of individualist. One must grapple with what Plato terms the problem of the one and the many. My own solution of this problem, it may be well to point out, is not purely Platonic. Because one can perceive immediately an element of unity in things, it does not follow that one is justified in establishing a world of essences or entities or ideas above the flux. To do this is to fall away from a positive and critical into a more or less speculative attitude. It is to risk setting up a metaphysic of the one. Those who put exclusive emphasis on the element of change in things are in no less obvious danger of falling away from the positive and critical attitude into a metaphysic of the many. 4. This, for example, is the error one finds in the contemporary thinkers who seem to have the cry, thinkers like James and Bergson and Dewey and Croce. They are very far from satisfying the requirements of a complete positivism. They are seeking rather to build up their own intoxication with the element of change into a complete view of life, and so are turning their backs on one whole side of experience in a way that often reminds one of the ancient Greek sophists. The history of philosophy since the Greeks is to a great extent the history of the clashes of the metaphysicians of the one and the metaphysicians of the many. In the eyes of the complete positivist, this history therefore reduces itself largely to a monstrous logomachy. Life does not give here an element of oneness and there an element of change. It gives a oneness that is always changing. The oneness and the change are inseparable. Now, if what is stable and permanent is felt as real, the side of life that is always slipping over into something else or vanishing away entirely is, as every student of psychology knows, associated rather with the feeling of illusion. If a man attends solely to the side of life, he will finally come, like Leconte de Lisle, to look upon it as a torrent of mobile chimeras, as an endless whirl of vain appearances. To admit that the oneness of life and the change are inseparable is therefore to admit that such reality as man can know positively is inextricably mixed up with illusion. Moreover, man does not observe the oneness that is always changing from the outside. He is a part of the process, he is himself a oneness that is always changing. Though imperceptible at any particular moment, the continuous change that is going on leads to differences, those, let us say, between a human individual at the age of 6 weeks and the same individual at the age of 70, which are sufficiently striking, and finally this human oneness that is always changing seems to vanish away entirely. From all this it follows that an enormous element of illusion, and this is a truth the East has always accepted more readily than the West, enters into the idea of personality itself. If the critical spirit is once allowed to have its way, it will not rest content until it has dissolved life into a mist of illusion. Perhaps the most positive and critical account of man in modern literature is that of Shakespeare. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. But, though strictly considered, life is but a web of illusion and a dream within a dream. It is a dream that needs to be managed with the utmost discretion, if it is not to turn into a nightmare. In other words, however much life may mock the metaphysician, the problem of conduct remains. There is always the unity at the heart of the change. It is possible, however, to get at this real and abiding element, and so at the standards with reference to which the dream of life may be rightly managed only through a veil of illusion. The problem of the one and the many, the ultimate problem of thought, can therefore be solved only by a right use of illusion. In close relation to illusion and the questions that arise in connection with it is all that we have come to sum up in the word imagination. The use of this word, at least in anything like its present extension, is, one should note, comparatively recent. Whole nations and periods of the past can scarcely be said to have had any word corresponding to imagination in this extended sense. Yet the thinkers of the past have treated, at times profoundly, under the head of fiction or illusion, the questions that we should treat under the head of imagination. 5. In the Masters of Modern French Criticism I was above all preoccupied with the problem of the one and the many and the failure of the 19th century to deal with it adequately. My effort in this present work is to show that this failure can be retrieved only by a deeper insight into the imagination and its all-important role in both literature and life. Man is cut off from immediate contact with anything abiding and therefore worthy to be called real, and condemned to live in an element of fiction or illusion, but he may, I have tried to show, lay hold with the aid of the imagination on the element of oneness that is inextricably blended with the manifoldness and change, and to just that extent may build up a sound model for imitation. One tends to be an individualist with true standards, to put the matter somewhat differently, only in so far as one understands the relation between appearance and reality, what the philosophers call the epistemological problem. This problem, though it cannot be solved abstractly and metaphysically, can be solved practically and in terms of actual conduct. Inasmuch as modern philosophy has failed to work out any such solution, it is hard to avoid the conclusion that modern philosophy is bankrupt, not merely from Kant, but from Descartes. The supreme maxim of the ethical positivist is, "By their fruits shall ye know them." If I object to a romantic philosophy, it is because I do not like its fruits. I infer from its fruits that this philosophy has made a wrong use of illusion. All those who took the romantic promises at their face value, says Bourget, rolled in abysses of despair and ennui. 6. If anyone still holds, as many of the older romanticists held, that it is a distinguished thing to roll in abysses of despair and ennui, he should read me no further. He will have no sympathy with my point of view. If anyone, on the other hand, accepts my criterion but denies that Rousseauistic living has such fruits, it has been my aim so to accumulate evidence that he will be confronted with the task of refuting not a set of theories but a body of facts. My whole method, let me repeat, is experimental, or it might be less ambiguous to say, if the word were a fortunate one, experiential. The illustrations I have given of any particular aspect of the movement are usually only a small fraction of those I have collected, themselves no doubt only a fraction of the illustrations that might be collected from printed sources. M. Magrin's investigation. 7. Into the fruits of romantic living suggests the large additions that might be made to these printed sources from manuscript material. My method indeed is open in one respect to grave misunderstanding. From the fact that I am constantly citing passages from this or that author and condemning the tendency for which these passages stand, the reader will perhaps be led to infer a total condemnation of the authors so quoted. But the inference may be very incorrect. I am not trying to give rounded estimates of individuals, delightful and legitimate as that type of criticism is, but to trace main currents as a part of my search for a set of principles to oppose to naturalism. I call attention, for example, to the Rousseauistic and primitivistic elements in Wordsworth, but do not assert that this is the whole truth about Wordsworth. One's views as to the philosophical value of Rousseauism must, however, weigh heavily in a total judgment of Wordsworth. Criticism is such a difficult art because one must not only have principles but must apply them flexibly and intuitively. No one would accuse criticism at present of lacking flexibility. It has grown so flexible in fact as to become invertebrate. One of my reasons for practicing the present type of criticism is the conviction that because of a lack of principles, the type of criticism that aims at rounded estimates of individuals is rapidly ceasing to have any meaning. I should add that if I had attempted rounded estimates, they would often have been more favorable than might be gathered from my comments here and elsewhere on the Romantic leaders. One is justified in leaning towards severity in the laying down of principles, but should nearly always incline to indulgence in the application of them. In a sense, one may say with Goethe that the excellencies are of the individual, the defects of the age. It is especially needful to recall distinctions of this kind in the case of Rousseau himself and my treatment of him. M. Lanson has dwelt on the strange duality of Rousseau's nature. The writer, he says, is a poor dreamy creature who approaches action only with alarm and with every manner of precaution, and who understands the applications of his boldest doctrines in a way to reassure conservatives and satisfy opportunists. But the work for its part detaches itself from the author, lives its independent life, and, heavily charged with revolutionary explosives which neutralize the moderate and conciliatory elements Rousseau has put into it for his own satisfaction, it exasperates and inspires revolt and fires enthusiasms and irritates hatreds. It is the mother of violence, the source of all that is uncompromising, it launches the simple souls who give themselves up to its strange virtue upon the desperate quest of the absolute, an absolute to be realized now by anarchy and now by social despotism. 8. I am inclined to discover in the Rousseau who, according to M. Lanson, is merely timorous, a great deal of shrewdness and at times something even better than shrewdness. The question is not perhaps very important, for M. Lanson is surely right in affirming that the Rousseau who has moved the world and that for reasons I shall try to make plain is Rousseau the extremist and foe of compromise, and so it is to this Rousseau that as a student of main tendencies I devote almost exclusive attention. I am not, however, seeking to make a scapegoat even of the radical and revolutionary Rousseau. One of my chief objections, indeed, to Rousseauism, as will appear in the following pages, is that it encourages the making of scapegoats. If I am opposed to Rousseauism because of its fruits in experience, I try to put what I have to offer as a substitute on the same positive basis. Now experience is of many degrees, first of all one's purely personal experience, an infinitesimal fragment, and then the experience of one's immediate circle, of one's time and country, of the near past and so on in widening circles. The past which as dogma the ethical positivist rejects, as experience he not only admits but welcomes. He can no more dispense with it indeed than the naturalistic positivist can dispense with his laboratory. He insists moreover on including the remoter past in his survey. Perhaps the most pernicious of all the conceits fostered by the type of progress we owe to science is the conceit that we have outgrown this older experience. One should endeavor, as Goethe says, to oppose to the aberrations of the hour, the masses of universal history. There are special reasons just now why this background to which one appeals should not be merely Occidental. An increasing material contact between the Occident and the Far East is certain. We should be enlightened by this time as to the perils of material contact between men and bodies of men who have no deeper understanding. Quite apart from this consideration, the experience of the Far East completes and confirms in a most interesting way that of the Occident. We can scarcely afford to neglect it if we hope to work out a truly ecumenical wisdom to oppose to the sinister one-sidedness of our current naturalism. Now the ethical experience of the Far East may be summed up for practical purposes in the teachings and influence of two men, Confucius and Buddha. 9. To know the Buddhistic and Confucian teachings in their true spirit is to know what is best and most representative in the ethical experience of about half the human race for over 70 generations. A study of Buddha and Confucius suggests, as does a study of the great teachers of the Occident, that under its bewildering surface variety human experience falls after all into a few main categories. I myself am fond of distinguishing three levels on which a man may experience life: the naturalistic, the humanistic, and the religious. Tested by its fruits, Buddhism at its best confirms Christianity. Submitted to the same test, Confucianism falls in with the teaching of Aristotle and in general with that of all those who from the Greeks down have proclaimed decorum and the law of measure. This is so obviously true that Confucius has been called the Aristotle of the East. Not only has the Far East had in Buddhism a great religious movement and in Confucianism a great humanistic movement, it has also had in early Taoism. 10. A movement that in its attempts to work out naturalistic equivalents of humanistic or religious insight, offers almost startling analogies to the movement I am here studying. Thus both East and West have not only had great religious and humanistic disciplines which when tested by their fruits confirm one another, bearing witness to the element of oneness, the constant element in human experience, but these disciplines have at times been conceived in a very positive spirit. Confucius indeed, though a moral realist, can scarcely be called a positivist. He aimed rather to attach men to the past by links of steel. He reminds us in this as in some other ways of the last of the great Tories in the Occident, Dr. Johnson. Buddha on the other hand was an individualist. He wished men to rest their belief neither on his authority, 11. Nor on that of tradition, 12. No one has ever made a more serious effort to put religion on a positive and critical basis. It is only proper that I acknowledge my indebtedness to the great Hindu positivist. My treatment of the problem of the one and the many, for example, is nearer to Buddha than to Plato. Yet even if the general thesis be granted that it is desirable to put the law for man on a positive and critical basis, the question remains whether the more crying need just now is for positive and critical humanism or for positive and critical religion. I have discussed this delicate and difficult question more fully in my last chapter, but may give at least one reason here for inclining to the humanistic solution. I have been struck in my study of the past by the endless self-deception to which man is subject when he tries to pass too abruptly from the naturalistic to the religious level. The world, it is hard to avoid concluding, would have been a better place if more persons had made sure they were human before setting out to be superhuman, and this consideration would seem to apply with special force to a generation like the present that is wallowing in the trough of naturalism. After all, to be a good humanist is merely to be moderate and sensible and decent. It is much easier for a man to deceive himself and others regarding his supernatural lights than it is regarding the degree to which he is moderate and sensible and decent. The past is not without examples of a positive and critical humanism. I have already mentioned Aristotle. If by his emphasis on the mediatory virtues he reminds one of Confucius, by his positive method and intensely analytical temper he reminds one rather of Buddha. When Aristotle rises to the religious level and discourses of the life of vision, he is very Buddhistic. When Buddha for his part turns from the religious life to the duties of the layman, he is purely Aristotelian. Aristotle also deals positively with the natural law. He is indeed a complete positivist, and not, like the man of the 19th century, positive according to the natural law alone. The Aristotle that should specially concern us, however, is the positive and critical humanist, the Aristotle, let us say, of the ethics and politics and poetics. Just as I have called the point of view of the scientific and utilitarian naturalist Baconian. 13. And that of the emotional naturalist Rousseauistic, so I would term the point of view that I am myself seeking to develop Aristotelian. Aristotle has laid down once for all the principle that should guide the ethical positivist. Truth, he says, in matters of moral action is judged from facts and from actual life. So what we should do is to examine the preceding statements by referring them to facts and to actual life, and when they harmonize with facts we may accept them, when they are at variance with them conceive of them as mere theories. 14. It is in this sense alone that I aspire to be called an Aristotelian, for one risks certain misunderstandings in using the name of Aristotle. 15. The authority of this great positivist has been invoked innumerable times throughout the ages as a substitute for direct observation. Aristotle was not only the prop and mainstay of dogma for centuries during the Middle Ages, but dogmatic Aristotelianism survived to no small extent, especially in literature, throughout the neoclassical period. It was no doubt natural enough that the champions of the modern spirit should have rejected Aristotle along with the traditional order of which he had been made a support. Yet if they had been more modern they might have seen in him rather a chief precursor. They might have learned from him how to have standards and at the same time not be immured in dogma. As it is, those who call themselves modern have come to adopt a purely exploratory attitude towards life. On desperate seas long wont to roam, they have lost more and more the sense of what is normal and central in human experience. But to get away from what is normal and central is to get away from wisdom. My whole argument on the negative side, if I may venture on a final summing up, is that the naturalistic movement in the midst of which we are still living had from the start this taint of eccentricity. I have tried to show in detail the nature of the aberration. As for the results, they are being written large in disastrous events. On its constructive side, my argument, if it makes any appeal at all, will be to those for whom the symbols through which the past has received its wisdom have become incredible, and who, seeing at the same time that the break with the past that took place in the 18th century was on unsound lines, hold that the remedy for the partial positivism that is the source of this unsoundness, is a more complete positivism. Nothing is more perilous than to be only half critical. This is to risk being the wrong type of individualist, the individualist who has repudiated outer control without achieving inner control. People mean nowadays by a philosopher, says Rivarol, not the man who learns the great art of mastering his passions or adding to his insight, but the man who has cast off prejudices without acquiring virtues. That view of philosophy has not ceased to be popular. The whole modern experiment is threatened with breakdown simply because it has not been sufficiently modern. One should therefore not rest content until one has, with the aid of the secular experience of both the East and the West, worked out a point of view so modern that, compared with it, that of our young radicals will seem antediluvian. Chapter I. The terms classic and romantic. The words classic and romantic, we are often told, cannot be defined at all, and even if they could be defined, some would add, we should not be much profited. But this inability or unwillingness to define may itself turn out to be only one aspect of a movement that from Rousseau to Bergson has sought to discredit the analytical intellect, what Wordsworth calls the false secondary power by which we multiply distinctions. However, those who are with Socrates rather than with Rousseau or Wordsworth in this matter, will insist on the importance of definition, especially in a chaotic era like the present, for nothing is more characteristic of such an era than its irresponsible use of general terms. Now, to measure up to the Socratic standard, a definition must not be abstract and metaphysical, but experimental. It must not, that is, reflect our opinion of what a word should mean, but what it actually has meant. Mathematicians may be free at times to frame their own definitions, but in the case of words like classic and romantic, that have been used innumerable times, and used not in one but in many countries, such a method is inadmissible. One must keep one's eye on actual usage. One should indeed allow for a certain amount of freakishness in this usage. Beaumarchais, for example, makes classic synonymous with barbaric. 16. One may disregard an occasional aberration of this kind, but if one can find only confusion and inconsistency in all the main uses of words like classic and romantic, the only procedure for those who speak or write in order to be understood is to banish the words from their vocabulary. Now, to define in a Socratic way, two things are necessary. One must learn to see a common element in things that are apparently different, and also to discriminate between things that are apparently similar. A Newton, to take the familiar instance of the former process, saw a common element in the fall of an apple and the motion of a planet, and one may perhaps without being a literary Newton discover a common element in all the main uses of the word romantic as well as in all the main uses of the word classic, though some of the things to which the word romantic in particular has been applied seem, it must be admitted, at least as far apart as the fall of an apple and the motion of a planet. The first step is to perceive the something that connects two or more of these things apparently so diverse, and then it may be found necessary to refer this unifying trait itself back to something still more general, and so on until we arrive, not indeed at anything absolute. The absolute will always elude us, but at what Goethe calls the original or underlying phenomenon. A fruitful source of false definition is to take as primary in a more or less closely allied group of facts what is actually secondary. For example, to fix upon the return to the Middle Ages as the central fact in Romanticism, whereas this return is only symptomatic, it is very far from being the original phenomenon. Confused and incomplete definitions of Romanticism have indeed just that origin. They seek to put at the center something that, though romantic, is not central but peripheral, and so the whole subject is thrown out of perspective. My plan then is to determine to the best of my ability, in connection with a brief historical survey, the common element in the various uses of the words classic and romantic, and then, having thus disposed of the similarities, to turn to the second part of the art of defining and deal, also historically, with the differences. For my subject is not Romanticism in general, but only a particular type of Romanticism, and this type of Romanticism needs to be seen as a recoil, not from Classicism in general, but from a particular type of Classicism. The word romantic, when traced historically, is found to go back to the Old French Roman, of which still elder forms are romans and romant. These and similar formations derive ultimately from the medieval Latin adverb romanize. Roman and like words meant originally the various vernaculars derived from Latin, just as the French still speak of these vernaculars as les langues romaines, and then the word Roman came to be applied to tales written in the various vernaculars, especially in Old French. Now with what features of these tales were people most struck? The reply to this question is found in a passage of a 15th century Latin manuscript 17 from the reading of certain romantics, that is, books of poetry composed in French on military deeds which are for the most part fictitious. 18. Here the term romantic is applied to books that we should still call romantic, and for the very same reason, namely, because of the predominance in these books of the element of fiction over reality. In general, a thing is romantic when, as Aristotle would say, it is wonderful rather than probable, in other words, when it violates the normal sequence of cause and effect in favor of adventure. Here is the fundamental contrast between the words classic and romantic which meets us at the outset and in some form or other persists in all the uses of the word down to the present day. A thing is romantic when it is strange, unexpected, intense, superlative, extreme, unique. 19 etc. A thing is classical, on the other hand, when it is not unique, but representative of a class. In this sense, medical men may speak correctly of a classic case of typhoid fever, or a classic case of hysteria. One is even justified in speaking of a classic example of romanticism. By an easy extension of meaning, a thing is classical when it belongs to a high class or to the best class. The type of romanticism referred to in the 15th century manuscript was, it will be observed, the spontaneous product of the popular imagination of the Middle Ages. We may go further and say that the uncultivated human imagination in all times and places is romantic in the same way. It hungers for the thrilling and the marvelous and is, in short, incurably melodramatic. All students of the past know how, when the popular imagination is left free to work on actual historical characters and events, it quickly introduces into these characters and events the themes of universal folklore, and makes a ruthless sacrifice of reality to the love of melodramatic surprise. For example, the original nucleus of historical fact has almost disappeared in the lurid melodramatic tale Les Quatre Fils d'Aymon, which has continued, as presented in the Bibliothèque Bluey, to appeal to the French peasant down to our own times. Those who look with alarm on recent attacks upon romanticism should therefore be comforted. All children, nearly all women and the vast majority of men always have been, are, and probably always will be romantic. This is true even of a classical period like the second half of the 17th century in France. Boileau is supposed to have killed the vogue of the interminable romances of the early 17th century, which themselves continue the spirit of the medieval romances. But recent investigations have shown that the vogue of these romances continued until well on into the 18th century. They influenced the imagination of Rousseau, the great modern romancer. But to return to the history of the word romantic. The first printed examples of the word in any modern tongue are, it would seem, to be found in English. The Oxford Dictionary cites the following from F. Greveley's Life of Sidney, though not his Arcadian romantics live after him, meaning apparently ideas or features suggestive of romance. Of extreme interest is the use of the word in Evelyn's diary, were Sir Guy's grot improved as it might be, it were capable of being made a most romantic and pleasant place. The word is not only used in a favorable sense, but it is applied to nature, and it is this use of the word in connection with outer nature that French and German literatures are going to derive later from England. Among the early English uses of the word romantic may be noted, there happened this extraordinary case, one of the most romantic that ever I heard in my life and could not have believed, 20 etc. Most other authors that I ever read either have wild romantic tales wherein they strain love and honor to that ridiculous height that it becomes burlesque, 21 etc. The word becomes fairly common by the year 1700, and thousands of examples could be collected from English writers in the 18th century. Here are two early 18th century instances. The gentleman I am married to made love to me in rapture, but it was the rapture of a Christian and a man of honor, not a romantic hero or a whining coxcomb. 22. Whether the charmer sinner it or saint it? If folly grow romantic I must paint it. 23. The early French and German uses of the word romantic seem to derive from England. One important point is to be noted as to France. Before using the word romantique, the French used the word romanesque in the sense of wild, unusual, adventurous especially in matters of sentiment, and they have continued to employ Romanesque alongside Romantique, which is now practically used only of the Romantic school. A great deal of confusion is thus avoided into which we fall in English from having only the one word romantic, which must do duty for both Romantique and Romanesque. An example of Romantique is found in French as early as 1675, 24, but the word owed its vogue practically to the Anglomania that set in about the middle of the 18th century. The first very influential French example of the word is appropriately found in Rousseau in the Fifth Promenade. The shores of the Lake of Bienne are more wild and romantic than those of the Lake of Geneva. The word romantique was fashionable in France especially as applied to scenery from about the year 1785, but without any thought as yet of applying it to a literary school. In Germany the word romantis as an equivalent of the French Romanesque and modern German Romanhaft, appears at the end of the 17th century and plainly as a borrowing from the French. Heidegger, a Swiss, used it several times in his Mythoscopia Romantica, 25, an attack on romances and the wild and vain imaginings they engender. According to Heidegger, the only resource against romanticism in this sense is religion. In Germany as in France the association of romantic with natural scenery comes from England, especially from the imitations and translations of Thomson's Seasons. In the second half of the 18th century the increasingly favorable use of words like Gothic and enthusiastic as well as the emergence of words like sentimental and picturesque are among the symptoms of a new movement, and the fortunes of the word romantic were more or less bound up with this movement. Still, apart from its application to natural scenery, the word is as yet far from having acquired a favorable connotation if we are to believe an essay by John Foster on the application of the epithet romantic. Foster's point of view is not unlike that of Heidegger. Romantic, he says, had come to be used as a term of vague abuse, whereas it can be used rightly only of the ascendancy of imagination over judgment, and is therefore synonymous with such words as wild, visionary, extravagant. A man possessing so strong a judgment and so subordinate a fancy as Dean Swift would hardly have been made romantic, if he had studied all the books in Don Quixote's library. It is not, Foster admits, a sign of high endowment for a youth to be too coldly judicial, too deaf to the blandishments of imaginative illusion. Yet in general a man should strive to bring his imagination under the control of sound reason. But how is it possible thus to prevail against the deceits of fancy? Right knowing, he asserts very unsocratically, is not enough to ensure right doing. At this point Foster changes from the tone of a literary essay to that of a sermon, and, maintaining a thesis somewhat similar to that of Pascal in the 17th century and Heidegger in the 18th, he concludes that a man's imagination will run away with his judgment or reason unless he have the aid of divine grace. 2. When Foster wrote his essay there was no question as yet in England of a romantic school. Before considering how the word came to be applied to a particular movement we need first to bring out more fully certain broad conflicts of tendency during the 17th and 18th centuries, conflicts that are not sufficiently revealed by the occasional uses during this period of the word romantic. In the contrast Foster established between judgment and imagination he is merely following a long series of neoclassical critics, and this contrast not only seemed to him and these critics, but still seems to many, the essential contrast between classicism and romanticism. We shall be helped in understanding how judgment and imagination came thus to be sharply contrasted if we consider briefly the changes in the meaning of the word wit during the neoclassical period, and also if we recollect that the contrast between judgment and imagination is closely related to the contrast the French are so fond of establishing between the general sense and the private sense or sense of the individual. In the 16th century prime emphasis was put not upon common sense, but upon wit or conceit or ingenuity. The typical Elizabethan strove to excel less by judgment than by invention, by high-flying liberty of conceit. Like Falstaff he would have a brain apprehensive, quick, forgative, full of nimble, fiery, and delectable shapes. Wit at this time, it should be remembered, was synonymous not only with imagination but with intellect. The result of the worship of wit in this twofold sense was a sort of intellectual romanticism. Though its origins are no doubt medieval, it differs from the ordinary romanticism of the Middle Ages to which I have already referred in being thus concerned with thought rather than with action. Towards the end of the Renaissance and in the early 17th century especially, people were ready to pursue the strange and surprising thought even at the risk of getting too far away from the workings of the normal mind. Hence the points and conceits that spread, as Lowell put it, like a cutaneous eruption over the face of Europe, hence the Gongerists and cultists, the Marinists and Euphuists, the Prêcheurs and the metaphysical poets. And then came the inevitable swing away from all this fantasticality towards common sense. A demand arose for something that was less rare and precious and more representative. This struggle between the general sense and the sense of the individual stands out with special clearness in France. A model was gradually worked out by aid of the classics, especially the Latin classics, as to what man should be. Those who were in the main movement of the time elaborated a great convention, that is, they came together about certain things. They condemned in the name of their convention those who were too indulgent of their private sense, in other words, too eccentric in their imaginings. A Theophile, for example, fell into Dice's team for refusing to restrain his imagination, for asserting the type of spontaneity that would have won him favor in any romantic period. 26. The swing away from intellectual romanticism can also be traced in the changes that took place in the meaning of the word wit in both France and England. One of the main tasks of the French critics of the 17th century and of English critics, largely under the lead of the French, was to distinguish between true and false wit. The work that would have been complimented a little earlier as witty and conceited is now censured as fantastic and far-fetched, as lacking in judicial control over the imagination, and therefore in general appeal. The movement away from the sense of the individual towards common sense goes on steadily from the time of Malherbe to that of Boileau. Balzac attacks Ronsard for his individualistic excess, especially for his audacity in inventing words without reference to usage. Balzac himself is attacked by Boileau for his affectation, for his straining to say things differently from other people. In so far his wit was not true but false. La Bruyère, in substantial accord with Boileau, defines false wit as wit which is lacking in good sense and judgment and in which the imagination has too large a share. 27. What the metaphysical poets in England understood by wit, according to Dr. Johnson, was the pursuit of their thoughts to their last ramifications, and in this pursuit of the singular and the novel they lost the grandeur of generality. This imaginative quest of rarity led to the same recoil as in France, to a demand for common sense and judgment. The opposite extreme from the metaphysical excess is reached when the element of invention is eliminated entirely from wit and it is reduced, as it is by Pope, to rendering happily the general sense. What oft was thought but ne'er so well expressed. Dr. Johnson says that the decisive change in the meaning of the word wit took place about the time of Cowley. Important evidences of this change and also of the new tendency to depreciate the imagination is also found in certain passages of Hobbes. Hobbes identifies the imagination with the memory of outer images and so looks on it as decaying sense. 28. They who observe similitudes, he remarks elsewhere, making a distinction that was to be developed by Locke and accepted by Addison, in case they be such as are but rarely observed by others, are said to have a good wit, by which, in this occasion, is meant a good fancy. But they who distinguish and observe differences, he continues, are said to have a good judgment. Fancy without the help of judgment is not worthy of commendation, whereas judgment is commended for itself without the help of fancy. Indeed, without steadiness and direction to some end, a great fancy is one kind of madness. Judgment without fancy, he concludes, is wit, but fancy without judgment, not. Dryden betrays the influence of Hobbes when he says of the period of incubation of his rival ladies, fancy was yet in its first work, moving the sleeping images of things towards the light, there to be distinguished and either chosen or rejected by judgment. Fancy or imagination, as conceived by the English neoclassicists, often shows a strange vivacity for a faculty that is after all only decaying sense. Fancy without judgment, says Dryden, is a hot-mouthed jade without a curb. Fancy, writes Reimer in a similar vein, leaps and frisks, and away she's gone, whilst reason rattles the chain and follows after. The following lines of Mulgrave are typical of the neoclassical notion of the relation between fancy and judgment. As all is dullness when the fancy's bad, so without judgment, fancy is but mad. Reason is that substantial, useful part, which gains the head, while t'other wins the heart. 29. The opposition established by the neoclassicist in passages of this kind is too mechanical. Fancy and judgment do not seem to cooperate but to war with one another. In case of doubt, the neoclassicist is always ready to sacrifice fancy to the substantial, useful part, and so he seems too negative and cool and prosaic in his reason, and this is because his reason is so largely a protest against a previous romantic excess. What had been considered genius in the time of the metaphysicals had too often turned out to be only oddity. With this warning before them, men kept their eyes fixed very closely on the model of normal human nature that had been set up, and imitated it very literally and timorously. A man was haunted by the fear that he might be monstrous, and so, as Reimer put it, satisfy nobody's maggot but his own. Correctness thus became a sort of tyranny. We suffer to the present day from this neoclassical failure to work out a sound conception of the imagination in its relation to good sense. Because the neoclassicist held the imagination lightly as compared with good sense, the romantic rebels were led to hold good sense lightly as compared with imagination. The romantic view, in short, is too much the neoclassical view turned upside down, and, as Saint Beuve says, nothing resembles a hollow so much as a swelling. 3. Because the classicism against which romanticism rebelled was inadequate, it does not follow that every type of classicism suffers from a similar inadequacy. The great movement away from imaginative unrestraint towards regularity and good sense took place in the main under French auspices. In general, the French have been the chief exponents of the classic spirit in modern times. They themselves feel this so strongly that a certain group in France has of late years inclined to use interchangeably the words classicist and nationalist. But this is a grave confusion, for if the classic spirit is anything at all, it is in its essence not local and national, but universal and human. To be sure, any particular manifestation of classicism will of necessity contain elements that are less universal, elements that reflect merely a certain person or persons, or a certain age and country. This is a truth that we scarcely need to have preached to us, for with the growth of the historical method we have come to fix our attention almost exclusively on these local and relative elements. The complete critic will accept the historical method but be on his guard against its excess. He will see an element in man that is set above the local and the relative. He will learn to detect this abiding element through all the flux of circumstance. In Platonic language, he will perceive the one in the many. Formerly, it must be admitted, critics were not historical enough. They took to be of the essence of classicism what was merely its local coloring, especially the coloring it received from the French of the 17th century. If we wish to distinguish between essence and accident in the classic spirit, we must get behind the French of the 17th century, behind the Italians of the 16th century who laid the foundations of neoclassical theory, behind the Romans who were the immediate models of most neoclassicists, to the source of classicism in Greece. Even in Greece the classic spirit is very much implicated in the local and the relative, yet in the life of no other people perhaps does what is universal in man shine forth more clearly from what is only local and relative. We still need, therefore, to return to Greece, not merely for the best practice, but for the best theory of classicism, for this is still found in spite of all its obscurities and incompleteness in the Poetics of Aristotle. If we have recourse to this treatise, however, it must be on condition that we do not, like the critics of the Renaissance, deal with it in an abstract and dogmatic way, but in a spirit akin to Aristotle's own as revealed in the total body of his writings, a spirit that is at its best positive and experimental. Aristotle not only deals positively and experimentally with the natural order and with man so far as he is a part of this order, but he deals in a similar fashion with a side of man that the modern positivist often overlooks. Like all the great Greeks, Aristotle recognizes that man is the creature of two laws, he has an ordinary or natural self of impulse and desire and a human self that is known practically as a power of control over impulse and desire. If man is to become human, he must not let impulse and desire run wild, but must oppose to everything excessive in his ordinary self, whether in thought or deed or emotion, the law of measure. This insistence on restraint and proportion is rightly taken to be of the essence not merely of the Greek spirit but of the classical spirit in general. The norm or standard that is to set bounds to the ordinary self is got at by different types of classicists in different ways and described variously, for example, as the human law, or the better self, or reason, or nature. Thus when Boileau says, "Let nature be your only study," he does not mean outer nature, nor again the nature of this or that individual, but representative human nature. Having decided what is normal either for man or some particular class of men, the classicist takes this normal nature for his model and proceeds to imitate it. Whatever accords with the model he has thus set up he pronounces natural or probable, whatever on the other hand departs too far from what he conceives to be the normal type or the normal sequence of cause and effect he holds to be improbable and unnatural, or even, if it attains an extreme of abnormality, monstrous. Whatever in conduct or character is duly restrained and proportionate with reference to the model is said to observe decorum. Probability and decorum are identical in some of their aspects and closely related in all. 30 To recapitulate, a general nature, a core of normal experience, is affirmed by all classicists. From this central affirmation derives the doctrine of imitation, and from imitation in turn the doctrines of probability and decorum. But though all classicists are alike in insisting on nature, imitation, probability, and decorum, they differ widely, as I have already intimated, in what they understand by these terms. Let us consider first what Aristotle and the Greeks understand by them. The first point to observe is that according to Aristotle one is to get his general nature not on authority or second hand, but is to disengage it directly for himself from the jumble of particulars that he has before his eyes. He is not, says Aristotle, to imitate things as they are, but as they ought to be. Thus conceived imitation is a creative act. Through all the welter of the actual one penetrates to the real and so succeeds without ceasing to be individual in suggesting the universal. Poetry that is imitative in this sense is, according to Aristotle, more serious and philosophical than history. History deals merely with what has happened, whereas poetry deals with what may happen according to probability or necessity. Poetry, that is, does not portray life literally but extricates the deeper or ideal truth from the flux of circumstance. One may add with Sidney that if poetry is thus superior to history in being more serious and philosophical, it resembles history and is superior to philosophy in being concrete. The one that the great poet or artist perceives in the many and that gives to his work its high seriousness is not a fixed absolute. In general, the model that the highly serious man imitates and that keeps his ordinary self within the bounds of decorum is not to be taken as anything finite, as anything that can be formulated once for all. This point is important, for on it hinges every right distinction not merely between the classic and the romantic, but between the classic and the pseudo-classic. Romanticism has claimed for itself a monopoly of imagination and infinitude, but on closer examination, as I hope to show later, this claim, at least so far as genuine classicism is concerned, will be found to be quite unjustified. For the present it is enough to say that true classicism does not rest on the observance of rules or the imitation of models but on an immediate insight into the universal. Aristotle is especially admirable in the account he gives of this insight and of the way it may manifest itself in art and literature. One may be rightly imitative, he says, and so have access to a superior truth and give others access to it only by being a master of illusion. Though the great poet breathes immortal air, though he sees behind the shows of sense a world of more abiding relationships, he can convey his vision not directly but only imaginatively. Aristotle, one should observe, does not establish any hard and fast opposition between judgment and imagination, an opposition that pervades not only the neoclassical movement but also the romantic revolt from it. He simply affirms a supersensuous order which one can perceive only with the help of fiction. The best art, says Goethe in The True Spirit of Aristotle, gives us the illusion of a higher reality. This has the advantage of being experimental. It is merely a statement of what one feels in the presence of a great painting, let us say, or in reading a great poem. 4. After this attempt to define briefly with the help of the Greeks the classical spirit in its essence, we should be prepared to understand more clearly the way in which the spirit was modified in neoclassical times, especially in France. The first thing that strikes one about the classicism of this period is that it does not rest on immediate perception like that of the Greeks but on outer authority. The merely dogmatic and traditional classicist gave a somewhat un-Greek meaning to the doctrines of nature and imitation. Why imitate nature directly, said Scaliger, when we have in Virgil a second nature? Imitation thus came to mean the imitation of certain outer models and the following of rules based on these models. Now it is well that one who aims at excellence in any field should begin by a thorough assimilation of the achievements of his great predecessors in this field. Unfortunately, the neoclassical theorist tended to impose a multitude of precepts that were based on what was external rather than on what was vital in the practice of his models. In so far the lesson of form that the great ancients can always teach anyone who approaches them in the right spirit degenerated into formalism. This formalistic turn given to the doctrine of imitation was felt from the outset to be a menace to originality, to be incompatible, and everything hinges at last on this point, with the spontaneity of the imagination. There was an important reaction headed by men like Boileau, within the neoclassical movement itself, against the oppression of the intuitive side of human nature by mere dogma and authority, above all against the notion that regularity is in itself any guarantee of literary excellence. A school of rules was succeeded by a school of taste. Yet even to the end the neoclassicist was too prone to reject as unnatural or even monstrous everything that did not fit into one of the traditional pigeonholes. One must grant, indeed, that much noble work was achieved under the neoclassical dispensation, work that shows a genuine insight into the universal, but it is none the less evident that the view of the imagination held during this period has a formalistic taint. This taint in neoclassicism is due not merely to its dogmatic and mechanical way of dealing with the doctrine of imitation but also to the fact that it had to reconcile classical with Christian dogma, and the two antiquities, classical and Christian, if interpreted vitally and in the spirit, were in many respects divergent and in some respects contradictory. The general outcome of the attempts at reconciliation made by the literary casuists of Italy and France was that Christianity should have a monopoly of truth and classicism a monopoly of fiction. For the true classicist, it will be remembered, the two things are inseparable. He gets at his truth through a veil of fiction. Many of the neoclassicists came to conceive of art as many romanticists were to conceive of it later as a sort of irresponsible game or play, but they were, it must be confessed, very inferior to the romanticists in the spontaneity of their fiction. They went for this fiction as for everything else to the models, and this meant in practice that they employed the pagan myths, not as imaginative symbols of a higher reality. It is still possible to employ them in that way, but merely in Boileau's phrase as traditional ornaments. The neoclassicist, to be sure, might so employ his fiction as to inculcate a moral. In that case he is only too likely to give us, instead of the living symbol, dead allegory, instead of high seriousness, its caricature, didacticism. The traditional stock of fiction became at last so intolerably trite as to be rejected even by some of the late neoclassicists. The rejection and contempt of fiction, said Dr. Johnson, is rational and manly. But to reject fiction in the larger sense is to miss the true driving power in human nature, the imagination. Before concluding, however, that Dr. Johnson had no notion of the role of the imagination, one should read his attack on the theory of the three unities 31, which was later to be turned to account by the Romanticists. Now the three unities may be defended on an entirely legitimate ground, on the ground namely that they make for concentration, a prime virtue in the drama, but the grounds on which they were actually imposed on the drama, especially in connection with the quarrel of the Cid, illustrate the corruption of another main classical doctrine, that of probability or verisimilitude. In his dealings with probability, as in his dealings with imitation, the neoclassical formalist did not allow sufficiently for the element of illusion. What he required from the drama in the name of probability was not the illusion of a higher reality, but strict logic or even literal deception. He was not capable of a poetic faith, not willing to suspend his disbelief on passing from the world of ordinary fact to the world of artistic creation. Goethe was thinking especially of the neoclassical French when he said, "As for the French, they will always be arrested by their reason. They do not recognize that the imagination has its own laws which are and always must be problematic for the reason." It was also largely under French influence that the doctrine of decorum, which touches probability at many points, was turned aside from its true meaning. Decorum is in a way the peculiar doctrine of the classicist, is in Milton's phrase the grand masterpiece to observe. The doctrines of the universal and the imitation of the universal go deeper indeed than decorum, so much deeper that they are shared by classicism with religion. The man who aspires to live religiously must no less than the humanist look to some model set above his ordinary self and imitate it. But though the classicist at his best meditates, he does not, like the seeker after religious perfection, see in meditation an end in itself but rather a support for the mediatory virtues, the virtues of the man who would live to the best advantage in this world rather than renounce it, and these virtues may be said to be summed up in decorum. For the best type of Greek humanist, a Sophocles, let us say, decorum was a vital and immediate thing. But there enters into decorum even from the time of the Alexandrian Greeks, and still more into French neoclassical decorum, a marked element of artificiality. The all-roundness and fine symmetry, the poise and dignity that come from working within the bounds of the human law, were taken to be the privilege not of man in general but of a special social class. Take for instance verbal decorum. The French neoclassicists assumed that if the speech of poetry is to be noble and highly serious it must coincide with the speech of the aristocracy. As Nisard puts it, they confused nobility of language with the language of the nobility. Decorum was thus more or less merged with etiquette, so that the standards of the stage and of literature in general came to coincide, as Rousseau complains, with those of the drawing room. More than anything else this narrowing of decorum marks the decline from the classic to the pseudo-classic, from form to formalism. While condemning pseudo-decorum one should remember that even a Greek would have seen something paradoxical in a poem like Goethe's Hermeneuende Dorothea and its attempt to invest with epic grandeur the affairs of villagers and peasants. After all, dignity and elevation and especially the opportunity for important action, which is the point on which the classicist puts prime emphasis, are normally though not invariably associated with a high rather than with a mean social estate. In general one should insist that the decorum worked out under French auspices was far from being merely artificial. The French gentleman of the 17th century often showed a moderation and freedom from overemphasis, an exquisite tact and urbanity that did not fall too far short of his immediate model, Horace, and related him to the all-round man of the Greeks. To be sure, an ascetic Christian like Pascal sees in decorum a disguise of one's ordinary self rather than a real curb upon it, and feels that the gap is not sufficiently wide between even the best type of the man of the world and the mere worldling. One needs, however, to be very austere to disdain the art of living that has been fostered by decorum from the Greeks down. Something of this art of living survives even in a Chesterfield, who falls far short of the best type of French gentleman and reminds one very remotely indeed of a Pericles. Chesterfield's half-jesting definition of decorum as the art of combining the useful appearances of virtue with the solid satisfactions of vice points the way to its ultimate corruption. Talleyrand, who marks perhaps this last stage, was defined by Napoleon as a silk stocking filled with mud. In some of its late exemplars decorum had actually become, as Rousseau complains, the mask of hypocrisy and the varnish of vice. One should not, however, like Rousseau and the Romanticists, judge of decorum by what it degenerated into. Every doctrine of genuine worth is disciplinary and men in the mass do not desire discipline. Most men, says Aristotle, would rather live in a disorderly than in a sober manner. But most men do not admit any such preference that would be crude and inartistic. They incline rather to substitute for the reality of discipline some art of going through the motions. Every great doctrine is thus in constant peril of passing over into some hollow semblance or even, it may be, into some mere caricature of itself. When one wishes therefore to determine the nature of decorum, one should think of a Milton, let us say, and not of a Talleyrand or even of a Chesterfield. Milton imitated the models, like any other neoclassicist, but his imitation was not, in Joubert's phrase, that of one book by another book, but of one soul by another soul. His decorum is therefore imaginative, and it is the privilege of the imagination to give the sense of spaciousness and infinitude. On the other hand, the unimaginative way in which many of the neoclassicists held their main tenets, nature, imitation, probability, decorum, narrowed unduly the scope of the human spirit and appeared to close the gates of the future. Art and diligence have now done their best, says Dr. Johnson of the versification of Pope, and what shall be added will be the effort of tedious toil and needless curiosity. Nothing is more perilous than thus to seem to confine man in some pinfold. There is something in him that refuses to acquiesce in any position as final. He is, in Nietzsche's phrase, the being who must always surpass himself. The attempt to oppose external and mechanical barriers to the freedom of the spirit will create in the long run an atmosphere of stuffiness and smugness, and nothing is more intolerable than smugness. Men were guillotined in the French Revolution, as Bagehot suggests, simply because either they or their ancestors had been smug. Inert acceptance of tradition and routine will be met sooner or later by the cry of Faust, hinaus ins Freie. Before considering the value of the method chosen by Rousseau and the Romanticists for breaking up the tiresome old heavens and escaping from smugness and stuffiness, one should note that the lack of originality and genius which they lamented in the 18th century, especially in that part of it known as the Enlightenment, was not due entirely to pseudo-classic formalism. At least two other main currents entered into the Enlightenment, first the empirical and utilitarian current that goes back to Francis Bacon, and some would say to Roger Bacon, and secondly the rationalistic current that goes back to Descartes. English empiricism gained international vogue in the philosophy of Locke, and Locke denies any supersensuous element in human nature to which one may have access with the aid of the imagination or in any other way. Locke's method of precise naturalistic observation is in itself legitimate, for man is plainly subject to the natural law. What is not truly empirical is to bring the whole of human nature under this law. One can do this only by piecing out precise observation and experiment with dogmatic rationalism. One side of Locke may therefore be properly associated with the father of modern rationalists, Descartes. The attempt of the rationalist to lock up life in some set of formulae produces in the imaginative man a feeling of oppression. He gasps for light and air. The very tracing of cause and effect, and in general the use of the analytical faculties, and this is to fly to the opposite extreme, came to be condemned by the Romanticists as inimical to the imagination. Not only do they make endless attacks on Locke, but at times they assail even Newton for having mechanized life, though Newton's comparison of himself to a child picking up pebbles on the seashore would seem to show that he had experienced the feeling infinite. The elaboration of science into a closed system with the aid of logic and pure mathematics is as a matter of fact to be associated with Descartes rather than with Newton. Neither Newton nor Descartes, one scarcely needs add, wished to subject man entirely to the natural law and the nexus of physical causes. They were not, in short, determinists. Yet the superficial rationalism of the Enlightenment was in the main of Cartesian origin. This Cartesian influence ramifies in so many directions and is related at so many points to the literary movement, and there has been so much confusion about this relationship, that we need to pause here to make a few distinctions. Perhaps what most strikes one in the philosophy of Descartes is its faith in logic and abstract reasoning and the closely allied processes of mathematical demonstration. Anything that is not susceptible of clear proof in this logical and almost mathematical sense is to be rejected. Now this Cartesian notion of clearness is fatal to a true classicism. The higher reality, the true classicist maintains, cannot be thus demonstrated, it can only be grasped, and then never completely, through a veil of imaginative illusion. Boileau is reported to have said that Descartes had cut the throat of poetry, and this charge is justified in so far as the Cartesian requires from poetry a merely logical clearness. This conception of clearness was also a menace to the classicism of the 17th century, which rested in the final analysis not on logic but on tradition. This appeared very clearly in the early phases of the quarrel between ancients and moderns, when literary Cartesians like Perrault and Fontenelle attacked classical dogma in the name of reason. In fact, one may ask if any doctrine has ever appeared so fatal to every form of tradition, not merely literary but also religious and political, as Cartesianism. The rationalist of the 18th century was for dismissing as prejudice everything that could not give a clear account of itself in the Cartesian sense. This riot of abstract reasoning that prepared the way for the revolution has been identified by Taine and others with the classic spirit. A more vicious confusion has seldom gained currency in criticism. It is true that the French have mixed a great deal of logic with their conception of the classic spirit, but that is because they have mixed a great deal of logic with everything. I have already mentioned their tendency to substitute a logical for an imaginative verisimilitude, and strenuously logical classicists may be found in France from Chapelain to Brunetière. Yet the distinction that should keep us from confusing mere logic with the classic spirit was made by a Frenchman who was himself violently logical and also a great geometrician, Pascal. One should keep distinct, says Pascal, the esprit de géométrie and the esprit de finesse. The esprit de finesse is not, like the esprit de géométrie, abstract, but very concrete. 32 So far as a man possesses the esprit de finesse, he is enabled to judge correctly of the ordinary facts of life and of the relationships between man and man. But these judgments rest upon such a multitude of delicate perceptions that he is frequently unable to account for them logically. It is to intuitive good sense and not to the esprit de géométrie that the gentleman of the neoclassical period owed his fine tact. Pascal himself finally took a stand against reason as understood both by the Cartesian and by the man of the world. Unaided reason, he held, is unable to prevail against the deceits of the imagination, it needs the support of intuition, an intuition that he identifies with grace, thus making it inseparable from the most austere form of Christianity. The heart, he says, and this is the name he gives to intuition, has reasons of which the reason knows nothing. A Plato or an Aristotle would not have understood this divorce between reason and intuition. 33. Pascal seems to get his insight only by flouting ordinary good sense. He identifies this insight with a type of theological dogma of which good sense was determined to be rid, and so it tended to get rid of the insight along with the dogma. Classical dogma also seemed at times to be in opposition to the intuitive good sense of the man of the world. The man of the world therefore often inclined to assail both the classical and the Christian tradition in the name of good sense, just as the Cartesian inclined to assail these traditions in the name of abstract reason. Perhaps the best exponent of anti-traditional good sense in the 17th century was Molière. He vindicated nature, and by nature he still meant in the main normal human nature, from arbitrary constraints of every kind, whether imposed by an ascetic Christianity or by a narrow and pedantic classicism. Unfortunately, Molière is too much on the side of the opposition. He does not seem to put his good sense into the service of some positive insight of his own. Good sense may be of many degrees according to the order of facts of which it has a correct perception. The order of facts in human nature that Molière's good sense perceived is not the highest, and so this good sense appears at times too ready to justify the bourgeois against the man who has less timid and conventional views. So at least Rousseau thought when he made his famous attack on Molière. 34 Rousseau assailed Molière in the name of instinct as Pascal would have assailed him in the name of insight, and fought sense with sensibility. The hostility of Rousseau to Molière, according to M. Faguet, is that of a romantic bohemian to a Philistine of genius. 35 One hesitates to call Molière a Philistine, but one may at least grant M. Faguet that Molière's good sense is not always sufficiently inspired. I have been trying to build up a background that will make clear why the reason of the 18th century had come to be superficial and therefore oppressive to the imagination. It is only with reference to this reason that one can understand the Romantic revolt. But neoclassical reason itself can be understood only with reference to its background as a recoil, namely from a previous Romantic excess. This excess was manifested not only in the intellectual romanticism of which I have already spoken, but in the cult of the romantic deed that had flourished in the Middle Ages. This cult and the literature that reflected it continued to appeal, even to the cultivated, well on into the neoclassical period. It was therefore felt necessary to frame a definition of reason that should be a rebuke to the extravagance and improbability of the medieval romances. When men became conscious in the 18th century of the neoclassical meagerness on the imaginative side, they began to look back with a certain envy to the free efflorescence of fiction in the Middle Ages. They began to ask themselves with Herd whether the reason and correctness they had won were worth the sacrifice of a world of fine fabling. 36. We must not, however, like Heine and many others, look on the Romantic movement as merely a return to the Middle Ages. We have seen that the men of the Middle Ages themselves understood by romance not simply their own kind of speech and writing in contrast with what was written in Latin, but a kind of writing in which the pursuit of strangeness and adventure predominated. This pursuit of strangeness and adventure will be found to predominate in all types of romanticism. The type of romanticism, however, which came in towards the end of the 18th century did not, even when professedly medieval, simply revert to the older types. It was primarily not a romanticism of thought or of action, the types we have encountered thus far, but a romanticism of feeling. The beginnings of this emotional romanticism antedate considerably the application of the word romantic to a particular literary school. Before considering how the word came to be thus applied, we shall need to take a glance at 18th century sentimentalism, especially at the plea for genius and originality that, from about the middle of the century on, were opposed to the tameness and servile imitation of the neoclassicists. Chapter 2. Romantic Genius. Romanticism, it has been remarked, is all that is not Voltaire. The clash between Rousseau and Voltaire is indeed not merely the clash between two men, it is the clash between two incompatible views of life. Voltaire is the end of the old world, as Goethe has put it, Rousseau the beginning of the new. One is not to suppose, however, that Voltaire was a consistent champion of the past. He is indeed, with all his superficial clearness, one of the most incoherent of writers. At the same time that he defended classical tradition, he attacked Christian tradition, spreading abroad a spirit of mockery and irreverence that tended to make every traditional belief impossible. The reason to which he appeals has all the shallowness that I have noticed in the reason of the 18th century. Though he does not fall into the Cartesian excess of abstract reasoning, and though the good sense that he most often understands by reason is admirably shrewd within certain bounds, he nevertheless falls very far short of the standards of a true classicism. He delights in the philosophy of Locke and has little sense for Greek philosophy or for the higher aspects of Greek literature. He is quite lacking in the quality of imagination that is needful if one is to communicate with what is above the ordinary rational level. So far from being capable of high seriousness, he is scarcely capable of ordinary seriousness. And so the nobility, elegance, imitation, and decorum that he is constantly preaching have about them a taint of formalism. Perhaps this taint appears most conspicuously in his conception of decorum. A man may be willing to impose restrictions on his ordinary self, and every type of decorum is restrictive if he is asked to do so for some adequate end. The end of the decorum that an Aristotle, for example, would impose is that one may become more human and therefore, as he endeavors to show in a highly positive fashion, happier. The only art and literature that will please a man who has thus become human through the observance of true decorum is an art and literature that are themselves human and decorous. Voltaire for his part wishes to subject art and literature to an elaborate set of restrictions in the name of decorum, but these restrictions are not joined to any adequate end. The only reward he holds out to those who observe all these restrictions is the merit of difficulty overcome. At bottom, like so many of the Jesuits from whom he received his education, he looks upon art as a game, a very ingenious and complicated game. The French muse he compares to a person executing a difficult clog dance on a tightrope, and he argues from this comparison, not that the French muse should assume a less constrained posture, but that she should on the contrary be exemplary to the nations. No wonder the Romanticists and even Dr. Johnson demurred at Voltaire's condemnation of Shakespeare in the name of this type of decorum. Voltaire is therefore, in spite of all his dazzling gifts, one of the most compromising advocates of classicism. Pope also had eminent merits, but from the truly classical point of view he is about as inadequate as Voltaire, and this is important to remember because English Romanticism tends to be all that is not Pope. The English Romanticists revolted especially from the poetic diction of which Pope was one of the chief sources, and poetic diction, with its failure to distinguish between nobility of language and the language of the nobility, is only an aspect of artificial decorum. However, the revolt from poetic diction and decorum in general is not the central aspect of the great movement that resulted in the eclipse of the wit and man of the world and in the emergence of the original genius. What the genius wanted was spontaneity, and spontaneity, as he understood it, involves a denial, not merely of decorum, but of something that, as I have said, goes deeper than decorum, namely the doctrine of imitation. According to Voltaire, genius is only judicious imitation. According to Rousseau, the prime mark of genius is refusal to imitate. The movement away from imitation, however, had already got well started before it thus came to a picturesque head in the clash between Rousseau and Voltaire, and if we wish to understand this movement we need to take a glance at its beginnings, especially in England. There are reasons why this supposed opposition between imitation and genius should have been felt in England more keenly than elsewhere. The doctrine of imitation in its neoclassical form did not get established there until about the time of Dryden. In the meanwhile England had had a great creative literature in which the freedom and spontaneity of the imagination had not been cramped by a too strict imitation of models. Dryden himself, though he was doing more than anyone else to promote the new correctness that was coming in from France, felt that this correctness was no equivalent for the Elizabethan inspiration. The structure that he and his contemporaries were erecting might be more regular, but lacked the boldness and originality of that reared by the giant race before the flood. Our age was cultivated thus at length. But what we gained in skill we lost in strength. Our builders were with want of genius cursed. The second temple was not like the first. 37. This contrast between the imitator and the inspired original was developed by Addison in a paper that was destined to be used against the very school to which he himself belonged. For Addison was in his general outlook a somewhat tame Augustine. Nevertheless he exalts the natural geniuses who have something nobly wild and extravagant in them above the geniuses who have been refined by conversation, reflection, and the reading of the most polite authors, who have formed themselves by rules and submitted the greatness of their natural talents to the corrections and restraints of art. The great danger in these latter kind of geniuses, is lest they cramp their own abilities too much by imitation, and form themselves altogether upon models, without giving full play to their own natural parts. An imitation of the best authors is not to compare with a good original, and I believe we may observe that very few writers make an extraordinary figure in the world, who have not something in their way of thinking or expressing themselves that is peculiar to them, and entirely their own. Another main influence that was making against the doctrine of imitation was also largely of English origin. This was the idea of progress through scientific observation and experiment. As a result of this type of positivism, discovery was being added to discovery. Science was kindling man's imagination and opening up before him what he really craves, the vista of an endless advance. Why should not literature likewise do something new and original instead of sticking forever in the same rut of imitation? In its Greek form the doctrine of imitation was, as I have tried to show, not only flexible and progressive, but in its own way, positive and experimental. But in modern times the two main forms of imitation, the classical and the Christian, have worked within the limits imposed by tradition and traditional models. The imitation of models, the Christian imitation of Christ, let us say, or the classical imitation of Horace, may indeed be a very vital thing, the imitation of one soul by another soul, but when carried out in this vital way, the two main forms of imitation tend to clash, and the compromise between them, as I have already said, resulted in a good deal of formalism. By its positive and critical method science was undermining every traditional belief. Both the Christian and the classical formalists would have been the first to deny that the truths of imitation for which they stood could be divorced from tradition and likewise put on a positive and critical basis. The fact is indubitable in any case that the discrediting of tradition has resulted in a progressive lapse from the religious and the humanistic to the naturalistic level. An equally indubitable fact is that scientific or rationalistic naturalism tended from the early 18th century to produce emotional naturalism, and that both forms of naturalism were hostile to the doctrine of imitation. The trend away from the doctrine of imitation towards emotional naturalism finds revolutionary expression in the literary field in such a work as Young's Conjectures on Original Composition. Addison had asserted, as we have seen, the superiority of what is original in a man, of what comes to him spontaneously, over what he acquires by conscious effort and culture. Young, a personal friend of Addison's, develops this contrast between the natural and the artificial to its extreme consequences. Modern writers, he says, have a choice to make. They may soar in the regions of liberty, or move in the soft fetters of easy imitation. An original may be said to be of a vegetable nature, it rises spontaneously from the vital root of genius, it grows, it is not made. Imitations are often a sort of manufacture, wrought up by those mechanics, art, and labor, out of pre-existent materials not their own. We may as well grow good by another's virtue, or fat by another's food, as famous by another's thought. One evidence that we are still living in the movement of which Young is one of the initiators is that his treatise will not only seem to most of us a very spirited piece of writing that it certainly is but doctrinally sound. And yet it is only one of those documents very frequent in literary history which lack intrinsic soundness, but which can be explained if not justified as a recoil from an opposite extreme. The unsoundness of Young's work comes out clearly if one compares it with the treatise on the Sublime attributed to Longinus, which is not a mere protest against a previous excess, but a permanently acceptable treatment of the same problem of genius and inspiration. Longinus exalts genius, but is at the same time regardful of culture and tradition, and even emphasizes the relation between inspiration and the imitation of models. Young insinuates, on the contrary, that one is aided in becoming a genius by being brainless and ignorant. Some are pupils of nature only, nor go further to school. Many a genius probably there has been which could neither write nor read. It follows almost inevitably from these premises that genius flourishes most in the primitive ages of society before originality has been crushed beneath the superincumbent weight of culture and critics have begun their pernicious activities. Young did not take this step himself, but it was promptly taken by others on the publication of the Ossianic poems. Ossian is at once added to the list of great originals already enumerated by Addison, Homer, Pindar, the patriarchs of the Old Testament, and Shakespeare. Poetry, says Diderot, summing up a whole movement, calls for something enormous, barbaric, and savage. This exaltation of the virtues of the primitive ages is simply the projection into a mythical past of a need that the man of the 18th century feels in the present, the need to let himself go. This is what he understands by his return to nature. A whole revolution is implied in this reinterpretation of the word nature. To follow nature in the classical sense is to imitate what is normal and representative in man, and so to become decorous. To be natural in the new sense, one must begin by getting rid of imitation and decorum. Moreover, for the classicist, nature and reason are synonymous. The primitivist, on the other hand, means by nature the spontaneous play of impulse and temperament, and inasmuch as this liberty is hindered rather than helped by reason, he inclines to look on reason, not as the equivalent but as the opposite of nature. If one is to understand this development, one should note carefully how certain uses of the word reason, not merely by the neoclassicists but by the anti-traditionalists, especially in religion, tended to produce this denial of reason. It is a curious fact that some of those who were attacking the Christian religion in the name of reason, were themselves aware that mere reason, whether one understood by the word abstract reasoning or uninspired good sense, does not satisfy, that in the long run man is driven either to rise higher or to sink lower than reason. Saint Evremond, for example, prays nature to deliver man from the doubtful middle state in which she has placed him, either to lift him up to angelic radiance, or else to sink him to the instinct of simple animals. 38. Since the ascending path, the path that led to angelic radiance, seemed to involve the acceptance of a mass of obsolete dogma, man gradually inclined to sink below the rational level and to seek to recover the instinct of simple animals. Another and still more fundamental fact that some of the rationalists perceived and that militate against their own position, is that the dominant element in man is not reason, but imagination, or if one prefers, the element of illusion. Illusion, said Voltaire himself, is the queen of the human heart. The great achievement of tradition at its best was to be at once a limit and a support to both reason and imagination, and so to unite them in a common allegiance. In the new movement, at the same time that reason was being encouraged by scientific method to rise up in revolt against tradition, imagination was being fascinated and drawn to the naturalistic level by scientific discovery and the vista of an endless advance that it opened up. A main problem, therefore, for the student of this movement is to determine what forms of imaginative activity are possible on the naturalistic level. A sort of understanding was reached on this point by different types of naturalists in the course of the 18th century. One form of imagination, it was agreed, should be displayed in science, another form in art and literature. 39 The scientific imagination should be controlled by judgment and work in strict subordination to the facts. In art and literature, on the other hand, the imagination should be free. Genius and originality are indeed in strict ratio to this freedom. In the fairyland of fancy, says Young, genius may wander wild, there it has a creative power, and may reign arbitrarily over its own empire of chimeras. This sheer indiscipline of the literary imagination might seem in contrast with the discipline of the scientific imagination an inferiority, but such was not the view of the partisans of original genius. Kant, indeed, who was strongly influenced in his critique of aesthetic judgment by these English theorists, inclined to deny genius to the man of science for the very reason that his imagination is so strictly controlled. The fact would seem to be that a great scientist, a Newton let us say, has as much right to be accounted a genius as Shakespeare. The inferiority of the genius of a Newton compared with that of a Shakespeare lies in a certain coldness. Scientific genius is thus cold because it operates in a region less relevant to man than poetic genius. It is, in Bagehot's phrase, more remote from the hearth of the soul. The scientific and the literary imagination are indeed not quite so sharply contrasted by most of the theorists as might be inferred from what I have said. Most of them do not admit that the literary imagination should be entirely free to wander in its own empire of chimeras. Even literary imagination, they maintain, should in some measure be under the surveillance of judgment or taste. One should observe, however, that the judgment or taste that is supposed to control or restrict genius is not associated with the imagination. On the contrary, imagination is associated entirely with the element of novelty in things, which means, in the literary domain, with the expansive eagerness of a man to get his own uniqueness uttered. The genius for the Greek, let us remind ourselves, was not the man who was in this sense unique, but the man who perceived the universal, and as the universal can be perceived only with the aid of the imagination, it follows that genius may be defined as imaginative perception of the universal. The universal thus conceived not only gives a center and purpose to the activity of the imagination, but sets bounds to the free expansion of temperament and impulse, to what came to be known in the 18th century as nature. Kant, who denies genius to the man of science on grounds I have already mentioned, is unable to associate genius in art or literature with this strict discipline of the imagination to a purpose. The imagination must be free and must, he holds, show this freedom not by working but by playing. At the same time Kant had the cool temper of a man of the Enlightenment, and looked with the utmost disapproval on the aberrations that had marked in Germany the age of original genius. He was not in the new sense of the word, nor indeed in any sense, an enthusiast. And so he wished the reason, or judgment, to keep control over the imagination without disturbing its free play. Art is to have a purpose which is at the same time not a purpose. The distinctions by which he works out the supposed relationship between judgment and imagination are at once difficult and unreal. One can indeed put one's finger here more readily perhaps than elsewhere on the central impotence of the whole Kantian system. Once discredit tradition and outer authority and then set up as a substitute a reason that is divorced from the imagination and so lacks the support of supersensuous insight, and reason will prove unable to maintain its hegemony. When the imagination has ceased to pull in accord with the reason in the service of a reality that is set above them both, it is sure to become the accomplice of expansive impulse, and mere reason is not strong enough to prevail over this union of imagination and desire. Reason needs some driving power behind it, a driving power that, when working in alliance with the imagination, it gets from inside. To suppose that man will long rest content with mere naked reason as his guide is to forget that illusion is the queen of the human heart, it is to revive the Stoical error. Schiller, himself a Kantian, felt this rationalistic rigor and coldness of his master, and so sought, while retaining the play theory of art, to put behind the cold reason of Kant the driving power it lacked. For this driving power he looked not to a supersensuous reality, not to insight in short, but to emotion. He takes appropriately the motto for his aesthetic letters from Rousseau, "Si c'est la raison qui fait l'homme, c'est le sentiment qui le conduit." He retains Kant's play theory of art without even so much offset to this play as is implied in Kant's purposiveness without purpose. The nobility of Schiller's intentions is beyond question. At the same time, by encouraging the notion that it is possible to escape from neoclassical didacticism only by eliminating masculine purpose from art, he opens the way for the worst perversions of the aesthete, above all for the divorce of art from ethical reality. In art, according to Schiller, both imagination and feeling should be free and spontaneous, and the result of all this freedom, as he sees it, will be perfectly ideal. His suspicion of a purpose is invincible. As soon as anything has a purpose it ceases to be aesthetic and in the same measure suffers a loss of dignity. Thus the aesthetic moment of the lion, he says, is when he roars not with any definite design, but out of sheer lustiness, and for the pure pleasure of roaring. One may assume safely the aesthetic attitude, or what amounts to the same thing, allow oneself to be guided by feeling, only on the assumption that feeling is worthy of trust. As appears in the very motto he took for his aesthetic letters, Schiller was helped to this faith in man's native goodness by Rousseau. We need to pause for a moment at this point and consider the background of this belief, which finds not only in Schiller but in Rousseau himself, with whom it is usually associated, a rather late expression. The movement that took its rise in the 18th century involves, we should recollect, a break not with one but with two traditions, the classical and the Christian. If the plea for genius and originality is to be largely explained as a protest against the mechanical imitation and artificial decorum of a certain type of classicist, the assertion of man's natural goodness is to be understood rather as a rebound from the doctrine of total depravity that was held by the more austere type of Christian. This doctrine had even in the early centuries of the faith awakened certain protests like that of Pelagius, but for an understanding of the Rousseauistic protest one does not need to go behind the great deistic movement of the early 18th century. God, instead of being opposed to nature, is conceived by the deist as a power that expresses his goodness and loveliness through nature. The oppressive weight of fear that the older theology had laid upon the human spirit is thus gradually lifted. Man begins to discover harmonies instead of discords in himself and outer nature. He not only sees virtue in instinct but inclines to turn virtue itself into a sense, or instinct. And this means in practice to put emotional expansion in the place of spiritual concentration at the basis of life and morals. In studying this drift towards an aesthetic or sentimental morality, one may most conveniently take one's point of departure in certain English writers of deistic tendency, especially in Shaftesbury and his disciple Hutcheson. Considered purely as an initiator, Shaftesbury is probably more important than Rousseau. His influence ramifies out in every direction, notably into Germany. The central achievement of Shaftesbury from a purely psychological point of view may be said to be his transformation of conscience from an inner check into an expansive emotion. He is thus enabled to set up an aesthetic substitute not merely for traditional religion but for traditional humanism. He undermines insidiously decorum, the central doctrine of the classicist, at the very time that he seems to be defending it. For decorum also implies a control upon the expansive instincts of human nature, and Shaftesbury is actually engaged in rehabilitating nature, and insinuating that it does not need any control. He attains this expansiveness by putting aesthetic in the place of spiritual perception, and so merging more or less completely the good and the true with the beautiful. He thus points the way very directly to Rousseau's rejection of both inner and outer control in the name of man's natural goodness. Once accept Shaftesbury's transformation of conscience and one is led almost inevitably to look on everything that is expansive as natural or vital and on everything that restricts expansion as conventional or artificial. Villers wrote to Madame de Staël, "The fundamental and creative idea of all your work has been to show primitive, incorruptible, naive, passionate nature in conflict with the barriers and shackles of conventional life." Note that this is also the guiding idea of the author of Werther. This contrast between nature and convention is indeed almost the whole of Rousseauism. In permitting his expansive impulses to be disciplined by either humanism or religion, man has fallen away from nature much as in the old theology he has fallen away from God, and the famous return to nature means in practice the emancipation of the ordinary or temperamental self that had been thus artificially controlled. This throwing off of the yoke of both Christian and classical discipline in the name of temperament is the essential aspect of the movement in favor of original genius. The genius does not look to any pattern that is set above his ordinary spontaneous ego and imitate it. On the contrary, he attains to the self-expression that other men, intimidated by convention, weakly forego. In thus taking a stand for self-expression, the original genius is in a sense on firm ground, at least so far as the mere rationalist or the late and degenerate classicist is concerned. No conventions are final, no rules can set arbitrary limits to creation. Reality cannot be locked up in any set of formulae. The element of change and novelty in things, as the Romanticists are never tired of repeating, is at once vital and inexhaustible. Wherever we turn, we encounter, as a romantic authority, Jacob Boehme, declares, abysmal, unsearchable and infinite multiplicity. Perhaps not since the beginning of the world have two men or indeed two leaves or two blades of grass been exactly alike. Out of 1,000 men shaving, as Dr. Johnson himself remarked, no two will shave in just the same way. A person carries his uniqueness even into his thumbprint, as a certain class in the community has learned to its cost. But though all things are ineffably different, they are at the same time ineffably alike. And this oneness in things is, no less than the otherwiseness, a matter of immediate perception. This universal implication of the one in the many is found even more marked than elsewhere in the heart of the individual. Each man has his idiosyncrasy. But in addition to his complexion, his temperamental or private self, every man has a self that he possesses in common with other men. Even the man who is most filled with his own uniqueness, or genius, a Rousseau, for example, assumes this universal self in every word he utters. Jove nods to Jove behind us as we talk. The word character, one may note, is ambiguous, inasmuch as it may refer either to the idiosyncratic or to the universal human element in a man's dual nature. For example, an original genius like William Blake not only uses the word character in a different sense from Aristotle, he cannot even understand the Aristotelian usage. Aristotle, he complains, says characters are either good or bad. Now goodness or badness has nothing to do with character. An apple tree, a pear tree, a horse, a lion are characters, but a good apple tree or a bad is an apple tree still, etc. But character, as Aristotle uses the word, implies something that man possesses and that a horse or tree does not possess the power, namely to deliberate and choose. A man has a good or bad character, he is ethical or unethical, as one may say from the Greek word for character in this sense, according to the quality of his choice as it appears in what he actually does. This distinction between a man's private, peculiar character and the character he possesses when judged with reference to something more general than his own complexion is very similar to the French distinction between the sens propre and the sens commun. The general sense or norm that is opposed to mere temperament and impulse may rest upon the ethos of a particular time and country, the traditional habits and customs that the Rousseauist is wont to dismiss as artificial, or it may rest in varying degrees upon immediate perception. For example, the Ismene and Antigone of Sophocles are both ethical, but Ismene would abide by the law of the state, whereas Antigone opposes to this law something still more universal, the unwritten laws of heaven. This insight of Antigone into a moral order that is set not only above her ordinary self but above the convention of her time and country is something very immediate, something achieved, as I shall try to show more fully later, with the aid of the imagination. It is scarcely necessary to add that such a perfect example of the ethical imagination as one finds in Antigone, the imagination that works concentric with the human law, is rare. In actual life, for one Antigone who obeys the unwritten laws of heaven, there will be 1,000 Ismenes who will be guided in their moral choices by the law of the community. This law, the convention of a particular place and time, is always but a very imperfect image, a mere shadow indeed of the unwritten law, which, being above the ordinary rational level, is, in a sense to be explained later, infinite and incapable of final formulation. And yet men are forced, if only on practical grounds, to work out some approximation to this law as a barrier to the unchained appetites of the individual. The elements that enter into any particular attempt to circumscribe the individual in the interests of the community are very mixed and in no small measure relative. Yet the things that any group of men have come together about, their conventions in the literal meaning of the word, even the taboos of a savage tribe, are sure to reflect, however inadequately, the element of oneness in man, the element which is opposed to expansive impulse, and which is no less real, no less a matter of immediate experience, than the element of irreducible difference. The general sense therefore should never be sacrificed lightly to the sense of the individual. Taboo, however inferior it may be to insight, deserves to rank higher after all than mere temperament. 41. The original genius proceeds upon the opposite assumption. Everything that limits temperamental expansion is dismissed as either artificial or mechanical, everything on the contrary that makes for the emancipation of temperament, and so for variety and difference, he welcomes as vital, dynamic, creative. Now, speaking not metaphysically but practically and experimentally, man may, as I have said, follow two main paths. He may develop his ethical self, the self that lays hold of unity, or he may put his main emphasis on the element within him and without him that is associated with novelty and change. In direct proportion as he turns his attention to the infinite manifoldness of things, he experiences wonder. If on the other hand he attends to the unity that underlies the manifoldness and that likewise transcends him, he experiences awe. As a man grows religious, awe comes more and more to take the place in him of wonder. The humanist is less averse from the natural order and its perpetual gushing forth of novelties than the man who is religious, yet even the humanist refuses to put his final emphasis on wonder. To illustrate concretely, Dr. Johnson can scarcely conceal his disdain for the wonderful, but being a genuinely religious spirit, is very capable of awe. Commenting on Yaldan's line, "A while th Almighty wondering stood," Dr. Johnson remarks, he ought to have remembered that infinite knowledge can never wonder. All wonder is the effect of novelty upon ignorance. Granted the justness of the remark, Johnson seems inclined at times to forget how wide is the gap in this respect between us and the Almighty, and therefore to be unduly hostile to the element of wonder. To take the opposite case, it is not easy to discover in either the personality or writings of Poe an atom of awe or reverence. On the other hand, he both experiences wonder and seeks in his art to be a pure wondersmith. It is especially important to determine a man's attitude towards himself in this matter of awe and wonder, in other words, to determine whether he is taken up first of all with that element in his own nature which makes him incomprehensibly like other men, or with that element which makes him incomprehensibly different from them. A man, the wise have always insisted, should look with reverence but not with wonder on himself. Rousseau boasts that if not better than other men, he is at least different. By this gloating sense of his own otherwiseness he may be said to have set the tone for a whole epoch. Chateaubriand, for instance, is quite overcome by his own uniqueness and wonderfulness. At the most ordinary happenings he exclaims, as Saint Beuve points out, that such things happen only to him. Hugo again is positively stupefied at the immensity of his own genius. The theatricality that one feels in so much of the art of this period arises from the eagerness of the genius to communicate to others something of the amazement that he feels at himself. René's first concern is to inspire wonder even in the women who love him. Saluda felt that she was going to fall upon the bosom of this man as one falls into an abyss. In thus putting such an exclusive emphasis on wonder, the Rousseauistic movement takes on a regressive character. For if life begins in wonder, it culminates in awe. To put the budding rose above the rose full-blown may do very well for a mood, but as an habitual attitude it implies that one is more interested in origins than in ends, and this means in practice to look backward and downward instead of forward and up. The conscious analysis that is needed if one is to establish orderly sequences and relationships and so work out a kingdom of ends is repudiated by the Rousseauist because it diminishes wonder, because it interferes with the creative impulse of genius as it gushes up spontaneously from the depths of the unconscious. The whole movement is filled with the praise of ignorance and of those who still enjoy its inappreciable advantages: the savage, the peasant, and above all the child. The Rousseauist may indeed be said to have discovered the poetry of childhood, of which only traces can be found in the past, but at what would seem at times a rather heavy sacrifice of rationality. Rather than consent to have the bloom taken off things by analysis, one should, as Coleridge tells us, sink back to the devout state of childlike wonder. However, to grow ethically is not to sink back but to struggle painfully forward. To affirm the contrary is to set up the things that are below the ordinary rational level as a substitute for the things that are above it, and at the same time to proclaim one's inability to mature. The Romanticist, it is true, is wont to oppose to the demand for maturity Christ's praise of the child. But Christ evidently praises the child not because of his capacity for wonder but because of his freedom from sin, and it is of the essence of Rousseauism to deny the very existence of sin, at least in the Christian sense of the word. One may also read in the New Testament that when one has ceased to be a child one should give up childish things, and this is a saying that no primitivist, so far as I am aware, has ever quoted. On the contrary, he is ready to assert that what comes to the child spontaneously is superior to the deliberate moral effort of the mature man. The speeches of all the sages are, according to Maeterlinck, outweighed by the unconscious wisdom of the passing child. Wordsworth hails a child of 6 as mighty prophet, seer blessed. In much the same way Hugo pushes his adoration of the child to the verge of what has been termed solemn silliness. To set up the spontaneity of the child as a substitute for insight, to identify wonder with awe, romance with religion, is to confuse the very planes of being. There would appear to be a confusion of this kind in what Carlyle takes to be his own chief discovery, in his Natural Supernaturalism 43. The natural order, we must grant Carlyle, is unfathomable, but it is not therefore awful, only wonderful. A movement of charity belongs, as Pascal says, to an entirely different order. Point 44. The spiritual order to which Pascal refers lifts a man so far as he perceives it out of his ordinary self and draws him to an ethical center. But the Rousseauist tends, as I have said, to repudiate the very idea of an ethical center along with the special forms in which it had got itself embedded. Every attempt, whether humanistic or religious, to set up some such center, to oppose a unifying and centralizing principle to expansive impulse, seems to him arbitrary and artificial. He does not discriminate between the ethical norm or center that a Sophocles grasps intuitively and the centrality that the pseudo-classicist hopes to achieve by mechanical imitation. He argues from his underlying assumption that the principle of variation is alone vital, that one's genius and originality are in pretty direct ratio to one's eccentricity in the literal meaning of the word, and he is therefore ready to affirm his singularity or difference in the face of whatever happens to be established. This attitude, it is worth noting, is quite unlike that of the humorist in the Old English sense of the word, who indulges his bent and is at the same time quite unconcerned with any central model that he should imitate and with reference to which he should discipline his oddities. The idiosyncrasy of the Rousseauist is not, like that of the humorist, genial, but defiant. He is strangely self-conscious in his return to the unconscious. In everything, from his vocabulary to the details of his dress, he is eager to emphasize his departure from the norm. Hence the persistent pose and theatricality in so many of the leaders of this movement, in Rousseau himself, for instance, or in Chateaubriand and Byron. As for the lesser figures in the movement, their genius is often chiefly displayed in their devices for calling attention to themselves as the latest and most marvelous births of time. It is only one aspect in short of an art in which the past century, whatever its achievement in the other arts, has easily surpassed all its predecessors, the art of advertising. One needs always to return, however, if one is to understand the romantic notion of genius, to a consideration of the pseudo-classic decorum against which it is a protest. The gentleman or man of the world was not, like the original genius, anxious to advertise himself, to call attention to his own special note of originality, since his primary concern was with an entirely different problem, with the problem, namely, not of expressing but of humanizing himself, and he could humanize himself, he felt, only by constant reference to the accepted standard of what the normal man should be. He refused to pride himself on anything, he was fearful of overemphasis, because the first of virtues in his eyes was a sense of proportion. The total symmetry of life to which the best type of classicist refers back his every impulse, he apprehends intuitively with the aid of his imagination. The symmetry to which the pseudo-classicist refers back his impulses has ceased to be imaginative and has become a mere conformity to an outer code or even to the rules of etiquette, and so, instead of a deep imaginative insight, he gets mere elegance or polish. The unity that a purely external decorum of this kind imposes on life degenerates into a tiresome sameness. It seems an unwarranted denial of the element of wonder and surprise. Boredom was born one day of uniformity, said La Motte Houdard, who was himself a pseudo-classicist, whereas variety, as everybody knows, is the spice of life. The romanticist would break up the smooth and tiresome surface of artificial decorum by the pursuit of strangeness. If he can only get his thrill, he cares little whether it is probable, whether it bears any relation, that is, to normal human experience. This sacrifice of the probable to the surprising appears, as I said at the outset, in all types of romanticism, whether of action or thought or feeling. The genuine classicist always puts his main stress on design or structure, whereas the main quest of every type of romanticist is rather for the intense and vivid and arresting detail. Take, for instance, the intellectual romanticism that prevailed especially in the late 16th and early 17th centuries. In the witty and conceited poets of this period, the intellect is engaged in a more or less irresponsible vagabondage with the imagination as its free accomplice. The conceits by which a poet of this type displays his ingenuity are not structural, are not, that is, referred back to any center. They stand forth each separately and sharply from the surface of the style, and so arrest the reader by their novelty. Their rareness and preciousness, however, are intended to startle the intellect alone. They do not have and are not intended to have any power of sensuous suggestion. The Rousseauistic romanticist, on the other hand, so far from being metaphysical, strives to be concrete even at the risk of a certain materialism of style, of turning his metaphors into mere images. Like the intellectual romanticist, though in a different way, he wishes to break up the smooth and monotonous surface of life and style, and so he sets up the cult of the picturesque. To understand this cult, one needs to remember the opposite extreme of artificial symmetry. One needs to recall, for example, the neoclassicist who complained of the stars in heaven because they were not arranged in symmetrical patterns, or various other neoclassicists who attacked mountains because of their rough and irregular shapes, because of their refusal to submit to the rule and compass. When beauty is conceived in so mechanical a fashion, someone is almost certain to wish to add strangeness to it. The cult of the picturesque is closely associated with the cult of local color. Here as elsewhere, romantic genius is, in contradistinction to classical genius which aims at the grandeur of generality, the genius of wonder and surprise. According to Buffon, who offers the rare spectacle of a man of science who is at the same time a theorist of the grand manner, Genius is shown in the architectonic gift in the power so to unify a subject as to keep its every detail in proper subordination to the whole. Any mere wantoning of the imagination in the pursuit of either the precious or the picturesque is to be severely repressed if one is to attain to the grandeur of generality. Buffon is truly classic in relating genius to design. Unfortunately he verges towards the pseudo-classic in his distrust of color, of the precise word and the vivid descriptive epithet. The growing verbal squeamishness that so strikes one towards the end of the neoclassic period is one outcome of artificial decorum, of confusing nobility of language with the language of the nobility. There was an increasing fear of the trivial word that might destroy the illusion of the grand manner, and also of the technical term that should be too suggestive of specialization. All terms were to be avoided that were not readily intelligible to a lady or gentleman in the drawing room. And so it came to pass that by the end of the 18th century the grand manner, or elevated style, had come to be largely an art of ingenious circumlocution, and Buffon gives some countenance to this conception of classic dignity and representativeness when he declares that one should describe objects only by the most general terms. At all events the reply of the Romantic genius to this doctrine is the demand for local color, for the concrete and picturesque phrase. The general truth at which the classicist aims the Rousseauist dismisses as identical with the grey and the academic, and bends all his efforts to the rendering of the vivid and unique detail. Of the readiness of the Romantic genius to show to advertise his originality by trampling verbal decorum underfoot along with every other kind of decorum, I shall have more to say later. He is ready to employ not only the homely and familiar word that the pseudo-classicist had eschewed as low, but words so local and technical as to be unintelligible to ordinary readers. Chateaubriand deals so specifically with the North American Indian and his environment that the result, according to Sainte-Beuve, is a sort of tattooing of his style. Hugo bestows a whole dictionary of architectural terms upon the reader in his Notre Dame, and of nautical terms in his Toilers of the Sea. In order to follow some of the passages in Balzac's César by Ratio, one needs to be a lawyer or a professional accountant, and it has been said that in order to do justice to a certain description in Zola one would need to be a pork butcher. In this movement towards a highly specialized vocabulary one should note a cooperation, as so often elsewhere, between the two wings of the naturalistic movement, the scientific and the emotional. The Rousseauist is, like the scientist, a specialist. He specializes in his own sensations. He goes in quest of emotional thrills for their own sake, just as Napoleon's generals, according to Sainte-Beuve, waged war without any ulterior aim but for the sheer lust of conquest. The vivid images and picturesque details are therefore not sufficiently structural, each one tends to thrust itself forward without reference to the whole and to demand attention for its own sake. The pursuit of the unrelated thrill without reference to its motivation or probability leads in the Romantic movement to a sort of descent, often, it is true, a rapturous and lyrical descent from the dramatic to the melodramatic. It is possible to trace this one-sided emphasis on wonder not merely in vocabulary but in the increasing resort to the principle of contrast. One suspects, for example, that Rousseau exaggerates the grotesqueness of his youthful failure as a musical composer at Lausanne in order that his success in the same role before the king and all the ladies of the court at Versailles may stick more fiery off. The contrast that Chateaubriand establishes between the two banks of the Mississippi at the beginning of his Attila is so complete as to put some strain on verisimilitude. One may note in this same description, as a somewhat different way of sacrificing the probable to the picturesque, the bears drunk on wild grapes and reeling on the branches of the elms. To prove that it was possible on some particular occasion to look down the vista of a forest glade on the lower Mississippi and see it closed by a drunken bear does not meet the difficulty at all. For art has to do, as was remarked long ago, not with the possible but the probable, and a bear in this posture is a possible but scarcely a probable bear. To return to the principle of contrast, Hugo dilates upon his puniness as an infant in order to make his later achievement seem still more stupendous. 45 The use of the antithesis as the auxiliary of surprise, the abrupt and thrilling passage from light to shade or the contrary, finds perhaps its culminating expression in Hugo. A study of this one figure as it appears in his words and ideas, in his characters and situations and subjects, would show that he is the most melodramatic genius for whom high rank has ever been claimed in literature. The suddenness of Jean Valjean's transformation from a convict into a saint may serve as a single instance of Hugo's readiness to sacrifice verisimilitude to surprise in his treatment of character. Closely allied to the desire to break up the monotonous surface of good form by the pointed and picturesque style in writing is the rise of the pointed and picturesque style in dress. A man may advertise his genius and originality by departing from the accepted modes of costume as well as from the accepted modes of speech. Gautier's scarlet waistcoat at the first performance of Hernani is of the same order as his flamboyant epithets, his riot of local color, and was at least as effective in achieving the main end of his life to be, in his own phrase, the terror of the sleek, bald-headed bourgeois. In assuming the Armenian garb to the astonishment of the rustics of Maudy-Traverse, Rousseau anticipates not merely Gautier but innumerable other violators of conventional correctness. Here as elsewhere he deserves to rank as the classic instance, one is tempted to say, of romantic eccentricity. La Bruyere, an exponent of the traditional good breeding against which Rousseauism is a protest, says that the gentleman allows himself to be dressed by his tailor. He wishes to be neither ahead of the mode nor behind it, being reluctant as he is in all things to oppose his private sense to the general sense. His point of view in the matter of dress is not so very remote from that of a genuine classicism, whereas the enthusiast who recently went about the streets of New York garbed as a contemporary of Pericles is no less plainly a product of Rousseauistic revolt. Chateaubriand's relation to Rousseauism in this matter calls for special comment. He encouraged, and to some extent held, the belief that to show genius and originality one must be irregular and tempestuous in all things, even in the arrangement of one's hair. At the same time he preached reason. His heart, in short, was romantic, his head classical. Both as a classicist and a romanticist he was ready to repudiate on the one hand his master Rousseau, and on the other his own disciples. As a romantic genius he wished to regard himself as unique and so unrelated to Rousseau. At the same time he also looked upon it as a sort of insolence for any of his own followers to aspire to such a lonely preeminence in grief as René. As a classicist he saw that great art aims at the normal and the representative, and that it is therefore absurd for people to pattern themselves on such morbid and exceptional characters as René and Childe Harold. Most of the Romanticists indeed showed themselves very imitative even in their attempts at uniqueness, and the result was a second or third hand, or as one is tempted to say, a stale eccentricity. In their mere following of the mode many of the French Romanticists of 1830 were ready to impose a painful discipline upon themselves 46 in order to appear abnormal, in order, for instance, to acquire a livid Byronic complexion. Some of those who wished to seem elegiac like Lamartine rather than to emulate the violent and histrionic revolt of the Conrads and Laris actually succeeded, we are told, in giving themselves consumption. In outer and visible freakishness the French Romanticists of 1830 probably bore away the palm, though in inner and spiritual remoteness from normal human experience they can scarcely vie with the early German Romanticists. And this is doubtless due to the fact that in France there was a more definite outer standard from which to advertise their departure, and also to the fact that the revolt against this standard was so largely participated in by the painters and by writers like Gautier who were also interested in painting. Chateaubriand writes of the Romantic painters, rigged themselves up as comic sketches, as grotesques, as caricatures. Some of them wear frightful mustaches. One would suppose that they are going forth to conquer the world. Their brushes are halberds, their paint scratchers sabers, others have enormous beards and hair that puffs out or hangs down their shoulders, they smoke a cigar volcanically. These cousins of the rainbow, to use a phrase of our old Renier, have their heads filled with deluges, seas, rivers, forests, cataracts, tempests, or it may be with slaughters, tortures and scaffolds. One finds among them human skulls, foils, mandolins, helmets and dolmens. They aim to form a separate species between the ape and the satyr. They give you to understand that the secrecy of the studio has its dangers and that there is no safety for the models. These purely personal eccentricities that so marked the early stages in the warfare between the Bohemian and the Philistine have as a matter of fact diminished in our own time. Nowadays a man of the distinction of Disraeli or even of Bulwer Lytton 47 would scarcely affect, as they did, the flamboyant style in dress. But the underlying failure to discriminate between the odd and the original has persisted and has worked out into even extremer consequences. One may note, as I have said, even in the early figures in the movement a tendency to play to the gallery, a something that suggests the approach of the era of the limelight and the big headline. Rousseau himself has been called the father of yellow journalists. There is an unbroken development from the early exponents of original genius down to Cubists, Futurists, and Post-Impressionists and the corresponding schools in literature. The partisans of expression as opposed to form in the 18th century led to the fanatics of expression in the 19th, and these have led to the maniacs of expression of the 20th. The extremists in painting have got so far beyond Cézanne, who was regarded not long ago as one of the wildest of innovators, that Cézanne is, we are told, in a fair way to achieve the unhappy fate of becoming a classic. Poe was fond of quoting a saying of Bacon's that there is no excellent beauty that hath not some strangeness in the proportion. This saying became known in France through Baudelaire's rendering of Poe and was often ascribed to Poe himself. It was taken to mean that the stranger one became the nearer one was getting to perfect beauty. And if we grant this view of beauty, we must admit that some of the decadents succeeded in becoming very beautiful indeed. But the more the element of proportion in beauty is sacrificed to strangeness, the more the result will seem to the normal man to be, not beauty at all, but rather an esoteric cult of ugliness. The romantic genius therefore denounces the normal man as a Philistine, and at the same time, since he cannot please him, seeks at least to shock him and so capture his attention by the very violence of eccentricity. The saying I have quoted from Bacon is perhaps an early example of the inner alliance between things that superficially often seem remote: the scientific spirit and the spirit of romance. Scientific discovery has given a tremendous stimulus to wonder and curiosity, has encouraged a purely exploratory attitude towards life, and raised an overwhelming prepossession in favor of the new as compared with the old. Baconian and Rousseauist evidently come together by their primary emphasis on novelty. The movement towards a more and more eccentric conception of art and literature has been closely allied in practice with the doctrine of progress, and that from the very dawn of the so-called quarrel of ancients and moderns. It is scarcely possible to exaggerate the havoc that has been wrought by the transfer of the belief that the latest thing is the best, a belief that is approximately true of automobiles, from the material order to an entirely different realm. 48 The very heart of the classical message, one cannot repeat too often, is that one should aim first of all not to be original, but to be human, and that to be human one needs to look up to a sound model and imitate it. The imposition of form and proportion upon one's expansive impulses which results from this process of imitation is, in the true sense of that much abused word, culture. Genuine culture is difficult and disciplinary. The mediation that it involves between the conflicting claims of form and expression requires the utmost contention of spirit. We have here a clue to the boundless success of the Rousseauistic doctrine of spontaneity, of the assertion that genius resides in the region of the primitive and unconscious and is hindered rather than helped by culture. It is easier to be a genius on Rousseauistic lines than to be a man on the terms imposed by the classicist. There is a fatal facility about creation when its quality is not tested by some standard set above the creator's temperament, and the same fatal facility appears in criticism when the critic does not test creation by some standard set above both his own temperament and that of the creator. The romantic critic as a matter of fact confines his ambition to receiving so keen an impression from genius, conceived as something purely temperamental, that when this creative expression is passed through his temperament it will issue forth as a fresh expression. Taste, he holds, will thus tend to become one with genius, and criticism, instead of being cold and negative like that of the neoclassicist, will itself grow creative. 49 But the critic who does not get beyond this stage will have gusto, zest, relish, what you will, he will not have taste. For taste involves a difficult mediation between the element of uniqueness in both critic and creator and that which is representative and human. Once eliminate this human standard that is set above the temperament of the creator and make of the critic in turn a mere pander to genius, and it is hard to see what measure of a man's excellence is left save his intoxication with himself, and this measure would scarcely seem to be trustworthy. Every ass that's romantic, says Wolseley in his preface to Valentinian, believes he's inspired. An important aspect of the romantic theory of genius remains to be considered. This theory is closely associated in its rise and growth with the theory of the master faculty or ruling passion. A man can do that for which he has a genius without effort, whereas no amount of effort can avail to give a man that for which he has no native aptitude. 50 Buffon affirmed in opposition to this view that genius is only a capacity for taking pains, or, as an American recently put it, is 10% inspiration and 90% perspiration. This notion of genius not only risks running counter to the observed facts as to the importance of the native gift, but it does not bring out as clearly as it might the real point at issue. Even though genius were shown to be 90% inspiration, a man should still, the classicist would insist, fix his attention on the fraction that is within his power. Thus Boileau says in substance at the outset of his Art of Poetry that a poet needs to be born under a propitious star. Genius is indispensable, and not merely genius in general but genius for the special kind of poetry in which he is to excel. Yet granting all this, he says to the poetical aspirant, bestir yourself. The mystery of grace will always be recognized in any view of life that gets at all beneath the surface. Yet it is still the better part to turn to the feasibility of works. The view of genius as merely a temperamental overflow is as a matter of fact only a caricature of the doctrine of grace. It suits the spiritual indolence of the creator who seeks to evade the more difficult half of his problem, which is not merely to create but to humanize his creation. Hawthorne, for example, is, according to Mr. Brownell, too prone to get away from the clear sunlight of normal human experience into a region of somewhat crepuscular symbolism, and this is because he yielded too complacently and fatalistically to what he conceived to be his genius. The theory of genius is perhaps the chief inheritance of the New England transcendentalists from Romanticism. Hawthorne was more on his guard against the extreme implications of the theory than most other members of this group. It remains to be seen how much the exaltation of genius and depreciation of culture that marks one whole side of Emerson will in the long run tell against his reputation. The lesser New England men showed a rare incapacity to distinguish between originality and mere freakishness either in themselves or in others. It is fair to say that in lieu of the discipline of culture, the romantic genius has often insisted on the discipline of technique, and this has been especially true in a country like France with its persistent tradition of careful workmanship. Gautier, for example, would have one's floating dream sealed 51 in the hardest and most resisting material, that can only be mastered by the perfect craftsman, and he himself, falling into a confusion of the arts, tries to display such a craftsmanship by painting and carving with words. Flaubert, again, refines upon the technique of writing to a point where it becomes not merely a discipline but a torture. But if a man is to be a romantic genius in the fullest sense, he must, it should seem, repudiate even the discipline of technique as well as the discipline of culture in favor of an artless spontaneity. For after all, the genius is only the man who retains the virtues of the child, and technical proficiency is scarcely to be numbered among these virtues. The German romanticists already prefer the early Italian painters because of their naivete and divine awkwardness to the later artistes who had a more conscious mastery of their material. The whole pre-Raphaelite movement is therefore only one aspect of Rousseau's return to nature. To later primitivists, the early Italians themselves seem far too deliberate. They would recover the spontaneity displayed in the markings on Alaskan totem poles or in the scratchings of the caveman on the flint. A prerequisite to pure genius, if we are to judge by their own productions, is an inability to draw. The futurists, in their endeavor to convey symbolically their own soul or vision, a vision be it noted of pure flux and motion, deny the very conditions of time and space that determine the special technique of painting, and inasmuch as to express one's soul means for these moderns, as it did for the genius of the 18th century, to express the ineffable difference between themselves and others, the symbolizing of the soul to which they have sacrificed both culture and technique remains a dark mystery. An eccentricity so extreme as to be almost or quite indistinguishable from madness is then the final outcome of the revolt of the original genius from the regularity of the 18th century. The 18th century had, one must confess, become too much like the happy valley from which Rasselas, Prince of Abyssinia, sought an egress. It was fair to the eye and satisfied all man's ordinary needs, but it seemed at the same time to hem him in oppressively, and limit unduly his horizons. For the modern man, as for the prince in Johnson's tale, a regular round of assured felicities has counted for naught as compared with the passion for the open, though now that he has tasted strange adventures, the modern man will scarcely decide at the end, like the prince, to return to Abyssinia. I have already spoken of the rationalistic and pseudo-classic elements in the 18th century that the Romantic rebels found so intolerable. It is impossible to follow reason, they said in substance, and also to slake one's thirst for the infinite. It is impossible to conform and imitate and at the same time to be free and original and spontaneous. Above all, it is impossible to submit to the yoke of either reason or imitation and at the same time to be imaginative. This last assertion will always be the main point at issue in any genuine debate between classicist and romanticist. The supreme thing in life, the romanticist declares, is the creative imagination, and it can be restored to its rights only by repudiating imitation. The imagination is supreme, the classicist grants, but adds that to imitate rightly is to make the highest use of the imagination. To understand all that is implied in this central divergence between classicist and romanticist, we shall need to study in more detail the kind of imaginative activity that has been encouraged in the whole movement extending from the rise of the original genius in the 18th century to the present day. Chapter 3. Romantic Imagination. I have already spoken of the contrast established by the theorists of original genius in the 18th century between the different types of imagination, especially between the literary and the scientific imagination. According to these theorists, it will be remembered, the scientific imagination should be strictly subordinated to judgment, whereas the literary imagination, freed from the shackles of imitation, should be at liberty to wander wild in its own empire of chimeras, or, at all events, should be far less sharply checked by judgment. It is easy to follow the extension of these English views of genius and imagination into the France of Rousseau and Diderot, and then the elaboration of these same views, under the combined influence of both France and England, in Germany. I have tried to show that Kant, especially in his Critique of Judgment, and Schiller in his Aesthetic Letters prepare the way for the conception of the creative imagination that is at the very heart of the Romantic movement. According to this Romantic conception, as we have seen, the imagination is to be free, not merely from outer formalistic constraint, but from all constraint whatever. This extreme Romantic emancipation of the imagination was accompanied by an equally extreme emancipation of the emotions. Both kinds of emancipation are, as I have tried to show, a recoil partly from neoclassical judgment, a type of judgment which seemed to oppress all that is creative and spontaneous in man under a weight of outer convention, partly, from the reason of the Enlightenment, a type of reason that was so logical and abstract that it seemed to mechanize the human spirit, and to be a denial of all that is immediate and intuitive. The neoclassical judgment, with its undue unfriendliness to the imagination, is itself a recoil, let us remember, from the imaginative extravagance of the metaphysicals, the intellectual romanticists of the 16th and 17th centuries, and also, if we take a sufficiently wide view, from the quixotic type of romanticism, the romanticism of action, that we associate with the Middle Ages. Now not only are men governed by their imaginations, but the type of imagination by which most men are governed may be defined in the widest sense of the word as romantic. Nearly every man cherishes his dream, his conceit of himself as he would like to be, a sort of ideal projection of his own desires, in comparison with which his actual life seems a hard and cramping routine. Man must conceive himself what he is not, as Dr. Johnson says, for who is pleased with what he is? The ample habitation that a man rears for his fictitious or ideal self often has some slight foundation in fact, but the higher he rears it the more insecure it becomes, until finally, like Parrot in the fable, he brings the whole structure down about his ears by the very gesture of his dream. We all of us, La Fontaine concludes in perhaps the most delightful account of the romantic imagination in literature, wise as well as foolish, indulge in daydreams. There is nothing sweeter. A flattering illusion carries away our spirits. All the wealth in the world is ours, all honors and all women, 52 etc. When Johnson descants on the dangerous prevalence of imagination, 53 and warns us to stick to sober probability, what he means is the dangerous prevalence of daydreaming. The retreat of the Rousseauist into some land of chimeras or tower of ivory assumes forms almost incredibly complex and subtle, but at bottom the ivory tower is only one form of man's ineradicable longing to escape from the oppression of the actual into some land of heart's desire, some golden age of fancy. As a matter of fact, Rousseau's imaginative activity often approaches very closely to the delights of daydreaming as described by La Fontaine. He was never more imaginative, he tells us, than when on a walking trip, especially when the trip had no definite goal, or at least when he could take his time in reaching it. The wanderlust of body and spirit could then be satisfied together. Actual vagabondage seemed to be an aid to the imagination in its escape from verisimilitude. One should note especially Rousseau's account of his early wandering from Lyons to Paris and the airy structures that he raised on his anticipations of what he might find there. Inasmuch as he was to be attached at Paris to the Swiss Colonel Goddard, he already traced for himself in fancy, in spite of his short-sightedness, a career of military glory. I had read that Marshal Schomberg was short-sighted, why shouldn't Marshal Rousseau be so too? In the meanwhile, touched by the sight of the groves and brooks, I felt in the midst of my glory that my heart was not made for so much turmoil, and soon without knowing how, I found myself once more among my beloved pastorals, renouncing forever the toils of Mars. Thus alongside the real world and in more or less sharp opposition to it, Rousseau builds up a fictitious world, that Pays de Chimères, which is alone, as he tells us, worthy of habitation. To study his imaginative activity is simply to study the new forms that he gives to what I have called man's ineradicable longing for some Arcadia, some land of heart's desire. Goethe compares the illusions that man nourishes in his breast to the population of statues in ancient Rome, which were almost as numerous as the population of living men. The important thing from the point of view of sanity is that a man should not blur the boundaries between the two populations, that he should not cease to discriminate between his fact and his fiction. If he confuses what he dreams himself to be with what he actually is, he has already entered upon the pathway of madness. It was, for example, natural for a youth like Rousseau, who was at once romantic and musical, to dream that he was a great composer, but actually to set up as a great composer and to give the concert at Lausanne, shows an unwillingness to discriminate between his fictitious and his real world that is plainly pathological. If not already a megalomaniac, he was even then on the way to megalomania. To wander through the world as though it were an Arcadia or enchanted vision contrived for one's especial benefit is an attitude of childhood, especially of imaginative childhood. Wherever children are, says Novalis, there is the golden age. As the child grows and matures, there is a more or less painful process of adjustment between his vision and the particular reality in which he is placed. A little sense gets knocked into his head, and often, it must be confessed, a good deal of the imagination gets knocked out. As Wordsworth complains, the vision fades into the light of common day. The striking fact about Rousseau is that, far more than Wordsworth, he held fast to his vision. He refused to adjust it to an unpalatable reality. During the very years when the ordinary youth is forced to subordinate his luxurious imaginings to some definite discipline, he fell under the influence of Madame de Warens, who encouraged rather than thwarted his Arcadian bent. Later, when almost incurably confirmed in his penchant for reverie, he came into contact with the refined society of Paris, an environment requiring so difficult an adjustment that no one, we are told, could accomplish the feat unless he had been disciplined into the appropriate habits from the age of 6. He is indeed the supreme example of the unadjusted man, of the original genius whose imagination has never suffered either inner or outer constraint, who is more of an Arcadian dreamer at 60 perhaps than he was at 16. He writes to the Bailly de Mirabeau. The fatigue of thinking becomes every day more painful to me. I love to dream, but freely, allowing my mind to wander without enslaving myself to any subject. This idle and contemplative life which you do not approve and which I do not excuse, becomes to me daily more delicious, to wander alone endlessly and ceaselessly among the trees and rocks about my dwelling, to muse or rather to be as irresponsible as I please, and as you say, to go wool gathering, finally to give myself up unconstrainedly to my fantasies which, thank heaven, are all within my power. That, sir, is for me the supreme enjoyment, than which I can imagine nothing superior in this world for a man at my age and in my condition. Rousseau, then, owes his significance not only to the fact that he was supremely imaginative in an age that was disposed to deny the supremacy of the imagination, but to the fact that he was imaginative in a particular way. A great multitude since his time must be reckoned among his followers, not because they have held certain ideas but because they have exhibited a similar quality of imagination. In seeking to define this quality of imagination we are therefore at the very heart of our subject. It is clear from what has already been said that Rousseau's imagination was in a general way Arcadian, and this, if not the highest, is perhaps the most prevalent type of imagination. In surveying the literature of the world one is struck not only by the universality of the pastoral or idyllic element, but by the number of forms it has assumed, forms ranging from the extreme of artificiality and conventionalism to the purest poetry. The very society against the artificiality of which Rousseau's whole work is a protest is itself in no small degree a pastoral creation. Various elements indeed entered into the life of the drawing-room as it came to be conceived towards the beginning of the 17th century. The Marquise de Rambouillet and others who set out at this time to live in the grand manner were in so far governed either by genuine or by artificial decorum. But at the same time that the creators of Le Grand Monde were aiming to be more decent than the men and women of the 16th century, they were patterning themselves upon the shepherds and shepherdesses of D'Urf's interminable pastoral illustrie. They were seeking to create a sort of enchanted world from which the harsh cares of ordinary life were banished and where they might be free, like true Arcadians, to discourse of love. This discourse of love was associated with what I have defined as intellectual romanticism. In spite of the attacks by the exponents of humanistic good sense on this drawing-room affectation, it lingered on and still led in the 18th century, as Rousseau complained, to inconceivable refinements. 54. At the same time we should recollect that there is a secret bond between all forms of Arcadian dreaming. Not only was Rousseau fascinated, like the early Precieux and Precieuses, by D'Urf's pastoral, but he himself appealed by his renewal of the main pastoral theme of love to the descendants of these former Arcadians in the polite society of his time. The love of Rousseau is associated not like that of the Precieux, with the intellect, but with the emotions, and so he substitutes for a wire-drawn and super-subtilized gallantry, the groundswell of elemental passion. 55. Moreover, the definitely primitivistic coloring that he gave to his imaginative renewal of the pastoral dream appealed to an age that was reaching the last stages of over-refinement. Primitivism is, strictly speaking, nothing new in the world. It always tends to appear in periods of complex civilization. The charms of the simple life and of a return to nature were celebrated especially during the Alexandrian period of Greek literature for the special delectation no doubt of the most sophisticated members of this very sophisticated society. Nothing, as Dr. Santayana says, is farther from the common people than the corrupt desire to be primitive. Primitivistic dreaming was also popular in ancient Rome at its most artificial moment. The great ancients, however, though enjoying the poetry of the primitivistic dream, were not the dupes of this dream. Horace, for example, lived at the most artificial moment of Rome when primitivistic dreaming was popular as it had been at Alexandria. He descants on the joys of the simple life in a well-known ode. One should not therefore hail him, like Schiller, as the founder of the sentimental school of which he has remained the unsurpassed model. 56. For the person who plans to return to nature in Horace's poem is the old usurer Alpheus, who changes his mind at the last moment and puts out his mortgages again. In short, The final attitude of the urbane Horace towards the primitivistic dream, it could hardly be otherwise, is ironical. Rousseau seems destined to remain the supreme example, at least in the Occident, of the man who takes the primitivistic dream seriously, who attempts to set up primitivism as a philosophy and even as a religion. Rousseau's account of his sudden illumination on the road from Paris to Vincennes is famous. The scales, he tells us, fell from his eyes even as they had from the eyes of Paul on the road to Damascus, and he saw how man had fallen from the felicity of his primitive estate, how the blissful ignorance in which he had lived at one with himself and harmless to his fellows had been broken by the rise of intellectual self-consciousness and the resulting progress in the sciences and arts. Modern students of Rousseau have, under the influence of James, taken this experience on the road to Vincennes to be an authentic case of conversion 57, but this is merely one instance of our modern tendency to confound the subrational with the suprarational. What one finds in this alleged conversion when one looks into it, is a sort of subliminal uprush of the Arcadian memories of his youth, especially of his life at Annecy and Les Charmettes, and at the same time the contrast between these Arcadian memories and the hateful constraints he had suffered at Paris in his attempts to adjust himself to an ungenial environment. We can trace even more clearly perhaps the process by which the Arcadian dreamer comes to set up as a seer, in Rousseau's relation of the circumstances under which he came to compose his discourse on the origins of inequality. He goes off on a sort of picnic with Therese into the forest of Saint-Germain and gives himself up to imagining the state of primitive man. Plunged in the forest, he says, I sought and found there the image of primitive times of which I proudly drew the history. I swooped down on the little falsehoods of men, I ventured to lay bare their nature, to follow the progress of time and of circumstances which have disfigured it, and comparing artificial man with natural man, to show in his alleged improvement the true source of his miseries. My soul, exalted by these sublime contemplations, rose into the presence of the divinity. Seeing from this vantage point that the blind pathway of prejudices followed by my fellows was also that of their errors, misfortunes, and crimes, I cried out to them in a feeble voice that they could not hear, madmen, who are always complaining of nature, know that all your evils come from yourselves alone. The golden age for which the human heart has an ineradicable longing is here presented not as poetical, which it certainly is, but as a state of nature from which man has actually fallen. The more or less innocent Arcadian dreamer is being transformed into the dangerous utopist. He puts the blame of the conflict and division of which he is conscious in himself upon the social conventions that set bounds to his temperament and impulses. Once get rid of these purely artificial restrictions and he feels that he will again be at one with himself and nature. With such a vision of nature as this, it is not surprising that every constraint is unendurable to Rousseau, that he likes, as Berlioz was to say of himself later, to make all barriers crack. He is ready to shatter all the forms of civilized life in favor of something that never existed, of a state of nature that is only the projection of his own temperament and its dominant desires upon the void. His program amounts in practice to the indulgence of infinite indeterminate desire, to an endless and aimless vagabondage of the emotions with the imagination as their free accomplice. This longing of the highly sophisticated person to get back to the primitive and naive and unconscious, or what amounts to the same thing, to shake off the trammels of tradition and reason in favor of free and passionate self-expression, underlies, as I have pointed out, the conception of original genius which itself underlies the whole modern movement. A book reflecting the primitivistic trend of the 18th century, and at the same time pointing the way, as we shall see presently, to the working out of the fundamental primitivistic contrast between the natural and the artificial in the Romanticism of the early 19th century, is Schiller's essay on simple and sentimental poetry. The poetry that does not look before or after, that is free from self-questioning and self-consciousness, and has a childlike spontaneity, Schiller calls simple or naive. The poet, on the other hand, who is conscious of his fall from nature and who, from the midst of his sophistication, longs to be back once more at his mother's bosom, is sentimental. Homer and his heroes, for example, are naive. Werther, who yearns in a drawing room for the Homeric simplicity, is sentimental. The longing of the modern man for nature, says Schiller, is that of the sick man for health. It is hard to see in Schiller's nature anything more than a development of Rousseau's primitivistic Arcadia. To be sure, Schiller warns us that, in order to recover the childlike and primitive virtues still visible in the man of genius, we must not renounce culture. We must not seek to revert lazily to an Arcadia, but must struggle forward to an Elysium. Unfortunately, Schiller's Elysium has a strange likeness to Rousseau's Arcadia, and that is because Schiller's own conception of life is, in the last analysis, overwhelmingly sentimental. His most Elysian conception, that of a purely aesthetic Greece, a wonderland of unalloyed beauty, is also a bit of Arcadian sentimentalizing. Inasmuch as Rousseau's state of nature never existed outside of dreamland, the Greek who is simple or naive in this sense is likewise a myth. He has no real counterpart either in the Homeric age or any other age of Greece. It is hard to say which is more absurd, to make the Greeks naive, or to turn Horace into a sentimentalist. One should note how this romantic perversion of the Greeks for which Schiller is largely responsible is related to his general view of the imagination. We have seen that in the aesthetic letters he maintains that if the imagination is to conceive the ideal it must be free, and that to be free it must be emancipated from purpose and engage in a sort of play. If the imagination has to subordinate itself to a real object it ceases in so far to be free. Hence the more ideal the imagination the farther it gets away from a real object. By his theory of the imagination, Schiller thus encourages that opposition between the ideal and the real which figures so largely in romantic psychology. A man may consent to adjust a mere dream to the requirements of the real, but when his dream is promoted to the dignity of an ideal it is plain that he will be less ready to make the sacrifice. Schiller's Greece is very ideal in the sense I have just defined. It hovers before the imagination as a sort of golden age of pure beauty, a land of chimeras that is alone worthy of the aesthete's habitation. As an extreme type of the romantic Hellenist, one may take Hölderlin, who was a disciple at once of Schiller and of Rousseau. He begins by urging emancipation from every form of outer and traditional control in the name of spontaneity. Boldly forget, he cries in the very accents of Rousseau, what you have inherited and won all laws and customs, and like newborn babes lift up your eyes to God-like nature. Hölderlin has been called a Hellenizing Werther, and Werther, one should recollect, is only a German Saint Preux, who is in turn, according to Rousseau's own avowal, only an idealized image of Rousseau. The nature that Hölderlin worships and which is, like the nature of Rousseau, only an Arcadian intoxication of the imagination, he associates with a Greece which is, like the Greece of Schiller, a dreamland of pure beauty. He longs to escape into this dreamland from an actual world that seems to him intolerably artificial. The contrast between his ideal Greece and reality is so acute as to make all attempt at adjustment out of the question. As a result of this maladjustment his whole being finally gave way and he lingered on for many years in madness. The acuteness of the opposition between the ideal and the real in Hölderlin recalls Shelley, who was also a romantic Hellenist, and at the same time perhaps the most purely Rousseauistic of the English romantic poets. But Shelley was also a political dreamer, and here one should know two distinct phases in his dream, a first phase that is filled with the hope of transforming the real world into an Arcadia 58 through revolutionary reform, and then a phase of elegiac disillusion when the gap between reality and his ideal refuses to be bridged. 59 Something of the same radiant political hope and the same disillusion is found in Wordsworth. In the first flush of his revolutionary enthusiasm, France seemed to him to be standing on the top of golden hours and pointing the way to a new birth of human nature. Bliss was it in that dawn to be alive. But to be young was very heaven. O times! In which the meager stale forbidding ways of custom, law, and statute, took at once the attraction of a country in romance. When it became evident that the actual world and utopia did not coincide after all, when the hard sequences of cause and effect that bind the present inexorably to the past refused to yield to the creations of the romantic imagination, what ensued in Wordsworth was not so much an awakening to true wisdom as a transformation of the pastoral dream. The English Lake Country became for him in some measure as it was later to be for Ruskin, the ivory tower into which he retreated from the oppression of the real. He still continued to see, if not the general order of society, at least the denizens of his chosen retreat through the Arcadian mist, and contrasted their pastoral felicity with the misery of men barricadoed in the walls of cities. I do not mean to disparage the poetry of humble life or to deny that many passages may be cited from Wordsworth that justify his reputation as an inspired teacher. I wish merely to point out here and elsewhere what is specifically romantic in the quality of his imagination. After all, it is to Rousseau himself even more than to his German or English followers that one needs to turn for the best examples of the all-pervasive conflict between the ideal and the actual. The psychology of this conflict is revealed with special clearness in the 4 letters that he wrote to M. de Malesherbes, and into which he has perhaps put more of himself than into any other similar amount of his writing. His natural indolence and impatience at the obligations and constraints of life were, he avows to M. de Malesherbes, increased by his early reading. At the age of 8 he already knew Plutarch by heart and had read all novels and shed tears over them, he adds, by the pailful. Hence was formed his heroic and romantic taste, which filled him with aversion for everything that did not resemble his dreams. He had hoped at first to find the equivalent of these dreams among actual men, but after painful disillusions he had come to look with disdain on his age and his contemporaries. I withdrew more and more from human society and created for myself a society in my imagination, a society that charmed me all the more in that I could cultivate it without peril or effort and that it was always at my call and such as I required it. He associated this dream society with the forms of outer nature. The long walks in particular that he took during his stay at the Hermitage were, he tells us, filled with a continual delirium of this kind. I peopled nature with beings according to my heart. I created for myself a golden age to suit my fancy. It is not unusual for a man thus to console himself for his poverty in the real relations of life by accumulating a huge hoard of fairy gold. Where the Rousseauist goes beyond the ordinary dreamer is in his proneness to regard his retirement into some land of chimeras as a proof of his nobility and distinction. Poetry and life, he feels, are irreconcilably opposed to each other, and he for his part is on the side of poetry and the ideal. Goethe symbolized the hopelessness of this conflict in the suicide of the young Werther. But though Werther died, his creator continued to live, and more perhaps than any other figure in the whole Rousseauistic movement perceived the peril of this conception of poetry and the ideal. He saw fantasts all about him who refused to be reconciled to the gap between the infinitude of their longing and the platitude of their actual lot. Perhaps no country and time ever produced more such fantasts than Germany of the storm and stress and romantic periods, partly no doubt because it did not offer any proper outlet for the activity of generous youths. Goethe himself had been a fantast, and so it was natural in works like his Tasso that he should show himself specially preoccupied with the problem of the poet and his adjustment to life. About the time that he wrote this play, he was, as he tells us, very much taken up with thoughts of Rousseau and his hypochondriac misery. Rousseau for his part felt a kinship between himself and Tasso, and Goethe's Tasso certainly reminds us very strongly of Rousseau. Carried away by his Arcadian imaginings, Tasso violates the decorum that separates him from the princess with whom he has fallen in love. As a result of the rebuffs that follow, his dream changes into a nightmare, until he finally falls like Rousseau into wild and random suspicion and looks on himself as the victim of a conspiracy. In opposition to Tasso is the figure of Antonio, the man of the world, whose imagination does not run away with his sense of fact, and who is therefore equal to the demands of the day. The final reconciliation between Tasso and Antonio, if not very convincing dramatically, symbolizes at least what Goethe achieved in some measure in his own life. There were moments, he declares, when he might properly look upon himself as mad, like Rousseau. He escaped from this world of morbid brooding, this giddy downward gazing into the bottomless pit of the romantic heart against which he utters a warning in Tasso, by his activity at the court of Weimar, by classical culture, by scientific research. Goethe carries the same problem of reconciling the ideal to the real a stage further in his Wilhelm Meister. The more or less irresponsible and bohemian youth that we see at the beginning learns by renunciation and self-limitation to fit into a life of wholesome activity. Goethe saw that the remedy for romantic dreaming is work, though he is open to grave criticism, as I shall try to show elsewhere, for his unduly naturalistic conception of work. But the romanticists as a rule did not wish work in any sense, and so, attracted as they were by the free artistic life of Meister at the beginning, they looked upon his final adjustment to the real as a base capitulation to Philistinism. Novalis described the book as a Candide directed against poetry, and set out to write a counterblast in Heinrich von Ofterdingen. This apotheosis of pure poetry, as he meant it to be, is above all an apotheosis of the wildest vagabondage of the imagination. Novalis did not, however, as a result of the conflict between the ideal and the real, show any signs of going mad like Hölderlin, or of simply fading from life like his friend Wackenroder. Like E.T.A. Hoffmann and a certain number of other fantasts, he had a distinct gift for leading a dual life, for dividing himself into a prosaic self which went one way, and a poetical self which went another. This necessary and fatal opposition between poetry and prose the Romanticists saw typified in Don Quixote, and of course he sided with the idealism of the knight against the Philistine good sense of Sancho Panza, and so for the early Romanticists as well as for those who were of their spiritual posterity, Heine, for example, and Flaubert, Don Quixote was a book to evoke not laughter but tears. To the romantic conception of the ideal can be traced the increasing lack of understanding between the poet, or in general the creator, and the public during the past century. Many neoclassical writers may, like Boileau, have shown an undue reverence for what they conceived to be the general sense of their time, but to measure one's inspiration by one's remoteness from this general sense is surely a far more dangerous error, and yet one was encouraged to do this very thing by the views of original genius that were held in the 18th century. Certain late neoclassicists lacked imagination and were at the same time always harping on good sense. It was therefore assumed that to insist on good sense was necessarily proof of a lack of imagination. Because the attempt to achieve the universal had led to a stale and lifeless imitation, it was assumed that a man's genius consists in his uniqueness, in his unlikeness to other men. Now nothing is more private and distinctive in a man than his feelings, so that to be unique meant practically for Rousseau and his followers to be unique in feeling. Feeling alone they held was vital and immediate. As a matter of fact, the element in a man's nature that he possesses in common with other men is also something that he senses, something that is in short intuitive and immediate. But good sense the genius identifies with lifeless convention, and so measures his originality by the distance of his emotional and imaginative recoil from it. Of this warfare between sense and sensibility that begins in the 18th century, the romantic war between the poet and the Philistine is only the continuation. This war has been bad for both artist and public. If the artist has become more and more eccentric, it must be confessed that the good sense of the public against which he has protested has been too flatly utilitarian. The poet who reduces poetry to the imaginative quest of strange emotional adventure, and the plain citizen who does not aspire beyond a reality that is too literal and prosaic, both suffer, but the aesthete suffers the more severely, so much so that I shall need to revert to this conception of poetry in my treatment of romantic melancholy. It leads at last to a contrast between the ideal and the real, such as is described by Anatole France in his account of Villers de l'Isle Adam. For 30 years, says M. France, Villers wandered around in cafés at night, fading away like a shadow at the first glimmer of dawn. His poverty, the frightful poverty of cities, had so put its stamp on him and fashioned him so thoroughly that he resembled those vagabonds, who, dressed in black, sleep on park benches. He had the livid complexion with red blotches, the glassy eye, the bowed back of the poor, and yet I am not sure we should call him unhappy, for he lived in a perpetual dream, and that dream was radiantly golden. His dull eyes contemplated within himself dazzling spectacles. He passed through the world like a somnambulist, seeing nothing of what we see and seeing things that it is not given us to behold. Out of the commonplace spectacle of life he succeeded in creating an ever-fresh ecstasy. On those ignoble café tables, in the midst of the odor of beer and tobacco, he poured forth floods of purple and gold. This notion that literal failure is ideal success, and conversely, has been developed in a somewhat different form by Rostand in his Cyrano de Bergerac. By his refusal to compromise or adjust himself to things as they are, Cyrano's real life has become a series of defeats. He is finally forced from life by a league of all the mediocrities whom his idealism affronts. His discomfiture is taken to show, not that he is a quixotic extremist, but that he is the superior of the successful guys, the man who has stooped to compromise, the French equivalent of the Antonio whom Goethe finally came to prefer to Tasso. Rostand's Chanticleer is also an interesting study of romantic idealism and of the two main stages through which it passes: the first stage when one relates one's ideal to the real, the second, when one discovers that the ideal and the real are more or less hopelessly dissevered. Chanticleer still maintains his idealistic pose even after he has discovered that the sun is not actually made to rise by his crowing. In this hugging of his illusion in defiance of reality, Chanticleer is at the opposite pole from Johnson's astronomer in Rasselas, who thinks that he has control of the weather, but when disillusioned is humbly thankful at having escaped from this dangerous prevalence of imagination, and entered once more into the domain of sober probability. The problem, then, of the genius or the artist versus the Philistine has persisted without essential modification from the 18th century to the present day, from the suicide of Chatterton, let us say, to the suicide of John Davidson. The man of imagination spurns in the name of his ideal the limits imposed upon it by a dull respectability, and then his ideal turns out only too often to lack positive content and to amount in practice to the expansion of infinite indeterminate desire. What the idealist opposes to the real is not only something that does not exist, but something that never can exist. The Arcadian reverie, which should be allowed at most as an occasional solace from the serious business of living, is set up as a substitute for living. The imaginative and emotional dalliance of the Rousseauistic romanticist may assume a bewildering variety of forms. We have already seen in the case of Hölderlin how easily Rousseau's dream of a state of nature passes over, and that in spite of Rousseau's attacks on the arts, into the dream of a paradise of pure beauty. The momentous matter is not that a man's imagination and emotions go out towards this or that particular haven of refuge in the future or in the past, in the East or in the West, but that his primary demand on life is for some haven of refuge, that he longs to be away from the here and now and their positive demands on his character and will. Poe may sing of the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome, but he is not therefore a classicist. With the same wistfulness innumerable romanticists have looked towards the Middle Ages. So C. E. Norton says that Ruskin was a white-winged anachronism 60, that he should have been born in the 13th century. But one may surmise that a man with Ruskin's special quality of imagination would have failed to adjust himself to the actual life of the 13th or any other century. Those who put their Arcadia in the Middle Ages or some other period of the past have at least this advantage over those who put it in the present: they are better protected against disillusion. The man whose Arcadia is distant from him merely in space may decide to go and see for himself, and the results of this overtaking of one's dream are somewhat uncertain. The Austrian poet Lenau, for example, actually took a trip to his primitive paradise that he had imagined somewhere in the neighborhood of Pittsburgh. Perhaps it is not surprising that he finally died mad. The disenchantment of Chateaubriand in his quest for a Rousseauistic Arcadia in America and for Arcadian savages I describe later. In his journey into the wilderness, Chateaubriand reveals himself as a spiritual lotos eater no less surely than the man who takes flight into what is superficially most remote from the virgin forest, into some palace of art. His attitude towards America does not differ psychically from that of many early romanticists towards Italy. Italy was their land of heart's desire, the land that filled them with ineffable longing, a palace of art that, like the Latin Quarter of later Bohemians, had some points of contact with Mohammed's paradise. A man may even develop a romantic longing for the very period against which Romanticism was originally a protest and be ready to fling his cap for Polish and for Pope. One should add that the romantic Eldorado is not necessarily rural. Lamb's attitude towards London is almost as romantic as that of Wordsworth towards the country. Dr. Johnson cherished urban life because of its centrality. Lamb's imaginative dalliance, on the other hand, is stimulated by the sheer variety and wonder of the London streets as another's might be by the mountains or the sea. 61 Lamb could also find an elysium of unmixed aesthetic solace in the literature of the past, especially in Restoration comedy. The essence of the mood is always the straining of the imagination away from the here and now, from an actuality that seems paltry and faded compared to the radiant hues of one's dream. The classicist, according to A. W. Schlegel 62, is for making the most of the present, whereas the romanticist hovers between recollection and hope. In Shelleyan phrase, he looks before and after and pines for what is not. He inclines like the Byronic dandy, Barbie d'Aurevilly, to take for his mottos the words too late and nevermore. Nostalgia, the term that has come to be applied to the infinite indeterminate longing of the romanticist, his never-ending quest after the ever-fleeting object of desire, is not, from the point of view of strict etymology, well chosen. Romantic nostalgia is not homesickness, accurately speaking, but desire to get away from home. Odysseus in Homer suffers from true nostalgia. The Ulysses of Tennyson, on the other hand, is nostalgic in the romantic sense when he leaves home to sail beyond the sunset. Ovid, as Goethe points out, is highly classical even in his melancholy. The longing from which he suffers in his exile is very determinate. He longs to get back to Rome, the center of the world. Ovid indeed sums up the classic point of view when he says that one cannot desire the unknown. 63 The essence of nostalgia is the desire for the unknown. I was burning with desire, says Rousseau, without any definite object. One is filled with a desire to fly one knows not whither, to be off on a journey into the blue distance. 64 Music is exalted by the romanticists above all other arts because it is the most nostalgic, the art that is most suggestive of the hopeless gap between the ideal and the real. Music, in Emerson's phrase, pours on mortals its beautiful disdain. Away! Away! Cries Jean-Paul to music. Thou speakest of things which throughout my endless life I have found not, and shall not find. In musical and other nostalgia, the feelings receive a sort of infinitude from the cooperation of the imagination, and this infinitude, this quest of something that must ever elude one, is at the same time taken to be the measure of one's idealism. The symmetry and form that the classicist gains from working within bounds are no doubt excellent, but then the willingness to work within bounds betokens a lack of aspiration. If the primitivist is ready, as someone has complained, to turn his back on the bright forms of Olympus and return to the ancient gods of chaos and of night, the explanation is to be sought in this idea of the infinite. It finally becomes a sort of Moloch to which he is prepared to sacrifice most of the values of civilized life. The chief fear of the classicist is to be thought monstrous. The primitivist, on the contrary, is inclined to see a proof of superior amplitude of spirit in mere grotesqueness and disproportion. The creation of monsters is, as Hugo says, a satisfaction due to the infinite. 65. The breaking down by the emotional romanticist of the barriers that separate not merely the different literary genres but the different arts is only another aspect of his readiness to follow the lure of the infinite. The title of a recent bit of French decadent verse, Nostalgia in Blue Minor, would already have been perfectly intelligible to a Tieck or a Novalis. The Rousseauist, and that from a very early stage in the movement, does not hesitate to pursue his ever-receding dream across all frontiers, not merely those that separate art from art, but those that divide flesh from spirit and even good from evil, until finally he arrives like Blake at a sort of marriage of heaven and hell. When he is not breaking down barriers in the name of the freedom of the imagination, he is doing so in the name of what he is pleased to term love. The ancient art and poetry, says A. W. Schlegel, rigorously separate things which are dissimilar. The romantic delights in indissoluble mixtures. All contrarieties, nature and art, poetry and prose, seriousness and mirth, recollection and anticipation, spirituality and sensuality, terrestrial and celestial, life and death, are by it blended together in the most intimate combination. As the oldest lawgivers delivered their mandatory instructions and prescriptions in measured melodies, as this is fabulously ascribed to Orpheus, the first softener of the yet untamed race of mortals, in like manner the whole of the ancient poetry and art is, as it were, a rhythmical nomos, and harmonious promulgation of the permanently established legislation of a world submitted to a beautiful order, and reflecting in itself the eternal images of things. Romantic poetry, on the other hand, is the expression of the secret attraction to a chaos which lies concealed in the very bosom of the ordered universe, and is perpetually striving after new and marvelous births. The life-giving spirit of primal love broods here anew on the face of the waters. The former is more simple, clear, and like to nature in the self-existent perfection of her separate works. The latter, notwithstanding its fragmentary appearance, approaches more to the secret of the universe. For conception can only comprise each object separately, but nothing in truth can ever exist separately and by itself. Feeling perceives all in all at one and the same time. 66. Note the assumption here that the clear-cut distinctions of classicism are merely abstract and intellectual, and that the only true unity is the unity of feeling. In passages of this kind A.W. Schlegel is little more than the popularizer of the ideas of his brother Friedrich. Perhaps no one in the whole Romantic movement showed a greater genius for confusion than Friedrich Schlegel. No one, in Nietzsche's phrase, had a more intimate knowledge of all the bypaths to chaos. Now it is from the German group of which Friedrich Schlegel was the chief theorist that Romanticism as a distinct and separate movement takes its rise. We may therefore pause appropriately at this point to consider briefly how the epithet romantic, of which I have already sketched the early history, came to be applied to a distinct school. In the latter part of the 18th century, it will be remembered, romantic had become a fairly frequent word in English and also a less frequent, though not rare word, in French and German. It was often used favorably in all these countries as applied to nature, and usually indeed in this sense in France and Germany, but in England, when applied to human nature and as the equivalent of the French Romanesque, it had ordinarily an unfavorable connotation. It signified the dangerous prevalence of imagination over sober probability, as may be seen in Foster's essay on the epithet romantic. One may best preface a discussion of the next step, the transference of the word to a distinct movement, by a quotation from Goethe's Conversations with Eckermann. This division of poetry into classic and romantic, says Goethe, which is today diffused throughout the whole world and has caused so much argument and discord, comes originally from Schiller and me. It was my principle in poetry always to work objectively. Schiller, on the contrary, wrote nothing that was not subjective. He thought his manner good, and to defend it he wrote his article on naive and sentimental poetry. The Schlegels got hold of this idea, developed it, and little by little it has spread throughout the whole world. Everybody is talking of Romanticism and Classicism. 50 years ago nobody gave the matter a thought. One statement in this passage of Goethe's is perhaps open to question, that concerning the obligation of the Schlegels, or rather Friedrich Schlegel, to Schiller's treatise. A comparison of the date of publication of the treatise on naive and sentimental poetry with the date of composition of Schlegel's early writings would seem to show that some of Schlegel's distinctions, though closely related to those of Schiller, do not derive from them so immediately as Goethe seems to imply. 67 Both sets of views grow rather inevitably out of a primitivistic or Rousseauistic conception of nature that had been epidemic in Germany ever since the age of genius. We need also to keep in mind certain personal traits of Schlegel if we are to understand the development of his theories about literature and art. He was romantic, not only by his genius for confusion, but also, one should add, by his tendency to oscillate violently between extremes. For him, as for Rousseau, there was no intermediary term between everything and nothing. One should note here another meaning that certain romanticists give to the word ideal. Hazlitt, for example, when he says that the ideal is always to be found in extremes. Every imaginable extreme, the extreme of reaction as well as the extreme of radicalism, goes with Romanticism. Every genuine mediation between extremes is just as surely unromantic. Schlegel then was very idealistic in the sense I have just defined. Having begun as an extreme partisan of the Greeks, conceived in Schiller's fashion as a people that was at once harmonious and instinctive, he passes over abruptly to the extreme of revolt against every form of classicism, and then, after having posed in works like his Lusinde as a heaven-storming titan who does not shrink at the wildest excess of emotional unrestraint, he passes over no less abruptly to Catholicism and its rigid outer discipline. This last phase of Schlegel has at least this much in common with his phase of revolt, that it carried with it a cult of the Middle Ages. The delicate point to determine about Friedrich Schlegel and many other Romanticists is why they finally came to place their land of heart's desire in the Middle Ages rather than in Greece. In treating this question one needs to take at least a glance at the modification that Herder gave to the primitivism of Rousseau. Cultivate your genius, Rousseau said in substance, your ineffable difference from other men, and look back with longing to the ideal moment of this genius, the age of childhood, when your spontaneous self was not as yet cramped by conventions or sicklied o'er by the pale cast of thought. Cultivate your national genius, Herder said in substance, and look back wistfully at the golden beginnings of your nationality when it was still naive and natural, when poetry instead of being concocted painfully by individuals was still the unconscious emanation of the folk. Herder indeed expands primitivism along these lines into a whole philosophy of history. The romantic notion of the origin of the epic springs out of this soil, a notion that is probably at least as remote from the facts as the neoclassical notion, and that is saying a great deal. Any German who followed Herder in the extension that he gave to Rousseau's views about genius and spontaneity could not only see the folk soul mirrored at least as naively in the Nibelungenlied as in the Iliad, but by becoming a medieval enthusiast he could have the super-rad pleasure of indulging not merely personal but racial and national idiosyncrasy. Primitivistic medievalism is therefore an important ingredient, especially in the case of Germany, in romantic nationalism, the type that has flourished beyond all measure during the past century. Again, though one might, like Hölderlin, cherish an infinite longing for the Greeks themselves, at least the Greeks of Schiller, did not experience longing, but this fact came to be felt more and more by F. Schlegel and other Romanticists as an inferiority, showing as it did that they were content with the finite. As for the neoclassicists who were supposed to be the followers of the Greeks, their case was even worse. They not only lacked aspiration and infinitude, but were sunk in artificiality, and had moreover become so analytical that they must perforce see things in disconnection, dead and spiritless. The men of the Middle Ages, on the other hand, as F. Schlegel saw them, were superior to the neoclassicists in being naive. Their spontaneity and unity of feeling had not yet suffered from artificiality, or been disintegrated by analysis. 68 At the same time they were superior to the Greeks in having aspiration and the sense of the infinite. The very irregularity of their art testified to this infinitude. It is not uncommon in the Romantic movement thus to assume that because one has very little form one must therefore have a great deal of soul. F. Schlegel so extended his definition of the medieval spirit as to make it include writers like Shakespeare and Cervantes, who seemed to him to be vital and free from formalism. The new nationalism was also made to turn to the prophet of the Middle Ages. Each nation, in shaking off the yoke of classical imitation and getting back to its medieval past, was recovering what was primitive in its own genius, was substituting what was indigenous for what was alien to it. The person who did more than anyone else to give international currency to the views of the Schlegels about classic and romantic and to their primitivistic medievalism was Madame de Staël in her book on Germany. It was with special reference to Madame de Staël and her influence that Donner wrote the following passage in his introduction to La Harpe, a passage that gives curious evidence of the early attitude of French literary conservatives towards the new school. One of the services that he should render nowadays is to fortify young people against vain and Gothic doctrines which would reduce the fine arts to childhood if they could ever gain credit in the land of Racine and Voltaire. La Harpe uttered a warning against these doctrines when he discovered the first germs of them in the books of Diderot, Mercier, and some other innovators. Yet these writers were far from having professed fully the barbaric or childish system which has been taught and developed among us for a few years past. It is of foreign origin, it had no name in our language, and the name that has been given to it is susceptible in fact of no precise meaning. Romanticism, for thus it is called, was imported into our midst along with Kantism, with mysticism, and other doctrines of the same stamp which collectively might be named obscurantism. These are words which La Harpe was happy enough not to hear. He was accustomed to too much clearness in his ideas and expression to use such words or even to understand them. He did not distinguish two literatures. The literature that nature and society have created for us and which for 3,000 years past has been established and preserved and reproduced by masterpieces appeared to him alone worthy of a Frenchman of the 18th century. He did not foresee that it would be reduced some day to being only a particular kind of literature, tolerated or reproved under the name of classic, and that its noblest productions would be put on the same level as the formless sketches of uncultivated genius and untried talents. Yet more than once decadence has thus been taken for an advance, and a retrograde movement for progress. Art is so difficult. It is quicker to abandon it and to owe everything to your genius. Because perfection calls for austere toil, you maintain that it is contrary to nature. This is a system that suits at once indolence and vanity. Is anything more needed to make it popular, especially when it has as auxiliary an obscure philosophy which is termed transcendent or transcendental? That is just the way sound literature fell into decline beginning with the end of the first century of the Christian era. It became extinct only to revive after a long period of darkness and barbarism, and that is how it will fall into decline again if great examples and sage lessons should ever lose their authority. The general public in England became at least vaguely aware of the new movement with the translation of Madame de Staël's Germany and A. W. Schlegel's Dramatic Art and Literature. Byron wrote in his reply to Bowles, "Schlegel and Madame de Staël have endeavored to reduce poetry to two systems, classical and romantic. The effect is only beginning." The distinction between classic and romantic worked out by the Schlegels and spread abroad by Madame de Staël was, then, largely associated with a certain type of medievalism. Nevertheless, one cannot insist too strongly that the new school deserved to be called romantic, not because it was medieval, but because it displayed a certain quality of imagination in its medievalism. The longing for the Middle Ages is merely a very frequent form of nostalgia, and nostalgia I have defined as the pursuit of pure illusion. No doubt a man may be medieval in his leanings and yet very free from nostalgia. He may, for example, prefer St. Thomas Aquinas to any modern philosopher on grounds that are the very reverse of romantic, and in the attitude of any particular person towards the Middle Ages, romantic and unromantic elements may be mingled in almost any conceivable proportion, and the same may be said of any past epoch that one prefers to the present. Goethe, for instance, as has been remarked, took flight from his own reality, but he did not, like the Romanticists, take flight from all reality. The classical world in which Goethe dwelt in imagination during his latter years, in the midst of a very unclassical environment, was to some extent at least real, though one can discern even in the case of Goethe the danger of a classicism that is too aloof from the here and now. But the medievalist, in so far as he is romantic, does not turn to a medieval reality from a real but distasteful present. Here as elsewhere his first requirement is not that his vision should be true, but that it should be rich and radiant, and the more ideal the vision becomes in this sense, the wider the gap that opens between poetry and life. We are thus brought back to the problem of the romantic imagination, or, one may term it, the eccentric imagination. The classical imagination, I have said, is not free thus to fly off at a tangent, to wander wild in some empire of chimeras. It has a center, it is at work in the service of reality. With reference to this real center, it is seeking to disengage what is normal and representative from the welter of the actual. It does not evade the actual, but does select from it and seek to impose upon it something of the proportion and symmetry of the model to which it is looking up and which it is imitating. To say that the classicist gets at his reality with the aid of the imagination is but another way of saying that he perceives his reality only through a veil of illusion. The creator of this type achieves work in which illusion and reality are inseparably blended, work which gives the illusion of a higher reality. Proportionate and decorous in this sense aesthetic romanticism can in no wise be, but it does not follow that the only art of which the Rousseauist is capable is an art of idyllic dreaming. Schiller makes a remark about Rousseau that goes very nearly to the heart of the matter. He is either, says Schiller, dwelling on the delights of nature or else avenging her. He is either, that is, idyllic or satirical. Now Rousseau himself says that he was not inclined to satire, and in a sense this is true. he would have been incapable of lampooning Voltaire in the same way that Voltaire lampooned him, though one might indeed wish to be lampooned by Voltaire rather than to be presented as Rousseau has presented certain persons in his Confessions. In all that large portion of Rousseau's writing, however, in which he portrays the polite society of his time and shows how colorless and corrupt it is compared with his pastoral dream, he is highly satirical. In general, he is not restrained, at least in the Confessions, from the trivial and even the ignoble detail by any weak regard for decorum. At best decorum seems to him a hollow convention, at worst the varnish of vice and the mask of hypocrisy. Every reader of the Confessions must be struck by the presence, occasionally on the same page, of passages that look forward to Lamartine, and of other passages that seem an anticipation rather of Zola. The passage in which Rousseau relates how he was abruptly brought to earth from his angelic loves 69 is typical. In short, Rousseau oscillates between an Arcadian vision that is radiant but unreal, and a photographic and literal and often sordid reality. He does not so use his imagination as to disengage the real from the welter of the actual and so achieve something that strikes one still as nature but a selected and ennobled nature. 70 It is a very odd circumstance, says Rousseau, that my imagination is never more agreeably active than when my outer conditions are the least agreeable, and that, on the contrary, it is less cheerful when everything is cheerful about me. My poor head cannot subordinate itself to things. It cannot embellish, it wishes to create. Real objects are reflected in it at best such as they are, it can adorn only imaginary objects. If I wish to paint the springtime I must be in winter, etc. This passage may be said to foreshadow the two types of art and literature that have been prevalent since Rousseau: romantic art and the so-called realistic art that tended to supplant it towards the middle of the 19th century. 71 This so-called realism does not represent any fundamental change of direction as compared with the earlier romanticism, it is simply, as someone has put it, romanticism going on all fours. The extreme of romantic unreality has always tended to produce a sharp recoil. As the result of the wandering of the imagination in its own realm of chimeras, one finally comes to feel the need of refreshing one's sense of fact, and the more trivial the fact, the more certain one is that one's feet are once more planted on terra firma. Don Quixote is working for the triumph of Sancho Panza. Besides this tendency of one extreme to produce the other, there are special reasons that I shall point out more fully later for the close relationship of the Romanticism and the so-called realism of the 19th century. They are both merely different aspects of naturalism. What binds together realism and Romanticism is their common repudiation of decorum as something external and artificial. Once get rid of decorum, or what amounts to the same thing, the whole body of artificial conventions, and what will result is, according to the Romanticist, Arcadia. But what actually emerges with the progressive weakening of the principle of restraint is la bête humaine. The Rousseauist begins by walking through the world as though it were an enchanted garden, and then with the inevitable clash between his ideal and the real he becomes morose and embittered. Since men have turned out not to be indiscriminately good, he inclines to look upon them as indiscriminately bad and to portray them as such. At the bottom of much so-called realism therefore is a special type of satire, a satire that is the product of violent emotional disillusion. The collapse of the revolution of 1848 produced a plentiful crop of disillusion of this kind. No men had ever been more convinced of the loftiness of their idealism than the utopists of this period, or failed more ignominiously when put to the test. All that remained, many argued, was to turn from an ideal that had proved so disappointing to the real, and instead of dreaming about human nature to observe men as coolly, in Flaubert's phrase, as though they were mastodons or crocodiles. But what lurks most often behind this pretense to a cold scientific impassiveness in observing human nature is a soured and cynical emotionalism and a distinctly romantic type of imagination. The imagination is still idealistic, still straining, that is, away from the real, only its idealism has undergone a strange inversion. Instead of exaggerating the loveliness it exaggerates the ugliness of human nature, it finds a sort of morose satisfaction in building for itself not castles but dungeons in Spain. What I am saying applies especially to the French realists who are more logical in their disillusion than the men of other nations. They often establish the material environment of their heroes with photographic literalness, but in their dealings with what should be the specifically human side of these characters they often resemble Rousseau at his worst. They put pure logic into the service of pure emotion, and this is a way of achieving, not the real, but a maximum of unreality. The so-called realistic writers abound in extreme examples of the romantic imagination. The peasants of Zola are not real, they are an hallucination. If a man is thus to let his imagination run riot, he might, as Lemaitre complains, have imagined something more agreeable. The same kinship between realism and romanticism might be brought out in a writer whom Zola claimed as his master, Balzac. I do not refer to the side of Balzac that is related to what the French call le basse romantisme, his lapses into the weird and the melodramatic, his occasional suggestions of the claptrap of Anne Radcliffe and the Gothic romance, but to his general thesis and his handling of it. Balzac's attitude towards the society of his time is, like the attitude of Rousseau towards the society of his time, satirical, but on entirely different grounds. He would show the havoc wrought in this society by its revolutionary emancipation from central control of the kind that had been provided traditionally by the monarchy and the Catholic Church, and the consequent disruption of the family by the violent and egoistic expansion of the individual along the lines of his ruling passion. But Balzac's imagination is not on the side of his thesis, not, that is, on the side of the principle of control. On the contrary, it revels in its vision of a world in which men are overstepping all ethical bounds in their quest of power and pleasure, of a purely naturalistic world that is governed solely by the law of cunning and the law of force. His imagination is so fascinated by this vision that, like the imagination of Rousseau, though in an entirely different way, he simply parts company with reality. Judged by the ultimate quality of his imagination, and this, let me repeat, is always the chief thing to consider in a creative artist, Balzac is a sort of inverted idealist. Compared with the black fictions he conjures up in his painting of Paris, the actual Paris seems pale and insipid. His Paris is not real, in short, but an hallucination, a lurid land of heart's desire. As Leslie Stephen puts it, for Balzac Paris is hell, but then hell is the only place worth living in. The empire of chimeras over which he holds sway is about as far on one side of reality as George Sand's kingdom of dreams is on the other. George Sand, more perhaps than any other writer of her time, continues Rousseau in his purely idyllic manner. Her idealized peasants are not any further from the truth and are certainly more agreeable than the peasants of Balzac, who foreshadow the peasants of Zola. The writer, however, who shows the conflict between the romantic imagination and the real better than either Balzac or Zola, better than any other writer perhaps of the modern French movement, is Flaubert. The fondness of this founder of realism for reality may be inferred from a passage in one of his letters to George Sand: "I had in my very youth a complete presentiment of life. It was like a sickly kitchen smell escaping from a basement window." In his attitude towards the society of his time, he is, in the same sense, but in a far greater degree than Rousseau, satirical. The stupidity and mediocrity of the bourgeois are his target, just as Rousseau's target is the artificiality of the drawing room. At the same time that he shrinks back with nausea from this reality, Flaubert is like Gautier, full of nostalgias, even the nostalgia of the Middle Ages. "I am a Catholic," he exclaims, "I have in my heart something of the green ooze of the Norman cathedrals." Yet he cannot acquiesce in a medieval or any other dream. Even Rousseau says that he was tormented at times by the nothingness of his chimeras. Flaubert was tormented far more by the nothingness of his. Perhaps indeed the predominant flavor in Flaubert's writing as a whole is that of an acrid disillusion. He portrays satirically the real and at the same time mocks at the ideal that he craves emotionally and imaginatively. He oscillates rapidly between the pole of realism as he conceives it, and the pole of romance, and so far as any serious philosophy is concerned, is left suspended in the void. Madame Bovary is the very type of the Rousseauistic idealist, misunderstood in virtue of her exquisite faculty of feeling. She aspires to a love beyond all loves, an infinite satisfaction that her commonplace husband and environment quite deny her. At bottom Flaubert's heart is with Madame Bovary. "I am Madame Bovary," he exclaims. Yet he exposes pitilessly the nothingness of her chimeras, and pursues her to the very dregs of her disillusion. I have already mentioned Flaubert's cult for Don Quixote. His intellectual origins were all there, he says, he had known it by heart even when a boy. It has been said that Madame Bovary bears the same relationship to aesthetic romanticism that Don Quixote does to the romanticism of actual adventure of the Middle Ages. Yet Don Quixote is the most genial, Madame Bovary the least genial of masterpieces. This difference comes out no less clearly in a comparison of M. Homo with Sancho Panza than in a comparison of Madame Bovary with the knight, and is so fundamental as to throw doubt on the soundness of the whole analogy. In M. Homo and like figures, Flaubert simply means to symbolize contemporary life and the immeasurable abyss of platitude in which it is losing itself through its lack of imagination and ideal. Yet this same platitude exercises on him a horrid fascination. For his execration of the Philistine is the nearest approach in his idealism to a positive content, to an escape from sheer emptiness and unreality. This execration must therefore be cherished if he is to remain convinced of his own superiority. If it were not for my indignation, he confesses in one place, I should fall flat. Unfortunately we come to resemble what we habitually contemplate. By dint of railing at idiots, says Flaubert, one runs the risk of becoming idiotic oneself. In his discourse on the immortality of the soul, Henry Moore speaks of that imagination which is most free, such as we use in romantic inventions. The price that the romantic imagination pays for its freedom should by this time be obvious. The freer it becomes, the farther it gets away from reality. We have seen that the special form of unreality encouraged by the aesthetic romanticism of Rousseau is the dream of the simple life, the return to a nature that never existed, and that this dream made its special appeal to an age that was suffering from an excess of artificiality and conventionalism. Before entering upon the next stage of our subject, it might be well to consider for a moment wherein the facts of primitive life, so far as we can ascertain them, differ from Rousseau's dream of primitive life, why we are justified in assuming that the noble savage of Rousseau, or the Greek of Schiller or Hölderlin, or the man of the Middle Ages of Novalis never had any equivalent in reality. More or less primitive men have existed and still exist and have been carefully studied. Some of them actually recall by various traits, their gentleness, for example, Rousseau's aboriginal man, and the natural pity that is supposed to guide him. Why then will anyone familiar with the facts of aboriginal life smile when Rousseau speaks of the savage attached to no place, having no prescribed task, obeying no one, having no other law than his own will, 72, and therefore displaying independence and initiative? The answer is of course that genuine savages are, with the possible exception of children, the most conventional and imitative of beings. What one takes to be natural in them is often the result of a long and, in the Rousseauistic sense, artificial discipline. The tendency to take for pure and unspoiled nature what is in fact a highly modified nature is one that assumes many forms. When you see, says Rousseau, in the happiest people in the world bands of peasants regulate the affairs of state under an oak tree and always behave sensibly, can you keep from despising the refinements of other nations which make themselves illustrious and miserable with so much art and mystery? Rousseau is viewing these peasants through the Arcadian glamour. In much the same way Emerson saw a proof of the consonance of democracy with human nature in the working of the New England town meeting. But both Rousseau's Swiss and Emerson's New Englanders had been molded by generations of austere religious discipline and so throw little light on the relation of democracy to human nature in itself. A somewhat similar illusion is that of the man who journeys into a far country and enjoys in the highest degree the sense of romantic strangeness. He has escaped from the convention of his own society and is inclined to look on the men and women he meets in the foreign land as Arcadian apparitions. But these men and women have not escaped from their convention. On the contrary, what most delights him in them may be the result of an extraordinarily minute and tyrannical discipline imposed in the name of the general sense upon the impulses of the individual. The relation of convention to primitive life is so well understood nowadays that the Rousseauist has reversed his argument. Since primitive folk are more conventional than the Parisian and Londoner, we may infer that at some time in the future, when the ideal is at last achieved upon earth, conventions will have disappeared entirely. But this is simply to transfer the golden age from the past to the future, and also to miss the real problem, for there is a real problem, perhaps indeed the gravest of all problems, involved in the relation of the individual to convention. If we are to grasp the nature of this problem, we should perceive first of all that the significant contrast is not that between conditions more or less primitive and civilization, but that between a civilization that does not question its conventions and a civilization that has on the contrary grown self-conscious and critical. Thus the Homeric Greeks, set up by Schiller as exemplars of the simple life, were plainly subject to the conventions of an advanced civilization. The Periclean Greeks were also highly civilized, but unlike the Homeric Greeks, were becoming self-conscious and critical. In the same way, the European 13th century, in some respects the most civilized that the world has seen, was governed by a great convention that imposed very strict limits upon the liberty of the individual. The critical spirit was already awake and tugging at the leashes of the outer authority that confined it, but it did not actually break them. Dante and St. Thomas Aquinas did not, for example, inquire into the basis of the medieval convention in the same way that Socrates and the Sophists inquired into the traditional opinions of Greece. But in the 18th century, especially in France, and from that time down to the present day, the revolt against convention has assumed proportions quite comparable to anything that took place in ancient Greece. Perhaps no other age has witnessed so many individuals who were, like Berlioz, eager to make all traditional barriers crack in the interest of their genius and its full expression. The state of nature in the name of which Rousseau himself assailed convention, though in itself only a chimera, a mere Arcadian projection upon the void, did indeed tend in a rationalistic pseudo-classic age, to new forms of imaginative activity. In the form that concerns us especially, the imagination is free to give its magic and glamour and infinitude to the emancipated emotions. This type of romanticism did not result in any recovery of the supposed primitive virtues, but it did bring about a revaluation of the received notions of morality that can scarcely be studied too carefully. Chapter 4. Romantic Morality, the Ideal. The period that began in the late 18th century and in the midst of which we are still living has witnessed an almost unparalleled triumph, as I have just said, of the sense of the individual over the general sense of mankind. Even the collectivistic schemes that have been opposed to individualism during this period are themselves, judged by traditional standards, violently individualistic. Now the word individualism needs, as much as any other general term, to be treated Socratically. We need in the interests of our present subject to discriminate between different varieties of individualism. Perhaps as good a working classification as any is to distinguish three main varieties. A man may wish to act, or think, or feel, differently from other men, and those who are individualistic in any one of these three main ways may have very little in common with one another. To illustrate concretely, Milton's plea in his Areopagitica for freedom of conscience makes above all for individualism of action. Pierre Bell, on the other hand, pleads in his dictionary and elsewhere for tolerance, not so much because he wishes to act or feel in his own way as because he wishes to think his own thoughts. Rousseau is no less obviously ready to subordinate both thought and action to sensibility. His message is summed up once for all in the exclamation of Faust, "Feeling is all." He urges war on the general sense only because of the restrictions it imposes on the free expansion of his emotions and the enhancing of these emotions by his imagination. Now the warfare that Rousseau and the individualists of feeling have waged on the general sense has meant in practice a warfare on two great traditions, the classical and the Christian. I have already pointed out that these two traditions, though both holding the idea of imitation, were not entirely in accord with one another, that the imitation of Horace differs widely from the imitation of Christ. Yet their diverging from one another is as nothing compared with their divergence from the individualism of the primitivist. For the man who imitates Christ in any traditional sense, this world is not an Arcadian dream but a place of trial and probation. Take up your cross and follow me. The following of this great exemplar required that the instinctive self, which Rousseau would indulge, should be either sternly rebuked or else mortified utterly. So far from nature and God being one, the natural man is so corrupt, according to the more austere Christian, that the gap between him and the divine can be traversed only by a miracle of grace. He should therefore live in fear and trembling as befits a being upon whom rests the weight of the divine displeasure. It is an humble thing to be a man. Humility indeed is, in the phrase of Jeremy Taylor, the special ornament and jewel of the Christian religion, and one is tempted to add, of all religion in so far as it is genuine. Genuine religion must always have in some form the sense of a deep inner cleft between man's ordinary self and the divine. But some Christians were more inclined from the start, as we can see in the extreme forms of the doctrine of grace, to push their humility to an utter despair of human nature. The historical explanation of this despair is obvious. It is a sharp rebound from the pagan riot. An excessive immersion in this world led to an excess of otherworldliness. At the same time the conviction as to man's helplessness was instilled into those, who, like St. Augustine, had witnessed in some of its phases the slow disintegration of the Roman Empire. Human nature had gone bankrupt, and for centuries it needed to be administered, if I may continue the metaphor, in receivership. The doctrine of grace was admirably adapted to this end. The pagan riot from which the Church reacted so sharply, was not, however, the whole of the ancient civilization. I have already said that there was at the heart of the civilization at its best a great idea, the idea of proportionateness. The ancients were in short not merely naturalistic but humanistic, and the idea of proportion is just as fundamental in humanism as is humility in religion. Christianity, one scarcely need add, incorporated within itself, however disdainfully, many humanistic elements from Greek and Roman culture. Yet it is none the less true that in his horror at the pagan worldliness the Christian tended to fly into the opposite extreme of unworldliness, and in this clash between naturalism and supernaturalism the purely human virtues of mediation were thrust more or less into the background. Yet by its very defect on the humanistic side the doctrine of grace was perhaps all the better fitted for the administration of human nature in receivership. For thus to make man entirely distrustful of himself and entirely dependent on God, meant in practice to make him entirely dependent on the Church. Man became ignorant and fanatical in the early Christian centuries, but he also became humble, and in the situation then existing that was after all the main thing. The Church as receiver for human nature was thus enabled to rescue civilization from the wreck of pagan antiquity and the welter of the barbarian invasions. But by the very fact that the basis of life in this world gradually grew more secure, man became less otherworldly. He gradually recovered some degree of confidence in himself. He gave increasing attention to that side of himself that the ascetic Christian had repressed. The achievements of the 13th century, which mark perhaps the culmination of Christian civilization, were very splendid not only from a religious but also from a humanistic point of view. But although the critical spirit was already beginning to awake, it did not at that time, as I have already said, actually break away from the tutelage of the Church. This emancipation of human nature from theological restraint took place in far greater measure at the Renaissance. Human nature showed itself tired of being treated as a bankrupt, of being governed from without and from above. It aspired to become autonomous. There was in so far a strong trend in many quarters towards individualism. This rupture with external authority meant very diverse things in practice. For some who, in Leonardo's phrase, had caught a glimpse of the antique symmetry, it meant a revival of genuine humanism. For others it meant rather a revival of the pagan and naturalistic side of antiquity. Thus Rabelais, in his extreme opposition to the monkish ideal, already proclaims, like Rousseau, the intrinsic excellence of man, while Calvin and others attempted to revive the primitive austerity of Christianity that had been corrupted by the formalism of Rome. In short, naturalistic, humanistic, and religious elements are mingled in almost every conceivable proportion in the vast and complex movement known as the Renaissance. All these elements indeed are often mingled in the same individual. The later Renaissance finally arrived at what one is tempted to call the Jesuitical compromise. There was a general revamping of dogma and outer authority, helped forward by a society that had taken alarm at the excesses of the emancipated individual. If the individual consented to surrender his moral autonomy, the Church for its part consented to make religion comparatively easy and pleasant for him, to adapt it by casuistry and other devices to a human nature that was determined once for all to take a less severe and ascetic view of life. One might thus live inwardly to a great extent on the naturalistic level while outwardly going through the motions of a profound piety. There is an unmistakable analogy between the hollowness of a religion of this type and the hollowness that one feels in so much neoclassical decorum. There is also a formalistic taint in the educational system worked out by the Jesuits, a system in all respects so ingenious and in some respects so admirable. The Greek and especially the Latin classics are taught in such a way as to become literary playthings rather than the basis of a philosophy of life. A humanism is thus encouraged that is external and rhetorical rather than vital, and this humanism is combined with a religion that tends to stress submission to outer authority at the expense of inwardness and individuality. The reproach has been brought against this system that it is equally unfit to form a pagan hero or a Christian saint. The reply to it was Rousseau's educational naturalism, his exaltation of the spontaneity and genius of the child. Voltaire says that every Protestant is a pope when he has his Bible in his hand. But in practice Protestantism has been very far from encouraging so complete a subordination of the general sense to the sense of the individual. In the period that elapsed between the first forward push of individualism in the Renaissance and the second forward push in the 18th century, each important Protestant group worked out its creed or convention and knew how to make it very uncomfortable for any one of its members who rebelled against its authority. Protestant education was also, like that of the Jesuits, an attempt to harmonize Christian and classical elements. I have already spoken elsewhere of what was menacing all these attempts, Protestant as well as Catholic, to revive the principle of authority, to put the general sense once more on a traditional and dogmatic basis and impose it on the sense of the individual. The spirit of free scientific inquiry in the Renaissance had inspired great naturalists like Kepler and Galileo, and had had its profit in Bacon. So far from suffering any setback in the 17th century, science had been adding conquest to conquest. The inordinate self-confidence of the modern man would seem to be in large measure an outcome of this steady advance of scientific discovery, just as surely as the opposite, the extreme humility that appears in the doctrine of grace, reflects the despair of those who had witnessed the disintegration of the Roman Empire. The word humility, if used at all nowadays, means that one has a mean opinion of oneself in comparison with other men, and not that one perceives the weakness and nothingness of human nature in itself in comparison with what is above it. But it is not merely the self-confidence inspired by science that has undermined the traditional disciplines, humanistic and religious, and the attempts to mediate between them on a traditional basis. It is not merely that science has fascinated man's imagination, stimulated his wonder and curiosity beyond all bounds and drawn him away from the study of his own nature and its special problems to the study of the physical realm. What has been even more decisive in the overthrow of the traditional disciplines is that science has won its triumphs not by accepting dogma and tradition but by repudiating them, by dealing with the natural law, not on a traditional but on a positive and critical basis. The next step that might logically have been taken, one might suppose, would have been to put the human law likewise on a positive and critical basis. On the contrary, the very notion that man is subject to two laws has been obscured. The truths of humanism and religion, being very much bound up with certain traditional forms, have been rejected along with these forms as obsolescent prejudice, and the attempt has been made to treat man as entirely the creature of the natural law. This means in practice that instead of dying to his ordinary self, as the austere Christian demands, or instead of imposing a law of decorum upon his ordinary self, as the humanist demands, man has only to develop his ordinary self freely. At the beginning, then, of the slow process that I have been tracing down in briefest outline from medieval Christianity, we find a pure supernaturalism, at the end, a pure naturalism. If we are to understand the relationship of this naturalism to the rise of a romantic morality, we need to go back, as we have done in our study of original genius, to the England of the early 18th century. Perhaps the most important intermediary stage in the passage from a pure supernaturalism to a pure naturalism is the great deistic movement which flourished especially in the England of this period. Deism indeed is no new thing. Deistic elements may be found even in the philosophy of the Middle Ages. But for practical purposes one does not need in one's study of deism to go behind English thinkers like Shaftesbury and his follower Hutcheson. Shaftesbury is a singularly significant figure. He is not only the authentic precursor of innumerable naturalistic moralists in England, France, and Germany, but one may also trace in his writings the connection between modern naturalistic morality and ancient naturalistic morality in its two main forms, Stoic and Epicurean. The strict Christian supernaturalist had maintained that the divine can be known to man only by the outer miracle of revelation, supplemented by the inner miracle of grace. The deist maintains, on the contrary, that God reveals himself also through outer nature which he has fitted exquisitely to the needs of man, and that inwardly man may be guided aright by his unaided thoughts and feelings. Man, in short, is naturally good and nature herself is beneficent and beautiful. The deist finally pushes this harmony in God and man and nature so far that the three are practically merged. At a still more advanced stage God disappears, leaving only nature and man as a modification of nature, and the deist gives way to the pantheist who may also be either rationalistic or emotional. The pantheist differs above all from the deist in that he would dethrone man from his privileged place in creation, which means in practice that he denies final causes. He no longer believes, for example, like that sentimental deist and disciple of Rousseau, Bernardin de Saint-Pierre, that Providence has arranged everything in nature with an immediate eye to man's welfare, that the markings on the melon, for instance, seem to show that it is destined for the family table. 73. Rousseau himself, though eschewing this crude appeal to final causes, scarcely got in theory at least beyond the stage of emotional deism. The process I have been describing is illustrated better in some aspects by Diderot, who began as a translator of Shaftesbury and who later got so far beyond mere deism that he anticipates the main ideas of the modern evolutionist and determinist. Diderot is at once an avowed disciple of Bacon, a scientific utilitarian in short, and also a believer in the emancipation of the emotions. Rousseau's attack on science is profoundly significant for other reasons, but it is unfortunate in that it obscures the connection that is so visible in Diderot between the two sides of the naturalistic movement. If men had not been so hardened by scientific progress they would have been less ready, we may be sure, to listen to Rousseau when he affirmed that they were naturally good. There was another reason why men were eager to be told that they were naturally good and that they could therefore trust the spontaneous overflow of their emotions. This reason is to be sought in the inevitable recoil from the opposite doctrine of total depravity and the mortal constraint that it had put on the instincts of the natural man. I have said that many churchmen, notably the Jesuits, sought to dissimulate the full austerity of Christian doctrine and thus retain their authority over a world that was moving away from austerity and so threatening to escape them. But other Catholics, notably the Jansenists, as well as Protestants like the Calvinists, were for insisting to the full on man's corruption and for seeking to maintain on this basis what one is tempted to call a theological reign of terror. One whole side of Rousseau's religion can be understood only as a protest against the type of Christianity that is found in a Pascal or a Jonathan Edwards. The legend of the abyss that Pascal saw always yawning at his side has at least a symbolical value. It is the want of man to oscillate violently between extremes, and each extreme is not only bad in itself but even worse by the opposite extreme that it engenders. From a God who is altogether fearful, men are ready to flee to a God who is altogether loving, or it might be more correct to say altogether lovely. "Listen, my children," said Mother Angelique of Port Royal to her nuns a few hours before her death, "listen well to what I say. Most people do not know what death is, and never give the matter a thought. But my worst forebodings were as nothing compared with the terrors now upon me." In deliberate opposition to such expressions of the theological terror, Rousseau imagined the elaborate complacency and self-satisfaction of the dying Julie, whose end was not only calm but aesthetic. A sensible member of Edwards's congregation at Northampton might conceivably have voted with the majority to dismiss him, not only because he objected to this spiritual terrorism in itself, but also because he saw the opposite extreme, that it would help to precipitate the boundless sycophancy of human nature from which we are now suffering. The effusiveness, then, that began to appear in the 18th century is one sign of the progress of naturalism, which is itself due to the new confidence inspired in man by scientific discovery coupled with the revulsion from the austerity of Christian dogma. This new effusiveness is also no less palpably a revulsion from the excess of artificial decorum, and this revulsion was in turn greatly promoted by the rapid increase in power and influence at this time of the middle class. Reserve is traditionally aristocratic. The plebeian is no less traditionally expansive. It cannot be said that the decorous reserve of the French aristocracy that had been more or less imitated by other European aristocracies was in all respects commendable. According to this decorum, a man should not love his wife, or if he did, should be careful not to betray the fact in public. It was also good form to live apart from one's children and bad form to display one's affection for them. The protest against a decorum that repressed even the domestic emotions may perhaps best be followed in the rise of the middle-class drama. According to strict neoclassic decorum, only the aristocracy had the right to appear in tragedy, whereas the man of the middle class was relegated to comedy and the man of the people to farce. The intermediate types of play that multiply in the 18th century are the reply of the plebeian to this classification. He is beginning to insist that his emotions too shall be taken seriously. But at the same time he is, under the influence of the new naturalistic philosophy, so bent on affirming his own goodness that in getting rid of artificial decorum he gets rid of true decorum likewise, and so strikes at the very root of the drama. For true drama, in contradistinction to mere melodrama, requires in the background a scale of ethical values, or what amounts to the same thing, a sense of what is normal and representative and decorous, and the quality of the characters is revealed by their responsible choices, good or bad, with reference to some ethical scale, choices that the characters reveal by their actions and not by any explicit moralizing. But in the middle-class drama there is little action in this sense. No one wills either his goodness or badness, but appears more or less as the creature of accident or fate, or of a defective social order, and so instead of true dramatic conflict and proper motivation one tends to get domestic tableaus in which the characters weep in unison. For it is understood not only that man is good, but that the orthodox way for this goodness to manifest itself is to overflow through the eyes. Perhaps never before or since have tears been shed with such a strange facility. At no other time have there been so many persons who, with streaming eyes, called upon heaven and earth to bear witness to their innate excellence. A man would be ashamed, says La Bruyere, speaking from the point of view of El Honnête Homme and his decorum, to display his emotions at the theatre. By the time of Diderot he would have been ashamed not to display them. It had become almost a requirement of good manners to weep and sob in public. At the performance of the Père de Famille in 1769 we are told that every handkerchief was in use. The Revolution seems to have raised doubts as to the necessary connection between tearfulness and goodness. The Père de Famille was hissed from the stage in 1811. Geoffroy commented in his feuilleton, "We have learned by a fatal experience that 40 years of declamation and fustian about sensibility, humanity, and benevolence, have served only to prepare men's hearts for the last excesses of barbarism." The Romanticist indulged in the luxury of grief and was not incapable of striking an attitude. But as a rule he disdained the facile lachrymosity of the man of feeling as still too imitative and conventional. For his part, he has that within which passes show. To estimate a play solely by its power to draw tears is, as Coleridge observes, to measure it by a virtue that it possesses in common with the onion, and Chateaubriand makes a similar observation. Yet one should not forget that the romantic emotionalist derives directly from the man of feeling. One may indeed study the transition from the one to the other in Chateaubriand himself. For example, In his early work The Natchez he introduces a tribe of Sioux Indians who are still governed by the natural pity of Rousseau, as they prove by weeping on the slightest occasion. Lamartine again is close to Rousseau when he expatiates on the genius that is to be found in a tear, and Musset is not far from Diderot when he exclaims, "Long live the melodrama at which Margot wept." Though it is usual to associate this effusiveness with Rousseau, it should be clear from my brief sketch of the rise of the forces that were destined to overthrow the two great traditions, the Christian tradition with its prime emphasis on humility and the classical with its prime emphasis on decorum, that Rousseau had many forerunners. It would be easy enough, for example, to cite from English literature of the early 18th century domestic tableaus. 74. That look forward equally to the middle-class drama and to Rousseau's picture of the virtues of Julie as wife and mother. Yet Rousseau, after all, deserves his preeminent position as the arch-sentimentalist by the very audacity of his revolt in the name of feeling from both humility and decorum. Never before and probably never since has a man of such undoubted genius shown himself so lacking in humility and decency as Rousseau in the Confessions. Rousseau feels himself so good that he is ready, as he declares, to appear before the Almighty at the sound of the trump of the Last Judgment, with the book of his Confessions in his hand, and there to issue a challenge to the whole human race: "Let a single one assert to thee, if he dare, I am better than that man." As Horace Walpole complains, he meditates a gasconade for the end of the world. It is possible to maintain with M. Lemaitre that Rousseau's character underwent a certain purification as he grew older, but never at any time, either at the beginning or at the end, is it possible, as M. Lemaitre admits, to detect an atom of humility, an essential lack that had already been noted by Burke. The affront then that Rousseau puts upon humility at the very opening of his Confessions has, like so much else in his life and writings, a symbolical value. He also declares war in the same passage in the name of what he conceives to be his true self, that is, his emotional self, against decorum or decency. I have already spoken of one of the main objections to decorum: it keeps one tame and conventional and interferes with the explosion of original genius. Another and closely allied grievance against decorum is implied in Rousseau's opening assertion in the Confessions that his aim is to show a man in all the truth of his nature, and human nature can be known in its truth only, it should seem, when stripped of its last shred of reticence. Rousseau therefore already goes on the principle recently proclaimed by the Irish bohemian George Moore, that the only thing a man should be ashamed of is of being ashamed. If the first objection to decorum, that it represses original genius, was urged especially by the Romanticists, the second objection, that decorum interferes with truth to nature, was urged especially by the so-called realists of the later 19th century. Between the Rousseauistic conception of nature and that of the humanist the gap is especially wide. The humanist maintains that man attains to the truth of his nature only by imposing decorum upon his ordinary self. The Rousseauist maintains that man attains to this truth only by the free expansion of his ordinary self. The humanist fears to let his ordinary self unfold freely at the expense of decorum, lest he merit some such comment as that made on the Confessions by Madame de Beaufillers, who had been infatuated with Rousseau during his lifetime, that it was the work not of a man but of an unclean animal. 75. The passages of the Confessions that deserve this verdict do not, it is hardly necessary to add, reflect directly Rousseau's moral ideal. In his dealings with morality, as elsewhere, he is, to come back to Schiller's distinction, partly idyllic and partly satirical. He is satiric in his attitude towards the existing forms based upon the Christian tradition that man is naturally sinful and that he needs therefore the discipline of fear and humility, or else forms based upon the classical tradition that man is naturally one-sided and that he needs therefore to be disciplined into decorum and proportionateness. He is idyllic in the substitutes that he would offer for these traditional forms. The substitutes are particularly striking in their refusal to allow any place for fear. Fear, according to Ovid, created the first gods, and religion has been defined by an old English poet as the mother of form and fear. Rousseau would put in the place of form a fluid emotionalism, and as for fear, he would simply cast it out entirely, a revulsion, as I have pointed out, from the excessive emphasis on fear in the more austere forms of Christianity. Be natural, Rousseau says, and eschew priests and doctors, and you will be emancipated from fear. Rousseau's expedient for getting rid of man's sense of his own sinfulness, on which fear and humility ultimately rest, is well known. Evil, says Rousseau, foreign to man's constitution, is introduced into it from without. The burden of guilt is thus conveniently shifted upon society. Instead of the old dualism between good and evil in the breast of the individual, a new dualism is thus set up between an artificial and corrupt society and nature. For man, let me repeat, has, according to Rousseau, fallen from nature in somewhat the same way as in the old theology he fell from God, and it is here that the idyllic element comes in, for, let us remind ourselves once more, Rousseau's nature from which man has fallen is only an Arcadian dream. The assertion of man's natural goodness is plainly something very fundamental in Rousseau, but there is something still more fundamental, and that is the shifting of dualism itself, the virtual denial of a struggle between good and evil in the breast of the individual. That deep inner cleft in man's being on which religion has always put so much emphasis is not genuine. Only get away from an artificial society and back to nature, and the inner conflict which is but a part of the artificiality will give way to beauty and harmony. In a passage in his supplement Au Voyage de Bougainville, Diderot puts the underlying thesis of the new morality almost more clearly than Rousseau. Do you wish to know in brief the tale of almost all our woe? There once existed a natural man, there has been introduced within this man an artificial man, and there has arisen in the cave a civil war which lasts throughout life. The denial of the reality of the civil war in the cave involves an entire transformation of the conscience. The conscience ceases to be a power that sits in judgment on the ordinary self and inhibits its impulses. It tends, so far as it is recognized at all, to become itself an instinct and an emotion. Students of the history of ethics scarcely need to be told that this transformation of the conscience was led up to by the English deists, especially by Shaftesbury and his disciple Hutcheson. 76. Shaftesbury and Hutcheson are already aesthetic in all senses of the word, aesthetic in that they tend to base conduct upon feeling, and aesthetic in that they incline to identify the good and the beautiful. Conscience is ceasing for both of them to be an inner check on the impulses of the individual and becoming a moral sense. A sort of expansive instinct for doing good to others. Altruism, as thus conceived, is opposed by them to the egoism of Hobbes and his followers. But for the full implications of this transformation of conscience and for aesthetic morality in general, one needs to turn to Rousseau. Most men, according to Rousseau, are perverted by society, but there are a few in whom the voice of nature is still strong, and who, to be good and at the same time beautiful, have only to let themselves go. These, to use a term that came to have in the 18th century an almost technical meaning, are the beautiful souls. The bel âme is practically indistinguishable from the âme sensible, and has many points in common with the original genius. Those whose souls are beautiful are a small transfigured band in the midst of a Philistine multitude. They are not to be judged by the same rules as those of less exquisite sensibility. There are unfortunates too privileged to follow the common pathway. 77. The beautiful soul is unintelligible to those of coarser feelings. His very superiority, his preternatural fineness of sensation, thus predestines him to suffering. We are here at the root of romantic melancholy, as will appear more fully later. The most important aspect of the whole conception is, however, the strictly ethical, the notion that the beautiful soul has only to be instinctive and temperamental to merit the praise that has in the past been awarded only to the purest spirituality. As for Julie, says Rousseau, who never had any other guide but her heart and could have no surer guide, she gives herself up to it without scruple, and to do right, has only to do all that it asks of her. 78. Virtue indeed, according to Rousseau, is not merely an instinct but a passion, and even a voluptuous passion, moving in the same direction as other passions, only superior to them in vehemence. Cold reason has never done anything illustrious, and you can triumph over the passions only by opposing them to one another. When the passion of virtue arises, it dominates everything and holds everything in equipoise. 79. This notion of the soul that is spontaneously beautiful and therefore good made an especial appeal to the Germans and indeed is often associated with Germany more than with any other land. 80. But examples of moral aestheticism are scarcely less frequent elsewhere from Rousseau to the present. No one, for example, was ever more convinced of the beauty of his own soul than Renan. Morality, says Renan, has been conceived up to the present in a very narrow spirit, as obedience to a law, as an inner struggle between opposite laws. As for me, I declare that when I do good I obey no one, I fight no battle and win no victory. The cultivated man has only to follow the delicious incline of his inner impulses. 81. Therefore, as he says elsewhere, be beautiful and then do at each moment whatever your heart may inspire you to do. This is the whole of morality. 82. The doctrine of the beautiful soul is at once a denial and a parody of the doctrine of grace, a denial because it rejects original sin, a parody because it holds that the beautiful soul acts aright, not through any effort of its own but because nature acts in it and through it, even as a man in a state of grace acts aright not through any merit of his own but because God acts in him and through him. The man who saw everything from the angle of grace was, like the beautiful soul or the original genius, inclined to look upon himself as exceptional and superlative. Bunyan entitles the story of his own inner life Grace Abounding to the Chief of Sinners. But Bunyan flatters himself. It is not easy to be chief in such a lively competition. Humility and pride were evidently in a sort of grapple with one another in the breast of the Jansenist who declared that God had killed 3 men in order to compass his salvation. In the case of the beautiful soul the humility disappears, but the pride remains. He still looks upon himself as superlative but superlative in goodness. If all men were like himself, Renan declares, it would be appropriate to say of them, ye are gods and sons of the Most High. 83. The partisan of grace holds that works are of no avail compared with the gratuitous and unmerited illumination from above. The beautiful soul clings to his belief in his own innate excellence, no matter how flagrant the contradiction may be between this belief and his deeds. One should not fail to note some approximation to the point of view of the beautiful soul in those forms of Christianity in which the sense of sin is somewhat relaxed and the inner light very much emphasized, for example among the German Pietists and the Quietists of Catholic countries. 84. We even hear of persons claiming to be Christians who as the result of debauchery have experienced a spiritual awakening. But such doctrines are mere excrescences and eccentricities in the total history of Christianity. Even in its extreme insistence on grace, Christianity has always tended to supplement rather than contradict the supreme maxim of humanistic morality as enunciated by Cicero, the whole praise of virtue is in action. The usual result of the doctrine of grace when sincerely held is to make a man feel desperately sinful at the same time that he is less open to reproach than other men in his actual behavior. The beautiful soul on the other hand can always take refuge in his feelings from his real delinquencies. According to Joubert, Chateaubriand was not disturbed by actual lapses in his conduct because of his persuasion of his own innate rectitude. 85. Her conduct was reprehensible, says Rousseau of Madame de Warens, but her heart was pure. It does not matter what you do if only through it all you preserve the sense of your own loveliness. Indeed, the more dubious the act, the more copious would seem to be the overflow of fine sentiments to which it stimulates the beautiful soul. Rousseau dilates on his warmth of heart, his keenness of sensibility, his innate benevolence for his fellow creatures, his ardent love for the great, the true, the beautiful, the just, on the melting feeling, the lively and sweet emotion that he experiences at the sight of everything that is virtuous, generous, and lovely, and concludes, and so my 3rd child was put into the Foundling Hospital. If we wish to see the psychology of Rousseau writ large, we should turn to the French Revolution. That period abounds in persons whose goodness is in theory so superlative that it overflows in a love for all men, but who in practice are filled like Rousseau in his later years with universal suspicion. There was indeed a moment in the Revolution when the madness of Rousseau became epidemic, when suspicion was pushed to such a point that men became suspect of being suspect. One of the last persons to see Rousseau alive at Ermenonville was Maximilien Robespierre. he was probably a more thoroughgoing Rousseauist than any other of the revolutionary leaders. Perhaps no passage that could be cited illustrates with more terrible clearness the tendency of the new morality to convert righteousness into self-righteousness than the following from his last speech before the convention at the very height of the Reign of Terror. Himself devoured by suspicion, he is repelling the suspicion that he wishes to erect his own power on the ruins of the monarchy. The idea, he says, that he can descend to the infamy of the throne will appear probable only to those perverse beings who have not even the right to believe in virtue. But why speak of virtue? Doubtless virtue is a natural passion. But how could they be familiar with it, these venal spirits who never yielded access to aught save cowardly and ferocious passions? Yet virtue exists, as you can testify, feeling and pure souls, it exists, that tender, irresistible, imperious passion, torment and delight of magnanimous hearts, that profound horror of tyranny, that compassionate zeal for the oppressed, that sacred love for one's country, that still more sublime and sacred love for humanity, without which a great revolution is only a glittering crime that destroys another crime. It exists, that generous ambition to found on earth the first republic of the world, that egoism of undegenerate men who find a celestial voluptuousness in the calm of a pure conscience and the ravishing spectacle of public happiness. You feel it at this moment burning in your souls. I feel it in mine. But how could our vile calumniators have any notion of it? Etc. In Robespierre and other revolutionary leaders one may study the implications of the new morality, the attempt to transform virtue into a natural passion not merely for the individual but for society. M. Rott entitled his play on Rousseau the Reformer. Both Rousseau and his disciple Robespierre were reformers in the modern sense, that is, they are concerned not with reforming themselves, but other men. Inasmuch as there is no conflict between good and evil in the breast of the beautiful soul, he is free to devote all his efforts to the improvement of mankind, and he proposes to achieve this great end by diffusing the spirit of brotherhood. All the traditional forms that stand in the way of this free emotional expansion he denounces as mere prejudices, and inclines to look on those who administer these forms as a gang of conspirators who are imposing an arbitrary and artificial restraint on the natural goodness of man and so keeping it from manifesting itself. With the final disappearance of the prejudices of the past and those who base their usurped authority upon them, the golden age will be ushered in at last. Everybody will be boundlessly self-assertive and at the same time temper the self-assertion by an equally boundless sympathy for others, whose sympathy and self-assertion likewise know no bounds. The world of Walt Whitman will be realized, a world in which there is neither inferior nor superior but only comrades. This vision of a humanity released from all evil artificially imposed from without, a humanity where all things flow to all, as rivers to the sea and whose nature is its own divine control, is the true religion of the Rousseauist. It is this image of a humanity glorified through love that he sets up for worship in the sanctuary left vacant by the great absence of God. This transformation of the Arcadian dreamer into the utopist is due in part, as I have already suggested, to the intoxication produced in the human spirit by the conquests of science. One can discern the cooperation of Baconian and Rousseauist from a very early stage of the great humanitarian movement in the midst of which we are still living. Both Baconian and Rousseauist are interested not in the struggle between good and evil in the breast of the individual, but in the progress of mankind as a whole. If the Rousseauist hopes to promote the progress of society by diffusing the spirit of brotherhood, the Baconian or utilitarian hopes to achieve the same end by perfecting its machinery. It is scarcely necessary to add that these two main types of humanitarianism may be contained in almost any proportion in any particular person. By his worship of man in his future material advance, the Baconian betrays no less surely than the Rousseauist his faith in man's natural goodness. This lack of humility is especially conspicuous in those who have sought to develop the positive observations of science into a closed system with the aid of logic and pure mathematics. Pascal already remarked sarcastically of Descartes that he had no need of God except to give an initial fillip to his mechanism. Later the mechanist no longer grants the need of the initial fillip. According to the familiar anecdote, Laplace, when asked by Napoleon in the course of an explanation of his celestial mechanics where God came in, replied that he had no need of a god in his system. As illustrating the extreme of humanitarian arrogance, one may take the following from the physicist and mathematician, W. K. Clifford: "The dim and shadowy outlines of the superhuman deity fade slowly from before us, and as the mist of his presence floats aside, we perceive with greater and greater clearness the shape of a yet grander and nobler figure of him who made all gods and shall unmake them." From the dim dawn of history and from the inmost depths of every soul, the face of our Father Man looks out upon us with the fire of eternal youth in his eyes and says, "Before Jehovah was, I am." The fire, one is tempted to say, of eternal lust. Clifford is reported to have once hung by his toes from the crossbar of a weathercock on a church tower. As a bit of intellectual acrobatics, the passage I have just quoted has some analogy with this posture. Further than this, man's intoxication with himself is not likely to go. The attitude of Clifford is even more extreme in its way than that of Jonathan Edwards in his. However, there are already signs that the man of science is becoming, if not humble, at least a trifle less arrogant. One can imagine the Rousseauist interrupting at this point to remark that one of his chief protests has always been against the mechanical and utilitarian and in general the scientific attitude towards life. This is true. Something has already been said about this protest, and it will be necessary to say more about it later. Yet Rousseauist and Baconian agree, as I have said, in turning away from the civil war in the cave to humanity in the lump. They agree in being more or less rebellious towards the traditional forms that put prime emphasis on the civil war in the cave, whether the Christian tradition with its humility or the classical with its decorum. No wonder Prometheus was the great romantic hero. Prometheus was at once a rebel, a lover of man, and a promoter of man's material progress. We have been living for over a century in what may be termed an age of Promethean individualism. The Rousseauist especially feels an inner kinship with Prometheus and other titans. He is fascinated by every form of insurgency. Cain and Satan are both romantic heroes. To meet the full romantic requirement, however, the insurgent must also be tender-hearted. He must show an elemental energy in his explosion against the established order and at the same time a boundless sympathy for the victims of it. One of Hugo's poems tells of a Mexican volcano, that in sheer disgust at the cruelty of the members of the Inquisition, spits lava upon them. This compassionate volcano symbolizes in both of its main aspects the romantic ideal. Hence the enormous international popularity of Schiller's Robbers. One may find innumerable variants of the brigand Karl Moore, who uses his plunder to support meritorious young men at college. The world into which we enter from the very dawn of Romanticism is one of glorious rascals, and beloved vagabonds. Sublime convicts, says M. Lasser, idlers of genius, angelic female poisoners, monsters inspired by God, sincere comedians, virtuous courtesans, metaphysical mountebanks, faithful adulterers, form only one half the sympathetic half of humanity according to Romanticism. The other half, the wicked half, is manufactured by the same intellectual process under the suggestion of the same revolutionary instinct. It comprises all those who hold or stand for a portion of any discipline whatsoever, political, religious, moral, or intellectual, kings, ministers, priests, judges, soldiers, policemen, husbands and critics. 86. The Rousseauist is ever ready to discover beauty of soul in anyone who is under the reprobation of society. The figure of the courtesan rehabilitated through love that has enjoyed such popularity during the past 100 years goes back to Rousseau himself. 87. The underlying assumption of romantic morality is that the personal virtues, the virtues that imply self-control, count as naught compared with the fraternal spirit and the readiness to sacrifice oneself for others. This is the ordinary theme of the Russian novel, in which one finds, as Lemaitre remarks, the Kalmuck exaggerations of our French romantic ideas. For example, Sonia in Crime and Punishment is glorified because she prostitutes herself to procure a livelihood for her family. One does not, however, need to go to Russia for what is scarcely less the assumption of contemporary America. If it can only be shown that a person is sympathetic, we are inclined to pardon him his sins of unrestraint, his lack, for example, of common honesty. As an offset to the damaging facts brought out at the investigation of the Sugar Trust, the defense sought to establish that the late H.O. Havmeyer was a beautiful soul. It was testified that he could never hear little children sing without tears coming into his eyes. His favorite song, someone was unkind enough to suggest, was Little Drops of Water, Little Grains of Sand. The newspapers again reported not long ago that a notorious Pittsburgh grafter had petitioned for his release from the penitentiary on the grounds that he wished to continue his philanthropic activities among the poor. Another paragraph that appeared recently in the daily press related that a burglar while engaged professionally in a house at Los Angeles discovered that the lady of the house had a child suffering from croup, and at once came to her aid, explaining that he had 6 children of his own. No one could really think amiss of this authentic descendant of Schiller's Karl Moor. For love, according to the Rousseauist, is not the fulfillment of the law but a substitute for it. In Les Miserables, Hugo contrasts Javert, who stands for the old order based on obedience to the law, with the convict Jean Valjean, who stands for the new regeneration of man through love and self-sacrifice. When Javert awakens to the full ignominy of his role, he does the only decent thing: he commits suicide. Hugo indeed has perhaps carried the new evangel of sympathy as a substitute for all the other virtues further than anyone else, and with fewer weak concessions to common sense. Sultan Murad, Hugo narrates, was sublime. He had his 8 brothers strangled, caused his uncle to be sawn in 2 between 2 planks, opened one after the other 12 children to find a stolen apple, shed an ocean of blood and savored the world. One day while passing in front of a butcher shop he saw a pig bleeding to death, tormented by flies and with the sun beating upon its wound. Touched by pity, the Sultan pushes the pig into the shade with his foot and with an enormous and superhuman gesture drives away the flies. When Murad dies, the pig appears before the Almighty and, pleading for him against the accusing host of his victims, wins his pardon. Moral: a succored pig outweighs a world oppressed. 88. This subordination of all the other values of life to sympathy is achieved only at the expense of the great humanistic virtue decorum, or a sense of proportion. Now, not to possess a sense of proportion is, however this lack may be manifested, to be a pedant, and, if there is ever a humanistic reaction, Hugo, one of the chief products of the age of original genius, will scarcely escape the charge of pedantry. But true religion also insists on a hierarchy of the virtues. Burke speaks at least as much from a religious as from a humanistic point of view when he writes: "The greatest crimes do not arise so much from a want of feeling for others as from an oversensibility for ourselves and an overindulgence to our own desires. They explode or render odious or contemptible that class of virtues which restrain the appetite. These are at least 9 out of 10 of the virtues. In the place of all this they substitute a virtue which they call humanity or benevolence. By these means their morality has no idea in it of restraint or indeed of a distinct and settled principle of any kind. When their disciples are thus left free and guided only by present feeling, they are no longer to be depended on for good and evil. The men who today snatch the worst criminals from justice will murder the most innocent persons tomorrow." 89. The person who seeks to get rid of 90% of the virtues in favor of an indiscriminate sympathy does not simply lose his scale of values. He arrives at an inverted scale of values. For the higher the object for which one feels sympathy, the more the idea of obligation is likely to intrude, the very thing the Rousseauist is seeking to escape. One is more irresponsible and therefore more spontaneous in the Rousseauistic sense in lavishing one's pity on a dying pig. Medical men have given a learned name to the malady of those who neglect the members of their own family and gush over animals. But Rousseau already exhibits the psychosis. He abandoned his 5 children one after the other, but had, we are told, an unspeakable affection for his dog. 90. Rousseau's contemporary, Sterne, is supposed to have lavished a somewhat disproportionate emotion upon an ass. But the ass does not really come into his own until a later stage of the movement. Nietzsche has depicted the leaders of the 19th century as engaged in a veritable onolatry or ass worship. The opposition between neoclassicist and Rousseauist is indeed symbolized in a fashion by their respective attitude towards the ass. Neoclassical decorum was, it should be remembered, an all-pervading principle. It imposed a severe hierarchy, not only upon objects, but upon the words that express these objects. The first concern of the decorous person was to avoid lowness, and the ass he looked upon as hopelessly low, so low as to be incapable of ennoblement even by a resort to periphrasis. Homer therefore was deemed by Vita to have been guilty of outrageous indecorum in comparing Ajax to an ass. The partisans of Homer sought indeed to prove that the ass was in the time of Homer a noble animal, or at least that the word ass was noble. But the stigma put upon Homer by Vita, reinforced as it was by the similar attacks of Scaliger and others, remained. The rehabilitation of the ass by the Rousseauist is at once a protest against an unduly squeamish decorum, and a way of proclaiming the new principle of unbounded expansive sympathy. In dealing with both words and what they express, one should show a democratic inclusiveness. Something has already been said of the war the Romanticist waged in the name of local color against the impoverishment of vocabulary by the neoclassicists. But the Romantic warfare against the aristocratic squeamishness of the neoclassic vocabulary goes perhaps even deeper. Take, for instance, Wordsworth's view as to the proper language of poetry. Poetical decorum had become by the end of the 18th century a mere varnish of conventional elegance. Why should mere polite prejudice, so Wordsworth reasoned, and the gaudiness and inane phraseology in which it resulted be allowed to interfere with the spontaneous overflow of powerful emotion? And so he proceeds to set up a view of poetry that is only the neoclassical view turned upside down. For the proper subjects and speech of poetry he would turn from the highest class of society to the lowest, from the aristocrat to the peasant. The peasant is more poetical than the aristocrat because he is closer to nature, for Wordsworth, as he himself avows, is less interested in the peasant for his own sake than because he sees in him a sort of emanation of the landscape. 91. One needs to keep all this background in mind if one wishes to understand the full significance of a poem like Peter Bell. Scaliger blames Homer because he stoops to mention in his description of Zeus something so trivial as the eyebrows. Wordsworth seeks to bestow poetical dignity and seriousness on the long left ear of an ass. 92. The ass is thus exalted one scarcely need add, because of his compassionateness. The hard heart of Peter Bell is at last melted by the sight of so much goodness. He aspires to be like the ass and finally achieves his wish. The French Romanticists, Hugo, for instance, make an attack on decorum somewhat similar to that of Wordsworth. Words formerly lived, says Hugo, divided up into castes. Some had the privilege of mounting into the king's coaches at Versailles, whereas others were relegated to the rabble. I came along and clapped a red liberty cap on the old dictionary. I brought about a literary 93, etc. Hugo's attack on decorum is also combined with an even more violent assertion than Wordsworth's of the ideal of romantic morality, the supremacy of pity. He declares in the Legend of the Ages that an ass that takes a step aside to avoid crushing a toad is holier than Socrates and greater than Plato. 94. For this and similar utterances Hugo deserves to be placed very nearly, if not quite, at the head of romantic onolators. We have said that the tremendous burden put upon sympathy in romantic morality is a result of the assumption that the civil war in the cave is artificial and that therefore the restraining virtues which imply this warfare are likewise artificial. If the civil war in the cave should turn out to be not artificial but a fact of the gravest import, the whole spiritual landscape would change immediately. Romantic morality would in that case be not a reality but a mirage. We need at all events to grasp the central issue firmly. Humanism and religion have always asserted in some form or other the dualism of the human spirit. A man's spirituality is in inverse ratio to his immersion in temperament. The whole movement from Rousseau to Bergson is, on the other hand, filled with the glorification of instinct. To become spiritual, the beautiful soul needs only to expand along the lines of temperament, and with this process the cult of pity or sympathy does not interfere. The romantic moralist tends to favor expansion on the ground that it is vital, creative, infinite, and to dismiss whatever seems to set bounds to expansion as something inert, mechanical, finite. In its onslaughts on the veto power whether within or without the breast of the individual, it is plain that no age has ever approached the age of original genius in the midst of which we are still living. Goethe defines the devil as the spirit that always says no, and Carlyle celebrates his passage from darkness to light as an escape from the everlasting nay to the everlasting yet. We rarely pause to consider what a reversal of traditional wisdom is implied in such conceptions. In the past, the spirit that says no has been associated rather with the divine. Socrates tells us that the counsels of his voice were always negative, never positive. 95. According to the ancient Hindu, again the divine is the inner check. God, according to Aristotle, is pure form. In opposition to all this emphasis on the restricting and limiting power, the naturalist, whether scientific or emotional, sets up a program of formless, fearless expansion, which means in practice that he recognizes no bounds either to intellectual or emotional curiosity. I have said that it is a part of the psychology of the original genius to offer the element of wonder and surprise awakened by the perpetual novelty, the infinite otherwiseness of things, as a substitute for the awe that is associated with their infinite oneness, or rather to refuse to discriminate between these two infinitudes and so to confound the two main directions of the human spirit, its religious east, as one may say, with its west of wonder and romance. This confusion may be illustrated by the romantic attitude towards what is perhaps the most eastern of all eastern lands, India. The materials for the study of India in the Occident were accumulated by Englishmen towards the end of the 18th century, but the actual interpretation of this material is due largely to German Romanticists, notably to Friedrich Schlegel. 96. Alongside the Romantic Hellenist and the Romantic Medievalist we find the Romantic Indianist. It is to India even more than to Spain that one needs to turn, says Friedrich Schlegel, for the supremely romantic. 97. That is, the wildest and most unrestrained luxuriance of imagination. Now in a country so vast and so ancient as India you can find in some place or at some period or other almost anything you like. If, for example, W. B. Yeats waxes enthusiastic over Tagore, we may be sure that there is in the work of Tagore something akin to aesthetic romanticism. But if we take India at the top of her achievement in the early Buddhistic movement, let us say, we shall find something very different. The early Buddhistic movement in its essential aspects is at the extreme opposite pole from Romanticism. The point is worth making because certain misinterpretations that still persist both of Buddhism and other movements in India can be traced ultimately to the bad twist that was given to the whole subject by Romanticists like the Schlegels. The educated Frenchman, for instance, gets his ideas of India largely from certain poems of Leconte de Lisle who reflects the German influence. But the sense of universal and meaningless flux that pervades these poems without any countervailing sense of a reality behind the shows of nature is a product of Romanticism, working in cooperation with science, and is therefore antipodal to the absorption of the true Hindu in the oneness of things. We are told, again, that Schopenhauer was a Buddhist. Did he not have an image of Buddha in his bedroom? But no doctrine perhaps is more remote from the genuine doctrine of Buddha than that of this soured and disillusioned romanticist. The nature of true Buddhism and its opposition to all forms of romanticism is worth dwelling on for a moment. Buddha not only asserted the human law with unusual power, but he also did what, in the estimation of some, needs doing in our own day. He put this law, not on a traditional, but on a positive and critical basis. This spiritual positivism of Buddha is, reduced to its simplest terms, a psychology of desire. Not only is the world outside of man in a constant state of flux and change, but there is an element within man that is in constant flux and change also and makes itself felt practically as an element of expansive desire. What is unstable in him longs for what is unstable in the outer world. But he may escape from the element of flux and change, nay, he must aspire to do so, if he wishes to be released from sorrow. This is to substitute the noble for the ignoble craving. The permanent or ethical element in himself towards which he should strive to move is known to him practically as a power of inhibition or inner check upon expansive desire. Vital impulse may be subjected to vital control. Here is the Buddhist equivalent of the civil war in the cave that the Romanticist denies. Buddha does not admit a soul in man in the sense that is often given to the word, but on this opposition between vital impulse and vital control as a psychological fact he puts his supreme emphasis. The man who drifts supinely with the current of desire is guilty according to Buddha of the gravest of all vices, spiritual or moral indolence. He on the contrary who curbs or reins in his expansive desires is displaying the chief of all the virtues, spiritual vigilance or strenuousness. The man who is spiritually strenuous has entered upon the path. The end of this path and the goal of being cannot be formulated in terms of the finite intellect, any more than the ocean can be put into a cup. But progress on the path may be known by its fruits, negatively by the extinction of the expansive desires, positively by an increase in peace, poise, centrality. A man's rank in the scale of being is, then, according to the Buddhist, determined by the quality of his desires, and it is within his power to determine whether he shall let them run wild or else control them to some worthy end. We hear of the fatalistic East, but no doctrine was ever less fatalistic than that of Buddha. No one ever put so squarely upon the individual what the individual is ever seeking to evade, the burden of moral responsibility. Self is the lord of self. Who else can be the lord? You yourself must make the effort. The Buddhas are only teachers. 98. But does not all this emphasis on self, one may ask, tend to hardness and indifference towards others, towards the undermining of that compassion to which the romantic moralist is ready to sacrifice all the other virtues? Buddha may be allowed to speak for himself, even as a mother cherishes her child, her only child, so let a man cultivate a boundless love towards all beings. 99. Buddha thus seems to fulfill Pascal's requirement for a great man, he unites in himself opposite virtues and occupies all the space between them. Enough has been said to make plain that the infinite indeterminate desire of the Romanticist and the Buddhist repression of desire are the most different things conceivable. Chateaubriand, it has been said, was an invincibly restless soul, a soul of desire, but these phrases are scarcely more applicable to him than to many other great Romanticists. They are fitly symbolized by the figures that pace to and fro in the hall of Eblis and whose hearts are seen through their transparent bosoms to be lapped in the flames of unquenchable longing. The Romanticist indeed bases, as I have said, on the very intensity of his longing his claims to be an idealist and even a mystic. William Blake, for example, has been proclaimed a true mystic. The same term has also been applied to Buddha. Without pretending to have fathomed completely so unfathomable a being as Buddha or even the far less unfathomable William Blake, one may nevertheless assert with confidence that Buddha and Blake stand for utterly incompatible views of life. If Blake is a mystic, then Buddha must be something else. To be assured on this point one needs only to compare the Marriage of Heaven and Hell with the Dhammapada, an anthology of some of the most authentic and authoritative material in early Buddhism. He who desires but acts not, breeds pestilence. The road of excess leads to the palace of wisdom, says Blake. Even in heavenly pleasures he finds no satisfaction. The disciple who is fully awakened delights only in the destruction of all desires. Good is restraint in all things, says Buddha. Buddha would evidently have dismissed Blake as a madman, whereas Blake would have looked on Buddhism as the ultimate abomination. My own conviction is that Buddha was a genuine sage well worthy of the homage rendered him by multitudes of men for more than 24 centuries, whereas Blake was only a romantic aesthete who was moving in his imaginative activity towards madness and seems at the end actually to have reached the goal. I have been going thus far afield to ancient India and to Buddha, not that I might, like a recent student of Buddhism, enjoy the strangeness of the intellectual landscape, but on the contrary that I might suggest that there is a center of normal human experience and that Buddhism, at least in its ethical aspects, is nearer to the center than aesthetic romanticism. Buddha might perhaps marvel with more reason at our strangeness than we at his. Buddha's assertion of man's innate moral laziness in particular accords more closely with what most of us have experienced than Rousseau's assertion of man's natural goodness. This conception of the innate laziness of man seems to me indeed so central that I am going to put it at the basis of the point of view I am myself seeking to develop, though this point of view is not primarily Buddhistic. This conception has the advantage of being positive rather than dogmatic. It works out in practice very much like the original sin of the Christian theologian. The advantage of starting with indolence rather than sin is that many men will admit that they are morally indolent who will not admit that they are sinful. For theological implications still cluster thickly about the word sin, and these persons are still engaged more or less consciously in the great naturalistic revolt against theology. The spiritual positivist then will start from a fact of immediate perception from the presence, namely in the breast of the individual, of a principle of vital control, and he will measure his spiritual strenuousness or spiritual sloth by the degree to which he exercises or fails to exercise this power. In accordance with the keenness of a man's perception of a specially human order that is known practically as a curb upon his ordinary self, he may be said to possess insight. The important thing is that the insight should not be sophisticated, that a man should not fall away from it into some phantasmagoria of the intellect or emotions. A man sometimes builds up a whole system of metaphysics as a sort of screen between himself and his obligations either to himself or others. Mrs. Barbauld suspected that Coleridge's philosophy was only a mask for indolence. Carlyle's phrase for Coleridge was even harsher, putrescent indolence, a phrase that might be applied with more justice perhaps to Rousseau. One may learn from Rousseau the art of sinking to the region of instinct that is below the rational level instead of struggling forward to the region of insight that is above it, and at the same time passing for a sublime enthusiast, the art of looking backwards and downwards, and at the same time enjoying the honor that belongs only to those who look forwards and up. We need not wonder at the warm welcome that this new art received. I have said that man has always been accounted a benefactor who has substituted for the reality of spiritual discipline some ingenious art of going through the motions, and that the decorum of the neoclassical period had largely sunk to this level. Even in the most decorous of modern ages, that of Louis XIV, it was very common, as every student of the period knows, for men to set up as personages in the grand manner and at the same time behind the facade of conventional dignity to let their appetites run riot. It would have been perfectly legitimate at the end of the 18th century to attack in the name of true decorum a decorum that had become the varnish of vice and mask of hypocrisy. What Rousseau actually opposed to pseudo-decorum was perhaps the most alluring form of sham spirituality that the world has ever seen, a method not merely of masking but of glorifying one's spiritual indolence. "You wish to have the pleasures of vice and the honor of virtue," wrote Julie to Saint Preux in a moment of unusual candor. The Rousseauist may indulge in the extreme of psychic unrestraint and at the same time pose as a perfect idealist, or even, if one is a Chateaubriand, as a champion of religion. Chateaubriand's life according to Lemaitre was a magnificent series of attitudes. I do not mean to assert that the Rousseauist is always guilty of the pose and theatricality of which there is more than a suggestion in Chateaubriand. There is, however, much in the Rousseauistic view of life that militates against a complete moral honesty. "Of all the men I have known," says Rousseau, "he whose character derives most completely from his temperament alone is Jean-Jacques." 100. The ugly things that have a way of happening when impulse is thus left uncontrolled do not, as we have seen, disturb the beautiful soul in his complacency. He can always point an accusing finger at something or somebody else. The faith in one's natural goodness is a constant encouragement to evade moral responsibility. To accept responsibility is to follow the line of maximum effort, whereas man's secret desire is to follow, if not the line of least, at all events the line of lesser resistance. The endless twisting and dodging and proneness to look for scapegoats that results is surely the least reputable aspect of human nature. Rousseau writes to Madame de Franqueuil that it was her class, the class of the rich, that was responsible for his having had to abandon his children. With responsibility thus shifted from oneself to the rich, the next step is inevitable, namely to start a crusade against the members of a class which, without any warrant from nature, oppresses its brothers, the members of other classes, and forces them into transgression. A man may thus dodge his duties as a father, and at the same time pose as a paladin of humanity. Rousseau is very close here to our most recent agitators. If a working girl falls from chastity, For example, do not blame her, blame her employer. She would have remained a model of purity if he had only added $1 or $2 a week to her wage. With the progress of the new morality, everyone has become familiar with the type of the perfect idealist who is ready to pass laws for the regulation of everybody and everything except himself, and who knows how to envelop in a mist of radiant word schemes the true driving power of which is the desire to confiscate property. The tendency to make of society the universal scapegoat is not, one scarcely needs add, to be ascribed entirely to the romantic moralist. It is only one aspect of the denial of the human law, of the assumption that because man is partly subject to the natural law he is entirely subject to it, and in this dehumanizing of man the rationalist has been at least as guilty as the emotionalist. If the Rousseauist hopes to find a substitute for all the restraining virtues in sympathy, the rationalistic naturalist, who is as a rule utilitarian with a greater or smaller dash of pseudoscience, hopes to find a substitute for these same virtues in some form of machinery. The legislative mill to which our uplifters are so ready to resort, is a familiar example. If our modern society continues to listen to those who are seeking to persuade it that it is possible to find mechanical or emotional equivalents for self-control, it is likely, as Rousseau said of himself, to show a great tendency to degenerate. The fact on which the moral positivist would rest his effort to rehabilitate self-control is, as I have said, the presence in man of a restraining, informing, and centralizing power that is anterior to both intellect and emotion. Such a power, it must be freely granted, is not present equally in all persons, in some it seems scarcely to exist at all. When released from outer control, they are simply unchained temperaments, whereas in others the super-rational perception seems to be singularly vivid and distinct. This is the psychological fact that underlies what the theologian would term the mystery of grace. Rousseau himself was not quite so temperamental as might be inferred from what has been said about his evasion of ethical effort. There were moments when the dualism of the spirit came home to him, moments when he perceived that the conscience is not itself an expansive emotion but rather a judgment and a check upon expansive emotion. Yet his general readiness to subordinate his ethical self to his sensibility is indubitable. Hence the absence in his personality and writing of the note of masculinity. There is indeed much in his make-up that reminds one less of a man than of a high-strung impressionable woman. Woman, most observers would agree, is more natural in Rousseau's sense, that is, more temperamental, than man. One should indeed always temper these perilous comparisons of the sexes with the remark of La Fontaine that in this matter he knew a great many men who were women. Now to be temperamental is to be extreme, and it is in this sense perhaps that the female of the species may be said to be fiercer than the male. Rousseau's failure to find any intermediary term between everything and nothing would seem to be a feminine rather than a masculine trait. Decorum in the case of women, even more perhaps than in the case of men, tends to be a mere conformity to what is established rather than the immediate perception of a law of measure and proportion that sets bounds to the expansive desires. Women believe innocent everything that they dare, says Joubert, whom no one will accuse of being a misogynist. Those who are thus temperamental have more need than others of outer guidance. His feminine nature, says C. E. Norton of Ruskin, needed support such as it never got. 101. If women are more temperamental than men, it is only fair to add that they have a greater fineness of temperament. Women, says Joubert again, are richer in native virtues, men in acquired virtues. At times when men are slack in acquiring virtues in the truly ethical sense, and some might maintain that the present is such a time, the women may be not only men's equals but their superiors. Rousseau had this feminine fineness of temperament. He speaks rightly of his exquisite faculties. He also had no inconsiderable amount of feminine charm. The numerous members of the French aristocracy whom he fascinated may be accepted as competent witnesses on this point. The mingling of sense and spirit that pervades Rousseau, his pseudo-Platonism as I have called it elsewhere, is also a feminine rather than a masculine trait. There is likewise something feminine in Rousseau's preference for illusion. Illusion is the element in which woman even more than man would seem to live and move and have her being. It is feminine and also romantic to prefer to a world of sharp definition, a world of magic and suggestiveness. W. Bagehot attributes the triumph of an art of shifting illusion over an art of clear and firm outlines to the growing influence of women. 102. Woman's being is to that of man, we are told, as is moonlight unto sunlight, and the moon is the romantic orb. The whole of German romance in particular is bathed in moonshine. 103. The objection of the classicist to the so-called Enlightenment of the 18th century is that it did not have in it sufficient light. The primitivists on the contrary felt that it had too much light, that the light needed to be tempered by darkness. Even the moon is too effulgent for the author of Hymns to the Night. No movement has ever avowed more openly its partiality for the dim and the crepuscular. The German romanticists have been termed twilight men. What many of them admire in woman, as in children and plants, is her unconsciousness and freedom from analysis, an admiration that is also a tribute in its way to the night side of nature. 104. Discussions of the kind in which I have been indulging regarding the unlikeness of woman and man are very dreary unless one puts at least equal emphasis on their fundamental likeness. Woman, before being woman, is a human being and so subject to the same law as man. So far as men and women both take on the yoke of this law, they move towards a common center. So far as they throw it off and live temperamentally, there tends to arise the most odious of all forms of warfare, that between the sexes. The dictates of the human law are only too likely to yield in the case of both men and women to the rush of outer impressions and the tumult of the desires within. This is what La Rochefoucauld means when he says that the head is always the dupe of the heart. Nevertheless, feeling is even more likely to prevail over judgment in woman than it is in man. To be judicial indeed to the point of hardness and sternness has always been held to be unfeminine. It is almost woman's prerogative to err on the side of sympathy. But even woman cannot be allowed to substitute sympathy for true conscience, that is, for the principle of control. In basing conduct on feeling, Rousseau may be said to have founded a new sophistry. The ancient sophist at least made man the measure of all things. By subordinating judgment to sensibility, Rousseau may be said to have made woman the measure of all things. The affirmation of a human law must ultimately rest on the perception of a something that is set above the flux, upon which the flux itself depends on what Aristotle terms an unmoved mover. Otherwise conscience becomes a part of the very flux and element of change it is supposed to control. In proportion as he escapes from outer control, man must be conscious of some such unmoved mover if he is to oppose a definite aim or purpose to the indefinite expansion of his desires. Having some such firm center, he may hope to carry through to a fortunate conclusion the civil war in the cave. He may, as the wise are wont to express it, build himself an island in the midst of the flood. The romantic moralist, on the other hand, instead of building himself an island, is simply drifting with the stream. For feeling not only shifts from man to man, it is continually shifting in the same man, so that morality becomes a matter of mood, and romanticism here as elsewhere might be defined as the despotism of mood. At the time of doing anything, says Mrs. Shelley, Shelley deemed himself right, and Rousseau says that in the act of abandoning his own children he felt like a member of Plato's Republic. The man who makes self-expression and not self-control his primary endeavor becomes subject to every influence, the very slave of circumstance and impulse borne by every breath. 105. This is what it means in practice no longer to keep a firm hand on the rudder of one's personality, but to turn oneself over to nature. The partisan of expression becomes the thrall of his impressions, so that the whole Rousseauistic conception may be termed indifferently impressionistic or expressionistic. For the beautiful soul, in order to express himself, has to indulge his emotions instead of hardening and bracing them against the shock of circumstance. The very refinement of sensibility which constitutes in his own eyes his superiority to the Philistine makes him quiver responsive to every outer influence. He finally becomes subject to changes in the weather, or in Rousseau's own phrase, the vile plaything of the atmosphere and seasons. This rapid shifting of mood in the romanticist, in response to inner impulse or outer impression, is almost too familiar to need illustration. Here is an example that may serve for 1,000 from that lifelong devotee of the great god Wim Hector Berlioz. When at Florence, Berlioz relates in his memoirs, he received a letter from the mother of Camille, the woman he loved, informing him of Camille's marriage to another. In 2 minutes my plans were laid. I must hurry to Paris to kill 2 guilty women and 1 innocent man, for, this act of justice done, I too must die. Accordingly he loads his pistols, supplies himself with a disguise as a lady's maid, so as to be able to penetrate into the guilty household, and puts into his pockets 2 little bottles, one of strychnine, the other of laudanum. While awaiting the departure of the diligence he rages up and down the streets of Florence like a mad dog. Later, as the diligence is traversing a wild mountain road, he suddenly lets out a ha! So hoarse, so savage, so diabolic that the startled driver bounded aside as if he had indeed a demon for his fellow traveler. But on reaching Nice he is so enchanted by the climate and environment that he not only forgets his errand, but spends there the 20 happiest days of his life. There are times, one must admit, when it is an advantage to be temperamental. In this exaltation of environmental influences one should note again the cooperation of Rousseauist and Baconian, of emotional and scientific naturalist. Both are prone to look upon man as being made by natural forces and not as making himself. To deal with the substitutes that Rousseauist and Baconian have proposed for traditional morality, is in fact to make a study of the varieties, and they are numerous, of naturalistic fatalism. The upshot of the whole movement is to discredit moral effort on the part of the individual. Why should a man believe in the efficacy of this effort? Why should he struggle to acquire character if he is convinced that he is being molded like putty by influences beyond his control, the influence of climate, for example? Both science and romanticism have vied with one another in making of man a mere stop on which nature may play what tune she will. The Aeolian harp enjoyed an extraordinary popularity as a romantic symbol. The man of science for his part is ready to draw up statistical tables showing what season of the year is most productive of suicide and what type of weather impels bank cashiers most irresistibly to embezzlement. A man on a mountain top, according to Rousseau, enjoys not only physical but spiritual elevation, and when he descends to the plain the altitude of his mind declines with that of his body. Ruskin's soul, says C. E. Norton, was like an Aeolian harp, its strings quivering musically in serene days under the touch of the soft air, but as the clouds gathered and the winds arose, vibrating in the blast with a tension that might break the sounding board itself. It is not surprising Ruskin makes other men as subject to skyey influences as himself. The mountains of the earth are, he says, its natural cathedrals. True religion can scarcely be achieved away from them. The curate or hermit of the field and fen, however simple his life or painful his lodging, does not often attain the spirit of the hill pastor or recluse. We may find in him a decent virtue or a contented ignorance, rarely the prophetic vision or the martyr's passion. The corruptions of Romanism are traceable for the most part to lowland prelacy. 106. Is then the Rousseauist totally unable to regulate his impressions? It is plain that he cannot control them from within, because the whole idea of a vital control of this kind is, as we have seen, foreign to the psychology of the beautiful soul. Yet it is, according to Rousseau, possible to base morality on the senses, on outer perception that is, and at the same time get the equivalent of a free will based on inner perception. He was so much interested in this subject that he had planned to devote to it a whole treatise to be entitled Sensitive Morality, or the Materialism of the Sage. A man cannot resist an outer impression, but he may at least get out of its way and put himself in the way of another impression that will impel him to the desired course of conduct. The soul may then be put or maintained in the state most favorable to virtue. Climates, seasons, sounds, colors, darkness, light, the elements, food, noise, silence, movement, rest, everything, acts on our physical frame. By a proper adjustment of all these outer elements we may govern in their origins the feelings by which we allow ourselves to be dominated. 107. Rousseau's ideas about sensitive morality are at once highly chimerical and highly significant. Here as elsewhere one may say with Émile that nothing of Rousseau has been lost. His point of view has an inner kinship with that of the man of science who asserts that man is necessarily the product of natural forces, but that one may at least modify the natural forces. For example, moral effort on the part of the individual cannot overcome heredity. It is possible, however, by schemes of eugenics to regulate heredity. The uneasy burden of moral responsibility is thus lifted from the individual, and the moralist in the old-fashioned sense is invited to abdicate in favor of the biologist. It would be easy enough to trace similar assumptions in the various forms of socialism and other isms almost innumerable of the present hour. Perhaps the problem to which I have already alluded may as well be faced here. How does it happen that Rousseau, who attacked both science and literature as the chief sources of human degeneracy, should be an arch-aesthete, the authentic ancestor of the school of art for art's sake, and at the same time by his sensitive morality play into the hands of the scientific determinist? If one is to enter deeply into the modern movement, one needs to consider both wherein scientific and emotional naturalists clash and wherein they agree. The two types of naturalists agree in their virtual denial of a super-rational realm. They clash above all in their attitude towards what is on the rational level. The scientific naturalist is assiduously analytical. Rousseau, on the other hand, or rather one whole side of Rousseau, is hostile to analysis. The arts and sciences are attacked because they are the product of reflection. The man who reflects is a depraved animal, because he has fallen away from the primitive spontaneous unity of his being. Rousseau is the first of the great anti-intellectualists. By assailing both rationalism and pseudo-classic decorum in the name of instinct and emotion, he appealed to men's longing to get away from the secondary and the derivative to the immediate. True decorum satisfies the craving for immediacy because it contains within itself an element of super-rational perception. The reason of a Plato or an Aristotle also satisfies the craving for immediacy because it likewise contains within itself an element of super-rational perception. A reason or a decorum of this kind ministers to another deep need of human nature, the need to lose itself in a larger whole. Once eliminate the super-rational perception and reason sinks to the level of rationalism, consciousness becomes mere self-consciousness. It is difficult, as Saint Evremond said, for man to remain in the long run in this doubtful middle state. Having lost the unity of insight, he will long for the unity of instinct. Hence the paradox that this most self-conscious of all movements is filled with the praise of the unconscious. It abounds in persons who, like Walt Whitman, would turn and live with the animals, or who, like Novalis, would fain strike root into the earth with the plant. Animals. 108. And plants are not engaged in any moral struggle, they are not inwardly divided against themselves. Here is the source of the opposition between the abstract and analytical head, deadly to the sense of unity, and the warm immediate heart that unifies life with the aid of the imagination, an opposition that assumes so many forms from Rousseau to Bergson. The Rousseauist always betrays himself by arraigning in some form or other, the false secondary power by which we multiply distinctions. One should indeed remember that there were obscurantists before Rousseau. Pascal also arrays the heart against the head, but his heart is at the farthest remove from that of Rousseau, it stands for a super-rational perception. Christians like Pascal may indulge with comparative impunity in a certain amount of obscurantism. For they have submitted to a tradition that supplies them with distinctions between good and evil and at the same time controls their imagination. But for the individualist who has broken with tradition to deny his head in the name of his heart is a deadly peril. He above all persons should insist that the power by which we multiply distinctions, though secondary, is not false, that the intellect, of however little avail in itself, is invaluable when working in cooperation with the imagination in the service of either inner or outer perception. It is only through the analytical head and its keen discriminations that the individualist can determine whether the unity and infinitude towards which his imagination is reaching is real or merely chimerical. Need I add that in making these distinctions between imagination, intellect, feeling, etc., I am not attempting to divide man up into more or less watertight compartments, into hard and fast faculties, but merely to express, however imperfectly, certain obscure and profound facts of experience. The varieties of what one may term the rationalistic error, of the endeavor of the intellect to emancipate itself from perception and set up as an independent power, are numerous. The variety that was perhaps formerly most familiar was that of the theologian who sought to formulate intellectually what must ever transcend formulation. The forms of the rationalistic error that concern our present subject can be traced back for the most part to Descartes, the father of modern philosophy, and are indeed implicit in his famous identification of thought and being. The dogmatic and arrogant rationalism that denies both what is above and what is below itself, both the realm of awe and the realm of wonder, which prevailed among the Cartesians of the Enlightenment, combined, as I have said, with pseudo-classic decorum to produce that sense of confinement and smugness against which the original genius protested. Man will always crave a view of life to which perception lends immediacy and the imagination infinitude. A view of life like that of the 18th century that reduces unduly the role of both imagination and perception will always seem to him unvital and mechanical. The bounded, says Blake, is loathed by its possessor. The same dull round even of a universe would soon become a mill with complicated wheels. The mechanizing of life against which the Romanticist protested may, as I said, be largely associated with the influence of Descartes. It is not, however, the whole truth about Descartes to say that he forgot the purely instrumental role of the intellect and encouraged it to set up as an independent power. As a matter of fact, he also used the intellect as an instrument in the service of outer perception. Taking as his point of departure the precise observations that science was accumulating, he sought to formulate mathematically the natural law. Now the more one reduces nature to a problem of space and movement, the more one is enabled to measure nature, and the method of exact measurement may be justified, if not on metaphysical, at least on practical grounds. It helps one, if not to understand natural forces, at least to control them. It thereby increases man's power and ministers to utility. In a word, the intellect when thus pressed into the service of outer perception makes for material efficiency. In a sense, science becomes scientific only in proportion as it neglects the qualitative differences between phenomena, e.g. between light and sound, and treats them solely from the point of view of quantity. But the penalty that science pays for this quantitative method is a heavy one. The farther it gets away from the warm immediacy of perception, the less real it becomes, for that only is real to a man that he immediately perceives. Perfectly pure science tends to become a series of abstract mathematical formulae without any real content. By his resort to such a method, the man of science is in constant danger of becoming a mere rationalist. At bottom he is ignorant of the reality that lies behind natural phenomena, he must even be ignorant of it, for it lays hold upon the infinite, and so must elude a finite being like man. But the desire to conceal his own ignorance from himself and others, the secret push for power and prestige that lies deep down in the breast of the man of science as in that of every other man, impels him to attach an independent value to the operations of the intellect that have only an instrumental value in the service of outer perception, and to conceive that he has locked up physical nature in his formulae. The man of science thus falls victim to a special form of metaphysical illusion. The gravity of the error of the scientific intellectualist is multiplied tenfold when he conceives that his formulae cover not merely the natural law but the human law as well, when he strives, like Taine, to convert man himself into a walking theorem, a living geometry. This denial of every form of spontaneity was rightly felt by the Romanticists to be intolerable. Goethe contrasts the smug satisfaction of Wagner in his dead formulae that give only what is external and secondary, with Faust's fierce craving for immediacy and therefore his impatience with an analysis that gives only the dry bones from which the vital breath has departed. Wagner is a Philistine because he is not tormented by the thirst for the infinite. Faust, on the other hand, reaches out beyond the mere intellect towards the spirit that is behind the shows of nature, but this spirit appears to him and reduces him to despair by declaring that he is trying to grasp something that is not only infinite but alien to him. Instead of turning from this alien spirit to the spirit that is relevant to man, a spirit that sets bounds to every inordinate craving, including the inordinate craving for knowledge, Faust gives himself to the devil in what was, in the time of the youthful Goethe, the newest fashion. He becomes a Rousseauist. Instead of striking into the ascending path of insight, he descends to the level of impulse. Seen from this level, the power by which we multiply distinction seems to him, as it was to seem later to Wordsworth, not merely secondary but false, and so definition yields to indiscriminate feeling. In general, the Rousseauistic reply to the Cartesian attempt to identify thought and being is the identification of being with emotion. The Mephistopheles of Goethe has often been taken as a symbol of the iconoclastic and Voltairian side of the 18th century. The rationalists assailed the traditional forms that imply a super-rational realm as mere prejudice, and, failing to find in insight a substitute for these discarded forms, they succumbed in turn to the emotionalists. A reason that is not grounded in insight will always seem to men intolerably cold and negative and will prove unable to withstand the assault of the primary passions. The reason of a Plato or an Aristotle is on a different footing altogether because, as I have said, it includes an element of inner perception. One may note here that the difficulties of the present subject arise in no small degree from the ambiguities that cluster about the word reason. It may not only mean the imaginative insight. 109. Of a Plato and the abstract reasoning of a Descartes, but is often employed by the classicist himself as a synonym of good sense. Good sense may be defined as a correct perception of the ordinary facts of life and of their relation to one another. It may be of very many grades, corresponding to the infinite diversity of the facts to be perceived. A man may evidently have good sense in dealing with one order of facts, and quite lack it in dealing with some different order of facts. As the result of long observation and experience of a multitude of minute relationships, of the facts that ordinarily follow one another or coexist in some particular field, a man's knowledge of this field becomes at last, as it were, automatic and unconscious. A sea captain, for example, acquires at last an intuitive knowledge of the weather, the broker, an intuitive knowledge of stocks. The good sense or practical judgment of the sea captain in his particular calling and of the broker in his is likely to be greater than that of less experienced persons. One cannot, however, assert that a man's good sense is always in strict ratio to his experience. Some persons seem to have an innate gift for seeing things as they are, others a gift equally innate for seeing things as they are not. Again, the field in which one displays one's good sense or practical judgment may fall primarily under either the human law or the natural law, may belong in Aristotelian phrase to the domain either of the probable or of the necessary. To take a homely illustration, a man is free to choose the temperature of his bath, but only within the limits of natural necessity, in this case the temperature at which water freezes and that at which water boils. He will show his practical judgment by choosing water that is neither too hot nor too cold, and this, so far as he is concerned, will be the golden mean. Here as elsewhere, the golden mean is nothing mechanical, but may vary not only from individual to individual but in the same individual according to his age, the state of his health, etc. In determining what conforms to the golden mean or law of measure, there must always be a mediation between the particular instance and the general principle, and it is here that intuition is indispensable. But even so, there is a center of normal human experience, and the person who is too far removed from it ceases to be probable. Aged persons may exist who find bathing in ice water beneficial, but they are not representative. Now creative art, in distinct ratio to its dignity, deals not with what may happen in isolated cases but with what happens according to probability or necessity. It is this preoccupation with the universal that, as Aristotle says, makes poetry a more serious and philosophical thing than history. There enters indeed into true art an element of vital novelty and surprise. But the more cultivated the audience to which the creator addresses himself, the more will it insist that the surprise be not won at the expense of motivation. It will demand that characters and incidents be not freakish, not too remote from the facts that normally follow one another or coexist, whether in nature or human nature. One needs, in short, to deal with both art and life from some ethical center. The center with reference to which one has good sense may be only the ethos of one's time and country, but if one's good sense has, as in the case of the great poets, the support of the imagination, it may pass beyond to something more abiding. Of Pope's intellectual character, says Dr. Johnson, the constituent and fundamental principle was good sense, a prompt and intuitive perception of consonance and propriety. He saw immediately of his own conceptions what was to be chosen, and what to be rejected. One may grant all this and at the same time feel the difference between the reason of a pope and the reason of a Sophocles. Good sense of the kind Dr. Johnson describes and decorum are not strictly speaking synonymous. To be decorous not only must one have a correct perception of what to do, but one must actually be able to do it, and this often requires a long and difficult training. We have seen that Rousseau's spite against 18th-century Paris was largely due to the fact that he had not acquired young enough the habits that would have made it possible for him to conform to its convention. I affected, says Rousseau with singular candor, to despise the politeness I did not know how to practice. As a matter of fact, he had never adjusted himself to the decorum and good sense of any community. His attitude towards life was fundamentally bohemian. But a person who was sensible and decorous according to the standards of some other country might have emphasized the differences between his good sense and decorum and the good sense and decorum of 18th-century Paris. The opponents of the traditional order in the 18th century were fond of introducing some Persian or Chinese to whom this order seemed no true order at all but only prejudice or abuse. The conclusion would seem to be that because the good sense and decorum of one time and country do not coincide exactly with those of another time and country, therefore good sense and decorum themselves have in them no universal element, and are entirely implicated in the shifting circumstances of time and place. But behind the ethos of any particular country, that of Greece, for instance, there are, as Antigone perceived, the unwritten laws of heaven, and something of this permanent order is sure to shine through even the most imperfect convention. Though no convention is final, though man and all he establishes are subject to the law of change, it is therefore an infinitely delicate and perilous task to break with convention. One can make this break only in favor of insight, which is much as if one should say that the only thing that may safely be opposed to common sense is a commoner sense, or if one prefers, a common sense that is becoming more and more imaginative. Even so, the wiser the man, one may surmise, the less likely he will be to indulge in a violent and theatrical rupture with his age, after the fashion of Rousseau. He will, like Socrates, remember the counsel of the Delphian oracle to follow the usage of the city. 110. And while striving to gain a firmer hold upon the human law and to impose a more strenuous discipline upon his ordinary self, he will so far as possible conform to what he finds established. A student of the past cannot help being struck by the fact that men are found scattered through different times and countries and living under very different conventions who are nevertheless in virtue of their insight plainly moving towards a common center. So much so that the best books of the world seem to have been written, as Emerson puts it, by one all-wise, all-seeing gentleman. A curious circumstance is that the writers who are most universal in virtue of their imaginative reason or inspired good sense, are likewise as a rule the writers who realized most intensely the life of their own age. No other Spanish writer, for example, has so much human appeal as Cervantes, and at the same time no other brings us so close to the heart of 16th-century Spain. In the writings attributed to Confucius one encounters, mixed up with much that is almost inconceivably remote from us, maxims that have not lost their validity today, maxims that are sure to be reaffirmed wherever and whenever men attain to the level of humanistic insight. In the oldest Buddhist documents again one finds, along with a great deal that is very expressive of ancient India, and thus quite foreign to our idiosyncrasy, a good sense which is even more imaginative and inspired, and therefore more universal, than that of Confucius, and which is manifested, moreover, on the religious rather than on the humanistic level. We are dealing here with indubitable facts, and should plant ourselves firmly upon them as against those who would exaggerate either the constant or the variable elements in human nature. Enough has been said to show the ambiguities involved in the word reason. Reason may mean the abstract and geometrical reason of a Descartes, it may mean simply good sense, which may itself exist in very many grades ranging from an intuitive mastery of some particular field to the intuitive mastery of the ethos of a whole age, like the reason of a pope. Finally, reason may be imaginative and be thereby enabled to go beyond the convention of a particular time and country, and lay hold in varying degrees on the unwritten laws of heaven. I have already traced in some measure the process by which reason in the 18th century had come to mean abstract and geometrical reason, or else unimaginative good sense. Cartesian reason was on the one hand being pressed into the service of science and its special order of perceptions, on the other hand it was being used frequently in cooperation with an unimaginative good sense to attack the traditional forms that imply a realm of insight which is above both abstract reason and ordinary good sense. Men were emboldened to use reason in this way because they were flushed not only by the increasing mastery of man over nature through science, but by the positive and anti-traditional method through which this mastery had been won. Both those who proclaimed and those who denied a super-rational realm were at least agreed in holding that the faith in any such realm was inseparable from certain traditional forms. Pascal, for example, held not only that insight in religion is annexed to the acceptance of certain dogmas and this offended the new critical spirit, but furthermore that insight could exist even in the orthodox only by a special divine gift or grace, and this offended man's reviving confidence in himself. People were ready to applaud when a Voltaire declared it was time to take the side of human nature against this sublime misanthropist. The insight into the law of decorum on which classicism must ultimately rest was in much the same way held to be inseparable from the Greco-Roman tradition, and so the nature of classical insight as a thing apart from any tradition tended to be obscured in the endless bickerings of ancients and moderns. The classical traditionalists, however, were less prone than the Christian traditionalists to weaken their cause still further by wrangling among themselves. Inasmuch as both Christians and humanists failed to plant themselves on the fact of insight, the insight came more and more to be rejected along with the special forms from which it was deemed to be inseparable. As a result of this rejection, reason was left to cope unaided with man's impulses and expansive desires. Now Pascal saw rightly that the balance of power in such a conflict between reason and impulse was held by the imagination, and that if reason lacked the support of insight, the imagination would side with the expansive desires and reason would succumb. Moreover, the super-rational insight, or heart as Pascal calls it, that can alone keep man from being thus overwhelmed, comes, as he holds, not through reason but through grace, and is at times actually opposed to reason. Instead of protesting against the asceticism of this view as the true positivist would do, instead of insisting that reason and imagination may pull together harmoniously in the service of insight, the romantic moralist opposed to the super-rational heart of the austere Christian a sub-rational heart, and this involved an attempt to base morality on the very element in human nature it is designed to restrain. The positivist will plant himself first of all on the fact of insight and will define it as the immediate perception of a something anterior to both thought and feeling, that is known practically as a power of control over both. The beautiful soul, as we have seen, has no place for any such power in his scheme of things, but hopes to satisfy all ethical elements simply by letting himself go. Rousseau transforms conscience itself from an inner check into an expansive emotion. While thus corrupting conscience in its very essence, he does not deny conscience. On the contrary, he grows positively rhapsodic over conscience and other similar words. Rousseau took wisdom from men's souls, says Joubert, by talking to them of virtue. In short, Rousseau displays the usual dexterity of the sophist in juggling with ill-defined general terms. If one calls for sharp definition, one is at once dismissed as a mere rationalist who is retreating into a false secondary power from a warm immediacy. The traditional distinctions regarding good and bad were thus discarded at the same time that discredit was cast on the keen analysis with which it would have been possible to build up new distinctions, all in favor of an indiscriminate emotionalism. This discomfiture of both tradition and analysis in the field of the human law would not have been so easy if at the same time man's active attention and effort had not been concentrated more and more on the field of the natural law. In that field, imagination and the analytical intellect were actually pulling together in the service of perception, with the result that man was constantly gaining in power and utility. Emotional romanticists and scientific utilitarians have thus, in spite of their surface clashes, cooperated during the past century in the dehumanizing of man. It is not enough to say of the representatives of both sides of this great naturalistic movement that they eliminate the veto power from human nature while continuing to use the old words, like virtue and conscience, that imply a veto power. We have seen that they actually attack the veto power as synonymous with evil. The devil is conceived as the spirit that always says no. A purely affirmative morality is almost necessarily an emotional morality. If there is no region of insight above the reason which is felt by the natural man as an element of vital control, and if cold reason unsupported by insight, never has done anything illustrious, as Rousseau truly says, it follows that the only way to put driving power behind reason is to turn virtue into a passion that differs from other passions merely in its greater imperiousness. For the beautiful soul virtue, as we have seen in the case of Robespierre, is not only a tender, imperious and voluptuous passion but even an intoxication. I was, if not virtuous, says Rousseau, at least intoxicated with virtue. In its extreme manifestations romantic morality is indeed only one aspect, and surely the most singular aspect, of the romantic cult of intoxication. No student of romanticism can fail to be struck by its pursuit of delirium, vertigo, and intoxication for their own sake. It is important to see how all these things are closely related to one another and how they all derive from the attempt to put life on an emotional basis. To rest conscience, for example, on emotion is to rest it on what is always changing, not only from man to man but from moment to moment in the same man. If, as Shelley says, not is, but that it feels itself to be, it will feel itself to be very different things at different times. No part of man is exempt from the region of flux and change. There is, as James himself points out, a kinship between such a philosophy of pure motion and vertigo. Faust after all is only consistent when having identified the spirit that says no, which is the true voice of conscience, with the devil, he proceeds to dedicate himself to vertigo. Rousseau also, as readers of the Confessions will remember, deliberately courted giddiness by gazing down on a waterfall from the brink of a precipice. This naturalistic dizziness became epidemic among the Greeks at the critical moment of their break with traditional standards. "Whirl is king," cried Aristophanes, having driven out Zeus. The modern sophist is even more a votary of the god whirl than the Greek, for he has added to the mobility of an intellect that has no support in either tradition or insight the mobility of feeling. Many Rousseauists were, like Hazlitt, attracted to the French Revolution by its grand whirling movements. Even more significant than the cult of vertigo is the closely allied cult of intoxication. Man being reasonable, says Byron, with true Rousseauistic logic, must therefore get drunk. The best of life is but intoxication. The subrational and impulsive self of the man who has got drunk is not only released from the surveillance of reason in any sense of the word, but his imagination is at the same tune set free from the limitations of the real. If many Rousseauists have been rightly accused of being lovers of delirium, that is because in delirium the fancy is especially free to wander wild in its own empire of chimeras. To compose a poem, as Coleridge is supposed to have composed Kubla Khan, in an opium dream without any participation of his rational self is a triumph of romantic art. "I should have taken more opium when I wrote it," said Friedrich Schlegel in explanation of the failure of his play Alarcos. What more specially concerns our present topic is the carrying over of this subrational enthusiasm into the field of ethical values, and this calls for certain careful distinctions. Genuine religion, whether genuine Christianity or genuine Buddhism, is plainly unfriendly in the highest degree to every form of intoxication. Buddhism, for example, not only prohibits the actual use of intoxicants but it pursues implacably all the subtler intoxications of the spirit. The attitude of the humanist towards intoxication is somewhat more complex. He recognizes how deep in man's nature is the craving for some blunting of the sharp edge of his consciousness and at least a partial escape from reason and reality, and so he often makes a place on the recreative side of life for such moments of escape even if attained with the aid of wine. Dulce est desipere in loco. Pindar, who displays so often in his verse the high seriousness of the ethical imagination, is simply observing the decorum of the occasion when he celebrates in a song for the end of a feast the time when the wearisome cares of men have vanished from their reasons, and on a wide sea of golden wealth we are all alike voyaging to some visionary shore. He that is penniless is then rich, and even they that are wealthy find their hearts expanding, when they are smitten by the arrows of the vine. The true Greek, one scarcely needs add, put his final emphasis, as befitted a child of Apollo, not on intoxication but on the law of measure and sobriety, on preserving the integrity of his mind, to render literally the Greek word for the virtue that he perhaps prized the most. 111. One must indeed remember that alongside the Apollonian element in Greek life is the orgiastic or Dionysiac element. But when Euripides sides imaginatively with the frenzy of Dionysus, as he does in his Bacchae, though ostensibly preaching moderation, we may affirm that he is falling away from what is best in the spirit of Hellas and revealing a kinship with the votaries of the god whirl. The cult of intoxication has as a matter of fact appeared in all times and places where men have sought to get the equivalent of religious vision and the sense of oneness that it brings without rising above the naturalistic level. True religious vision is a process of concentration, the result of the imposition of the veto power upon the expansive desires of the ordinary self. The various naturalistic simulations of this vision are, on the contrary, expansive, the result of a more or less complete escape from the veto power, whether won with the aid of intoxicants or not. The emotional romanticists from Rousseau down have left no doubt as to the type of vision they represented. Rousseau dilates with a sort of fellow feeling on the deep potations that went on in the taverns of patriarchal Geneva. 112. Renan looks with disfavor on those who are trying to diminish drunkenness among the common people. He merely asks that this drunkenness be gentle, amiable, accompanied by moral sentiments. Perhaps this side of the movement is best summed up in the following passage of William James: "The sway of alcohol over mankind is unquestionably due to its power to stimulate the mystical faculties of human nature, usually crushed to earth by the cold facts and dry criticisms of the sober hour. Sobriety diminishes, discriminates, and says no; drunkenness expands, unites, and says yes. It is, in fact, the great exciter of the yes function in man. It brings its votary from the chill periphery of things to the radiant core. It makes him for the moment one with truth." 113. The American distiller who named one of his brands Golden Dream Whiskey was evidently too modest. If an adept in the new psychology, he might have set up as a pure idealist, as the opener up of an especially radiant pathway to the truth. The primitivist then attacks sober discrimination as an obstacle both to warm immediacy of feeling and to unity. He tends to associate the emotional unity that he gains through intoxication with the unity of instinct which he so admires in the world of the subrational. The romantic character, says Ricarda Hutch, is more exposed to waste itself in debaucheries than any other, for only in intoxication, whether of love or wine, when the one half of its being, consciousness, is lulled to sleep, can it enjoy the bliss for which it envies every beast, the bliss of feeling itself one. 114. The desires of the animal, however, work within certain definite limits. They are not, like those of the primitivist, inordinate, the explanation being that they are less stimulated than the desires of the primitivist by the imagination. Even if he gets rid of intellect and moral effort, the primitivist cannot attain the unity of instinct because he remains too imaginative. At the same time he proclaims rightly that the imagination is the great unifying power, the power that can alone save us from viewing things in disconnection, dead and spiritless. We should attend carefully at this point, for we are coming to the heart of the great romantic sophism. The Rousseauist does not attain to the unity of the man whose impulses and desires are controlled and disciplined to some ethical center. He does not, in spite of all his praise of the unconscious and of the sublime animals, attain to the unity of instinct. In what sense then may he be said to attain unity? The obvious reply is that he attains unity only in dreamland. For the nature to which he would return, one cannot repeat too often, is nothing real, but a mere nostalgic straining of the imagination away from the real. It is only in dreamland that one can wrest unity on the expansive forces of personality that actually divide not only one individual from another but the same individual from himself. It is only in dreamland that, in the absence of both inner and outer control, all things will flow to all, as rivers to the sea. Such a unity will be no more than a dream unity, even though one term it the ideal and sophisticate in its favor all the traditional terms of religion and morality. A question that forces itself at every stage upon the student of this movement is: what is the value of unity without reality? For two things are equally indubitable. First, that Romanticism on the philosophical side is a protest in the name of unity against the disintegrating analysis of the 18th century rationalist. Second, that what the primitivist wants in exchange for analysis is not reality but illusion. Rousseau, who inclines like other aesthetes to identify the true with the beautiful, was, we are told, wont to exclaim, "There is nothing beautiful save that which is not," a saying to be matched with that of La Nouvelle Heloise, "The land of chimeras is alone worthy of habitation." Similar utterances might be multiplied from French, English, and German romanticists. 115. To be sure, the word reality is perhaps the most slippery of all general terms. Certain recent votaries of the God whirl, notably Bergson, have promised us that if we surrender to the flux we shall have a vision not only of unity but also of reality, and so they have transferred to the cult of their divinity all the traditional language of religion. We do not, however, need for the present to enter into a discussion as to the nature of reality, but simply to stick to strict psychological observation. From this point of view it is not hard to see that the primitivist makes his primary appeal not to man's need for unity and reality but to a very different need. Byron has told us what this need is in his tale of a ship's crew that overpowered its officers and then set sail for Otaheite. What impelled these Arcadian mutineers was not the desire for a genuine return to aboriginal life with its rigid conventions, but the wish which ages have not yet subdued. In man to have no master save his mood. Now to have no master save one's mood is to be wholly temperamental. In Arcadia the ideal of romantic morality, those who are wholly temperamental unite in sympathy and brotherly love. It remains to consider more fully what this triumph of temperament means in the real world. Chapter V. Romantic Morality, the Real. The fundamental thing in Rousseauistic morality is not, as we have seen, the assertion that man is naturally good, but the denial of the civil war in the cave. Though this denial is not complete in Rousseau himself, nothing is more certain than that his whole tendency is away from this form of dualism. The beautiful soul does the right thing not as a result of effort, but spontaneously, unconsciously and almost inevitably. In fact, the beautiful soul can scarcely be said to be a voluntary agent at all. Nature acts in him and for him. This minimizing of moral struggle and deliberation and choice, this drift towards a naturalistic fatalism, as it may be termed, is a far more significant thing in Rousseau than his optimism. One may as a matter of fact eliminate dualism in favor of nature and at the same time look on nature as evil. This is precisely what one is likely to do if one sees no alternative to temperamental living, while judging those who live temperamentally not by their ideal, that is by their feeling of their own loveliness, but by what they actually do. One will become a realist in the sense that came to be attached to this word during the latter part of the 19th century. Rousseau himself is often realistic in this sense when he interrupts his Arcadian visions to tell us what actually occurred. In the Confessions, as I have said, passages that recall Lamartine alternate with passages that recall Zola, and the transition from one type of passage to the other is often disconcertingly sudden. In reading these realistic passages of Rousseau we are led to reflect that his nature is not, in practice, so remote from Taine's nature as might at first appear. What we call nature, says Taine, is this brood of secret passions, often maleficent, generally vulgar, always blind, which tremble and fret within us, ill-covered by the cloak of decency and reason under which we try to disguise them. We think we lead them and they lead us, we think our actions our own, they are theirs. 116. The transition from an optimistic to a pessimistic naturalism can be followed with special clearness in the stages by which the sentimental drama of the 18th century passes over into the realistic drama of a later period. Petit de Joliville contrasts the beginning and the end of this development as follows: to please the public you had to say to it, you are all at least at bottom good, virtuous, full of feeling. Let yourselves go, follow your instincts, listen to nature, and you will do the right thing spontaneously. How changed times are! Nowadays 117 anyone who wishes to please, to be read and petted and admired, to pass for great and become very rich, should address men as follows: you are a vile pack of rogues, and profligates, you have neither faith nor law, you are impelled by your instincts alone, and these instincts are ignoble. Do not try though to mend matters, that would be of no use at all. 118. The connecting link between these different forms of the drama is naturalistic fatalism, the suppression of moral responsibility for either man's goodness or badness. Strictly speaking, the intrusion of the naturalistic element into the realm of ethical values and the subversion by it of deliberation and choice and of the normal sequence of moral cause and effect is felt from the human point of view not as fate at all, but as chance. Emotional romanticism joins at this point with other forms of romanticism, which all show a proclivity to prefer to strict motivation, to probability in the Aristotelian sense, what is fortuitous and therefore wonderful. This is only another way of saying that the romanticist is moving away from the genuinely dramatic towards melodrama. Nothing is easier than to establish the connection between emotional romanticism and the prodigious efflorescence of melodrama, the irresponsible quest for thrills, that has marked the past century. What perhaps distinguishes this movement from any previous one is the attempt to invest what is at bottom a melodramatic view of life with philosophic and even religious significance. By suppressing the civil war in the cave, one strikes at the very root of true drama. It does not then much matter from the dramatic point of view whether the burden of responsibility for good or evil of which you have relieved the individual is shifted upon nature or society. Shelley, for example, puts the blame for evil on society. Prometheus Unbound, in which he has developed his conception, is, judged as a play, only an ethereal melodrama. The unaccountable collapse of Zeus, a monster of unalloyed and unmotivated badness, is followed by the gushing forth in man of an equally unalloyed and unmotivated goodness. The whole genius of Hugo, again, as I have said in speaking of his use of antithesis, is melodramatic. His plays may be described as parvenu melodramas. They abound in every variety of startling contrast and strange happening, the whole pressed into the service of problems manifold and even of a philosophy of history. At the same time, the poverty of ethical insight and true dramatic motivation is dissimulated under profuse lyrical outpourings and purple patches of local color. His Hernani actually glories in not being a responsible agent, but an unchained and fatal force, 119, and so more capable of striking astonishment into himself and others. Yet the admirers of Hugo would not only promote him to the first rank of poets, but would have us share his own belief that he is a seer and a prophet. It may be objected that the great dramatists of the past exalt this power of fate and thus diminish moral responsibility. But the very sharpest distinction must be drawn between the subrational fate of the emotional romanticist and the suprarational fate of Greek tragedy. The fate of Aeschylean tragedy, for instance, so far from undermining moral responsibility rather reinforces it. It is felt to be the revelation of a moral order of which man's experience at any particular moment is only an infinitesimal fragment. It does not seem, like the subrational fate of the emotional romanticist, the intrusion into the human realm of an alien power whether friendly or unfriendly. This point might be established by a study of the so-called fate drama in Germany, which, though blackly pessimistic, is closely related to the optimistic sentimental drama of the 18th century. 120 The German fate drama is in its essence ignoble because its characters are specimens of sensitive morality incapable, that is, of opposing a firm human purpose to inner impulse or outer impression. The fate that thus wells up from the depths of nature and overwhelms their wills is not only malign and ironical, but as Grillparzer says, makes human deeds seem only throws of the dice in the blind night of chance. 121. It would be easy to follow similar conceptions of fate down through later literature, at least to the novels of Thomas Hardy. Some of the earlier exponents of the sentimental drama, like Diderot, were not so certain as one might expect that the discarding of traditional decorum in favor of nature would result practically in a reign of pure loveliness. At one moment Diderot urges men to get rid of the civil war in the cave in order that they may be Arcadian, like the savages of the South Sea, but at other moments, as in Rameau's Nephew, he shows a somewhat closer grip on the problem of what will actually come to pass when a man throws off the conventions of a highly organized civilization and sets out to live temperamentally. Diderot sees clearly that he will be that least primitive of all beings, the bohemian. Rameau's Nephew, in his irresponsibility and emotional instability, in the kaleidoscopic shiftings of his mood, anticipates all the romantic bohemians and persons of artistic temperament who were to afflict the 19th century. But he is more than a mere aesthete. At moments we can discern in him the first lineaments of the Superman, who knows no law save the law of might. One should recollect that the actual influence of Diderot in France fell in the second rather than in the first half of the 19th century, was upon the realists rather than upon the romanticists. The same men that had a cult for Diderot admired the Vautryns and the Rastignacs of Balzac and the Julian Sorel of Stendhal. These characters are little Napoleons. They live temperamentally in the midst of a highly organized society, but they set aside its conventions of right and wrong in favor, not of aesthetic enjoyment, but of power. The ideal of romantic morality, as was seen in the last chapter, is altruism. The real, it should be clear from the examples I have been citing, is always egoism. But egoism may assume very different forms. As to the main forms of egoism in men who have repudiated outer control without acquiring self-control, we may perhaps revive profitably the old Christian classification of the three lusts: the lust of knowledge, the lust of sensation, and the lust of power. Goethe indeed may be said to have treated these three main ways of being temperamental in three of his early characters: the lust of knowledge in Faust, the lust of sensation in Werther, and the lust of power in Götz. If we view life solely from the naturalistic level and concern ourselves solely with the world of action, we are justified in neglecting, like Hobbes, the other lusts and putting supreme emphasis on the lust for power. 122 Professor F.J. Mather, Jr., has distinguished between hard and soft sentimentalists. 123 His distinction might perhaps be brought more closely into line with my own distinctions if I ventured to coin a word and to speak of hard and soft temperamentalists. The soft temperamentalist will prove unable to cope in the actual world with the hard temperamentalist, and is very likely to become his tool. Balzac has very appropriately made Lucien de Rubempré, the romantic poet and a perfect type of a soft temperamentalism, the tool of Vautrin, the Superman. Here indeed is the supreme opposition between the ideal and the real in romantic morality. The ideal to which Rousseau invites us is either the primitivistic anarchy of the second discourse, in which egoism is tempered by natural pity, or else a state such as is depicted in the Social Contract, in which egoism is held in check by a disinterested general will. The preliminary to achieving either of these ideals is that the traditional checks on human nature should be removed. But in exact proportion as this program of emancipation is carried out, what emerges in the real world is not the mythical will to brotherhood, but the ego and its fundamental will to power. Give a bootblack half the universe, according to Carlyle, and he will soon be quarreling with the owner of the other half. He will if he is a very temperamental bootblack. Perhaps indeed all other evils in life may be reduced to the failure to check that something in man that is reaching out for more and ever for more. In a society in which the traditional inhibitions are constantly growing weaker, the conflict I have just sketched between the ideal and the real is becoming more and more acute. The soft temperamentalists are overflowing with beautiful professions of brotherly love, and at the same time the hard temperamentalists are reaching out for everything in sight, and inasmuch as the hard temperamentalists operate not in dreamland, but in the real world, they are only too plainly setting the tone. Very often, of course, the same temperamentalist has his hard and his soft side. The triumph of egoism over altruism in the relations between man and man is even more evident in the relations between nation and nation. The egoism that results from the inbreeding of temperament on a national scale runs in the case of the strong nations into imperialism. 124 We have not reflected sufficiently on the fact that the soft temperamentalist Rousseau is more than any other one person the father of culture. 125 And that the exponents of culture in our own day have been revealed as the hardest of hard temperamentalists. To understand the particular craving that is met by Rousseauistic idealism, one would need to go with some care into the psychology of the half-educated man. The half-educated man may be defined as the man who has acquired a degree of critical self-consciousness sufficient to detach him from the standards of his time and place, but not sufficient to acquire the new standards that come with a more thorough cultivation. It was pointed out long ago that the characteristic of the half-educated man is that he is incurably restless, that he is filled with every manner of desire. In contrast with him the uncultivated man, the peasant, let us say, and the man of high cultivation have few and simple desires. Thus Socrates had fewer and simpler desires than the average Athenian. But what is most noteworthy about the half-educated man is not simply that he harbors many desires and is therefore incurably restless, but that these desires are so often incompatible. He craves various good things, but is not willing to pay the price, not willing to make the necessary renunciations. He pushes to an extreme what is after all a universal human proclivity, the wish to have one's cake and eat it too. Thus, while remaining on the naturalistic level, he wishes to have blessings that accrue only to those who rise to the humanistic or religious levels. He wishes to live in a universe with the lid off, to borrow a happy phrase from the pragmatist, and at the same time to enjoy the peace and brotherhood that are the fruits of restraint. The moral indolence of the Rousseauist is such that he is unwilling to adjust himself to the truth of the human law, and though living naturalistically, he is loath to recognize that what actually prevails on the naturalistic level is the law of cunning and the law of force. He thus misses the reality of both the human and the natural law, and in the pursuit of a vague Arcadian longing falls into sheer unreality. I am indeed overstating the case so far as Rousseau is concerned. He makes plain in the Émile that the true law of nature is not the law of love but the law of force. Émile is to be released from the discipline of the human law and given over to the discipline of nature, and this means in practice that he will have to bow his neck beneath the hard yoke of physical necessity. In so far the nature of Émile is no Arcadian dream. Where the Arcadian dreaming begins is when Rousseau assumes that an Émile who has learned the lesson of force from nature herself, will not pass along this lesson to others, whether citizens of his own or some other country, but will rather display in his dealings with them an ideal fraternity. In the early stages of the naturalistic movement, in Hobbes and Shaftesbury, for example, egoism and altruism, the idea of power and the idea of sympathy, are more sharply contrasted than they are in Rousseau and the later Romanticists. Shaftesbury assumes in human nature an altruistic impulse or will to brotherhood that will be able to cope successfully with the will to power that Hobbes declares to be fundamental. Many of the Romanticists, as we have seen, combine the cult of power with the cult of brotherhood. Hercules, as in Shelley's poem, is to bow down before Prometheus, the lover of mankind. The extreme example, however, is probably William Blake. He proclaims himself of the devil's party, he glorifies a free expansion of energy, he looks upon everything that restricts this expansion as synonymous with evil. At the same time he pushes his exaltation of sympathy to the verge of the grotesque. 126. Such indeed is the jumble of incompatibles in Blake that he would rest an illimitable compassion on the psychology of the Superman. For nothing is more certain than that the marriage of heaven and hell is among other things a fairly complete anticipation of Nietzsche. The reasons are worth considering why the idea of power and the idea of sympathy which Blake and so many other Romanticists hope to unite have once more come to seem antipodal, why in the late stages of the movement one finds a Nietzsche and a Tolstoy, just as in its early stages one finds a Hobbes and a Shaftesbury. It is plain, first of all, that what brought the two cults together for a time was their common hatred of the past. With the triumph over the past fairly complete, the incompatibility of power and sympathy became increasingly manifest. Nietzsche's attitude is that of a Prometheus whose sympathy for mankind has changed to disgust on seeing the use that they are actually making of their emancipation. humanitarian sympathy seemed to him to be tending not merely to a subversion, but to an inversion of values, to a positive preference for the trivial and the ignoble. He looked with special loathing on that side of the movement that is symbolized in its homage to the S. The inevitable flying apart of power and sympathy was further hastened in Nietzsche and others by the progress of evolution. Darwinism was dissipating the Arcadian mist through which nature had been viewed by Rousseau and his early followers. The gap is wide between Tennyson's nature red in tooth and claw and the tender and pitiful nature of Wordsworth. 127 Nietzsche's preaching of ruthlessness is therefore a protest against the sheer unreality of those who wish to be natural and at the same time sympathetic. But how are we to get a real scale of values to oppose to an indiscriminate sympathy? It is here that Nietzsche shows that he is caught in the same fatal coil of naturalism as the humanitarian. He accepts the naturalistic corruption of conscience which underlies all other naturalistic corruptions. The will to overcome an emotion, he says, is ultimately only the will of another or of several other emotions. 128. All he can do with this conception of conscience is to set over against the humanitarian suppression of values a scale of values based on force and not a true scale of values based on the degree to which one imposes or fails to impose on one's temperamental self a human law of vital control. The opposition between a Nietzsche and a Tolstoy is therefore not specially significant, it is only that between the hard and the soft temperamentalist. To be sure, Nietzsche can on occasion speak very shrewdly about the evils that have resulted from temperamentalism, especially from the passion for an untrammeled self-expression. But the Superman himself is a most authentic descendant of the original genius in whom we first saw this passion dominant. The imagination of the Superman, spurning every center of control, traditional or otherwise, so cooperates with his impulses and desires as to give them infinite youth, that is so as to make them reach out for more and ever for more. The result is a frenzied romanticism. 129. Proportionateness is strange to us, let us confess it to ourselves, says Nietzsche. Our itching is really the itching for the infinite, the immeasurable. How the humanitarian loses proportionateness is plain, it is by his readiness to sacrifice to sympathy the 90% or so of the virtues that imply self-control. The Superman would scarcely seem to redress the balance by getting rid of the same restraining virtues in favor of power. He simply oscillates wildly from the excess of which he is conscious in others or in himself into the opposite excess, at imminent peril in either case to the ethical basis of civilization. The patterns or models that the past had set up for imitation and with reference to which one might rein in his lusts and impose upon them proportionateness are rejected by every type of romantic expansionist, not only, as Nietzsche says, because they do not satisfy the yearning for the infinite, but also, as we have seen, because they do not satisfy the yearning for unity and immediacy. Now, so far as the forms of the 18th century were concerned, the romantic expansionist had legitimate grounds for protest. But because the rationalism and artificial decorum of that period failed to satisfy, he goes on to attack the analytical intellect and decorum in general, and this attack is entirely illegitimate. It may be affirmed on the contrary that the power by which we multiply distinctions is never so necessary as in an individualistic age, an age that has broken with tradition on the ground that it wishes to be more imaginative and immediate. There are various ways of being imaginative and immediate, and analysis is needed, not to build up some abstract system but to discriminate between the actual data of experience and so to determine which one of these ways it is expedient to follow if one wishes to become wise and happy. It is precisely at such moments of individualistic break with the past that the sophist stands ready to juggle with general terms, and the only protection against such juggling is to define these terms with the aid of the most unflinching analysis. Thus Bergson would have us believe that there are in France two main types of philosophy, a rationalistic type that goes back to Descartes and an intuitive type that goes back to Pascal. 130, and gives us to understand that, inasmuch as he is an intuitionist, he is in the line of descent from Pascal. Monstrous sophistries lurk in this simple assertion, sophistries which if they go uncorrected are enough to wreck civilization. The only remedy is to define the word intuition, to discriminate practically and by their fruits between subrational and suprarational intuition. When analyzed and defined in this way, subrational intuition will be found to be associated with vital impulse and suprarational intuition with a power of vital control over this impulse, and furthermore it will be clear that this control must be exercised if men are to be drawn towards a common center, not in dreamland, but in the real world. So far then from its being true that the man who analyzes must needs see things in disconnection, dead and spiritless, it is only by analysis that he is, in an individualistic age, put on the pathway of true unity, and also of the role of the imagination in achieving this unity. For there is need to discriminate between the different types of imagination no less than between the different types of intuition. One will find through such analysis that the center of normal human experience that is to serve as a check on impulse can be apprehended only with the aid of the imagination. This is only another way of saying that the reality that is set above one's ordinary self is not a fixed absolute but can be glimpsed, if at all, only through a veil of illusion and is indeed inseparable from the illusion. This realm of insight cannot be finally formulated for the simple reason that it is anterior to formulae. It must therefore from the point of view of an intellect it transcends seem infinite, though in a very different sense from the outer infinite of expansive desire. This inner or human infinite, so far from being incompatible with decorum, is the source of true decorum. True decorum is only the pulling back and disciplining of impulse to the proportionateness that has been perceived with the aid of what one may term the ethical or generalizing imagination. To dismiss like the romantic expansionist everything that limits or restricts the lust of knowledge or of power or of sensation as arbitrary and artificial is to miss true decorum and at the same time to sink, as a Greek would say, from ethos to pathos. If one is to avoid this error one must, as Hamlet counsels, in the very torrent, tempest, and whirlwind of passion, acquire and beget a temperance that may give it smoothness. This is probably the best of all modern definitions of decorum simply because it is the most experimental. In general, all that has been said about the ethical imagination is not to be taken as a fine-spun theory, but as an attempt, however imperfect, to give an account of actual experience. One may report from observation another trait of truly ethical art, art which is at once imaginative and decorous. It is not merely intense, as art that is imaginative at the expense of decorum may very well be 131. It has a restrained and humanized intensity on a background of calm. The presence of the ethical imagination whether in art or life 132 is always known as an element of calm. In art that has the ethical quality, and I am again not setting up a metaphysical theory but reporting from observation, the calm that comes from imaginative insight into the universal is inextricably blended with an element of uniqueness, with a something that belongs to a particular time and place and individual. The truth to the universal, as Aristotle would say, gives the work verisimilitude, and the truth to the particular satisfies man's deep-seated craving for novelty, so that the best art unites the probable with the wonderful. But the probable, one cannot insist too often, is one no less than the wonderful with the aid of the imagination, and so is of the very soul of art. The romanticist who is ready to sacrifice the probable to the wonderful and to look on the whole demand for verisimilitude as an academic superstition is prone to assume that he has a monopoly of soul and imagination. But the word soul is at least in as much need of Socratic definition as the word intuition. It is possible, for example, with the aid of the ethical imagination so to partake of the ultimate element of calm as to rise to the religious level. The man who has risen to this level has a soul, but it is a soul of peace. Both soul and imagination are also needed to achieve the fine adjustment and mediation of the humanist. It is not enough, however, to have a religious or a humanistic soul if one is to be a creator or even a fully equipped critic of art. For art rests primarily not on ethical but aesthetic perception. This perception itself varies widely according to the art involved. One may, for instance, be musically perceptive and at the same time lack poetic perception. To be a creator in any art one must possess furthermore the technique of this art, something that is more or less separable from its soul in any sense of the word. It is possible to put a wildly romantic soul into art, as has often been done in the Far East, and at the same time to be highly conventional or traditional in one's technique. Writers like Merimée, Renaud, and Maupassant again are faithful in the main to the technique of French prose that was worked out during the classical period, but combine with this technique an utterly unclassical soul. Rules, especially perhaps rules as to what to avoid, may be of aid in acquiring technique, but are out of place in dealing with the soul of art. There one passes from rules to principles. The only rule, if we are to achieve art that has an ethical soul, is to view life with some degree of imaginative wholeness. Art that has technique without soul in either the classical or romantic sense, and so fails either to inspire elevation or awaken wonder, is likely to be felt as a barren virtuosity. The pseudo-classicist was often unduly minute in the rules he laid down for technique or outer form, as one may say, and then ignored the ethical imagination or inner form entirely, or else set up as a substitute mere didacticism. Since pseudo-classic work of this type plainly lacks soul and imagination, and since the Romanticist felt rightly that he himself had a soul and imagination, he concluded wrongly that soul and imagination are romantic monopolies. Like the pseudo-classicist, he inclines to identify high seriousness in art, something that can only come from the exercise of the ethical imagination at its best, with mere preaching. Only he differs from the pseudo-classicist in insisting that preaching should be left to divines. One should insist, on the contrary, that the mark of genuinely ethical art that is highly serious, is that it is free from preaching. Sophocles is more ethical than Euripides for the simple reason that he views life with more imaginative wholeness. At the same time he is much less given to preaching than Euripides. He does not, as Fitzgerald says, interrupt the action and the exhibition of character through action in order to jaw philosophy. It is not unusual for the modern artist to seek, like Euripides, to dissimulate the lack of true ethical purpose in his work by agitating various problems. But problems come and go, whereas human nature abides. One may agitate problems without number, and yet lack imaginative insight into the abiding element in human nature. Moreover, not being of the soul of art, the problem that one agitates is in danger of being a clogging intellectualism. Furthermore, to seek in problems an equivalent for the definition and purpose that the ethical imagination alone can give is to renew, often in an aggravated form, the neoclassical error. The moralizing of the pseudo-classic dramatist, even though dull and misplaced, was usually sound enough in itself, whereas the moralizing of those who seek nowadays to use the stage as a pulpit, resting as it does on false humanitarian postulates, is in itself dubious. The problem play succeeds not infrequently in being at once dull and indecent. The problem play is often very superior in technique or outer form to the earlier romantic drama, but it still suffers from the same lack of inner form, inasmuch as its social purpose cannot take the place of true human purpose based on imaginative insight into the universal. The lack of inner form in so much modern drama and art in general can be traced to the original unsoundness of the break with pseudo-classic formalism. To a pseudo-classic art that lacked every kind of perceptiveness the Rousseauist opposed aesthetic perceptiveness, and it is something, one must admit, thus to have discovered the senses. But to his aesthetic perceptiveness he failed, as I have already said, to add ethical perceptiveness because of his inability to distinguish between ethical perceptiveness and mere didacticism, and so when asked to put ethical purpose into art he replied that art should be pursued for its own sake and that beauty is its own excuse for being. One should note here the transformation that this pure aestheticism brought about in the meaning of the word beauty itself. For the Greek beauty resided in proportion 1:33 and proportion can be attained only with the aid of the ethical imagination. With the elimination of the ethical element from the soul of art the result is an imagination that is free to wander wild with the emancipated emotions. The result is likely to be art in which a lively aesthetic perceptiveness is not subordinated to any whole, art that is unstructural, however it may abound in vivid and picturesque details, and a one-sided art of this kind the Romanticist does not hesitate to call beautiful. If we let the reason sleep and are content to watch a succession of dissolving views, says Mr. Elton of Shelley's Revolt of Islam, the poem is seen at once to overflow with beauty. 134. Mere reason is not strictly speaking a sufficient remedy for this unstructural type of beauty. Thus Chateaubriand's reason is on the side of proportion and all the classical virtues, but his imagination is not. Instead of siding with his reason and aiding it to ethical perception, Chateaubriand's imagination is the free playmate of his emotions. "What did I care for all these futilities," he exclaims, "I who never cared for anything except for my dreams, and even then on condition that they should last only for a night." When a man has once spoken in that vein, sensible people will pay little heed to what he preaches, for they will be certain that the driving power of his work and personality is elsewhere. The imagination holds the balance of power between the reason and the perceptions of sense, and Chateaubriand's imagination is plainly on the side of sensuous adventure. This vagabondage of the imagination appears especially in his imagistic trend, in his pursuit of the descriptive detail for its own sake. To set out like Chateaubriand to restore the monarchy and the Christian religion and instead to become the founder of l'École des images à tout prix is an especially striking form of the contrast in romantic morality between the ideal and the real. The attempt that we have been studying to divorce beauty from ethics led in the latter part of the 18th century to the rise of a nightmare subject, aesthetics. Shaftesbury indeed, as we have seen already, anticipates the favorite romantic doctrine that beauty is truth and truth beauty, which means in practice to rest both truth and beauty upon a fluid emotionalism. Thus to deal aesthetically with truth is an error of the first magnitude, but it is also an error, though a less serious one, to see only the aesthetic element in beauty. For beauty to be complete must have not only aesthetic perceptiveness but order and proportion, and this brings us back again to the problem of the ethical imagination and the permanent model or pattern with reference to which it seeks to impose measure and proportion upon sensuous perception and expansive desire. We should not hesitate to say that beauty loses most of its meaning when divorced from ethics, even though every aesthete in the world should arise and denounce us as Philistines. To rest beauty upon feeling, as the very name aesthetics implies, is to rest it upon what is ever shifting. Nor can we escape from this endless mobility with the aid of physical science, for physical science does not itself rise above the naturalistic flux. After eliminating from beauty the permanent pattern and the ethical imagination with the aid of which it is perceived, a man will be ready to term beautiful anything that reflects his ordinary or temperamental self. Diderot is a sentimentalist, and so he sees as much beauty in the sentimentalist Richardson as in Homer. If a man is psychically restless, he will see beauty only in motion. The Italian futurist Marinetti says that for him a rushing motor car is more beautiful than the victory of Samothrace. A complete sacrifice of the principle of repose in beauty to the suggesting of motion, such as has been seen in certain recent schools, runs practically into a mixture of charlatanism and madness. "He that is giddy thinks the world goes round," says Shakespeare, and the exponents of certain ultramodern movements in painting are simply trying to paint their inner giddiness. As a matter of fact, the pretension of the aesthete to have a purely personal vision of beauty and then treat as a Philistine everyone who does not accept it, is intolerable. Either beauty cannot be defined at all, or we must say that only is beautiful which seems so to the right kind of man, and the right kind of man is plainly he whose total attitude towards life is correct, who views life with some degree of imaginative wholeness, which is only another way of saying that the problem of beauty is inseparable from the ethical problem. In an absolute sense, nobody can see life steadily and see it whole, but we may at least move towards steadiness and wholeness. The aesthete is plainly moving in an opposite direction. He is becoming more and more openly a votary of the God whirl. His lack of inner form is an error not of aesthetics but of general philosophy. The romantic imagination, the imagination that is not drawn back to any ethical center and so is free to wander wild in its own empire of chimeras, has indeed a place in life. To understand what this place is, one needs to emphasize the distinction between art that has high seriousness and art that is merely recreative. The serious moments of life are moments of tension, of concentration on either the natural or the human law. But Apollo cannot always be bending the bow. Man needs at times to relax, and one way of relaxing is to take refuge for a time in some land of chimeras, to follow the Arcadian gleam. He may then come back to the real world, the world of active effort, solaced and refreshed. But it is only with reference to some ethical center that we may determine what art is soundly recreative, in what forms of adventure the imagination may innocently indulge. The romanticist should recollect that among other forms of adventure is what Ben Jonson terms a bold adventure for hell, and that a not uncommon nostalgia is what the French call la nostalgie de la bohémien's nostalgia for his native mud. Because we are justified at times, as Lamb urges, in wandering imaginatively beyond the diocese of strict conscience, it does not follow that we may, like him, treat Restoration comedy as a sort of fairyland, for Restoration comedy is a world not of pure but of impure imagination. Lamb's paradox, however, is harmless compared with what we have just been seeing in Chateaubriand. With a dalliant imagination that entitles him at best to play a recreative role, he sets up as a religious teacher. Michelet again has been described as an entertainer who believes himself a prophet, and this description fits many other Rousseauists. The aesthete who assumes an apocalyptic pose is an especially flagrant instance of the huddling together of incompatible desires. He wishes to sport with Amaryllis in the shade and at the same time enjoy the honors that belong only to the man who scorns delights and lives laborious days. For the exercise of the ethical imagination, it is hardly necessary to say, involves effort. Perhaps no one has ever surpassed Rousseau himself in the art of which I have already spoken, that of giving to moral indolence a semblance of profound philosophy. One cannot indeed always affirm that the Rousseauist is by the quality of his imagination an entertainer pure and simple. His breaking down of barriers and running together of the planes of being results at times in ambiguous mixtures gleams of insight that actually seem to minister to fleshliness. One may cite as an example the voluptuous religiosity that certain critics have discovered in Wagner. The romanticist will at once protest against the application of ethical standards to Wagner or any other musician. Music, he holds, is the most soulful of the arts and so the least subject to ethics. For the same reason it is the chief of arts and also in view of the fact that romanticists have a monopoly of soul the most romantic. One should not allow to pass unchallenged this notion that because music is filled with soul it is therefore subject to no ethical center, but should be treated as a pure enchantment. The Greeks were as a matter of fact much concerned with the ethical quality of music. Certain musical modes, the Doric for example, had as they believed a virile soul, other modes like the Lydian had the contrary. For the very reason that music is the most appealing of the arts they were especially anxious that this art should be guarded from perversion. 135 Without attempting a full discussion of a difficult subject for which I have no competency, it will be enough to point out that the plain song that prevailed in Christian churches for over 1,000 years evidently had a very different soul, a soul that inspired to prayer and peace, from much specifically romantic music that has a soul of restlessness, of infinite indeterminate desire. The result of the failure to recognize this distinction is very often a hybrid art. Berlioz showed a rather peculiar conception of religion when he took pride in the fact that his Requiem Mass frightened one of the listeners into a fit. The ethical confusion that arises from the romantic cult of soul and the closely allied tendency towards a hybrid art that lacks high seriousness without being frankly recreative may also be illustrated from the field of poetry. Many volumes have been published and are still being published on Browning as a philosophic and religious teacher. But Browning can pass as a prophet only with the half-educated person, the person who has lost traditional standards and has at the same time failed to work out with the aid of the ethical imagination some fresh scale of values and in the meanwhile lives impulsively and glorifies impulse. Like the half-educated person, Browning is capable of almost any amount of intellectual and emotional subtlety, and like the half-educated person he is deficient in inner form, that is he deals with experience impressionistically without reference to any central pattern or purpose. 136 It is enough that the separate moments of this experience should each stand forth like the quick sharp scratch and blue spurt of a lighted match. One may take as an illustration of this drift towards the melodramatic The Ring and the Book. The method of this poem is peripheral, that is, the action is viewed not from any center but as refracted through the temperaments of the actors. The 12 monologues of which the poem is composed illustrate the tendency of romantic writing to run into some song of myself or tale of my heart. The Ring and the Book is not only off the center, but is designed to raise a positive prejudice against everything that is central. Guido, for example, had observed decorum, had done all the conventional things and is horrible. Pompilia, the beautiful soul, had the great advantage of having had an indecorous start. Being the daughter of a drab, she is not kept from heeding the voice of nature. Caponsacchi again shows the beauty of his soul by violating the decorum of the priesthood. This least representative of priests wins our sympathy, not by his Christianity, but by his lyrical intensity. O lyric love, half angel and half bird, and all a wonder and a wild desire. Browning here escapes for once from the clogging intellectualism that makes nearly all the Ring and the Book an indeterminate blend of verse and prose, and achieves true poetry though not of the highest type. The hybrid character of his art, due partly to a lack of outer form, to a defective poetical technique, arises even more from a lack of inner form, from an attempt to give a semblance of seriousness to what is at bottom unethical. The aged Pope may well meditate on the revolution that is implied in the substitution of the morality of the beautiful soul for that of St. Augustine. 137 In seeming to accept this revolution, Browning's Pope comes near to breaking all records, even in the Romantic movement, for paradox and indecorum. At bottom the war between humanist and romanticist is so irreconcilable because the one is a mediator and the other an extremist. Browning would have us admire his Pompilia because her love knows no limit. 138 But a secular love like hers must know a limit, must be decorous, in short, if it is to be distinguished from mere emotional intensity. It is evident that the romantic ideal of art for art's sake meant in the real world art for sensation's sake. The glorification of a love knowing no limit, that a Browning or a Hugo sets up as a substitute for philosophy and even for religion, is therefore closely affiliated in practice with the libido sentienti. It is hard, wrote Stendhal, in 1817, not to see what the 19th century desires. A love of strong emotions is its true character. The romantic tendency to push every emotion to an extreme, regardless of decorum, is not much affected by what the romanticist preaches or by the problems he agitates. Dowden remarks of a mother who loses her child in Hugo's Notre Dame de Paris, that her rage after this loss has nothing to equal it in the roarings of a lioness or tigress who has been robbed of her young. She becomes vulgar by excess of despair. It is the Saturnalia of maternal grief. You see that this woman belongs to a world in which neither the instincts nor the passions have that divine aroma which imposes on them some kind of measure, the dignity or decorum that contains a moral principle. When the passions no longer have this check, they should be relegated to the menagerie along with leopards and rhinoceroses, and, strange circumstance, when the passions do recognize this check, they produce more effect on the spectators than unregulated outbursts, they give evidence of more depth. This superlativeness, as one may say, that Hugo displays in his picture of maternal grief is not confined to the emotional romanticist. It appears, for example, among the intellectual romanticists of the 17th century and affected the very forms of language. Molière and others ridiculed the adjectives and adverbs with which the Précieuses sought to express their special type of superlativeness and intensity. Alfred de Musset's assertion that the chief difference between classicist and romanticist is found in the latter's greater proneness to adjectives is not altogether a jest. It has been said that the pessimist uses few, the optimist many adjectives, but the use of adjectives and above all of superlatives would rather seem to grow with one's expansiveness, and no movement was ever more expansive than that we are studying. Dante, according to Rivarol, is very sparing of adjectives. His sentence tends to maintain itself by the verb and substantive alone. In this as in other respects Dante is at the opposite pole from the expansionist. The romantic violence of expression is at once a proof of soul and a protest against the tameness and smugness of the pseudo-classicist. The human volcano must overflow at times in a lava of molten words. Damnation! Cries Berlioz, I could crush a red-hot iron between my teeth. 139. The disproportion between the outer incident and the emotion that the Rousseauist expends on it is often ludicrous. 140 The kind of force that the man attains who sees in emotional intensity a mark of spiritual distinction, and deems moderation identical with mediocrity, is likely to be the force of delirium or fever. What one sees in Werther, says Goethe himself, is weakness seeking to give itself the prestige of strength, and this remark goes far. There is in some of the Romanticists a suggestion not merely of spiritual but of physical anemia. 141 Still the intensity is often that of a strong but unbridled spirit. Pleasure is pushed to the point where it runs over into pain, and pain to the point where it becomes an auxiliary of pleasure. The Aker-Baser of the Nouvelle Heloise that so scandalized Voltaire presaged even more than a literary revolution. The poems of A de Musset in particular contain an extraordinary perversion of the Christian doctrine of purification through suffering. There is something repellent to the genuine Christian as well as to the worldling in what one is tempted to call Musset's Epicurean cult of pain. 142. Moments of superlative intensity whether of pleasure or pain must in the nature of the case be brief mere spasms or paroxysms, and one might apply to the whole school the term paroxyst and spasmodist assumed by certain minor groups during the past century. The Rousseauist is in general loath to rein in his emotional vehemence, to impair the zest with which he responds to the solicitations of sense, by any reference to the future and sum of time, by any reference, that is, to an ethical purpose. He would enjoy his thrill pure and unalloyed, and this amounts in practice to the pursuit of the beautiful or sensation-crowded moment. Saint Preux says of the days spent with Julie that a sweet ecstasy absorbed their whole duration and gathered it together in a point like that of eternity. There was for me neither past nor future, and I enjoyed at one and the same time the delights of 1,000 centuries. 143. The superlativist one might suppose could go no further. But in the deliberate sacrifice of all ethical values to the beautiful moment Browning has perhaps improved even on Rousseau. Truth, that's brighter than gem. Trust, that's purer than pearl. Brightest truth, purest trust in the universe all were for me. In The Kiss of One Girl. Browning entitles the poem from which I am quoting Summum Bonum. The supreme good it would appear is identical with the supreme thrill. I have already said enough to make clear that the title of this chapter and the last is in a way a misnomer. There is no such thing as romantic morality. The innovations in ethics that are due to romanticism reduce themselves on close scrutiny to a vast system of naturalistic camouflage. To understand how this camouflage has been so successful one needs to connect Rousseauism with the Baconian movement. Scientific progress had inspired man with a new confidence in himself at the same time that the positive and critical method by which it had been achieved detached him from the past and its traditional standards of good and evil. To break with tradition on sound lines one needs to apply the utmost keenness of analysis not merely to the natural but to the human law. But man's analytical powers were very much taken up with the new task of mastering the natural law, so much so that he seemed incapable of further analytical effort, but longed rather for relaxation from his sustained concentration of intellect and imagination on the physical order. At the same time he was so elated by the progress he was making in this order that he was inclined to assume a similar advance on the moral plane and to believe that this advance could also be achieved collectively. A collective salvation of this kind without any need of a concentration of the intellect and imagination is precisely what was opened up to him by the Rousseauistic ideal of brotherhood. This ideal, as I have tried to show, was only a projection of the Arcadian imagination on the void. But in the abdication of analysis and critical judgment, which would have reduced it to a purely recreative role, this Arcadian dreaming was enabled to set up as a serious philosophy, and to expand into innumerable utopias. Many who might have taken alarm at the humanitarian revolution in ethics were reassured by the very fervor with which its promoters continued to utter the old words conscience, virtue, etc. No one puts more stress than Rousseau himself on conscience, while in the very act of transforming conscience from an inner check into an expansive emotion. We have seen that as a result of this transformation of conscience, temperament is emancipated from both inner and outer control and that this emancipation tends in the real world to the rise of two main types, the bohemian and the superman, both unprimitive, inasmuch as primitive man is governed not by temperament but by convention, and that what actually tends to prevail in such a temperamental world in view of the superior hardness of the superman, is the law of cunning and the law of force. So far as the Rousseauists set up the mere emancipation of temperament as a serious philosophy, they are to be held responsible for the results of this emancipation, whether displayed in the lust of power or the lust of sensation. But the lust of power and the lust of sensation, such as they appear, for example, in the so-called realism of the later 19th century, are not in themselves identical with romanticism. Many of the realists, like Flaubert, as I have already pointed out, are simply bitter and disillusioned Rousseauists who are expressing their nausea at the society that has actually arisen from the emancipation of temperament in themselves and others. The essence of Rousseauistic as of other romance, I may repeat, is to be found not in any mere fact, not even in the fact of sensation, but in a certain quality of the imagination. Rousseauism is, it is true, an emancipation of impulse, especially of the impulse of sex. Practically all the examples I have chosen of the tense and beautiful moment are erotic. But what one has even here, as the imagination grows increasingly romantic, is less the reality than the dream of the beautiful moment, an intensity that is achieved only in the Tower of Ivory. This point can be made clear only by a fuller study of the romantic conception of love. Chapter 6. Romantic Love. What first strikes one in Rousseau's attitude towards love is the separation, even wider here perhaps than elsewhere, between the ideal and the real. He dilates in the Confessions on the difference of the attachment that he felt when scarcely more than a boy for two young women of Geneva, Mademoiselle Volson and Mademoiselle Goton. His attachment for the latter was real in a sense that Zola would have understood. His attachment for Mademoiselle Volson reminds one rather of that of a medieval knight for his lady. The same contrast runs through Rousseau's life. Seamstresses, chambermaids, shop girls, he says, attracted me very little. I had to have fine ladies. 144. So much for the ideal, the real was Thérèse Levasseur. We are not to suppose that Rousseau's love, even when most ideal, is really exalted above the fleshly level. Byron indeed says of Rousseau that his was not the love of living dame but of ideal beauty, and if this were strictly true Rousseau might be accounted a Platonist. But any particular beautiful object is for Plato only a symbol or adumbration of a supersensuous beauty, so that an earthly love can be at best only a stepping stone to the Uranian Aphrodite. The terrestrial and the heavenly loves are not in short run together, whereas the essence of Rousseauistic love is this very blending. Rousseau, says Joubert, had a voluptuous mind. In his writings the soul is always mingled with the body and never distinct from it. No one has ever rendered more vividly the impression of the flesh touching the spirit and the delights of their marriage. I need not, however, repeat here what I have said elsewhere. 145 about this confusion of the planes of being, perhaps the most important aspect of romantic love. Though Rousseau is not a true Platonist in his treatment of love, he does, as I have said, recall at times the cult of the medieval knight for his lady. One may even find in medieval love something that is remotely related to Rousseau's contrast between the ideal and the actual, for in its attitude towards woman as in other respects the Middle Ages tended to be extreme. Woman is either depressed below the human level as the favorite instrument of the devil in man's temptation, or else exalted above this level as the mother of God. The figure of Mary blends sense and spirit in a way that is foreign to Plato and the ancients. As Heine says very profanely, the Virgin was a sort of heavenly Dame du Comptoir whose celestial smile drew the northern barbarians into the church. Sense was thus pressed into the service of spirit at the risk of a perilous confusion. The chivalric cult of the lady has obvious points of contact with the worship of the Madonna. The knight who is raised from one height of perfection to another by the light of his lady's eyes is also pressing sense into the service of spirit with the same risk that the process may be reversed. The reversal actually takes place in Rousseau and his followers. Spirit is pressed into the service of sense in such wise as to give to sense a sort of infinitude. Baudelaire pays his homage to a Parisian grisette in the form of a Latin canticle to the Virgin. 146 The perversion of medieval love is equally though not quite so obviously present in many other Rousseauists. I have said that the Middle Ages incline to the extreme. Medieval writers are, however, fond of insisting on measure, and this is almost inevitable in view of the large amount of classical, especially Aristotelian, survival throughout this period. But the two distinctively medieval types, the saint and the knight, are neither of them mediators. They stand, however, on an entirely different footing as regards the law of measure. Not even Aristotle himself would maintain that the law of measure applies to saintliness, and in general to the religious realm. The saint insofar as he is saintly has undergone conversion, has in the literal sense of the word faced around and is looking in an entirely different direction from that to which the warnings nothing too much and think as a mortal apply. Very different psychic elements may indeed appear in any particular saint. A book has been published recently on the romanticism of Saint Francis. The truth seems to be that though Saint Francis had his romantic side, he was even more religious than romantic. One may affirm with some confidence of another medieval figure, Peter the Hermit, that he was, on the other hand, much more romantic than religious. For all the information we have tends to show that he was a very restless person, and a man's restlessness is ordinarily in inverse ratio to his religion. If the saint transcends in a way the law of measure, the knight on the other hand should be subject to it. For courage and the love of woman, his main interests in life belong not to the religious but to the secular realm. But in his conception of love and courage the knight was plainly not a mediator but an extremist. He was haunted by the idea of adventure, of a love and courage that transcend the bounds not merely of the probable but of the possible. His imagination is romantic in the sense I have tried to define it, is straining, that is, beyond the confines of the real. Ruskin's violent diatribe against Cervantes 147 for having killed idealism by his ridicule of these knightly exaggerations, is in itself absurd, but interesting as evidence of the quality of Ruskin's own imagination. Like other romanticists I have cited, he seems to have been not unaware of his own kinship to Don Quixote. The very truth about either the medieval or modern forms of romantic love which is on the secular level and at the same time sets itself above the law of measure, was uttered by Dr. Johnson in his comment on the heroic plays of Dryden. By admitting the romantic omnipotence of love, he has recommended as laudable and worthy of imitation that conduct which through all ages the good have censured as vicious and the bad have despised as foolish. The man of the Middle Ages, however extravagant in his imaginings, was often no doubt terrestrial enough in his practice. The troubadour who addressed his high-flown fancies to some fair chatelaine often had relations in real life not unlike those of Rousseau with Thérèse Levasseur. Some such contrast indeed between the ideal and the real existed in the life of one of Rousseau's favorite poets, Petrarch. The lover may, however, run together the ideal and the real. He may glorify some comparatively commonplace person, crown as queen of his heart some Dulcinea del Toboso. Hazlitt employs appropriately in describing his own passion for the vulgar daughter of a London boarding-house keeper the very words of Cervantes: he had courted a statue, hunted the wind, cried aloud to the desert. Hazlitt, like other lovers of this type, is in love not with a particular person but with his own dream. He is, as one may say, in love with love. No subject indeed illustrates like this of love the nostalgia, the infinite indeterminate desire of the romantic imagination. Something of this diffusive longing no doubt came into the world with Christianity. There is a wide gap between the sentence of St. Augustine that Shelley has taken as epigraph for his Alastor 148 and the spirit of the great Greek and Roman classics. Yet such is the abiding vitality of Greek mythology that one finds in Greece perhaps the best symbol of the romantic lover. Rousseau could not fail to be attracted by the story of Pygmalion and Galatea. His lyrical monodrama in poetical prose, Pygmalion, is important not only for its literary but for its musical influence. The Germans in particular were fascinated. To the mature Goethe, Rousseau's account of the sculptor who became enamored of his own creation and breathed into it actual life by the sheer intensity of his desire seemed a delirious confusion of the planes of being, an attempt to drag ideal beauty down to the level of sensuous realization. But a passion thus conceived exactly satisfies the romantic requirement. For though the romanticist wishes to abandon himself to the rapture of love, he does not wish to transcend his own ego. The object with which Pygmalion is in love is after all only a projection of his own genius. But such an object is not in any proper sense an object at all. There is in fact no object in the romantic universe, only subject. This subjective love amounts in practice to a use of the imagination to enhance emotional intoxication, or if one prefers, to the pursuit of illusion for its own sake. This lack of definite object appears just as clearly in the German symbol of romantic love, the blue flower. The blue flower resolves itself at last, it will be remembered, into a fair feminine face 149, a face that cannot, however, be overtaken. The color typifies the blue distance in which it always loses itself, the never-ending quest after the ever-fleeting object of desire. The object is thus elusive because, as I have said, it is not, properly speaking, an object at all but only a dalliance of the imagination with its own dream. Cats, says Rivarol, do not caress us, they caress themselves upon us. But though cats may suffer from what the new realist calls the egocentric predicament, they can scarcely vie in the subtle involutions of their egoism with the romantic lover. Besides creating the symbol of the blue flower, novelist treats romantic love in his unfinished tale The Disciples at Sais. He contemplated two endings to this tale. In the one, when the disciple lifts the veil of the inmost sanctuary of the temple at Sais, Rosenblüchen falls into his arms. In the second version, what he sees when he lifts the mysterious veil is wonder of wonders himself. The two endings are in substance the same. The story of Novalus's attachment for a 14-year-old girl, Sophie von Kuhn, and of his plans on her death for a truly romantic suicide, a swooning away into the night, and then of the suddenness with which he transferred his dream to another maiden, Julie von Charpentier, is familiar. If Sophie had lived and Novalis had lived and they had wedded, he might conceivably have made her a faithful husband, but she would no longer have been the blue flower, the ideal. For one's love is for something infinitely remote, it is, as Shelley says, in what is perhaps the most perfect expression of romantic longing. The desire of the moth for the star, of the night for the morrow, the devotion to something afar, from the sphere of our sorrow. The sphere of Shelley's sorrow at the time he wrote these lines to Mrs. Williams was Mary Godwin. In the time of Harriet Westbrook, Mary had been the star. The romantic lover often feigns in explanation of his nostalgia that in some previous existence he had been enamored of a nymph, an Egeria, or a woman transcending the ordinary mold, some Lilith or Helen or Antigone. 150. Shelley inquires eagerly in one of his letters about the new poem by Horace Smith, The Nympholept. In the somewhat unclassical sense that the term came to have in the Romantic movement, Shelley is himself the perfect example of the nympholept. In this respect as in others, however, he merely continues Rousseau. If it had not been for some memories of my youth and Madame de Haudetot, says Jean-Jacques, the loves that I have felt and described would have been only with sylphids. 151. Chateaubriand speaks with aristocratic disdain of Rousseau's Venetian amours, but on the ideal side he is not only his follower but perhaps the supreme French example of nympholepsy. He describes his lady of dreams sometimes like Rousseau as the sylphid, sometimes as his phantom of love. He had been haunted by this phantom almost from his childhood. Even then I glimpsed that to love and be loved in a way that was unknown to me was destined to be my supreme felicity. As a result of the ardor of my imagination, my timidity and solitude, I did not turn to the outer world, but was thrown back upon myself. In the absence of a real object, I evoked by the power of my vague desires a phantom that was never to leave me. To those who remember the closely parallel passages in Rousseau, Chateaubriand will seem to exaggerate the privilege of the original genius to look on himself as unique when he adds, I do not know whether the history of the human heart offers another example of this nature. 152. The pursuit of this phantom of love gives the secret key to Chateaubriand's life. He takes refuge in the American wilderness in order that he may have in this primitive Arcadia a more spacious setting for his dream. 153. If one wishes to see how very similar these nympholeptic experiences are not only from individual to individual, but from country to country, one has only to compare the passages I have just been quoting from Chateaubriand with Shelley's Epipsychodion. Shelley writes of his own youth. There was a being whom my spirit oft met on its visioned wanderings, far aloft. In the clear golden prime of my youth's dawn. Upon the fairy isles of sunny lawn. Amid the enchanted mountains, and the caves. Of divine sleep, and on the air like waves. Of wonder-level dream, whose tremulous floor paved her light steps, on an imagined shore. Under the grey beak of some promontory. She met me, robed in such exceeding glory. That I beheld her not, etc. At the time of writing Epipsychodion, the magic vision happened to have coalesced for the moment with Emilia Viviani, though destined soon to flit elsewhere. Shelley invites his soul's sister, the idyllic she, who is at bottom only a projection of his own imagination, to set sail with him for Arcady. Epipsychodion, indeed, might be used as a manual to illustrate the difference between mere Arcadian dreaming and a true Platonism. Chateaubriand is ordinarily and rightly compared with Byron rather than with Shelley. He is plainly, however, far more of a nympholept than Byron. Mr. Hilary, indeed, in Peacock's Nightmare Abbey says to Mr. Cyprus, "You talk like a Rosicrucian, who will love nothing but a Sylph, who does not believe in the existence of a Sylph, and who yet quarrels with the whole universe for not containing a Sylph." 154. Certain distinctions would have to be made if one were attempting a complete study of love in Byron, yet after all the love of Don Juan and Haidee is one that Sappho or Catullus or Burns would have understood, and these poets were not nympholepts. They were capable of burning with love, but not, as Rousseau says of himself, without any definite object. 155. Where Chateaubriand has some resemblance to Byron is in his actual libertinism. He is however nearer than Byron to the libertine of the 18th century, to the Lovelace who pushes the pursuit of pleasure to its final exasperation where it becomes associated with the infliction of pain. Few things are stranger than the blend in Chateaubriand of this Sadic fury 156 with the new romantic reverie. Indeed, almost every type of egotism that may manifest itself in the relations of the sexes and that pushed to the superlative pitch, will be found in this theoretical classicist and champion of Christianity. Perhaps no more frenzied cry has ever issued from human lips than that uttered by Attila 157 in describing her emotions when torn between her religious vow and her love for Shaktas. What dream did not arise in this heart overwhelmed with sorrow? At times in fixing my eyes upon you, I went so far as to form desires as insensate as they were guilty. At one moment I seemed to wish that you and I were the only living creatures upon the earth, and then again, feeling a divinity that held me back in my horrible transports, I seemed to want this divinity to be annihilated, provided that clasped in your arms I should roll from abyss to abyss with the ruins of God and the world. Longing is here pushed to a pitch where it passes over, as in Wagner's Tristan and Isolde, into the desire for annihilation. Actual libertinism is no necessary concomitant of nympholeptic longing. There is a striking difference in this respect between Poe, for example, and his translator and disciple, Baudelaire. Nothing could be less suggestive of voluptuousness than Poe's nostalgia. His ecstasy, says Stedman, is that of the nympholept seeking an evasive being of whom he has glimpses by moonlight, starlight, even fenlight, but never by noonday. The embodiments of his dream that flit through his tales and poems, enhanced his popularity with the ultra-romantic public in France. These strange apparitions, nearly all of whom are epileptic, cataleptic, or consumptive, made a natural appeal to a school that was known among its detractors as l'École poitrinaire. Tender souls, says Gautier, were specially touched by Poe's feminine figures, so vaporous, so transparent and of an almost spectral beauty. Perhaps the nympholepsy of Gerard de Nerval is almost equally vaporous and ethereal. He pursued through various earthly forms the Queen of Sheba whom he had loved in a previous existence and hanged himself at last with what he believed to be her garter, an interesting example of the relation between the extreme forms of the romantic imagination and madness. 158. The pursuit of a phantom of love through various earthly forms led in the course of the romantic movement to certain modifications in a famous legend, that of Don Juan. What is emphasized in the older Don Juan is not merely his libertinism but his impiety, the gratification of his appetite in deliberate defiance of God. He is animated by satanic pride, by the lust of power as well as by the lust of sensation. In Moliere's treatment of the legend we can also see the beginnings of the philanthropic pose. 159 With the progress of Rousseauism, Don Juan tends to become an idealist, to seek to satisfy in his amorous adventures not merely his senses but his soul and his thirst for the infinite. 160. Along with this idealistic Don Juan we also see appearing at a very early stage in the movement the exotic Don Juan who wishes to have a great deal of strangeness added to his beauty. In his affair with the Floridiennes, Chateaubriand shows the way to a long series of exotic lovers. I said to my heart between sleeping and waking, thou wild thing that always art leaping or aching. What black, brown, or fair, in what clime, in what nation? By turns has not taught thee a pitapatation? These lines are so plainly meant for Pierre Loti that one learns with surprise that they were written about 1724 by the Earl of Peterborough. 161. Byron's Don Juan is at times exotic in his tastes, but, as I have said, he is not on the whole very nympholeptic, much less so than the Don Juan of Alfred de Musset, for example. Musset indeed suggests in many respects a less masculine Byron, Mademoiselle Byron as he has been called. In one whole side of his art as well as his treatment of love he simply continues like Byron the 18th century. But far more than Byron he aspires to ideal and absolute passion, so that the Musset of the Newts is rightly regarded as one of the supreme embodiments, and at the same time the chief martyr, of the romantic religion of love. The outcome of his affair with George Sand may symbolize fitly the wrecking of thousands of more obscure lives by this mortal chimera. Musset and George Sand sought to come together, yet what they each sought in love is what the original genius seeks in all things: self-expression. What Musset saw in George Sand was not the real woman but only his own dream. But George Sand was not content thus to reflect back passively to Musset his ideal. She was rather a Galatea whose ambition it was to create her own Pygmalion. Your chimera is between us, Musset exclaims, but his chimera was between them too. The more Titan and Titanus try to meet, the more each is driven back into the solitude of his own ego. They were in love with love rather than with one another, and to be thus in love with love means on the last analysis to be in love with one's own emotions. To love, says Musset, is the great point. What matters the mistress? What matters the flagon provided one have the intoxication? 162. He then proceeds to carry a love of this quality up into the presence of God and to present it to him as his justification for having lived. The art of speaking in tones of religious consecration of what is in its essence egoistic has never been carried further than by the Rousseauistic romanticist. God is always appearing at the most unexpected moments. 163 The highest of which man is capable apparently is to put an uncurbed imagination into the service of an emancipated temperament. The credo that Perdicon recites at the end of the second act of On n'est pas avec l'amour 164 throws light on this point. Men and women according to this credo are filled with every manner of vileness, yet there is something sacred and sublime, and that is the union of two of these despicable beings. The confusion of ethical values here is so palpable as scarcely to call for comment. It is precisely when men and women set out to love with this degree of imaginative and emotional unrestraint that they come to deserve all the opprobrious epithets Musset heaps upon them. This radiant apotheosis of love and the quagmire in which it actually lands one is, as I have said, the whole subject of Madame Bovary. I shall need to return to this particular disproportion between the ideal and the real when I take up the subject of romantic melancholy. The romantic lover who identifies the ideal with the superlative thrill is turning the ideal into something very transitory. If the summum bonum is as Browning avers the kiss of one girl, the summum bonum is lost almost as soon as found. The beautiful moment may however be prolonged in reverie. The romanticist may brood over it in the Tower of Ivory, and when thus enriched by being steeped in his temperament it may become more truly his own than it was in reality. Objects make less impression upon me than my memory of them, says Rousseau. He is indeed the great master of what has been termed the art of impassioned recollection. This art is far from being confined in its application to love, though it may perhaps be studied here to the best advantage. Rousseau, one should note, had very little intellectual memory, but an extraordinarily keen memory of images and sensations. He could not, as he tells us in the Confessions, learn anything by heart, but he could recall with perfect distinctness what he had eaten for breakfast about 30 years before. In general, he recalls his past feelings with a clearness and detail that are perhaps more feminine than masculine. He seems, says Hazlitt, one of his chief disciples in the art of impassioned recollection, to gather up the past moments of his being like drops of honeydew to distill a precious liquor from them. His alternate pleasures and pains are the bead roll that he tells over and piously worships. He makes a rosary of the flowers of hope and fancy that strewed his earliest years. 165. This highly developed emotional memory is closely associated with the special quality of the romantic imagination, its cult of Arcadian illusion, and the wistful backward glance to the vanished paradise of childhood and youth when illusion was most spontaneous. Let me still recall, says Hazlitt, that they may breathe fresh life into me, and that I may live that birthday of thought and romantic pleasure over again. Talk of the ideal. This is the only true ideal, the heavenly tints of fancy reflected in the bubbles that float upon the springtide of human life. 166. Hazlitt converts criticism itself into an art of impassioned recollection. He loves to linger over the beautiful moments of his own literary life. The passing years have increased the richness of their temperamental refraction and bestowed upon them the pathos of distance. A good example is his account of the 2 years of his youth he spent in reading the Confessions and the Nouvelle Héloïse, and in shedding tears over them. They were the happiest years of our life. We may well say of them, sweet is the dew of their memory and pleasant the balm of their recollection. 167. Rousseau's own Arcadian memories are usually not of reading, like Hazlitt's, but of actual incidents, though he does not hesitate to alter these incidents freely, as in his account of his stay at Les Charmettes, and to accommodate them to his dream. He neglected the real Madame de Warens at the very time that he cherished his recollection of her, because this recollection was the idealized image of his own youth. The yearning that he expresses at the beginning of his fragmentary 10th Promenade, written only a few weeks before his death, is for this idyllic period rather than for an actual woman. 168. A happy memory, says Musset, repeating Rousseau, is perhaps more genuine than happiness itself. Possibly the 3 best-known love poems of Lamartine, Musset, and Hugo, respectively, Le Lac, Souvenir, and La Tristesse d'Olympio, all hinge upon impassioned recollection and derive very directly from Rousseau. Lamartine in particular has caught in the Le Lac the very cadence of Rousseau's Reveries. 169. Impassioned recollection may evidently be an abundant source of genuine poetry, though not, it must be insisted, of the highest poetry. The predominant role that it plays in Rousseau and many of his followers is simply a sign of an unduly dalliant imagination. Experience, after all, has other uses than to supply furnishings for the Tower of Ivory. It should control the judgment and guide the will. It is in short the necessary basis of conduct. The greater a man's moral seriousness, the more he will be concerned with doing rather than dreaming. He will also demand an art and literature that reflect this his main preoccupation. Between Wordsworth's definition of poetry as emotion recollected in tranquility, and Aristotle's definition of poetry as the imitation of human action according to probability or necessity, a wide gap plainly opens. One may prefer Aristotle's definition to that of Wordsworth and yet do justice to the merits of Wordsworth's actual poetical performance. Nevertheless, the tendency to put prime emphasis on feeling instead of action shown in the definition is closely related to Wordsworth's failure not only in dramatic but in epic poetry, in all poetry in short that depends for its success on an element of plot and sustained narrative. A curious extension of the art of impassioned recollection should receive at least passing mention. It has been so extended as to lead to what one may term an unethical use of literature and history. What men have done in the past and the consequences of this doing should surely serve to throw some light on what men should do under similar circumstances in the present. But the man who turns his own personal experience into mere dalliance may very well assume a like dalliant attitude towards the larger experience of the race. This experience may merely provide him with pretexts for reverie. This narcotic use of literature and history, this art of creating for oneself an alibi as Taine calls it, is nearly as old as the Romantic movement. The record of the past becomes a gorgeous pageant that lures one to endless imaginative exploration and lulls one to oblivion of everything except its variety and picturesqueness. It becomes everything in fact except a school of judgment. One may note in connection with this use of history the usual interplay between scientific and emotional naturalism. Both forms of naturalism tend to turn man into the mere product and plaything of physical forces, climate, heredity, and the like, over which his will has no control. Since literature and history have no meaning from the point of view of moral choice, they may at least be made to yield the maximum of aesthetic satisfaction. Oscar Wilde argues in this wise, for example, in his dialogue The Critic as Artist, and concludes that since man has no moral freedom or responsibility, and cannot therefore be guided in his conduct by the past experience of the race, he may at least turn this experience into an incomparable bower of dreams. The pain of Leopardi crying out against life becomes our pain. Theocritus blows on his pipe and we laugh with the lips of nymph and shepherd. In the wolf skin of Pierre Vidal we flee before the hounds, and in the armor of Lancelot we ride from the bower of the queen. We have whispered the secret of our love beneath the cowl of Abelard, and in the stained raiment of villain have put our shame into song, etc. The assumption that runs through this passage that the mere aesthetic contemplation of past experience gives the equivalent of actual experience is found in writers of far higher standing than Wilde. In Renan, for instance, the aesthete would look on his dream as a substitute for the actual, and at the same time convert the actual into a dream. It is not easy to take such a program of universal dreaming seriously. In the long run the dreamer himself does not find it easy to take it seriously. For his attempts to live his chimera result, as we have seen in the case of romantic love, in more or less disastrous defeat and disillusion. The disillusioned romanticist continues to cling to his dream, but intellectually, at least, he often comes at the same time to stand aloof from it. This subject of disillusion may best be considered, along with certain other important aspects of the movement, in connection with the singular phenomenon known as romantic irony. Chapter 7. Romantic Irony. The first romanticist who worked out a theory of irony was Friedrich Schlegel. 170. The attempt to put this theory into practice, after the fashion of Tieck's plays, seemed rightly even to later representatives of the movement to be extravagant. Thus Hegel, who in his ideas on art continues in so many respects the Schlegels, repudiates irony. Formerly, says Heine, who is himself in any larger survey, the chief of German romantic ironists, when a man had said a stupid thing he had said it, now he can explain it away as irony. Nevertheless one cannot afford to neglect this early German theory. It derives in an interesting way from the views that the partisans of original genius had put forth regarding the role of the creative imagination. The imagination, as we have seen, is to be free to wander wild in its own empire of chimeras. Rousseau showed the possibilities of an imagination that is at once extraordinarily rich and also perfectly free in this sense. I have said that Kant believed, like the original genius, that the nobility of art depends on the free play of the imagination, though he adds that art should at the same time submit to a purpose that is not a purpose, whatever that may mean. Schiller in his aesthetic letters relaxed the rationalistic rigor of Kant in favor of feeling and associated even more emphatically the ideality and creativeness of art with its free imaginative play, its emancipation from specific aim. The personal friction that arose between the Schlegels and Schiller has perhaps obscured somewhat their general indebtedness to him. The Schlegelian irony in particular merely pushes to an extreme the doctrine that nothing must interfere with the imagination in its creative play. The caprice of the poet, as Friedrich Schlegel says, suffers no law above itself. Why indeed should the poet allow any restriction to be placed upon his caprice in a universe that is after all only a projection of himself? The play theory of art is here supplemented by the philosophy of Fichte. 171. In justice to him it should be said that though his philosophy may not rise above the level of temperament, he at least had a severe and stoical temperament, and if only for this reason his transcendental ego is far less obviously ego than that which appears in the irony of his romantic followers. When a man has taken possession of his transcendental ego, according to the Schlegels and Novalis, he looks down on his ordinary ego and stands aloof from it. His ordinary ego may achieve poetry, but his transcendental ego must achieve the poetry of poetry. But there is in him something that may stand aloof even from this aloofness, and so on indefinitely. Romantic irony joins here with what is perhaps the chief preoccupation of the German Romanticists, the idea of the infinite, or, as they term it, the striving for endlessness. Now, according to the Romanticist, a man can show that he lays hold imaginatively upon the infinite only by expanding beyond what his age holds to be normal and central, its conventions, in short, nay more, he must expand away from any center he has himself achieved. For to hold fast to a center of any kind implies the acceptance of limitations, and to accept limitations is to be finite, and to be finite is, as Blake says, to become mechanical, and the whole of Romanticism is a protest against the mechanizing of life. No man therefore deserves to rank as a transcendental egotist unless he has learned to mock not merely at the convictions of others but at his own, unless he has become capable of self-parody. Objection, says Nietzsche, evasion, joyous distrust, and love of irony are signs of health. Everything absolute belongs to pathology. 172. One cannot repeat too often that what the Romanticist always sees at the center is either the mere rationalist or else the Philistine, and he therefore inclines to measure his own distinction by his remoteness from any possible center. Now thus to be always moving away from centrality is to be paradoxical, and romantic irony is, as Friedrich Schlegel says, identical with paradox. Irony, paradox, and the idea of the infinite have as a matter of fact so many points of contact in Romanticism that they may profitably be treated together. Friedrich Schlegel sought illustrious sponsors in the past for his theory of irony. Among others he invoked the Greeks and put himself in particular under the patronage of Socrates. But Greek irony always had a center. The ironical contrast is between the center and something that is less central. Take for example the so-called irony of Greek tragedy. The tragic character speaks and acts in darkness as to his impending doom, regarding which the spectator is comparatively enlightened. To take another example, the German Romanticists were especially absurd in their attempts to set up Tyche as a new Aristophanes. For Aristophanes, however wild and irresponsible he may seem in the play of his imagination, never quite loses sight of his center, a center from which the comic spirit proceeds and to which it returns. Above all, however far he may push his mockery, he never mocks at his own convictions, he never, like Tyche, indulges in self-parody. A glance at the parabasis of almost any one of his plays will suffice to show that he was willing to lay himself open to the charge of being unduly didactic rather than to the charge of being aimless. The universe of Tyche, on the other hand, is a truly romantic universe. It has no center, or what amounts to the same thing, it has at its center that symbol of spiritual stagnation, the Philistine, and his inability to rise above a dull didacticism. The Romanticist cherishes the illusion that to be a spiritual vagrant is to be exalted on a pinnacle above the plain citizen. According to Professor Stuart P. Sherman, the Irish dramatist Synge indulges in gypsy laughter from the bushes. 173. A good description of romantic irony in general. The irony of Socrates, to take the most important example of Greek irony, is not of the centrifugal character. Socrates professes ignorance, and this profession seems very ironical, for it turns out that his ignorance is more enlightened, that is, more central than other men's swelling conceit of knowledge. It does not follow that Socrates is insincere in his profession of ignorance, for though his knowledge may be as light in comparison with that of the ordinary Athenian, he sees that in comparison with true and perfect knowledge it is only darkness. For Socrates was no mere rationalist, he was a man of insight, one would even be tempted to say a mystic were it not for the corruption of the term mystic by the Romanticists. This being the case, he saw that man is by his very nature precluded from true and perfect knowledge. A path, however, opens up before him towards this knowledge, and this path he should seek to follow even though it is in a sense endless, Even though beyond any center he can attain within the bounds of his finite experience, there is destined always to be something still more central. Towards the mere dogmatist, the man who thinks he has achieved some fixed and final center, the attitude of Socrates is that of scepticism. This attitude implies a certain degree of detachment from the received beliefs and conventions of his time, and it is all the more important to distinguish here between Socrates and the Romanticists because of the superficial likeness, and also because there is between the Rousseauists and some of the Greeks who lived about the time of Socrates a real likeness. Promethean individualism was already rife at that time, and on the negative side it resulted then as since in a break with tradition, and on the positive side in an oscillation between the cult of force and the exaltation of sympathy, between admiration for the strong man and compassion for the weak. It is hardly possible to overlook these Promethean elements in the plays of Euripides. Antisthens and the Cynics, again, who professed to derive from Socrates, established an opposition between nature and convention even more radical in some respects than that established by Rousseau. Moreover, Socrates himself was perhaps needlessly unconventional and also unduly inclined to paradox, as when he suggested to the jury who tried him that as an appropriate punishment he should be supported at the public expense in the Prytaneum. Yet in his inner spirit and in spite of certain minor eccentricities, Socrates was neither a superman nor a bohemian, but a humanist. Now that the critical spirit was abroad and the traditional basis for conduct was failing, he was chiefly concerned with putting conduct on a positive and critical basis. In establishing this basis, his constant appeal is to actual experience, and the more homely this experience, the more it seems to please him. While working out the new basis for conduct, he continues to observe the existing laws and customs, or if he gets away from the traditional discipline, it is towards a stricter discipline. If he repudiates in aught the common sense of his day, it is in favor of a commoner sense. One may say indeed that Socrates and the Rousseauists are both moving away from convention, but in opposite directions. What the Romanticist opposes to convention is his genius, that is his unique and private self. What Socrates opposes to convention is his universal and ethical self. According to Friedrich Schlegel, a man can never be a philosopher but only become one. If at any time he thinks that he is a philosopher, he ceases to become one. The Romanticist is right in thus thinking that to remain fixed at any particular point is to stagnate. Man is, as Nietzsche says, the being who must always surpass himself, but he has, and this is a point that Nietzsche did not sufficiently consider, a choice of direction in his everlasting pilgrimage. The man who is moving away from some particular center will always seem paradoxical to the man who remains at it, but he may be moving away from it in either the romantic or the ethical direction. In the first case he is moving from a more normal to a less normal experience, in the second case he is moving towards an experience that is more profoundly representative. The New Testament abounds in examples of the ethical paradox, what one may term the paradox of humility. It is possible, however, to push even this type of paradox too far, to push it to a point where it affronts not merely some particular convention but the good sense of mankind itself, and this is a far graver matter. Pascal falls into this excess when he says that sickness is the natural state of the Christian. As a result of its supreme emphasis on humility, Christianity from the start inclined unduly perhaps towards this type of paradox. It is hardly worthwhile, as Goethe said, to live 70 years in this world if all that one learn here below is only folly in the sight of God. One of the most delicate of tasks is to determine whether a paradox occupies a position more or less central than the convention to which it is opposed. A somewhat similar problem is to determine which of two differing conventions has the greater degree of centrality. For one convention may, as compared with another, seem highly paradoxical. In 1870, it was announced at Peking that His Majesty the Emperor had had the good fortune to catch the smallpox. The auspiciousness of smallpox was part of the Chinese convention at this time, but to those of us who live under another convention it is a blessing we would willingly forego. But much in the Chinese convention, so far from being absurd, reflects the Confucian good sense, and if the Chinese decide to break with their convention, they should evidently consider long and carefully in which direction they are going to move, whether towards something more central, or something more eccentric. As to the direction in which Rousseau is moving and therefore as to the quality of his paradoxes there can be little question. His paradoxes, and he is perhaps the most paradoxical of writers, reduce themselves on analysis to the notion that man has suffered a loss of goodness by being civilized, by having had imposed on his unconscious and instinctive self some humanistic or religious discipline. Example: the man who reflects is a depraved animal, true Christians are meant to be slaves, decorum is only the varnish of vice or the mask of hypocrisy. Innumerable paradoxes of this kind will immediately occur to one as characteristic of Rousseau and his followers. These paradoxes may be termed in opposition to those of humility, the paradoxes of spontaneity. The man who holds them is plainly moving in an opposite direction, not merely from the Christian but from the Socratic individualist. He is moving from the more representative to the less representative and not towards some deeper center of experience, as would be the case if he were tending towards either humanism or religion. Wordsworth has been widely accepted not merely as a poet but as a religious teacher, and it is therefore important to note that his paradoxes are prevailingly of the Rousseauistic type. His verse is never more spontaneous or, as he would say, inevitable, than when it is celebrating the gospel of spontaneity. I have already pointed out some of the paradoxes that he opposes to pseudo-classic decorum, example his attempt to bestow poetical dignity and importance upon the ass, and to make of it a model of moral excellence, also to find poetry in an idiot boy and to associate sublimity with a peddler in defiance of the ordinary character of peddlers. In general, Wordsworth indulges in Rousseauistic paradoxes when he urges us to look to peasants for the true language of poetry and would have us believe that man is taught by woods and rills and not by contact with his fellow men. He pushes this latter paradox to a point that would have made even Rousseau stare and gasp when he asserts that one impulse from a vernal wood may teach you more of man, of moral evil and of good, than all the sages can. Another form of this same paradox, that what comes from nature spontaneously is better than what can be acquired by conscious effort, is found in his poem Lucy Gray. No mate, no comrade Lucy knew. She dwelt on a wide moor, the sweetest thing that ever grew, beside a human door. True maidenhood is made up of 1,000 decorums, but this Rousseauistic maiden would have seemed too artificial if she had been reared in a house instead of growing out of doors. She might in that case have been a human being and not a thing, and this would plainly have detracted from her spontaneity. Wordsworth's paradoxes about children have a similar origin. A child who at the age of 6 is a mighty prophet, seer blessed, is a highly improbable, not to say impossible child. The nature again of heart leap-well which both feels and inspires pity is more remote from normal experience than the nature read in Tooth and Claw of Tennyson. Wordsworth indeed would seem to have a penchant for paradox even when he is less obviously inspired by his naturalistic thesis. A study of Wordsworth's life shows that he became progressively disillusioned regarding Rousseauistic spontaneity. He became less paradoxical as he grew older and in almost the same measure, one is tempted to say, less poetical. He returns gradually to the traditional forms until radicals come to look upon him as the lost leader. He finds it hard, however, to wean his imagination from its primitivistic Arcadias, so that what one finds, in writing like the ecclesiastical sonnets, is not imaginative fire but at best a sober intellectual conviction, an opposition between the head and the heart, in short, that suggests somewhat Chateaubriand and the genius of Christianity. 174. If Wordsworth had lost faith in his revolutionary and naturalistic ideal, and had at the same time refused to return to the traditional forms, one might then have seen in his work something of the homeless hovering of the romantic ironist. If, on the other hand, he had worked away from the center that the traditional forms give to life towards a more positive and critical center, if, in other words, he had broken with the past not on Rousseauistic, but on Socratic lines, he would have needed an imagination of different quality, an imagination less idyllic and pastoral and more ethical than that he usually displays. 175. For the ethical imagination alone can guide one not indeed to any fixed center but to an ever-increasing centrality. We are here confronted once more with the question of the infinite, which comes very close to the ultimate ground of difference between classicist and romanticist. The center that one perceives with the aid of the classical imagination and that sets bounds to impulse and desire may, as I have already said, be defined in opposition to the outer infinite of expansion as the inner or human infinite. If we moderns, to repeat Nietzsche, are unable to attain proportionateness, it is because our itching is really the itching for the infinite, the immeasurable. Thus to associate the infinite only with the immeasurable, to fail to perceive that the element of form and the curb it puts on the imagination are not external and artificial, but come from the very depths, is to betray the fact that one is a barbarian. Nietzsche and many other romanticists are capable on occasion of admiring the proportionateness that comes from allegiance to some center. But after all, the human spirit must be ever advancing, and its only motive powers, according to romantic logic, are wonder and curiosity, and so from the perfectly sound premise that man is the being who must always surpass himself, Nietzsche draws the perfectly unsound conclusion that the only way for man thus constantly to surpass himself and so show his infinitude is to spurn all limits and live dangerously. The Greeks themselves, according to Renan, will someday seem the apostles of ennui, for the very perfection of their form shows a lack of aspiration. To submit to form is to be static, whereas romantic poetry, says Friedrich Schlegel magnificently, is universal progressive poetry. Now the only effective counterpoise to the endless expansiveness that is implied in such a program is the inner or human infinite of concentration. For it is perfectly true that there is something in man that is not satisfied with the finite, and that, if he becomes stationary, he is at once haunted by the specter of ennui. Man may indeed be defined as the insatiable animal, and the more imaginative he is, the more insatiable he is likely to become, for it is the imagination that gives him access to the infinite in every sense of the word. In a way, Baudelaire is right when he describes ennui as a delicate monster that selects as his prey the most highly gifted natures. Marguerite d'Angoulême already speaks of the ennui proper to well-born spirits. Now religion seeks no less than romance an escape from ennui. Bossuet is at one with Baudelaire when he dilates on that inexorable ennui which is the very substance of human life. But Bossuet and Baudelaire differ utterly in the remedies they propose for ennui. Baudelaire hopes to escape from ennui by dreaming of the superlative emotional adventure, by indulging in infinite, indeterminate desire, and becomes more and more restless in his quest for a something that at the end always eludes him. This infinite of nostalgia has nothing in common with the infinite of religion. No distinction is more important than that between the man who feels the divine discontent of religion, and the man who is suffering from mere romantic restlessness. According to religion, man must seek the satisfaction that the finite fails to give by looking not without but within, and to look within he must in the literal sense of the word undergo conversion. A path will then be found to open up before him, a path of which he cannot see the end. He merely knows that to advance on this path is to increase in peace, poise, centrality, though beyond any calm he can attain is always a deeper center of calm. The goal is at an infinite remove. This is the truth that St. Augustine puts theologically when he exclaims, "For thou hast made us for thyself, and our heart is restless until it findeth peace in thee." 176. One should insist that this question of the two infinites is not abstract and metaphysical but bears on what is most concrete and immediate in experience. If the inner and human infinite cannot be formulated intellectually, it can be known practically in its effect on life and conduct. Goethe says of Werther that he treated his heart like a sick child, its every wish was granted it. My restless heart asked me for something else, says Rousseau. René, says Chateaubriand, was enchanted, tormented and, as it were, possessed by the demon of his heart. Mr. Galsworthy speaks in a similar vein of the aching for the wild, the passionate, the new, that never quite dies in a man's heart. But is there not deep down in the human breast another heart that is felt as a power of control over this romantic heart and can keep within due bounds its aching for the wild, the passionate, the new? This is the heart, it would seem, to which a man must hearken if he is not for a little honey of romance to abandon his ancient wisdom and austere control. The romantic corruption of the infinite here joins with the romantic corruption of conscience, the transformation of conscience from an inner check into an expansive emotion that I have already traced in Shaftesbury and Rousseau. But one should add that in some of its aspects this corruption of the idea of the infinite antedates the whole modern movement. At least the beginnings of it can be found in ancient Greece, especially in that delirious and diseased Greece of which Joubert speaks, the Greece of the Neoplatonists. There is already in the Neoplatonic notion of the infinite a strong element of expansiveness. Aristotle and the older Greeks conceived of the infinite in this sense as bad. That something in human nature which is always reaching out for more, whether the more of sensation or of power or of knowledge, was, they held, to be strictly reined in and disciplined to the law of measure. All the furies lie in wait for the man who overextends himself. He is ripening for nemesis. Nothing too much. Think as a mortal. The half is better than the whole. In his attitude towards man's expansive self, the Greek as a rule stands for mediation, and not, like the more austere Christian, for renunciation. Yet Plato frequently and Aristotle at times mount from the humanistic to the religious level. One of the most impressive passages in philosophy is that in which Aristotle, perhaps the chief exponent of the law of measure, affirms that one who has really faced about and is moving towards the inner infinite needs no warning against excess. We should not give heed, he says, to those who bid one think as a mortal, but so far as we can we should make ourselves immortal and do all with a view to a life in accord with the best principle in us. 177. The earlier Greek distinction between an outer and evil infinite of expansive desire and an inner infinite that is raised above the flux and yet rules it, is, in the Aristotelian phrase, its unmoved mover, became blurred, as I have said, during the Alexandrian period. The Alexandrian influence entered to some extent into Christianity itself and filtered through various channels down to modern times. Some of the Romanticists went directly to the Neoplatonists, especially Plotinus. Still more were affected by Jacob Boehme, who himself had no direct knowledge of the Alexandrian theosophy. This theosophy appears nevertheless in combination with other elements in his writings. He appealed to the new school by his insistence on the element of appetency or desire, by his universal symbolizing, above all by his tendency to make of the divine an affirmative instead of a restrictive force, as something that pushes forward instead of holding back. The expansive elements are moderated in Boehme himself and in disciples like Law by genuinely religious elements, example humility and the idea of conversion. What happens when the expansiveness is divorced from these elements, one may see in another English follower of Boehme, William Blake. To be both beautiful and wise one needs, according to Blake, only to be exuberant. The influence of Boehme blends in Blake with the new aestheticism. Jesus himself, he says, so far from being restrained, was all virtue, and acted from impulse not from rules. This purely aesthetic and impulsive Jesus has been cruelly maligned, as we learn from the poem entitled The Everlasting Gospel, by being represented as humble and chaste. Religion itself thus becomes in Blake the mere sport of a powerful and uncontrolled imagination, and this we are told is mysticism. I have already contrasted with this type of mysticism something that goes under the same name and is yet utterly different, the mysticism of ancient India. Instead of conceiving of the divine in terms of expansion, the Oriental sage defines it experimentally as the inner check. No more fundamental distinction perhaps can be made than that between those who associate the good with the yes principle and those who associate it rather with the no principle. But I need not repeat what I have said elsewhere on the romantic attempt to discredit the veto power. Let no one think that this contrast is merely metaphysical. The whole problem of evil is involved in it, and all the innumerable practical consequences that follow from one's attitude towards this problem. The passage in which Faust defines the devil as the spirit that always says no would seem to derive directly or indirectly from Boehme. According to Boehme, good can be known only through evil. God therefore divides his will into two, the yes and the no, and so founds an eternal contrast to himself in order to enter into a struggle with it, and finally to discipline and assimilate it. The object of all manifested nature is the transforming of the will which says no into the will which says yes. 178. The opposition between good and evil tends to lose its reality when it thus becomes a sort of sham battle that God gets up with himself, or when, to take the form that the doctrine assumes in Faust, the devil appears as the necessary though unwilling instrument of man's betterment. The recoil from the doctrine of total depravity was perhaps inevitable. What is sinister is that advantage has been taken of this recoil to tamper with the problem of evil itself. Partial evil, we are told, is universal good, or else evil is only good in the making. For a Rousseau or a Shelley it is something mysteriously imposed from without on a spotless human nature, for a Wordsworth it is something one may escape by contemplating the spear grass on the wall. 179. For a Novalis sin is a mere illusion of which a man should rid his mind if he aspires to become a magic idealist. 180. In spite of his quaint Tory prejudices, Dr. Johnson is one of the few persons in recent times that one may term wise without serious qualification, because he never dodges or equivocates in dealing with the problem of evil. He never fades away from the fact of evil into some theosophic or sentimental dream. The rise of a purely expansive view of life in the 18th century was marked by a great revival of enthusiasm. The chief grievance of the expansionist, indeed against the no principle, is that it kills enthusiasm. But concentration no less than expansion may have its own type of enthusiasm. It is therefore imperative in an age that has repudiated the traditional sanctions and set out to walk by the inner light that all general terms, and in particular the term enthusiasm, should be protected by a powerful dialectic. Nothing is more perilous than an uncritical enthusiasm, since it is only by criticism that one may determine whether the enthusiast is a man who is moving towards wisdom or is a candidate for bedlam. The Rousseauist, however, exalts enthusiasm at the same time that he depreciates discrimination. Enthusiasm, says Emerson, is the height of man. It is the passage from the human to the divine. It is only too characteristic of Emerson and of the whole school to which he belongs, to put forth statements of this kind without any dialectical protection. The type of enthusiasm to which Emerson's praise might be properly applied, the type that has been defined as exalted peace, though extremely rare, actually exists. A commoner type of enthusiasm during the past century is that which has been defined as the rapturous disintegration of civilized human nature. When we have got our fingers well burned as a result of our failure to make the necessary discriminations, we may fly to the opposite extreme, like the men of the early 18th century, among whom, as is well known, enthusiasm had become a term of vituperation. This dislike of enthusiasm was the natural recoil from the uncritical following of the inner light by the fanatics of the 17th century. Shaftesbury attacks this older type of enthusiasm and at the same time prepares the way for the new emotional enthusiasm. One cannot say, however, that any such sharp separation of types appears in the revival of enthusiasm that begins about the middle of the 18th century, though some of those who were working for this revival felt the need of discriminating. That which concerns us therefore is to see what species of enthusiasts we be. Says John Byrom in his poem on enthusiasm. The different species, however, the enthusiasm of the evangelicals and Wesleyans, the enthusiasm of those who, like Law and his disciple Byrom, hearken back to Boma, the enthusiasm of Rousseau and the sentimentalists, tend to run together. To let one's feelings run in soft luxurious flow. 181. Is, as Newman says, at the opposite pole from spirituality. Yet much of this mere emotional facility appears alongside of genuinely religious elements in the enthusiasm of the Methodist. One may get a notion of the jumble to which I refer by reading a book like Henry Brooke's Fool of Quality. Brooke is at one and the same time a disciple of Boma and Rousseau while being more or less affiliated with the Methodistic movement. The book indeed was revised and abridged by John Wesley himself, and in this form had a wide circulation among his followers. 182. The enthusiasm that has marked the modern movement has plainly not been sufficiently critical. Perhaps the first discovery that anyone will make who wishes to be at once critical and enthusiastic is that in a genuinely spiritual enthusiasm the inner light and the inner check are practically identical. he will find that if he is to rise above the naturalistic level he must curb constantly his expansive desires with reference to some center that is set above the flux. Here let me repeat is the supreme role of the imagination. The man who has ceased to lean on outer standards can perceive his new standards or center of control only through its aid. I have tried to show that to aim at such a center is not to be stagnant and stationary but on the contrary to be at once purposeful and progressive. To assert that the creativeness of the imagination is incompatible with centrality or, what amounts to the same thing, with purpose, is to assert that the creativeness of the imagination is incompatible with reality or at least such reality as man may attain. Life is at best a series of illusions. The whole office of philosophy is to keep it from degenerating into a series of delusions. If we are to keep it from thus degenerating we need to grasp above all the difference between the eccentric and the concentric imagination. To look for serious guidance to an imagination that owes allegiance to nothing above itself, is to run the risk of taking some cloud bank for terra firma. The eccentric imagination may give access to the infinite, but it is an infinite empty of content and therefore an infinite not of peace but of restlessness. Can anyone maintain seriously that there is aught in common between the striving for endlessness of the German Romanticists and the supreme and perfect center that Dante glimpses at the end of the Divine Comedy and in the presence of which he becomes dumb? We are told to follow the gleam, but the counsel is somewhat ambiguous. The gleam that one follows may be that which is associated with the concentric imagination and which gives steadiness and informing purpose, or it may be the romantic will-o'-the-wisp. One may, as I have said, in recreative moments allow one's imagination to wander without control, but to take these wanderings seriously is to engage in a sort of endless pilgrimage in the void. The romanticist is constantly yielding to the spell of this or the lure of that, or the call of some other thing. But when the wonder and strangeness that he is chasing are overtaken, they at once cease to be wondrous and strange, while the gleam is already dancing over some other object on the distant horizon. For nothing is in itself romantic, it is only imagining that makes it so. Romanticism is the pursuit of the element of illusion in things for its own sake, it is in short the cherishing of glamour. The word glamour introduced into literary usage from popular Scotch usage by Walter Scott itself illustrates this tendency. Traced etymologically, it turns out to be the same word as grammar. In an illiterate age to know how to write at all was a weird and magical accomplishment. 183. But in an educated age, nothing is so drearily unromantic, so lacking in glamour as grammar. The final question that arises in connection with this subject is whether one may quell the mere restlessness of one's spirit and impose upon it an ethical purpose. The man who has no definite end is lost, says Montaigne. The upshot of the romantic supposition that purpose is incompatible with the freedom of the imagination is a philosophy like that of Nietzsche. He can conceive of nothing beyond whirling forever on the will of change without any goal or firm refuge that is set above the flux. He could not help doubting at times whether happiness was to be found after all in mere endless, purposeless mutation. Have I still a goal? A haven towards which my sail is set? A good wind? Ah, he only who knoweth whither he saileth, knoweth what wind is good, and a fair wind for him. What still remaineth to me? A heart weary and flippant, an unstable will, fluttering wings, a broken backbone. Where is my home? For it do I ask and seek, and have sought, but have not found it. O eternal everywhere, O eternal nowhere, O eternal in vain. 184. To allow oneself to revolve passively on the will of change seemed to the Oriental sage the acme of evil. An old Hindu writer compares the man who does not impose a firm purpose upon the manifold solicitations of sense to a charioteer who fails to rein in his restless steeds. 185. A comparison suggested independently to Ricarda Hutch by the lives of the German Romanticists. In the absence of central control, the parts of the self tend to pull each in a different way. It is not surprising that in so centrifugal a movement, at least on the human and spiritual level, one should find so many instances of disintegrated and multiple personality. The fascination that the phenomenon of the double had for Hoffmann and other German romanticists is well known. 186. It may well be that some such disintegration of the self takes place under extreme emotional stress. 187. We should not fail to note here the usual cooperation between the emotional and the scientific naturalist. Like the romanticist, the scientific psychologist is more interested in the abnormal than in the normal. According to the Freudians, the personality that has become incapable of any conscious aim is not left entirely rudderless. The guidance that it is unable to give itself is supplied to it by some wish, usually obscene, from the subconscious realm of dreams. The Freudian then proceeds to develop what may be true of the hysterical degenerate into a complete view of life. Man is in danger of being deprived of every last scrap and vestige of his humanity by this working together of romanticism and science. For man becomes human only in so far as he exercises moral choice. He must also enter upon the pathway of ethical purpose if he is to achieve happiness. Moods, says Novalis, undefined emotions, not defined emotions and feelings, give happiness. The experience of life shows so plainly that this is not so that the romanticist is tempted to seek shelter once more from his mere vagrancy of spirit in the outer discipline he has abandoned. To such unsettled ones as thou, seemeth at last even a prisoner blessed. Didst thou ever see how captured criminals sleep? They sleep quietly, they enjoy their new security. Beware in the end lest a narrow faith capture thee, a hard rigorous delusion. For now everything that is narrow and fixed seduceth and tempteth thee. 188. Various reasons have been given for romantic conversions to Catholicism, for example, the desire for confession, the aesthetic appeal of Catholic rites and ceremonies, etc. The sentence of Nietzsche puts us on the track of still another reason. The affinity of certain romantic converts for the church is that of the jellyfish for the rock. It is appropriate that Friedrich Schlegel, the great apostle of irony, should after a career as a heaven-storming titan end by submitting to this most rigid of all forms of outer authority. For it should now be possible to return after our digression on paradox and the idea of the infinite and the perils of aimlessness, to romantic irony with a truer understanding of its significance. Like so much else in this movement, it is an attempt to give to a grave psychic weakness the prestige of strength, unless indeed one conceives the superior personality to be the one that lacks a center and principle of control. Man, it has usually been held, should think lightly of himself, but should have some conviction for which he is ready to die. The romantic ironist, on the other hand, is often morbidly sensitive about himself, but is ready to mock at his own convictions. Rousseau was no romantic ironist, but the root of self-parody is found nevertheless in his saying that his heart and his head did not seem to belong to the same individual. Everything, of course, is a matter of degree. What poor mortal can say that he is perfectly at one with himself? Friedrich Schlegel is not entirely wrong when he discovers elements of irony based on an opposition between the head and the heart in writers like Ariosto and Cervantes, who love the very medieval tales that they are treating in a spirit of mockery. Yet the laughter of Cervantes is not gypsy laughter. He is one of those who next to Shakespeare deserve the praise of having dwelt close to the center of human nature, and so can in only a minor degree be ranked with the romantic ironists. In the extreme type of romantic ironist, not only are intellect and emotion at loggerheads, but action often belies both. He thinks one thing and feels another and does still a third. The most ironical contrast of all is that between the romantic ideal and the actual event. The whole of romantic morality is from this point of view, as I have tried to show, a monstrous series of ironies. The pacifist, for example, has been disillusioned so often that he should by this time be able to qualify as a romantic ironist, to look, that is, with a certain aloofness on his own dream. The crumbling of the ideal is often so complete indeed when put to the test that irony is at times, we may suppose, a merciful alternative to madness. When disillusion overtakes the uncritical enthusiast, when he finds that he has taken some cloud bank for terra firma, he continues to cling to his dream, but at the same time wishes to show that he is no longer the dupe of it, and so hot baths of sentiment, as Jean-Paul says of his novels, are followed by cold douches of irony. The true German master of the genre is, however, Heine. Everyone knows with what coldness his head came to survey the enthusiasms of his heart, whether in love or politics. One may again measure the havoc that life had wrought with Renaud's ideals if one compares the tone of his youthful Future of Science with the irony of his later writings. He compliments Jesus by ascribing to him an ironical detachment similar to his own. Jesus, he says, has that mark of the superior nature, the power to rise above his own dream and to smile down upon it. Anatole France, who is even more completely detached from his own dreams than his master Renaud, sums up the romantic emancipation of imagination and sensibility from any definite center when he says that life should have as its supreme witnesses irony and pity. Irony is on the negative side, it should be remembered, a way of affirming one's escape from traditional and conventional control, of showing the supremacy of mood over decorum. There are poems old and new which throughout breathe the divine breath of irony. Within lives the poet's mood that surveys all, rising infinitely above everything finite, even above his own art, virtue, or genius. 189. Decorum is for the classicist the grand masterpiece to observe, because it is only thus he can show that he has a genuine center set above his own ego. It is only by the allegiance of his imagination to the center that he can give the illusion of a higher reality. The romantic ironist shatters the illusion wantonly. It is as though he would inflict upon the reader the disillusion from which he has himself suffered. By his swift passage from one mood to another he shows that he is subject to no center. The effect is often that of a sudden breaking of the spell of poetry by an intrusion of the poet's ego. Some of the best examples are found in that masterpiece of romantic irony, Don Juan. 190. Closely allied to the irony of emotional disillusion is a certain type of misanthropy. You form an ideal of man that is only an Arcadian dream and then shrink back from man when you find that he does not correspond to your ideal. I have said that the romantic lover does not love a real person but only a projection of his mood. This substitution of illusion for reality often appears in the relations of the romanticist with other persons. Shelley, for example, begins by seeing in Elizabeth Hitchener an angel of light and then discovers that she is instead a brown demon. He did not at any time see the real Elizabeth Hitchener. She merely reflects back to him two of his own moods. The tender misanthropy of the Rousseauist is at the opposite pole from that of a Swift, which is the misanthropy of naked intellect. Instead of seeing human nature through an Arcadian haze, he saw it without any illusion at all. His irony is like that of Socrates, the irony of intellect. Its bitterness and cruelty arise from the fact that his intellect does not, like the intellect of Socrates, have the support of insight. Pascal would have said that Swift saw man's misery without at the same time seeing his grandeur. For man's grandeur is due to his infinitude, and this infinitude cannot be perceived directly, but only through a veil of illusion, only, that is, through a right use of the imagination. Literary distinctions of this kind must of course be used cautiously. Byron's irony is prevailingly sentimental, but along with this romantic element he has much irony and satire that Swift would have understood perfectly. The misanthropist of the Rousseauistic or Byronic type has a resource that was denied to Swift. Having failed to find companionship among men, he can flee to nature. Rousseau relates how when he had taken refuge on St. Peter's Island he exclaimed at times with deep emotion, "O nature, O my mother, here I am under your protection alone. Here is no adroit and rascally man to interpose between you and me." 191. Few aspects of Romanticism are more important than this attempt to find companionship and consolation in nature. Chapter 8. Romanticism and Nature. One of the most disquieting features of the modern movement is the vagueness and ambiguity of its use of the word nature and the innumerable sophistries that have resulted. One can sympathize at times with Sir Leslie Stephen's wish that the word might be suppressed entirely. This looseness of definition may be said to begin with the very rise of naturalism in the Renaissance, and indeed to go back to the naturalists of Greek and Roman antiquity. 192 Even writers like Rabelais and Molière are not free from the suspicion of juggling dangerously on occasion with the different meanings of the word nature. But the 16th and 17th centuries were not merely naturalistic, they were also humanistic, and what they usually meant by nature, as I have pointed out, was the conception of normal, representative human nature that they had worked out with the aid of the ancients. There is undeniably an element of narrowness and artificiality in this conception of nature, and a resulting unfriendliness, as appears in Pope's definition of wit, towards originality and invention. In his Art of Poetry, Boileau says, "Let nature be your sole study." What he means by nature appears a few lines later: "Study the court and become familiar with the town." To this somewhat conventionalized human nature the original genius opposed, as we have seen, the cult of primitive nature. A whole revolution is implied in Byron's line: "I love not man the less, but nature more." Any study of this topic must evidently turn on the question how far at different times and by different schools of thought the realm of man and the realm of nature have been separated and in what way, and also how far they have been run together and in what way. For there may be different ways of running together man and nature. Ruskin's phrase "the pathetic fallacy" is unsatisfactory because it fails to recognize this fact. The man who is guilty of the pathetic fallacy sees in nature emotions that are not really there but only in himself. Extreme examples of this confusion abound in Ruskin's own writings. Now the ancients also ran man and nature together, but in an entirely different way. The Greek, we are told, never saw the oak tree without at the same time seeing the dryad. There is in this and similar associations a sort of overflow of the human realm upon the forms of outer nature, whereas the Rousseauist, instead of bestowing imaginatively upon the oak tree a conscious life and an image akin to his own and so lifting it up to his level, would, if he could, become an oak tree and so enjoy its unconscious and vegetative felicity. The Greek, one may say, humanized nature; the Rousseauist naturalizes man. Rousseau's great discovery was reverie, and reverie is just this imaginative melting of man into outer nature. If the ancients failed to develop in a marked degree this art of reverie, it was not because they lacked naturalists. Both Stoics and Epicureans, the two main varieties of naturalists with which classical antiquity was familiar, inclined to affirm the ultimate identity of the human and the natural order. But both Stoics and Epicureans would have found it hard to understand the indifference to the intellect and its activities that Rousseauistic reverie implies. The Stoics, to be sure, employed the intellect on an impossible and disheartening task, that of founding on the natural order virtues that the natural order does not give. The Epicureans remind one rather in much of their intellectual activity of the modern man of science. But the Epicurean was less prone than the man of science to look on man as the mere passive creature of environment. The views of the man of science about the springs of conduct often seem to coincide rather closely with those of Rousseau about sensitive morality. Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire says that when reclining on the banks of the Nile he felt awakening within himself the instincts of the crocodile. The point of view is Rousseauistic perhaps rather than genuinely scientific. An Epicurus or a Lucretius would, we are probably safe in assuming, have been disquieted by any such surrender to the subrational, by any such encroachment of the powers of the unconscious upon conscious control. It is hard as a matter of fact to find in the ancients anything resembling Rousseauistic reverie, even when they yield to the pastoral mood. Nature interests them as a rule less for its own sake than as a background for human action, and when they are concerned primarily with nature, it is a nature that has been acted upon by man. They have a positive shrinking from wild and uncultivated nature. The green pastures and golden slopes of England, says Lowell, are sweeter both to the outward and to the inward eye that the hand of man has immemorially cared for and caressed them. This is an attitude towards nature that an ancient would have understood perfectly. One may indeed call it the Virgilian attitude from the ancient who has perhaps expressed it most happily. The man who lives in the grand manner may indeed wish to impose on nature some of the fine proportion and symmetry of which he is conscious in himself, and he may then from our modern point of view carry the humanizing of nature too far. Let us sing of woods, says Virgil, but let the woods be worthy of a consul. This line has sometimes been taken to be a prophecy of the Park of Versailles. We may sympathize up to a certain point with the desire to introduce a human symmetry into nature, but the peril is even greater here than elsewhere of confounding the requirements of a real with those of an artificial decorum. I have already mentioned the neoclassicist who complained that the stars in heaven were not arranged in sufficiently symmetrical patterns. What has been said should make clear that though both humanist and Rousseauist associate man with nature, it is in very different ways, and that there is therefore an ambiguity in the expression pathetic fallacy. It remains to show that men may not only associate themselves with nature in different ways, but that they may likewise differ in their ways of asserting man's separateness from nature. The chief distinction to be made here is that between the humanist and the supernaturalist. Some sense of the gap between man and the outworld is almost inevitable and forces itself at times even upon those most naturalistically inclined. Nor will I praise a cloud however bright, disparaging man's gifts and proper food. Grove, isle, with every shape of sky-built dome, though clad in colors beautiful and pure, find in the heart of man no natural home. 193. The Wordsworth who speaks here is scarcely the Wordsworth of Tintern Abbey or the Wordsworth whose daily teachers had been woods and rills. He reminds us rather of Socrates, who gave as his reason for going so rarely into the country, delightful as he found it when once there, that he did not learn from woods and rills but from the men in the cities. This sense of the separateness of the human and the natural realm may be carried much further to a point where an ascetic distrust of nature begins to appear. Something of this ascetic distrust is seen, for example, in the following lines from Cardinal Newman. There strayed a while amid the woods of Dart one who could love them, but who durst not love. A vow had bound him ne'er to give his heart to streamlet bright or soft secluded grove. 194. The origins of this latter attitude towards nature are to be sought in medieval Christianity rather than in classical antiquity. No man who knows the facts would assert for a moment that the man of the Middle Ages was incapable of looking on nature with other feelings than those of ascetic distrust. It is none the less true that the man of the Middle Ages often saw in nature not merely something alien but a positive temptation and peril of the spirit. In his attitude towards nature, as in other respects, Petrarch is usually accounted the first modern. He did what no man of the medieval period is supposed to have done before him, or indeed what scarcely any man of classical antiquity did. He ascended a mountain out of sheer curiosity and simply to enjoy the prospect. But those who tell of his ascent of Mt. Ventus sometimes forget to add that the passage of St. Augustine 195 that occurred to him at the top reflects the distrust of the more austere Christian towards the whole natural order. Petrarch is at once more ascetic and more romantic in his attitude towards nature than the Greek or Roman. Traces of Petrarch's taste for solitary and even for wild nature are to be found throughout the Renaissance and the 17th century. But the recoil from supernaturalism that took place at this time led rather, as I have remarked, to a revival of the Greco-Roman humanism with something more of artifice and convention, and to an even more marked preference 196 of the town to the country. An age that aims first of all at urbanity must necessarily be more urban than rural in its predilections. It was a sort of condescension for the neoclassical humanist to turn from the central model he was imitating to mere unadorned nature, and even then he felt that he must be careful not to condescend too far. Even when writing pastorals he was warned by Scaliger to avoid details that are too redolent of the real country. He should indulge at most in an urbane rusticity. Wild nature the neoclassicist finds simply repellent. Mountains he looks upon as earth's dishonor and encumbering load. The Alps were regarded as the place where nature swept up the rubbish of the earth to clear the plains of Lombardy. At last, says a German traveler of the 17th century, we left the horrible and wearisome mountains and the beautiful flat landscape was joyfully welcomed. The taste for mountain scenery is associated no doubt to some extent, as has been suggested, with the increasing ease and comfort of travel that has come with the progress of the utilitarian movement. It is scarcely necessary to point the contrast between the Switzerland of which Evelyn tells in his diary 197 and the Switzerland in which one may go by funicular to the top of the Jungfrau. Those who in the 18th century began to feel the need of less trimness in nature and human nature were not, it is true, entirely without neoclassic predecessors. They turned at times to painting, as the very word picturesque testifies, for the encouragement they failed to find in literature. A landscape was picturesque when it seemed like a picture. 198, and it might be not merely irregular but savage if it were to seem like some of the pictures of Salvatore Rosa. This association of even wildness with art is very characteristic of 18th century sentimentalism. It is a particular case of that curious blending in this period of the old principle of the imitation of models with the new principle of spontaneity. There was a moment when a man needed to show a certain taste for wildness if he was to be conventionally correct. The fops, says Taine, describing Rousseau's influence on the drawing rooms, dreamt between two madrigals of the happiness of sleeping naked in the virgin forest. The prince in Goethe's triumph of sensibility has carried with him on his travels canvas screens so painted that when placed in position they give him the illusion of being in the midst of a wild landscape. This taste for artificial wildness can, however, best be studied in connection with the increasing vogue in the 18th century of the English garden as compared either with the Italian garden or the French garden in the style of Le Notre. 199 As a relief from the neoclassical symmetry, nature was broken up, often at great expense, into irregular and unexpected aspects. Some of the English gardens in France and Germany were imitated directly from Rousseau's famous description of this method of dealing with the landscape in the Nouvelle Heloise 200. Artificial ruins were often placed in the English garden as a further aid to those who wished to wander imaginatively from the beaten path, and also as a provocative of the melancholy that was already held to be distinguished. Towards the end of the century this cult of ruins was widespread. The veritable obsession with ruins that one finds in Chateaubriand is not unrelated to this sentimental fashion, though it arises even more perhaps from the real ruins that had been so plentifully supplied by the Revolution. Rousseau himself, it should hardly be necessary to say, stands for far more than an artificial wildness. Instead of imposing decorum on nature like the neoclassicist, he preached constantly the elimination of decorum from man. Man should flee from that false taste for grandeur which is not made for him and which poisons his pleasures. 201 To nature. Now it is on the summits of mountains, in the depths of forests, on deserted islands that nature reveals her most potent charms. 202. The man of feeling finds the savage and deserted nook filled with beauties that seem horrible to the mere worldling. 203 Rousseau indeed did not crave the ultimate degree of wildness even in the Alps. He did not get beyond what one may term the middle zone of alpine scenery that may be found around the shores of Lake Leman. He was inclined to find the most appropriate setting for the earthly paradise in the neighborhood of Vevey. Moreover, others about the same time and more or less independently of his influence were opposing an even more primitive nature to the artificialities of civilization. The mountains of Ocean are, as has been said, mere blurs. Yet the new delight in mountains is due in no small measure throughout Europe to the oceanic influence. The instinct for getting away from the beaten track, for exploration and discovery, has of course been highly developed at other epochs, notably at the Renaissance. Much of the romantic interest in the wild and waste places of the earth did not go much beyond what might have been felt in Elizabethan England. Many of the Rousseauists, Wordsworth and Chateaubriand for example, not only read eagerly the older books of travel but often the same books. The fascination of penetrating to regions where foot of man hath ne'er or rarely been, is perennial. It was my privilege a few years ago to listen to Sir Ernest Shackleton speak of his expedition across the Antarctic continent and of the thrill that he and the members of his party felt when they saw rising before them day after day mountain peaks that no human eye had ever gazed upon. The emotion was no doubt very similar to that of stout Cortés when he first stared at the Pacific. Chateaubriand must have looked forward to similar emotions when he planned his trip to North America in search of the Northwest Passage. But the passion for actual exploration, which is a form of the romanticism of action, is very subordinate in the case of Chateaubriand to emotional romanticism. He went into the wilderness first of all not to make actual discoveries but to affirm his freedom from conventional restraint, and at the same time to practice the new art of reverie. his sentiments on getting into what was then the virgin forest to the west of Albany were very different, we may assume, from those of the early pioneers of America. When, he says, after passing the Mohawk I entered woods which had never felt the axe, I was seized by a sort of intoxication of independence. I went from tree to tree, to right and left, saying to myself, here are no more roads or cities or monarchy or republic or presidents or kings or men. And in order to find out if I was restored to my original rights, I did various willful things that made my guide furious. In his heart he believed me mad. The disillusion that followed is also one that the early pioneers would have had some difficulty in understanding. For he goes on to relate that while he was thus rejoicing in his escape from conventional life to pure nature, he suddenly bumped up against a shed, and under the shed he saw his first savages, a score of them, both men and women. A little Frenchman named M. Violet, bepowdered and befrizzled, with an apple green coat, drugged waistcoat, and muslin frill and cuffs, was scraping on a pocket fiddle and teaching the Indians to dance to the tune of Madeleine Friquet. M. Violet, it seemed, had remained behind on the departure from New York of Rochambeau's forces at the time of the American Revolution, and had set up as dancing master among the savages. He was very proud of the nimbleness of his pupils and always referred to them as ces messieurs sauvages etc dames sauvagesses. Was it not a crushing circumstance for a disciple of Rousseau, Chateaubriand concludes, this introduction to savage life by a ball that the ex-scullion of General Rochambeau was giving to Iroquois? I felt very much like laughing, but I was at the same time cruelly humiliated.